Alternate world. Chingon Zoo Management Hall. I understand. They'll pack up and leave with Tao Dao right now. Thank you. For the Chow family's care for us mother and daughter all these years. A voluptuous wife and mother with hips broader than her shoulders and full rounded legs rose. She bowed deeply to Chao Cheng, Tao Tao's mother Luo Jin. Chao Cheng sat on the sofa rubbing his head. The beautiful woman before him was currently the only employee left in this zoo. 10 minutes earlier, Chao Cheng had crossed over. When he woke up, a corpse that looked exactly like him lay nearby. A large number of sleeping pills lay scattered around. As Chao Cheng was bewildered, the corpse dissolved into specks of starlight converging into Chao Cheng's head. At the same time, it brought a flood of memories. From the memories he learned, the deceased was also named Chao Cheng, essentially his alternate self in this parallel world. Both parents had died, leaving him a dilapidated zoo and debts of over 10 million. The original Chao Cheng had had an appraisal. The zoo land, including permits, was worth about 4 million if sold as a package. Just enough to cover the tip of the iceberg of the 14 million debt. How could a young man just out of university bear that? Yesterday, several ungrateful relatives suddenly contacted him. They said they had found a buyer who could take over the zoo. The buyer would come to negotiate soon. Chao Cheng had no choice but to inform his only employee that the zoo was to be sold. This beautiful woman was named Luo Jin. She was the zookeeper and lived on the premises with her daughter Tao Dao. It was said that Chao Cheng's parents had shown her kindness. Moreover, Tao Dao's mother had no home to go to with her child, so she stayed at the zoo for room and board, working without complaint. When Xiao's parents fell from grace, all the other employees left one by one. She alone never left. After Xiao's parents died, she took charge of transferring the large animals to other zoos. Only the small animals she could care for remained. Then she closed the zoo and waited for Chao Cheng to take over. I hope you don't blame me. I have no other choice. Chao Cheng sighed. He now had only 800 yuan in his pocket, barely enough to feed himself. He couldn't even pay her overdue wages in one go. Luo Jin was silent. She was indeed reluctant. But she also understood Chao Cheng. With over 10 million in debt, without the ability to revitalize the zoo, the pressure could crush a person. Selling the zoo could temporarily relieve his pressure. I won't take my wages. I already owe the Chao family. If there is anything you need me for, just ask. At that moment, an electronic tone suddenly echoed in Chao Cheng's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has traversed to a cultivation world. Identity is Saint, son of the beast-taming sect. You have inherited a declining beast-taming sect. Please revitalize this fallen sect. Expanding the sect, recruiting disciples, breeding spirit beasts, gaining prestige, etc. All can increase the sect's reputation value. Every 10 reputation points earned will grant you a reward. Chao Cheng was ecstatic. It's a system. He had read so many novels signed and everywhere in the comments, and it finally paid off. But cultivation world, beast-taming sect. This is clearly a parallel world. A zoo. System, did you not get off the car with me? We seem to be misaligned. The system did not respond. Chao Cheng grew anxious. Being in a cultivation world isn't bad. Long life, eternal youth, controlling beasts to fly through the skies. Even riding a dragon. But it's no use if it's misaligned. He can't get the rewards. Wait though. Expanding the sect. The system mistook the zoo for the beast-taming sect. Expanding the sect. Could it be expanding the zoo's infrastructure? Recruiting disciples, maybe hiring employees. Breeding spirit beasts. Increasing the number of wild animals, breeding and nurturing. Gaining prestige. Boosting the zoo's popularity. Of course, these were just guesses. Chao Cheng needed to verify quickly. At that moment, a newbie gift package appeared on the system panel. Chao Cheng immediately thought open. Newbie gift package, Saint Sun Beast, Taming Art, Enlightenment Pill 3, Spirit Beast Pill 3. Chao Cheng was about to examine the gift contents carefully. Then test the system. Suddenly a commotion came from outside the door. Someone walked straight into the management hall. Chao Cheng's uncle, aunt, and third uncle, flanking a middle-aged man who looked like a boss, entered. Chao Cheng, come here. Let me introduce you. This is President Lin, who is interested in acquiring our zoo. The uncle said with a beaming smile. Chao Cheng remained indifferent. He didn't even stand up. When Xiao's parents were alive, they had helped these relatives a lot. But when they fell, relatives had shunned them like a plague. Now suddenly their so kind knowing had looked into selling the zoo. They took the initiative to find a buyer. You're quite enthusiastic indeed. Chao Cheng's tone was ambiguous. President Lin didn't seem to mind. He already knew Chao Cheng's situation from his relatives. He assumed Chao Cheng's cold attitude was just a tactic to inflate his own value. TCH, what kind of talk is that? The uncle smiled, then leaned in to whisper to Chao Cheng. We've already negotiated the price for you. As soon as you nod, you'll get the money immediately. As he spoke, President Lin and the older relatives all sat down on the sofa opposite Chao Cheng. Luo Jin was completely ignored. Hearing this, Chao Cheng asked suspiciously, You negotiated for me. Then let me hear how much are you planning to offer. Before President Lin could speak, the third uncle chuckled and said, President Lin is willing to offer 1 million, and it's a lump sum paid at once. Hearing that price, Luo Jin's heart sank heavily. Too low. Such a lowball offer meant the buyer would never give the animals a good home. She was in despair. She had cared for these animals for so long. She truly had deep feelings for them. She didn't think Chao Cheng would care about the zoo as much as she did. Chao Cheng had been away at university and had no real attachment to the zoo. 1 million. Is that the price you've negotiated for me? Chao Cheng cast a cold glance over the elders, cursing inwardly. Their zoo's land was special. It wasn't a 40-year lease, but had 52 years remaining. It covered about 137 mu. It was a small themed zoo. Even if it was at the foot of the mountains outside the third ring road, the land alone was worth more than 4 million now. Not to mention the permits like the Class 2 protected wildlife breeding license. If not for the urgent need to cash out, the zoo could easily fetch 7 or 8 million. The aunt added, they're paying in full. That's exactly what we need to solve the urgent problem. The third uncle also winked and urged Chao Cheng. 1 million is already generous. This broken zoo only cost Grandpa 100,000 back in the day. Across from them, President Lin maintained an air of indifference, as if he couldn't care less about buying or not. Chao Cheng raised his eyebrows at his uncle. Are you here to be clowns? President Lin across from him had apparently known Chao Cheng's situation all along. Before Chao Cheng could continue, he sneered. Young man, I offered that price out of respect for your uncles. If this is your attitude, then forget it. He stood up, pretending to leave. He had originally sought a channel to acquire this zoo, because the location was excellent, adjacent to mountains on one side, connecting to the outer ring road on the other. Though not large, the surrounding land was vacant and could be expanded. His original budget was between 5 and 8 million, which he could accept. Coincidentally, he had contacted Chao Cheng's uncle first. Chao Cheng's relatives immediately saw an opportunity. They told the buyer that Chao Cheng was deep in debt and would definitely sell cheap. They could help facilitate the deal. The buyer promised them each 300 in kickbacks if they could drive the price down to 1 million. Thus the relatives went all out, fawning and scheming. They wanted Chao Cheng to sell the zoo for 1 million. They didn't care whether he could pay off his debts. They only cared about a quick close to get their kickbacks. At this moment, the uncle, aunt, and third uncle did nothing to stop President Lin from leaving, because they too thought Chao Cheng was just playing hard to get. As long as President Lin said he was leaving, Chao Cheng would definitely panic. After all, he had tens of millions in debt. He was so broke he couldn't even afford to eat. He would surely yield. So the three of them watched Chao Cheng with hidden laughter, waiting for him to call them back. That would put him in an even weaker bargaining position. But to their surprise, Chao Cheng didn't even move his butt. He said lightly, "Don't see you out." The buyer paused mid-step, frowning deeply. Chao Cheng wasn't anxious. That didn't make sense. He looked at the uncle and the others, furiously signaling. The third uncle stood up and grabbed President Lin's arm to stop him. President Lin, sit down, sit down. We can talk. The uncle smiled, putting on an elder's authority. Chao Cheng, this price of 1 million was agreed upon by us and President Lin. Since President Lin is paying in one go, we did it for your own good. Your parents are gone, so from now on you have to listen to us. This matter, 1 million, I'll decide. Chao Cheng looked coldly at his uncle. You're in charge. You like making decisions? Since I'm under your care from now on, let's sign a contract. From now on, my debts are also yours to share. The uncle's face flushed red instantly. He said angrily, hiss. Xiao Cheng, what are you saying? How dare you speak to your uncle like that? Chao Cheng smiled. What? Not taking responsibility. You just want to order me around without bearing responsibility. You think you're the boss now, eh? Sworn brothers. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to make decisions for me? The uncle's face couldn't hang any longer. Not only did Chao Cheng scold him, but he also added witty remarks. What kind of attitude is that? We came to help you solve your problems. Don't be ungrateful. The uncle glared and said angrily. The third uncle also chimed in. We went out of our way to invite them over. Not only do you not appreciate it, but you're losing your temper at your uncle. Is this how you behave? Apologize to your uncle and President Lin. Chao Cheng swept a cold glance at the two. Did I ask you to bring them here? Hearing his tone, the uncle and the others' faces instantly flushed red. TSK, Xiao Cheng, we are your family. The aunt also scolded. Chao Cheng immediately went all out. Family. Now you remember we're family. When my parents were alive, how much did they help you all? The money they lent you, not 1 million, maybe 800,000. When they fell into trouble, you couldn't even lend them 30,000. And, selling the zoo. Even an idiot would know to raise the price. What did you do? You clearly told the buyer I was deep in debt and needed money urgently. What? Did you get a kickback? Or are you brain damaged? These so-called elders had bullied Chao Cheng's parents all their lives. Chao Cheng would not fall for this. He felt no kinship for these people. Bang! The uncle slammed the table and stood up in fury. How dare you, talking to us like that? We gave up the zoo back then and let your dad have it. Your dad got rich, shouldn't he help us? Strictly speaking, the zoo belongs to us three. I'm telling you today you sell it whether you like it or not. As he spoke, the uncle reached into the secretary's bag and pulled out a contract. He slammed it on the table. Sign it. If you don't, just try. I can't control you anymore. The uncle looked as if he was about to throw a punch. The third uncle, an aunt, pretended to hold him back. The uncle stared at Chao Cheng with a parental authority. Chao Cheng sneered. It seemed they had gotten a huge kickback. They were absolutely ravenous. Control me. Who the hell do you think you are? You're a coward outside like a dog, but you're acting tough with me. I want sign. Let's see what you useless piece of trash can do today. Chao Cheng rested his elbow on the sofa backrest and looked at him with mocking eyes. The zoo was not theirs because they refused to take care of their elderly grandparents. For 10 years, it was Chao Cheng's parents who cared for grandma until the end. They contributed no money, no effort, and even broke ties. Grandpa had a will leaving the zoo to Chao Cheng's father. They had no right to be jealous. You. The uncle raised his hand to strike. But seeing Chao Cheng's cold, unwavering gaze, he hesitated. He feared Chao Cheng might use the opportunity to trap him. After all, Chao Cheng was desperate. The benefit wasn't just for one person. Risking himself for 3 people wasn't worth it. Even if not, Chao Cheng wasn't afraid of him. If he attacked first, Chao Cheng could claim self-defense and even beat him up. His old face would have nowhere to hide. He immediately withdrew his hand. You're a real, filial son. Chao Cheng snorted. So are you. Chao Cheng's retort made his uncle's neck stiffen with rage. At that moment, the female secretary beside the buyer said, Enough. What are you all yelling about? Our boss is a businessman. We talk about profit. Can you keep your family trash out of this? Then she looked at Chao Cheng condescendingly. We came all this way with sincerity. You really are ungrateful. If 1 million isn't enough, name your price. Chao Cheng looked at her coldly. 100 million. Want it? Are you insane? The secretary frowned. Chao Cheng stood up abruptly. Watch your mouth. You came here to screw me over, yet you act all high and mighty with that smug face. Who are you putting on that face for? Do I owe you? Did I ask you to come? You think you can play games with me, eh? FCK you. This is business. Buy or get lost. The secretary's face also turned red with anger. She never expected Chao Cheng to yell at her. She felt Chao Cheng was an extremely foul-mouthed, highly aggressive mad dog, biting everyone. Very impressive, Mr. Chao. We'll see about that. I'll wait for you to beg me to buy. President Lin sneered and left in a huff. He had originally planned to negotiate, even if not for 1 million. After all, Chao Cheng was indeed in debt. If he didn't give kickbacks to the relatives, he could offer Chao Cheng a lower price than normal. But Chao Cheng was clearly resistant. Today there was no further discussion. President Lin. The third uncle and aunt saw Lin leave and quickly chased after him. I'll deal with you later. The uncle left a harsh threat and also hurried after them. After all, their 3-0 dream was not over yet. Chao Cheng sneered. Settle accounts. He didn't know if they would, but he knew he would settle with them sooner or later. Chao Cheng turned his head. Tao Tao's mother nearby looked at him in disbelief. She never imagined he would do this. Not only did he reject the predatory acquisition, he also broke with his toxic relatives. Chao Cheng cleared his throat sheepishly. I've changed my mind. I'm going to run the zoo. If you still want to leave, we'll find a way to settle your wages. But if you stay, just owe you a few more days. Luo Jin quickly shook her head. I won't leave. It's okay, you can owe me as long as you need. Her face flushed with excitement. Chao Cheng smiled and nodded. He didn't want Luo Jin to leave either. She was the one taking care of all the animals, now occasionally cleaning the area. She was an extremely capable female employee. And with her looks, that incredible waist-to-hip ratio, those plump and shapely thighs. She was pleasing to the eyes just to look at. He liked that. Couldn't help it. The Chao family had a weakness. Sister Luo, we have no money in the account, right? Chao Cheng asked. There's 6250 left. We've closed the park already and utilities are at minimum. The only cost is feeding. But there aren't many animals left. As Luo Jin spoke, she suddenly realized she had been too happy too early. Though the zoo wasn't sold, Chao Cheng had no experience. How could he revive this dead pool? The hardship was just beginning. Chao Cheng was surprised that there was still money in the account. The most urgent thing was to make money. The debt of 14 million was split into 10 installments. The first installment was 1 million. The payment deadline was within 20 days. If he couldn't pay on time, the zoo would be forcibly mortgaged and auctioned, leaving him no chance to recover. Besides personal debts, there were employee recruitment, infrastructure, introducing animals, quality feeding. Everything required money. Chao Cheng quickly walked out of the management hall. He stood on the high platform of the hall looking around the park. What met his eyes was total desolation. Chang'an Zoo covered 37 mu, about 6 acres, which was already a very small zoo. But currently, nearly 70 of the area was vacant. Not to mention first-level protected animals, there were few second-level protected ones either. 5 rhesus macaques were the highest configuration of the zoo. Chao Cheng opened the system panel. Host Chao Cheng, Saint Son of the Beast Taming Sect. Cultivation, Mortal Contract, Beast, None Artifact, None Sect, Reputation 7. Then Chao Cheng looked at the contents of the Novice Gift Pack. Saint Son Beast Taming Art, an exclusive beast taming technique for the Saint Son. Spirit Awakening Pill, Spirit Medicine for Beasts, optimizing bloodline, opening intelligence, boosting spirit. Beast Spirit Pill, Spirit Medicine for Beasts, drawing chi into the body, strengthening bones and muscles. Looking at these system items, Chao Cheng quickly formed a plan. Sister Luo set aside the feeding expenses for today and tomorrow from the account. Transfer the rest to me. They'll figure out the rest. Chao Cheng finished speaking, and without waiting for Sister Luo to respond, turned and ascended to the second floor of the management office. The ground floor served as a public convenience center for services and after-sales support. The second floor was a meeting room where Chao Cheng's parents had converted a partition into a bedroom. Chao Cheng slept there at night. He looked at Chao Cheng's receding figure. Luo Jin sighed softly. She did not understand Chao Cheng. She had no idea what he could accomplish with that money. 5 or 6,000 yuan. Even if he spent it in the most extravagant way, she could not imagine how it could turn things around. But let him be. After all, it was his own money. As long as he had the drive, let him try. Chao Cheng returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to circulate the saintly beast taming art. The most urgent task now was to master the technique and discover any methods for taming beasts. If this truly were a cultivation world, Chao Cheng guessed that raising the reputation of the beast taming sect would be difficult. But this was the age of the internet. He could not yet expand, recruit members, or introduce animals to boost his prestige. Only one path was available to him now to make a name and establish his authority. And that was live streaming. If he could tame beasts and make animals perform incredible feats, people would surely watch. It would be a perfect way to earn money and gain fame simultaneously. The system granted him the technique directly, and soon Chao Cheng began to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His dantian opened into a violet mansion, and his meridians connected with the spiritual energy. Though faint, there was indeed a mysterious energy flowing. Gradually, a vortex of spiritual energy formed in Chao Cheng's dantian. The saintly beast taming art was his exclusive cultivation technique. The core of this art lay in spirit beasts. He needed to contract and nurture them to nourish himself in return. Both he and his spirit beasts would advance together. In critical moments, he could temporarily command non-contract beasts or borrow power from his contracted ones. It was a technique that relied on mutual growth with his beasts. Chao Cheng went outside again to search for a suitable beast to contract. The zoo was desolate, far from lively. Most animals were small and cheap: snakes, rabbits, birds, otters. He first headed to the monkey enclosure. These monkeys emanated a hazy aura of a vivid red color. With the knowledge of the beast taming art integrated into his mind, Chao Cheng recognized this as beast spirit aura. His art had just awakened. He could only contract one beast, and it had to possess a green or pale yellow beast spirit aura. This red aura indicated the beast was more powerful than him and could not be contracted yet. Chao Cheng complained. A few monkeys stronger than him. Was that a joke? After wandering a bit longer, his gaze soon fixed on a birdcage. Inside was a cockatiel. Its body was gray and white with a small yellow face adorned with 2 rosy patches. A tuft of feathers stood atop its head like a silly crest. The cockatiel, adorable yet handsome with average flying ability but a charming appearance. Most importantly, this cockatiel was allowed for private ownership. It had been bought by his parents earlier to fill the zoo's empty spaces and was considered private property. For his first contracted beast rather than a cat or dog, Chao Cheng preferred a bird with a broader range and greater speed. Idiot. From inside the cage, the cockatiel greeted Chao Cheng with perfect pronunciation. Chao Cheng's face darkened. This bird, was it so ill-mannered? Who taught it that? He took out a spirit awakening pill and pushed it into the cage. The moment the cockatiel saw the pill, it became wildly excited. Driven by some primal instinct, it lunged at the pill with near frenzy. Its hooked beak opened to an astonishing degree, biting off a quarter of the pill in one go. After 4 or 5 bites, it had completely swallowed it. A surge of rich, spiritual energy entered its body, transforming the cockatiel instantly. Its feathers grew more vibrant, and its eyes became bright and spirited. Chao Cheng extended a finger, and an intangible aura stretched toward the cockatiel. The contract was extremely easy and completed in an instant. A mental connection formed between Chao Chung and the cockatiel. What are you spacing out for? You're my contracted beast now. Call me master. Chao Chung looked at the dazed cockatiel and transmitted his thoughts through divine sense. Master, that idiot earlier wasn't aimed at you. Those are the only words I know. My vocabulary is quite limited. The cockatiel immediately defended itself through divine sense, its wings, making a gesture resembling a bow. There was a mischievous, ingratiating quality to it. Chao Chung was torn between laughter and tears. This creature was quite clever. It had already gained intelligence and was attuned to his thoughts. It could likely draw knowledge and common sense from him, which explained its use of words like limited. He reached out and opened the cage. The cockatiel nimbly hopped onto the cage door, looked around, and fluttered onto Chao Chung's shoulder. Master, my head feels itchy. Am I growing a brain? I can sense spiritual energy, feel the wind flowing, and control it. Control? How? Chao Chung asked in surprise. The cockatiel flew off Chao Chung's shoulder, circled about a meter above the ground, and stirred up the fallen leaves into a swirling gust. A small tornado formed instantly. Though harmless, it was still spectacular. Riding this whirlwind, the cockatiel shot upward like a cannonball. With a whoosh, it soared tens of meters into the air. It tumbled and twisted in the sky with remarkable agility. As Chao Chung marveled, he felt changes in his own body. He too could sense the wind's flow, and every movement felt as if he could harness the wind's essence. It seemed the saintly beast-taming art had shared the parrot's wind ability with him. Chao Chung had no doubt that he could sprint 100 meters twice as fast as before. The cockatiel swooped down and landed lightly on his shoulder. Chao Chung fed it another beast spirit pill, and the cockatiel's size instantly doubled. Its tail feathers grew long and sturdy. Its crest displayed a tricolor sheen. From a mere bird, it now exuded a hint of majesty. Your master is in trouble, and I need you to help me earn some cash. Chao Chung walked to the ground floor lobby, took a map of Yunhai City from the newspaper rack by the wall, and spread it on the table. Can you remember this? The cockatiel was no ordinary bird now. It was a spirit beast. Having consumed the spirit awakening pill, it only needed a quick glance. Easy, the cockatiel said smugly. Chao Chung nodded, left the parrot to study the map, and borrowed Luo Jin's electric scooter to head straight to the electronics market. 2 hours later, Chao Chung returned carrying 2 boxes. One was an action camera costing over 3,000 yuan with an extra battery. The other was a MiWei network box specifically for outdoor streamers to connect online. These were only mid to low-end products. The total cost for this trip was 4,820 yuan. 4,800 for equipment. Riding the scooter without a helmet earned him a 20 yuan fine from the traffic police, who also made him follow the Yunhai Traffic Police public account and complete a set of quizzes. Come. Chao Chung strapped the action camera to the parrot's chest and the box and battery to its back. The parrot asked through divine sense, Master, why bestow armor upon me? Whoa, you even know classical Chinese. Live streaming. Stream what? Do me a favor. Same city express delivery. Chao Chung finished setting up the equipment for the cockatiel. Meanwhile, at a resort villa on the outskirts of Yunhai City, a middle-aged woman was on the phone. You silly child, how could you be so forgetful? Stop crying. What use is crying? Wait for me. She hung up. A colleague nearby asked, what's wrong? Don't even mention it. My foolish daughter left her medicine at home and forgot her keys. She's been under so much academic pressure lately that she got all worked up and started sobbing. Keep an eye on things for me. Oh, I need to go back and deliver the keys. She began taking off her work uniform as she spoke. Her colleague reminded her, how are you getting back? We came on the shuttle. You can't get a cab out here. Are you running back? The woman snapped back to reality. All right. She stomped her foot, cursing the absurd rules set by their damned boss. I'll order a flash delivery. She quickly opened a food delivery app and placed an order. But just like hailing a taxi, no one picked it up after a few minutes. Probably because the location was too remote. Frustrated, she opened Douyin. The platform often collaborated with various services for deals. She searched for flash delivery on Douyin. The first result was a live stream with the title One Pair of Sunglasses, Same City, Flash Delivery Straight by Bird. The streamer's account name was Chungan Zhu, Holy Son of the Beast-Taming Sect. The screen showed a beautiful cockatiel. It wore a live streaming device and faced a large mirror. The streamer unseen spoke, folks, I'm a new streamer. Hit that follow button. One pair of sunglasses, and this cockatiel will flash deliver small items within the city. If you want something sent, you automatically agree to appear on camera and share your address. Send the sunglasses and DM me your pickup and drop-off points. The stream had about 20 viewers, mostly skeptical. A bird delivering stuff? Is the streamer just scamming for money? Seriously, this guy is acting like it's real. DM the locations. A pair of sunglasses costs $9.99. Who's the sucker willing to try sending something? Golden Dragon commented, No joke, if it completes one delivery accurately regardless of speed, it'll gift a luxury item. As everyone joked, a sunglasses effect rose and stuck to the bird's face. Flowers and Riches sent us sunglasses. One, the gifter was the middle-aged woman. The flash delivery app still showed no response. She had no other choice. Going back herself meant asking for leave, losing half a day's pay, and waiting indefinitely. If a pair of sunglasses could solve it, that would be perfect. Thanks, Flowers and Riches. Send me the address, Chow Chung called out from off-screen. The woman didn't DM him. She typed the address directly in the chat. Send the keys to Tongha Mountain Resort Service Department, then to exit of Building 7, Unit 3, A Xingfu Road, Linhua Road. The chat erupted. Someone actually paid. Streamer, start your show. I'm watching you. If you take the sunglasses and bail, I'll report you. Screenshot taken. As the chat exploded before Chow Chung could say a word, the stream's view left the mirror and flew out of the management office window. After circling once, the camera tilted skyward with a whistling wind filling the stream as if shooting straight up into the clouds. Seconds later, the cockatiel spread its wings and the camera turned forward, revealing a height of 100 meters with a panoramic view of half of Yanhai City. The word spectacular flooded the chat. Without pause, the cockatiel sped off in one direction with the scenery below blurring into streaks. The chat erupted again. Holy crap, so fast. Is the streamer serious? Can this bird really find the destination? Folks, I just checked with a map app. From start to end, it's a diagonal across the city, a full 24 kilometers with 19 traffic lights. The streamer is at Shingan Zoo, and it's another 11 kilometers to the starting point. Are you brain dead? A bird waits for traffic lights. Regardless, this first-person flight view is amazing. The quality is a bit blurry. I'll upgrade your gear, streamer. They'll send a lollipop. Before the cockatiel arrived, several special effects gifts appeared in the stream, some worth more than the sunglasses. Everyone knew the streamer was using the delivery as a stunt. As they chatted, a resort appeared at the bottom of the screen. Arrived. How many minutes has it been? Less than 3 minutes since it took off. Impossible. This bird's flying ability is average. Of flying a kilometer in a minute would be a damn mutation. 3 minutes to cover 11 kilometers. It needs a drug test. Maybe it's a different resort. But Flowers and Riches comment popped up. Streamer. The service department is in the southeast corner. Chow Cheng's voice came through. Got it, southeast corner. Find a clear spot. Ooh, we're landing. With that, the cockatiel dove straight toward the southeast corner. From 30 meters up, they saw a middle-aged woman jumping and waving. The cockatiel swooped down and executed a perfect midair stop, hovering in front of her. The woman's face lit up with surprise. She waved at the camera and said, "Streamer, it's me, Flowers and Riches. These are the keys to deliver." She held up a set of keys. Guaranteed delivery. Chow Chung called out in the stream. Thank you, thank you. Flowers and Riches was so excited she didn't know how to hand the keys to the bird. For her, this experience was nothing short of magical. The cockatiel reached out with its claw and grabbed the keys from her hand. Before she could react, it flapped its wings and shot back into the sky. Chow Chung shouted in the stream, "Target Xingfu community. Folks, get ready for a low-altitude aerobatic display. Don't blink." This time, the cockatiel didn't climb to 100 meters, but flew at about 30 meters, speeding toward the destination. 30 meters wasn't high among the city's towering buildings, making the scenery below larger and closer, creating a more stunning visual effect as it whizzed past. The cockatiel clearly relished the flight. A bird was meant to soar the skies. Once an ordinary creature confined to a cage, it was now a contracted spirit beast of a cultivation beast tamer. If not for Chow Chung holding it back to avoid alarming the world, it could have used its spiritual energy to fly even faster. The 24-kilometer journey was deliberately slowed, taking 9 minutes. During those 9 minutes, nearly everyone who entered the stream stayed. With such great retention data, the platform naturally pushed it heavily. The stream's viewer count quickly hit 7600, with comments flying too fast to read. Some were in shock, some confused, and others explained the situation to newcomers. Since most latecomers hadn't seen the bird in front of the mirror, the most common comment was drone, with everyone assuming it was a drone show. Soon the stream's view descended, landing in front of Building 7, Unit 3 in Xingfu Community, where a girl was squatting on the ground sobbing. Chow Chung had already set Flowers and Riches as a temporary moderator. She sent a banner comment, "That's her, that's my daughter." The girl on the ground wasn't watching the stream, but her mother had called to say a bird would deliver the keys. She was still bewildered. She looked up to see a beautiful cockatiel flying above her, dropping the keys with a clatter. The bird even chirped, "Your mom. Keys. Your mom. Keys." At that moment, the stream's viewer count broke 10,000. Countless haha comments flooded the screen. "It's cursing, but technically it's not wrong. This bird is incredible. Oh, it can even talk. Is a talking parrot rare? The point is, other parrots mimic after long training. Did this one already know your mom and keys before this job? Such rational comments were quickly drowned out. Most viewers just spammed 666 and amazing. Just then, 3 consecutive luxury gifts filled the stream. A comment appeared: Golden Dragon. I keep my word. Here are the gifts. This bird is truly amazing. It was the viewer who had promised the gifts if the delivery was accurate. Boss, you're generous and true to your word. I thought you'd bailed, boss. No complaints. This is a real big spender, promised one, but gave 3. Special effects gifts lit up one after another. These big gifts attracted viewers, and with excellent stream data, the count quickly hit 200 and kept surging. Just then, Chao Cheng's system notification appeared. Sect reputation points reached 10. Reward acquired: Mystic Spirit Healing Art. Mystic Spirit Healing Art, the beast taming sect's signature skill for healing spirit beasts, also capable of treating some mortals and cultivators. Chao Cheng was left speechless. It was a good reward, but the reputation points were rising far too slowly. The reputation points started at 7. Now they had just climbed to 10 points. He knew that although he had been streaming for less than an hour, at least 30,000 people had come and gone from the live stream room. His name and the stream title both included Chinganzu. Could it be that 10,000 viewers only earned him 1 reputation point? At this rate of 1 reward per 10 reputation points, he would need 100,000 new viewers to get the next reward. Still, Chao Cheng was quite content. Wasn't it just 100,000 people? He would just stream. Chao Cheng felt that as long as he grasped the essence of streaming, it shouldn't be too hard to make this account popular. But things didn't go as planned. The online viewership got stuck around 300 and couldn't climb any higher. The live stream room was being flooded with disruptive comments. A drone stream with this many viewers. Exactly whose parrot knows that many words? It's obviously a recording. Or it's the streamer's synthetic voice. People are getting easier to fool these days. And people are even sending gifts. They must have a screw loose. Many who considered themselves more awake than others started stirring up this kind of trouble. Seeing the comments were all about drones, many people just watched for a bit and left. After all, drone streams were very common nowadays. There was nothing special about them. Of course, there were also people trying to explain, but only the dozens of viewers from the beginning had seen the parrot look in the mirror. Some of them had already left. With the few remaining, any attempts to explain were quickly drowned out or dismissed as being shills. Chao Cheng noticed this problem. So at a peak moment of the disruptive comments, he said in the stream, I see a lot of people in the comments suspecting this is a drone stream. I need to prove myself. As he spoke, the cockatiel had already flown to the facade of a building. The building was covered in reflective glass, providing a clear mirror image. Chao Cheng directly made the cockatiel land in front of the glass. The glass clearly reflected the cockatiel's appearance. The livestream room exploded with a barrage of comments. Those who hadn't doubted Chao Cheng before suddenly emerged. Stupid, huh? Serves you right. A bunch of jealous haters who can't stand the streamer making money. Indeed, this group is so ugly, frantically causing trouble, it's disgusting. Envy really changes a person's face. Those who thought they were awake were instantly proven wrong. They fell silent for a moment. But the more this happened, the less likely they were to easily admit their mistake. They quickly rebounded. What does looking in a mirror prove? That's a parrot-shaped drone. Hilarious, I won't even bother explaining. You believe them just because they looked in a mirror. It's obviously a drone. Believe it if you want. A bunch of idiots. I'm too lazy to convince you. I'm awake enough for myself. Previously, they prided themselves on being awake. Now they were purely defending their pathetic dignity. Of course, a large portion of those still stirring up the drone narrative were purely out of jealousy. They were jealous that Chao Cheng could rake in so many gifts with just a bird without even lifting a finger. How is this any different from picking up money? And in the comment section, one comment kept spamming: fraud streamer. Drone money grab. Refund the money. End the stream. Turn off gifts. Fraud streamer. Drone money grab. Refund the money. End the stream. Turn off gifts. The person spamming this comment was called Ying Little Fairy. Even amidst the chaotic comments, her comments still appeared clearly. At least 10 to 20 of them popped up every minute. It was clear how twisted she had become with jealousy. It disgusted many viewers in the stream. Who the hell is this? Can you stop spamming? So disgusting. A classic jealous type case, closed, can't stand others making money. I checked her profile, a wild boar fairy. I'm already feeling sick. She's probably furious seeing the streamer make money so easily. Screenshotted, it'll make her famous later. Because of all this negative atmosphere, the viewer count was stuck between 2,000 and 3,000. Nevertheless, Chao Cheng persisted and streamed for the entire day. He changed the battery once at noon to recharge and continued streaming until past 5 in the afternoon. At 5:40 p.m., Chao Cheng's system finally issued a notification. Sect reputation points reached 20. Reward acquired half a year's cultivation. Chao Cheng felt a surge of exceptionally pure spiritual energy enter his body, wildly expanding within his dantian before finally merging into it. Chao Cheng felt incredibly refreshed light in body, and his meridians were unobstructed. Folks, today's stream ends here. I'm at Qinggan Zoo North, 3rd Ring Road, Yunhai City. Family tradition of animal training. Welcome to chat. We'll start streaming on time tomorrow at 9 a.m. See you then. With that, he immediately ended the stream. He had to constantly mention the name Qinggan Zoo during his streams to ensure viewers noticed the title. If they didn't see the name Qinggan Zoo, they wouldn't contribute reputation points. He couldn't afford to waste any of this viewership. He stretched his limbs lazily. The cockatiel quickly flew back. After a whole day of work, Chao Cheng thought it would be exhausted. But clearly it wasn't. It was still a bird. Moreover, it was in high spirits. After Chao Cheng unloaded its equipment, it kept flying in circles on the spot. As it flew, it shouted through its spiritual sense, "Master, have you ever flown? The feeling of flying is so wonderful. I can never get enough of flying. Ha ha, fly, fly." Chao Cheng's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Was this creature stressed out from work and gone crazy from streaming? You can't go crazy, you're my money tree. Chao Cheng opened the Douyin backend. The total revenue from today's stream in EEN Waves was a staggering 178000. After the platform took half, it turned into 89482 yuan. After taxes, the final withdrawal amount was 79103 yuan. Chao Cheng silently praised incredible. No wonder everyone in society wants to be an internet celebrity nowadays. The money did come fast. Of course, the prerequisite was having real skill and an audience. If Chao Cheng were really running a drone stream, or didn't occasionally let the parrot look in a mirror, he would have been cursed out long ago. The money wasn't that easy to earn. At 6 p.m., Luo Jean had just finished cleaning up. She gently patted her slender waist. Even though the zoo was closed, there were still over 20 species and hundreds of animals. Just feeding them, changing their water, cleaning their waste, and tidying up every day was no small workload. Not to mention that many animals weren't very cooperative. Take the monkeys in the monkey garden, for example. Sometimes they were extremely rowdy. Getting scratched or hit was an occasional occurrence. At that moment, she wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. "Tao, let's go, time to go back and cook." A cute little girl who was squatting on the ground nearby, helping her mother pick up scraps of paper, immediately stood up. She sweetly responded to her mother, "Okay." She trotted over to her mother, her delicate porcelain-like face beaming with pure joy. "Mom, what are we having for dinner?" Tao asked, tilting her little face up. Millet porridge, stir-fried cabbage, some steamed buns, and a mackerel. Is that okay?" Luo Jean asked. Tao's little face fell slightly, but she still pursed her lips and nodded. Her spirits, however, were no longer as high. She kicked at a pebble on the ground with a hint of frustration. Luo Jean fell into an ashamed silence. Children were in their growing phase, and she desperately wanted to provide her child with more nutrition. But where would the money come from? Luo Jean held Tao's hand and led her back to their living quarters. Her place was a keeper's restroom. Since it was just a work rest area, it only had electricity, no running water, and no bathroom. To use the toilet, she had to go to the public restroom in the zoo. To bathe, mother and daughter would boil some water and wash themselves bit by bit. They went to a public bathhouse every now and then. For cooking, she used an electric rice cooker, and the water was brought over from a pipe at the management office. As for sleeping, the restroom consisted of just 2 rooms, one large and one small, totaling less than 20 square meters. There was only one bed. Back in the restroom, Luo Jean tidied up a bit and was about to start cooking. Just then her phone rang. It was Chao Cheng calling. "Hello, young master." Luo Jean always called Chao Cheng young master. It was an old-fashioned term, but friendlier than boss, so Chao Cheng never corrected her. "Sister Luo, are you done with work?" Luo Jean nodded. "Yes, I was just about to cook. I saw you were busy at noon, so I didn't call you for a meal. If you haven't figured out dinner, come and have a simple meal with us." As she spoke, she was already calculating whether to add a couple of dishes. But Chao Cheng said, "Don't cook. Bring Tao and wait for me on the 2nd floor of the management office. Go there now. He'll be there soon." Though Luo Jean had no idea what Chao Cheng intended to do, since the employer had spoken she had to go, she promptly closed the door and led Tao to the 2nd floor of the administration building. The zoo was not large to begin with, consisting only of basic structures: the ticket office, administration building, veterinary station, breeding center, and public restrooms. Among these, only the 2nd floor of the administration building had living quarters complete with a private bathroom and kitchen. Luo Jean brought Tao up to the 2nd floor. Tao curiously wandered around the hall, her big eyes darting about. "Mom, it's so spacious here." Luo Jean, however, caught the sound of an electric scooter returning downstairs. She hushed Tao, "Should be quiet." Tao pouted. "Oh." Soon Chao Cheng ran up, carrying large bags in his hands. "Can't hold them." Before Luo Jin could help, Chao Cheng dropped the bags with a thud on the floor, then dashed back down. One more trip. Luo Jin hurried down to assist. She saw what Chao Cheng had bought: meat, vegetables, hot pot base, a hot pot, and many electronic devices. How much did all this cost? That was Luo Jin's first thought. Chao Cheng, however, seemed excited. After setting things down, he put his hands on his hips and said to Tao Tao, "Little one, want to eat hot pot?" Hot pot. Is it good? Tao Tao's eyes widened with curiosity. Her question stunned Chao Cheng. He looked at Luo Jin in confusion. Tao Tao was nearly 4 years old. If she had ever eaten hot pot, she wouldn't have asked such a question. Luo Jin's face flushed, and she remained silent. A pang struck Chao Cheng's heart. Of course it's delicious. How about Uncle treats you to hot pot today? Tao Tao bounced on her feet, about to cheer excitedly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, her little face changed as she looked at her mother. Luo Jin forced a smile. This must cost a lot. Our accounts only have so much left. She implied that today's extravagance was questionable. What about the future? Chao Cheng chuckled. Looks like you didn't slack off today. Didn't you watch my live stream? He wasn't joking. Luo Jin's location was set at Shingon Zoo. The algorithm wouldn't lie. If she opened the live stream app, she would definitely see Chao Cheng's stream. Indeed, Luo Jin looked puzzled. Set the table first. We'll talk while we eat. Chao Cheng gestured grandly, setting up the dining table. Luo Jin had no choice but to follow his orders and wash the vegetables. Soon the table was laden with meat and vegetables for the hot pot. The fragrant hot pot base bubbled with oil. The three sat down. Luo Jin's phone chimed with an Alipay notification. Alipay received 15,000 yuan. Luo Jin's beautiful eyes widened, and she stared at Chao Cheng in shock. Chao Cheng held up his phone. Your 3-month salary is 9,000. The remaining 6,000 is your bonus for this month. A reward for your perseverance. Luo Jin quickly protested. No, this is too much. Take it. Chao Cheng's tone left no room for argument. Where did you get so much money? Luo Jin blurted out, but immediately felt she had overstepped. It wasn't her place to question Chao Cheng's finances. Chao Cheng didn't mind. He briefly explained the live stream. When Luo Jin heard that Chao Cheng had earned nearly 8,000 yuan in a single day, she felt as if she were in a dream, utterly bewildered. Ignoring her shock, Chao Cheng said seriously, "Also, I need to discuss 2 important matters with you. First, you shouldn't stay in that restroom anymore." Luo Jin tensed up again. Was he hinting at kicking them out? The employee restroom had been offered by Chao Cheng's parents for free. Now, though she had some money, she couldn't afford long-term rent with a child. But Chao Cheng's next words stunned her even more. Move upstairs. Stay in this room. Chao Cheng pointed to the room diagonally across from his. Luo Jin was frozen in place. Don't argue, it's not for you. Tao Tao is still growing. If she can't eat or sleep well in that restroom, what if it affects her development? It's settled. Second sister Luo, learn accounting. You'll need it later. If the zoo grows, you'll be the chief manager. Chao Cheng spoke with finality, then without waiting for Luo Jin's reply, he called Tao Tao to eat. Luo Jin felt a sudden sting in her nose. His series of actions had completely overwhelmed her. Honestly, when Chao Cheng's parents had taken her in, she thought no one could be kinder than them. When they passed away, Luo Jin was genuinely heartbroken. They had been so good to her. But she was also desperate, knowing no one would care for her anymore. When Chao Cheng first arrived, he was like a walking corpse devoid of life. Seeing no hope, Luo Jin had already started planning her escape. But unexpectedly, in just 2 days, Chao Cheng had transformed. He had inherited the old couple's kindness, even surpassing it. This feeling of being trusted and valued left Luo Jin at a loss. She watched Tao Tao laughing and chatting with Chao Cheng, eating messily. She discreetly wiped the tears from her eyes, making a silent decision in her heart. After the meal, Chao Cheng helped Luo Jin move her belongings to the 2nd floor of the administration building. Previously, aside from Chao Cheng's room, the other rooms on the 2nd floor were used for offices. But since they were no longer needed, it was better to let Luo Jin and her daughter stay there. After tidying up until past 9 in the evening, Chao Cheng returned to his room. He sat cross-legged. With half a year's worth of cultivation added, he was still at the qi refining initial stage. Yet Chao Cheng felt a noticeable improvement in his perception of spiritual energy. His physical functions and 5 senses had all become sharper. He could even infuse spiritual energy into his ears to enhance his hearing. Listening intently, Chao Cheng could hear Luo Jin whispering to Tao Tao in the room across the hall. Tao Tao was about to speak. Luo Jin cautioned her. Should keep your voice down. Oh, don't disturb Uncle Chao. Tao Tao said, Mom, Uncle Chao is so good to us, better than Dad. Luo Jin replied, don't compare that man to Uncle Chao. Tao Tao asked, can Uncle Chao be my dad? He wouldn't hit you. Luo Jin said, silly child, Mom has you, I won't remarry. Tao Tao suggested, then Mom, just date Uncle Chao without getting married. Luo Jin asked, you little rascal, who taught you that? Tao Tao answered, "You said it yourself, Mom. When Dad dated you, he was nice and never hit you. But he changed after marriage. If you only date Uncle Chow, he'll always be good to you." Luo Jin fell silent. After a long pause of about half a minute, Luo Jin said, "Silly child, Mom has been married before and is older than Uncle Chow. He wouldn't want me." Chao Cheng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Not necessarily. Why not listen to Tao Tao?" The child spoke wisely. "Foolish." Chao Cheng was about to continue eavesdropping when he suddenly heard a loud flapping sound from outside the window, accompanied by bird calls. Of course, the noise was only loud to Chao Cheng's sharp ears. Luo Jin probably couldn't hear it. Using his beast-taming art, Chao Cheng sensed it was an injured bird. He immediately went out and rushed downstairs. Xuanfeng the cockatiel flew directly out the window. As expected, on the ground outside Chao Cheng's window, a struggling black bird lay. When Chao Cheng arrived, Xianfeng was hopping around it on the ground. A raven. It was a jet-black raven. The raven was even larger than Xuanfeng, who had taken the beast spirit pill. It was a second-class protected animal, the fiercest bird among songbirds. Renowned for its intelligence and bravery, it could even take on birds of prey, like peregrine falcons, and feed on them. An absolute powerhouse among birds. And most importantly, it was cool. Its jet-black feathers were incredibly striking. Chao Cheng cautiously approached. The raven initially showed hostility and struggled fiercely. But upon sensing the Saint Sun beast taming art emanating from Chao Cheng, it calmed down. Chao Cheng crouched to examine its injuries. The raven's wing had a small break, and its abdomen seemed cut by something sharp. Blood seeped out, matting its feathers, and it was still bleeding. It seemed to have collided with the drone. "If you had come a day earlier, I couldn't have saved you. You're lucky." Today's livestream had earned him 2 rewards: mystic medical skill, which could heal the raven, and half a year's cultivation, allowing him to contract a second spirit beast. Chao Cheng pulled out a beast spirit pill and a spirit enlightenment pill. The severely injured raven became extremely excited, struggling and swallowing one pill in a gulp. After feeding it the 2 pills, Chao Cheng placed his hand over the raven's abdomen and used mystic medical skill. The wound healed rapidly, and even its feathers mostly recovered, becoming tougher. Chao Cheng activated the Saint Sun beast taming art to complete the contract. The raven became his second contracted spirit beast. As the spiritual connection was established, a deep, mellow voice echoed in Chao Cheng's divine sense, like that of a solitary swordsman who had wandered half his life. "Master." Wow, such a penetrating voice. "Then I'll call you H1. H1 thanks you, Master." "How effective are the spirit enlightenment pill and beast spirit pill?" Chao Cheng asked with a smile. "A complete transformation." Haichuan's voice in his divine sense was slightly excited. One spirit enlightenment pill could elevate a spirit beast's intelligence to about that of a 20-year-old human. And it was based on Chao Cheng's own knowledge. Since ravens were already smarter than cockatiels after taking the pill, Haichuan's intelligence far surpassed Xuanfeng's. "Then I have a task for you. Go find your kind. If you can lure back over 100 ravens, it'll give you another beast spirit pill and make you their king." Upon contracting with Haichuan, Chao Cheng had an idea. Crows are second-level protected animals. Although he had the paperwork, now having just one didn't amount to much. At best, he could have it deliver packages alongside Xianfeng. That would be a waste of its potential. Since he intended to make money through live streaming, he needed to create a grand spectacle. Haichuan accepts the command. The raven immediately shook itself, let out a caw, and spread its wings to take flight. It circled twice around Chao Cheng in midair. Then with a sudden burst of its wings, it vanished into the night. Its pure black color allowed it to blend perfectly into the darkness, leaving no trace. This was Haichuan's innate talent. A fundamental characteristic of the Sacred Sun's beast-taming art was that every spiritual beast contracted by Chao Cheng possessed a unique ability. The cockatiel Xianfeng was naturally attuned to the wind element, using it to attack or enhance itself. That was its talent. Haichuan's talent, however, was concealment, concealing its form, sound, and even its aura. In darkness, it was like a fish in water. If paired with attack methods later combined with its cold, intelligent nature, it was practically born for assassination. As Chao Cheng gazed into the night sky in contemplation, Xuanfeng's spiritual sense suddenly asked Haichuan, "Is that its name?" "Yes." "What about me? You haven't given me a name. I am your master's first spiritual beast. Why are you treating me so poorly?" Xianfeng suddenly burst out with classical Chinese again. "I did." Chao Cheng said seriously, "The literary world cannot lose you, just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem. So from now on your name will be..." Xianfeng shuddered. "Jerusalem. Wensi." "Xuanfeng. Let's go, time to sleep, Wensi." "Master, I don't really like this name." "Got it, Wensi." "Master, I'm serious." "All right, Wensi. Woo-woo. I want to run away." Meanwhile, in a large apartment in a certain residential complex, A young man in his 20s was sitting on the sofa scrolling through his phone. The video was a clip from Chao Cheng's live stream. No promotion needed, clips from Chao Cheng's stream were already being edited and shared everywhere. In the video, the cockatiel Xianfeng was delivering items trip after trip, occasionally blurting out a few human words. It was truly surreal. The man was engrossed, crossing his legs in admiration. How did he train it? This bird is just too damn smart. Just as he marveled, the living room door clicked open. The young man's expression immediately tensed. He quickly uncrossed his legs and sat up straight. A middle-aged man in a police uniform pushed the door open. "Dad, you're back." The young man smiled and got up to help his father take off his coat and hang it up. The middle-aged man frowned slightly at the sight of him. "You still remember to come home. What, no more fooling around outside tonight?" "Out of money." The young man gave an awkward smile, scratched his neck, and said nothing. Just then a middle-aged, beautiful woman emerged from the kitchen. "Xingjie isn't out fooling around all day. You come home and still have that long face," the woman said to the middle-aged man with a hint of reproach. "Humph." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and walked straight to the dining table. The woman brought out a few dishes. "Why are you so late again today?" At the same time, she subtly pulled the young man over to the table. "There's a case recently, and I might not be back for the next day or two." The middle-aged man looked exhausted. He had been busy all day and hadn't had a hot meal until now, starving. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating directly. The young man tried to make conversation. He had already eaten, but still picked up his chopsticks and asked Dad what case. The middle-aged man didn't even look at him. "Mind your own business." The young man took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Seeing his father's mood, he knew there was no good temper to be had. But he steeled himself and said bluntly, "I need some money." "Humph." The middle-aged man immediately pulled out his wallet, extracted 500, and threw it on the table. "Get lost and stop being an eyesore here." The young man was furious. "Can you not be like this? I want to do something serious. Just consider it a loan. Give me 200,000 first, and I'll pay you back in a while." The middle-aged man sneered, serious. "Song Xingjie, it's not that I look down on you. Don't think I'll let you use my name. Even if I let you use my reputation to get things done, you'd still end up achieving nothing." The young man's face twisted with hatred. "Right? You're the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau. You're upright and incorruptible. Fine, I won't use your name. But what I don't get is I just want to make something of myself on my own. And you've never supported me. Oh, what's your problem?" Bang! The middle-aged man slammed his chopsticks on the table. His eyes widened and a fierce aura erupted, incredibly intimidating. "That's because I know you're nothing but a waste. You couldn't get into the police academy and all you do is fool around. And you have the nerve to talk about making something of yourself? Let me tell you, I don't expect you to amount to anything. As long as you don't cause me trouble, that'll be a blessing from my ancestors." The young man roared back, "Fine. I'm a waste. It's because you never gave me a single word of encouragement since I was a child. You're just afraid I'll cause you trouble, embarrass you, and cost you your position. But Song Tieshan, you're my father, and I'm your son. Does it do you any good if I amount to nothing? If I really go down the wrong path and end up in jail, would you be happy?" Song Taizhan roared, "If you go down the wrong path, I'll shoot you myself." "Shoot. Go ahead and shoot me." Song Xingjie shot back. The woman's attempts to mediate were completely drowned out. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she screamed, "Stop it. Xingjie, go, leave now." She pushed Song Xingjie toward the door. Song Xingjie glared at Song Taizhan with reddened eyes. Pushed to the door, he roughly wiped away his tears and stormed out. Such acrimonious scenes were all too common in this household. Leaving home and getting into his car, Song Xingjie roared and pounded the steering wheel. As the son of the city's law enforcement bureau chief, everyone thought he had it good. But that wasn't the case. After failing to get into the police academy, he wanted to go into business. His father, however, not only refused to help, but also put obstacles in his way, afraid that anyone might give him an advantage. Sometimes people feared his father's position and would distance themselves from even normal business dealings, leaving him struggling and achieving nothing. In the circle of wealthy heirs in Yunhai City, his status was considered high. After all, his father was the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau, which wielded the power of force. But he just couldn't make money. Of course, making money was secondary. What he truly wanted was his father's approval. Earning money would at least prove he had the brains and drive to make a name in the business world, not be the worthless waste his father claimed he was. But now he truly couldn't change his current situation. That was what pained him most. Gradually calming down, he suddenly remembered his father mentioning a case that would keep him away from home for the next day or two. With that thought, he slammed the accelerator and headed straight for the Law Enforcement Bureau. Although his father didn't like him, his status as the bureau chief's son still held sway. It wasn't hard for him to find out what the case was. He quickly learned that the much-publicized human trafficking case in Yunhai City had yielded some clues. The trafficker's hideout was likely near Yunhai City. The higher-ups had put immense pressure on Song Taizhan to solve the case quickly. Several experts had been dispatched to form a special task force. They were planning to act in the next day or two, conducting a citywide sweep. Song Xingjie sat in his car until midnight. He gritted his teeth hard. As if he had made a decision, he drove straight to a certain location on the outskirts of the city. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, vehicles began to arrive outside the Chang'an Zoo. In the parking lot at the entrance, most people were still sitting in their cars as it was still early, observing others. Through mutual observation, these individuals discovered that most of those who came were local internet celebrities. Some were dancing, some were visiting shops, while others were doing various activities or even setting up small businesses. In short, as long as they were local internet celebrities, they all sensed the allure of traffic. Chao Cheng revealed the address during his live stream, immediately sparking the interest of all local internet celebrities. Yesterday was Chao Cheng's first day of live streaming, and he managed to attract 30 to 40,000 viewers in his live room continuously throughout the day. This was something those in the streaming business were well aware of. And when Chao Cheng mentioned the address again, they had no choice but to come. As long as they could ride the wave of traffic, they could share in the spoils. After all, many internet celebrities don't have that many original shows to produce each day. To make money tapping into trends is a fundamental lesson. As for maintaining their dignity, is it useful? Can it buy them a Cullinan? By 8 o'clock, more and more people gathered. Among them, many were not internet celebrities, but merely came to watch the spectacle. However, the Chang'an Zoo was still closed. No one dared to step up and shout to open the gates. Just then, a car drove directly to the ticket office of the Chang'an Zoo. A young man with a proud expression stepped out. Wearing a cowboy hat, he adjusted his pants as he squinted at the large sign of the Chang'an Zoo. Someone immediately recognized him. He was a somewhat famous anti-fraud internet celebrity from Yunhai known as Brother Duck with over 1 million followers. While others came to enjoy the commotion, he specialized in his field. His nickname was indeed Duck. He focused on the business of protecting fans' rights. That's right, it was a business. Under the guise of protecting rights, he profited. As long as they had their sights set on someone, they would find some issue to exploit. Once they intimidated someone, if they encountered someone understanding, that person would pay up to avoid trouble. If they met someone uncooperative, they would confront them, which would provide material for their content. They would splice and edit the recorded segments, taking things out of context. Once posted online, no one would bother to verify the truth because they were anti-fraud after all. The public has a remarkable tolerance for anti-fraud activities. As long as they operated under the banner of combating fraud, internet users would argue in their defense. Duck extended his hand, and a chubby man from the passenger seat jogged over, handing Duck a stack of documents. At the same time, he raised a selfie stick with a phone attached. The live streaming equipment was clearly visible. It was evident that the live broadcast had already started. Duck held the documents and shouted loudly towards the zoo, "Where are the people? Come out." Other internet celebrities also got out of their cars, gathering here ready to enter together. They all held phones or raised selfie sticks. Some were filming videos while others were live streaming. Duck glanced back, feeling quite pleased. Without his presence, this group was essentially a headless chicken, a bunch of cowards. At this moment, no one emerged from inside the zoo. The chubby man kicked the guardrail a few times, causing a loud clang. Duck pretended to act in front of the live camera, saying, Hey, we are civilized and protecting rights. Hey, let's not resort to violence. Let's not damage anyone's property, okay? We are only targeting fraud." At this point, there were already over 2,000 viewers in his live stream. Duck's statement instantly gave the impression that they were justified and credible. Before long, Luo Jin jogged out from inside, still wearing work clothes. Seeing such a large scene, she was a bit dazed. "Who are you?" Duck raised the documents in his hand. "Do you know me?" He spoke with great pride, as if he had immense confidence in his own fame. However, Luo Jin shook her head. "Well, let me introduce myself today." Duck sneered and nodded. "Come on, call out your ancestral beast trainer." The person behind the account from yesterday's live stream. Luo Jin frowned immediately. "Are you from the law enforcement?" "We're anti-fraud." Duck suddenly shouted loudly. Then he raised the documents in his hand. Turning towards his camera, he shouted, "Brothers in the live stream. Duck is here today on behalf of fans to protect their rights." Yesterday, this fan spent 2600 yuan in the Chang'an Zoo live stream. However, the money spent was based on the belief that the live content was genuine. It's because the host claimed he could train beasts and that he trained this bird. But in reality, he was using a bird-shaped drone. Live streaming with a drone, yet claiming it was a real bird. Claiming it was a bird he trained, which constitutes false advertising. According to Article 55 of the Civil Code, this constitutes suspected consumer fraud. As he spoke, he turned back to Luo Jin. "Do you understand? Now call the person out quickly." Although they had a specific goal to combat fraud, they had indeed put in some effort. They were so certain because they had analyzed Chao Cheng's live stream. They meticulously counted every word spoken in Chao Cheng's recorded live stream. The bird had said a total of 218 different words. They had also consulted professionals and institutions. This eclectus parrot is not known for its ability to mimic speech. Even if this bird were trained from birth to death with exceptional talent, it could never learn more than 100 words. Yet Chao Cheng's bird had spoken over 200 words in a single live broadcast. This was obviously not its entire vocabulary. This was simply absurd. Therefore, they concluded that Chao Cheng was definitely using a bird-shaped drone for live streaming. Perhaps it was some advanced foreign technology used to make money. I'm sorry if you believe we are committing consumer fraud, you can call the police. But please do not shout here. Luo Jin was infuriated after hearing this. Of course she knew about the eclectus bird. Yesterday, while having dinner, Chao Cheng talked about the live stream with the bird right beside him. Although she didn't understand why the silly eclectus bird suddenly seemed so intelligent, it was indeed a living creature, not some drone. Thus, she certainly wouldn't back down against Duck. Stop talking nonsense. Just go call the person out. Duck impatiently pointed at Luo Jin. Luo Jin was also losing her patience. Early this morning, a group of crows had arrived in the park. She saw Chao Cheng feeding that group of crows with the eclectus bird. She could hear the noise, and Chao Cheng would have come out long ago if he wanted to. So she needed to block these people. We don't need to prove anything to you. But before she could finish her sentence, she was rudely interrupted by Duck's loud voice. Shut up. Stop talking, let me speak. If you don't understand the law, let me tell you. Civil Law Code, Article 55, Consumer Fraud. I'm telling you to call the person out. Am I not calling the police? Is the greatest leniency towards you. Get the person out and clarify the matter. Do you understand? I Duck hate people like you who deceive fans for money in live streams. If you're using a drone, just say it's a drone. Why create some beast trainer persona to deceive? Duck grew more and more agitated as he spoke. As his words fell, the chubby man holding the phone kicked the guardrail hard again. He kicked the guardrail hard enough to bend it slightly, demonstrating his strength. Luo Jin was immediately frightened and stepped back. All the internet celebrities pointed their cameras at this scene. A conflict was about to break out. The chubby man kicked again, but he soon froze in place. Because above everyone within the park, a rolling cloud suddenly rose up and slowly approached. As it got closer, it became clear that it was not a cloud at all. Instead, it was a dense swarm of black crows. There were hundreds of them. They blotted out the sun. And beneath this cloud of crows, a young man dressed casually was walking towards them. On his left shoulder sat a large black crow, while a eclectus parrot perched on his right. It was none other than Chao Cheng. As he approached, a tangible sense of oppression swept over, making it difficult for everyone present to breathe. This was certainly not an illusion or a mere perception. It was a real physiological response. As Chao Cheng came closer, the flock of crows in the sky also stopped and began to circle and scatter around him. On signs, railings, and the roof of the ticket hall, there were crows everywhere. And all the crows seemed to focus their attention on Chao Cheng, gathered around the chubby man. The scene was both stunning and eerie. Meanwhile, the chubby man felt as if he were being watched by countless demons. Cold sweat streamed down his face, and his legs gradually began to weaken. Did you kick the guardrail? Chao Cheng coldly stared at him and asked. The entire scene suddenly fell eerily silent. Under the bright sun, it was as quiet as a tomb in the cold night. Speak. After a few seconds, Chao Cheng shouted coldly. The crow on his shoulder let out a hoarse caw at the same time. Then the flock of crows erupted with a cacophony that made everyone's scalp tingle. The chubby man felt a warmth in his groin as a stream of yellow liquid flowed out from his shorts, soaking the ground. It must be noted that many of the cameras were positioned behind the Duck brothers. Not only did they capture the full awe-inspiring spectacle of Chao Cheng's entrance, but those closest also precisely recorded the moment the fat man wet himself. Since he was wearing shorts, the urine had no buffer and simply streamed down his leg to the ground. It was incredibly conspicuous. The fat man was now trembling in fear, tears and cold sweat streaming down his face. This was, of course, the aura Chao Cheng deliberately emitted. After all, he was now a cultivator. By fully exerting his pressure and focusing it on a single man, intimidating him was not a problem. But his abilities were limited. He was only at the early chi refining stage, and aside from being faster and being able to conceal some sound and presence, he possessed no other techniques. The fat man was clearly terrified out of his wits. Chao Cheng turned to the Duck, who was also trembling like a leaf. What are you here for? The Duck was in slightly better shape, being a blogger with millions of followers. The vanity he had cultivated over time bolstered his mental fortitude. He swallowed hard and declared loudly, "We're here to expose fraud." "Are you the owner of the Chungan Zoo livestream account?" Chao Cheng replied calmly. "Yes, that's me." The Duck shouted, "We're here to get justice for our fans. Do you know that your livestream constitutes false advertising? My fans gifted you 2,600 yuan based on your claim that it was a real bird. But the bird you used was clearly a drone. Do you know that's illegal?" The Duck grew more fluent as he spoke, feeling as if he had regained control of the situation. Chao Cheng sneered, exposing fraud are you? Fine. Welcome. He was indeed welcoming as it could help stir up traffic and prove the parrot's authenticity. With a lift of his chin, the cockatiel immediately flew off Chao Cheng's shoulder and landed on the railing in front of the duck brothers. It spread its wings to preen its feathers, tilting its head and looking at the duck with intelligent eyes. The internet celebrities behind the duck brothers surged forward, pushing their cameras in frantically. This was indeed the same bird that had been looking at itself in the building's glass during yesterday's livestream. Its beautiful crest and tail feathers made it look exceptionally spirited. Remember, turn on the beauty filter. The cockatiel opened its beak and spoke, reminding the crowd. This immediately drew laughter from the onlookers, but also profound shock. It was a new phrase, and it had used it so precisely in this context. This clearly demonstrated a certain level of logical thinking. This bird had undoubtedly surpassed the realm of mere mimicry. It was a divine bird. In truth, aside from the duck brothers, everyone else had only come to ride the wave of popularity. There was no significant hostility. In the world of influencers, everything is a performance, and much of what appears online is fake. In reality, when they gathered, their common goal was simply to generate some traffic and make some money. It wasn't harmful, sometimes it could even be mutually beneficial. But once Chao Cheng's cockatiel appeared, anyone who wasn't blind could see it. How the hell was that a drone? It was clearly a real bird. And whether it was a drone or not had become irrelevant the moment Chao Cheng stepped out. This sky full of crows. They were like trained pets. They all followed Chao Cheng's lead. Especially the way they had all stared at the fat man in unison just moments ago. It was an unforgettable sight. If he could train a flock of crows like this, did one even need to question whether he used a fake bird for his livestream? Did he even have the need to? The duck brothers were now completely dumbfounded. The cockatiel was right in front of them. There was no way it could be a drone. Even if they stubbornly insisted it was one, the fans in the livestream room weren't fools. Do you see clearly now? Chao Cheng asked. The duck brothers glanced at their livestream and were shocked to see that their viewer count had surged to over 30,000. He never imagined that his peak popularity would come at the moment of his downfall. His face flushed red with anger. Impossible. How could it be possible? How could Chao Cheng have trained a bird to this level? A flash of inspiration hit him, and he shouted, I see clearly. But don't change the subject. How can you prove this is the same bird from your livestream yesterday? What's to stop you from using a drone yesterday and using this real bird to fool us today? Right? You can't prove it, can you? The duck spread his hands, a sneer on his face. He had failed today, but no one was better than him at obfuscation. Yesterday was over and done with. It was his word against theirs. There was no way for Chao Cheng to prove it. He wouldn't give Chao Cheng a chance for a continuous shot if he tried to go live with this bird now. At least not on his stream. His priority now was to get out of there. But Chao Cheng just scoffed, so now anyone can be a fraud-exposing streamer. Don't you know the principle of he who asserts must prove? You're the one making the accusation. You need to prove that this bird isn't the one from yesterday's stream. It's not up to me to prove anything to you. Finally, one of the internet celebrities behind him spoke up. Just get lost, duck. Stop making a fool of yourself here. You can't even tell right from wrong, and you come here demanding justice for people. Is this how you expose fraud? It's scumbags like you who give the term internet celebrity a bad name. You've been caught red-handed and you're still clueless. Coming to get justice for others. How ridiculous. Get lost. More and more people joined in, eager to kick him while he was down. The duck brothers' faces were now purple with humiliation. One had wet his pants in public and the other was left speechless. They prepared to slink away in disgrace. But Chao Cheng's voice was cold. Stop. Apologize. The duck stiffened his neck and retorted. We were exposing fraud for our fans. Even if we were wrong, our intentions were good. What do I have to apologize for? What, just because you livestream, no one is allowed to be suspicious of you? His livestream had now reached over 40,000 viewers. He absolutely could not apologize. Furthermore, he needed to get back to his car and quickly think of an excuse. Chao Cheng's tone turned sinister. Are you tough guys? Kicking the fence. Intimidating my employee. You are such a coward that you wet your pants when someone glares at you, yet you act tough in front of a woman. Apologize to her. Chao Cheng's final words fell like ice. The flock of crows let out a strange unified cry and erupted into flight, descending upon the crowd like a dark cloud. Everyone was so frightened they crouched down. The crows all landed on the car the duck brothers had driven. The message was clear: no apology, and you're not leaving. The scene shocked everyone once more. Every camera was aimed at this flock of crows that obeyed commands so perfectly. As influencers, they were highly sensitive to viral potential. Chao Cheng's ability to control the crows today. If posted online, it would be absolutely stunning. And if it went through a second creation, with some dark filters and background music, it would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. After all, this was just too rare. At that moment in the live stream rooms of all the influencers present, the same comment was scrolling by. Bro, are you Itachi, or what? The fat man of the Duck brothers was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He wet himself again. Even Duck's face turned deathly pale. This scene was something they could never have dreamed of. Imagine the feeling of being targeted by over 100 crows. This was completely beyond ordinary comprehension. It was the kind of thing that would give you nightmares, even in your sleep. Meanwhile, in Duck's live stream, positive comments about Chao Cheng began to flood in. Now that's a real man, he keeps things separate. Exactly, you come in with a big show to debunk him, he plays along, and you just turn tail when you fail. I really think this boss was wronged. He got labeled right from the start, was treated as a fake for ages, and he still went along with it. He took such a huge grievance because he's a blogger, but he wouldn't let a female employee suffer a slight because he's the boss. A good boss, a real man, courteous and principled. Duck was now so furious, he felt his lungs would burst. He had become nothing but a stepping stone for Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng had backed him into a corner. Whether he apologized or not today, Chao Cheng had already gained immense goodwill and traffic. But Duck had to make a choice. If he didn't apologize, he would seem uncultured and irresponsible. His previous civilized rights defense act a mere pretense, his persona shattered. If he apologized, he would be admitting his stupidity and unprofessionalism in debunking, making him untrustworthy. Any future attempts at debunking would be met with endless abuse. I'm sorry. In the end, Duck chose to temporarily compromise. He said to Luo Jin. By apologizing, he still had some leeway, or at worst had just be a debunker who missed the mark. He could still cling to the original intention of fighting for his fans, and some would still buy it. As for today's score, there was no way he was just going to let it go. Luo Jin was utterly astonished. Chao Cheng had cooperated with such a rude debunking, yet he stood up for her over a trivial matter, refusing to let her suffer any grievance. A myriad of emotions churned within her. After the apology, the flock of crows took to the sky with a thunderous roar. The Duck brothers slunk back to their car and sped off without a trace. They left behind only a crowd of influencers still holding up their cameras and a throng of onlookers. A moment of silence fell over the scene. Some people glancing at the crows overhead began to quietly slip away. But Chao Cheng's icy demeanor vanished. He smiled and addressed the crowd. Hello, fellow local bloggers. I'm Chao Cheng, the owner of Chang'an Zoo. I've just taken over this zoo. As you can see, business isn't doing well. I'm just live streaming to make a living using my family's animal taming skills. We cooperated with the rude debunking, but we welcome friendly exchanges even more. Thank you all for taking the time to come today. I don't plan to be too flashy yet, so please be so kind as to blur my face. For those live streaming, please point your cameras at the cockatiel. Let's do a one-shot today so I can thoroughly prove my innocence. Now please everyone follow me into the park for a visit. With that, Chao Cheng opened the gate. The influencers exchanged bewildered glances. None of them had expected Chao Cheng to be so clear in his distinctions. His aura towards the Duck brothers had been terrifying just moments ago. Now his warmth and courtesy towards them made everyone feel deeply respected. Thanks, Boss Chow, for letting us in without tickets, ha. With taming skills as solid as yours, Boss Chow, this zoo is bound to thrive soon. Right, Boss Chow is definitely going to blow up. This is something ordinary folks can't pull off. The atmosphere instantly became lively. They filed in, showering Chao Cheng with flattery. They all knew very well. Chao Cheng wanted to use them to help prove the authenticity of the cockatiel and demonstrate his animal taming abilities. And with such taming skills, Chao Cheng's rise to fame was inevitable. Letting them into film was his way of building good relations and allowing them to ride his wave of traffic. In this day and age, sharing traffic was sharing money. How could they not be grateful? And since Chao Cheng had asked for his face to be blurred, his image wouldn't spread. Videos online where the subject doesn't want to show their face generally don't get circulated widely. Even those who make clips from live streams will blur the face. Because most people are afraid of trouble. If you don't blur the face, not only will the platform limit your reach, but if the person actually sues you, the money you make won't even cover the damages. Why bother? The crowd moved into the park. Song Xingjie was mingling at the very back. He wasn't holding a phone, but his eyes were fixed on Chao Cheng's crows and the cockatiel. He was stunned by Chao Cheng's bird training skills. At the same time, he felt fortunate to have come here today. Once inside, the crowd wanted to sing Chao Cheng's praises, but there wasn't much to see. So they all turned their cameras to Chao Cheng's live stream. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chao Cheng fitted the cockatiel with the streaming equipment and began his broadcast. The content was the same as yesterday, same city flash delivery. The entire process was recorded by everyone's cameras. Chao Cheng's morning stream had only been running for an hour. Then some sharp-eyed individuals among the viewers began creating clips from the influencers' live streams. After all, whoever got the clips out first would get the traffic. Even a slight delay would mean a significant loss of viewership. These clips started from the Duck brothers' debunking attempt Chao Chang's arrival, the crows swarming his demand for an apology, leading the influencer group into the park, and the one-shot cockatiel stream. It was now pointless to question the authenticity of Chao Chang's live stream, because the awe-inspiring scene of the crows swarming and obeying his commands was even more miraculous than the cockatiel stream. And it was far more impactful. The scene of the crows swirling around was instantly remixed by various bloggers. The buzz began to escalate rapidly. The internet is a powerful force. Every trending clip and remix video directly funneled viewers to Chao Chang's live stream. By around noon, the viewer count in Chao Chang's room had broken the 500 mark for the first time, and the skeptical comments were dwindling. Whenever someone questioned whether the crows were drones, a swarm of self-proclaimed truth-knowers brimming with superiority would start viciously cursing the doubters. A single query would be met with 4 or 5 insults. Many also received direct messages of abuse. After all, people love to play the role of the one in the know. For a time, the bullet comments in Chao Chang's stream exploded, increasing by over tenfold. And by the time the afternoon stream started, Chao Chang's popularity quickly soared past 100 viewers. The videos from the morning had begun to go viral. There were almost no more comments about drones in the stream. Not long after the afternoon broadcast began, a system prompt appeared for Chao Chang. Sect reputation has reached 30 points. Reward obtained: borrowed sight, spirit beast pill 2, borrowed sight, a beast taming spell that allows you to temporarily borrow the senses of a contracted spirit beast from any distance. Chao Chang's first thought was VR first-person flight view. Both of his spirit beasts were birds. Using their senses would only allow him to fly high and overlook the world. While it wasn't particularly useful for now, it was still the first spell he had acquired besides the internal cultivation technique, the beast taming art. In cultivation, there were many categories: internal arts, mental disciplines, spells, and cultivation methods. Internal arts were mandatory, forming the foundation of cultivation and the source of all power. Chao Chang's Saint Sun beast taming art was an internal art. Mental disciplines were methods for cultivating the mind and spiritual energy. They were essential for cultivators in later stages to resist inner demons and mental attacks. Spells were the primary means for cultivators to engage in combat. Cultivation methods were supplementary techniques for specific paths of practice. If you were an alchemist, you needed methods for controlling fire and refining pills. If you were a swordsman, you needed methods for controlling and nurturing your sword. To accelerate cultivation, you could practice breathing methods to increase the intake, absorption, and conversion of spiritual energy. To temper the body, you could use methods that honed the flesh with spiritual energy. In short, various methods complemented each other. Internal arts were required mental disciplines were cultivated, later spells were practiced widely, and cultivation methods were elective. They formed a complete system. If this were the cultivation world, Chao Chang could choose what to cultivate from the sect's treasure pavilion. But now he only had the system. He could only cultivate whatever the system rewarded him with. He had no choice. Chao Chang continued streaming until around 5 in the afternoon. Most of the influencers and onlookers from the day had left before 11 in the morning. After lunch, only about a dozen remained. They gradually drifted away throughout the afternoon, leaving just one person by 5 o'clock. This person had been wandering the park all day and had ordered takeout twice. The moment Chao Chang ended his stream, this young man immediately rushed to the management office. Chao Chang looked at him with confusion. The look in the man's eyes was clearly off. It held a hint of excitement. Chao Chang shuddered. Could this guy be a fan of certain unsavory things? Bro, can I help you? Chao Chang asked with a frown. The man, in a rather Chinibu manner, saluted Chao Chang with a cupped fist. I am Song Xingjie. I wish to discuss a great undertaking with you, brother Chao. Chao Chang suddenly understood. Now that he was famous, there would inevitably be plenty of people trying to get something for nothing. This guy in front of him was probably one of them. He was likely from some organization or individual looking to collaborate and make a quick buck. This guy had some nerve to even bring it up. He called it big business, but he might as well just say making money. He was doing just fine on his own, making money at his own pace. There was no need to cooperate with just any random person. Sorry, I'm not interested, Chao Chang replied bluntly, without any hesitation, helping Wency pack up the live streaming equipment as he spoke. Seeing Chao Chang's indifferent attitude, Song Xingjie immediately switched to his backup plan, pulling an enforcement officer's badge from his pocket. Don't be so quick to refuse, Boss Chao. I'm from the Yunhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, he said. I need you to assist in investigating a major case. Chao Chang's attitude shifted with remarkable smoothness. But if you elaborate, I'm actually quite easy to interest. Assisting law enforcement in handling a case is the duty and responsibility of every citizen. Come, officer, please have a seat. That night around 9:30, at the Yunhai City Law Enforcement Bureau Command Center, Yunhai Law Enforcement Bureau Director Song Tieshan, dressed in his uniform, strode briskly towards the command room. His phone vibrated at this critical moment. He immediately took it out and glanced at it, his brow furrowing involuntarily. After a moment's thought, he stepped into the nearby stairwell to answer the call. His son Song Xingji's voice came through the line. "Dad, how are tonight's operations arranged? I've got an extraordinary person here. We can definitely help." Song Taizhan's eyes widened, and he hissed in a low voice, "Shut up. Who told you there was an operation tonight? Was it Luo who?" On the other end, Song Xingjie stammered, "No, you said at dinner yesterday you had business tonight and wouldn't be home, so I guessed." "Bullshit," Song Taizhan said in a deep voice. "I'm telling you, Song Xingjie, tonight's matter is of utmost importance. There are experts from the provincial task force in the command room. There can't be a single slip-up. Don't you dare cause me any trouble." Song Xingjie urged urgently, "Dad, trust me on this. I did hear about this from Uncle Luo. I know your difficulties. I swear we'll only help, not cause any trouble. Dad, I really know what I'm doing." Song Taizhan was getting impatient. "Enough. I have a meeting to go to." He hung up the phone and quickly walked into the command room. Inside the command room, over a dozen people were seated around the central long table. They were leaders from the municipal bureau and the provincial task force. Another dozen or so people stood around them. These were all personnel involved in the operation. At the head of the long table sat a middle-aged man with a square face, Lu Haiming, the leader of the task force. Team leader Lu pointed to the empty seat next to him and called out to Song Tieshan, "Director Song, have a seat." It was clear they were waiting for him. Song Taizhan strode over and sat down. Lu Haiming spoke first. "The Ant Hong case is a major case of high concern to the province. It involves one of the most dangerous, cunning, harmful, and arrogant human trafficking rings in the past 20 years. Based on our task force's interrogation and profiling analysis of some of the captured members, we deduced the criminal base of Ant Hong's gang. It's right here in Yunhai City." Listening to Lu Haiming, the Yunhai City Law Enforcement Bureau leaders, led by Song Tieshan, felt a bitter taste in their mouths. The law enforcement team was one that valued honor highly. Serving the law didn't mean they lacked a competitive spirit. Since the special task force arrived in Yunhai, aside from bringing orders from higher authorities and immense pressure, they had provided virtually no help. Their so-called interrogation and profiling analysis was in essence just interrogation. All conclusions reached so far were derived directly from interrogations. The prisoners were ones the Yunhai Bureau had worked hard to capture. But whenever Lu Haiming spoke, he would subtly attribute the credit to the task force. Lu Haiming continued. Yunhai City is surrounded by mountains to the east and north. The northern side in particular has continuous mountain ranges with difficult roads and numerous mountain villages that our surveillance cameras can't cover. According to our task force's analysis, Ant Hong's gang is hiding in these scattered mountain villages, and they possess dangerous weapons. However, their exact location is unknown. We only know that the Ant Hong gang is planning a major crime in the next couple of days. This is a golden opportunity to capture them all, one we can't afford to miss. Director Song, please brief us on the specifics. Song Taizhan took a deep breath and said, "Based on our days of tracking, surveillance, and interrogations, we have currently identified 3 suspects from the Ant Hong gang. They live in different places, but every 2 days they all check out of their lodgings simultaneously and go into the mountains for 1 or 2 days. Then they reappear. This pattern perfectly confirms the interrogation results that the Ant Hong gang is planning a major crime at their hideout. At 7 o'clock this evening they all checked out again. This is a perfect chance to follow them back to their hideout. We have invited the Armed Law Enforcement Department to join forces for a special operation tonight. We aim to wipe out the Ant Hong criminal gang in one fell swoop. Of course, there are still problems. These 3 suspects are far more alert than the average criminal. Tracking them into the mountains at night without being detected is extremely difficult. This is our biggest obstacle tonight, and the urgent problem we need to solve." After Song Taizhan finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Everyone was pondering how to solve this problem. Someone from the Armed Law Enforcement Department, unfamiliar with the details, asked Director Song, "Since these suspects have all been to the hideout, why not just arrest them and interrogate them?" Song Taizhan shook his head. "From interrogating people we've caught before, we know that Ant Hong's gang is extremely cunning and has more than one hideout. Every time they gather, it's at a different location. The specific location is sent in code in stages to the mobile phones of those involved in the conspiracy on the day of the meeting. They usually take 3 to 4 turns after entering the mountains. Sometimes they end up at the final node, sometimes at one of the intermediate nodes. It's very hard to pinpoint. If we tip them off, all our efforts will be in vain." A female expert who had just been transferred to the task force that day asked, "Can't we use drones?" Her name was Guan Shihui, and she hadn't even graduated from the Law Enforcement Academy yet. The task force had been down for a week. Since the operation was tonight, she had been hastily added to the team yesterday. The reason for that was obvious. Just from the question she asked, Song Taizhan could tell what kind of person she was. Luo, who the captain of the Municipal Bureau's 1st Brigade, glanced at Song Tieshan. Fearing that his old leader might snap at her, it was better for him to handle this potentially offensive task. Luo, who cleared his throat and said drones were the first option we ruled out among all our tracking methods. Even with non-light night vision cameras, the clarity can't be guaranteed. Their noise is very harsh in the mountains at night. If it's too close, it will be discovered. If it's too far, we can't track the suspect. Flight distance and duration are also issues. Most importantly, the tracking purpose is too obvious. Once discovered, the mission is essentially a failure. Guan Shihui frowned and said nothing more. Indeed, even if you were disguised and following closely behind a suspect, if you were discovered and walked quickly past them, they couldn't be sure you were following them. They could only suspect. But once they saw a drone following them, they would be 100% certain they were being tracked. The consequences were, of course, predictable. Lu Haiming felt a bit awkward. After all, Guan Shihui was part of his task force. He cleared his throat loudly to regain control of the meeting. Tonight's operation will be led by me. I hope Director Song and everyone here will coordinate their work and cooperate actively. Let's strive to take down this heinous criminal gang. Lu Haiming lightly pounded the table, but the atmosphere was still noticeably subdued. It was nearly 10 o'clock. The liaison officer responsible for contacting the surveillance team pushed the door open and reported to Song Tieshan, Director Song, the targets are out. All three simultaneously. With a single sentence, tension gripped everyone in the command room. Song Tieshan shot to his feet, leading the way as he strode quickly outside with all others swiftly following. Inside the command hall, several large screens displayed images. On the left were 10 street surveillance feeds, their angles constantly shifting. This was the Sky Eye system mobilized from traffic enforcement. On the right were 3 live feeds from operatives tailing the targets and vehicles. All these images were focused on 3 seemingly ordinary pedestrians. These 3 middle-aged men appeared no different from the usual passers-by around them. One even wore headphones, swaying his head, looking utterly relaxed. Yet one after another they hailed a taxi by the roadside. Under the watch of the Sky Eye system, all 3 taxis headed northward. Song Tieshan was about to step forward and issue orders when he suddenly remembered the expert team. He turned to Lu Haiming and said, "Team Leader Lu, we need to act now." Lu Haiming cast a dismissive glance at him, a look that screamed, "Do I need you to tell me that?" He then unhurriedly approached the command console. He pressed a communication device. "Attention, all members of Operation Domination. This is Lu Haiming. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd echelons proceed immediately to the northern mountain area and set up the net in advance. 4th echelon stand by along the route." Affirmative responses echoed through the communication device. Given the short time allotted for the arrest operation, the best plan devised by the expert team and the Yunhai City Bureau was to set up an ambush in the mountains ahead of time. Their earlier meeting had been an attempt to find a better solution. But time was unforgiving. They had no choice but to fall back on this plan. They couldn't deploy police directly into the mountain village, for a sudden influx of strangers would surely alert Aunt Hong's gang. Nor could they tail them on the mountain roads at night. It was far too easy to be exposed. So their only option was to confirm the suspect's probable route and set up a broad ambush in advance. Using human operatives as surveillance, they would track the suspect's movements in stages. Step by step, they would deduce their path, allowing those further ahead to pinpoint their location with greater precision. Though a crude method, it was the only one available at the moment. In an instant, a large number of operatives rushed into the northern mountain area ahead of the 3 suspects. They disguised themselves as migrant workers returning on motorized tricycles, jumping off along the way to scatter and hide on both sides of the road. Soon the taxis carrying the 3 suspects reached the area beyond the northern 3rd Ring Road. But then all 3 turned east, heading straight for the eastern mountain outside the eastern 3rd Ring Road. Frustration flared in the command center. Lu Haiming's face changed color, yet he quickly steadied himself. 5th and 6th echelons. The targets have shifted to eastern mountain. Move out immediately. They still had one last resort: apprehend the suspects mid-route and force them under duress to follow the text messages instructions and lead the way. Or they could seize their phones and crack the coded messages. But the chances of success for either were extremely slim. If they could think of this, the ever-cautious Aunt Hong's gang surely could too. Moreover, human traffickers were ruthless criminals facing near-certain execution if convicted, so they would fight to the death. Their families might also be under Aunt Hong's control, making them unlikely to betray the gang even if captured. This final resort was truly the worst of all options. After passing the eastern 3rd Ring Road, the 3 men got out of their taxis one by one. One after another, they picked up electric scooters from a parking area outside a factory gate by the roadside. This was the edge of the Sky Eye surveillance network. From here onward, heading east, only small paths remained with virtually no cameras. Beyond that, only a few scattered surveillance devices existed in the densely populated mountain village area, unlikely to capture any useful clues. Attention, all units, the targets have entered the mountains. Everyone snapped to attention. The three suspects' figures gradually vanished from the command hall screens, replaced by feeds from Operation Domination operatives equipped with real-time communication devices, mostly showing mountain roads shrouded in night, blurry and indistinct. Some operatives were already in position, others were still en route. Soon the first suspect was spotted by a hidden operative, then the second, then the third. More and more operatives in hiding captured the suspect's movements, relaying the information back to the command hall and onward to the operatives ahead. At last, sighs of relief echoed through the command hall. As long as the method worked, that was all that mattered. A great surge of hope welled up in their hearts. First, second, third, and fourth echelons withdraw. Begin encircling Eastern Mountain. Liu Haiming issued orders according to the established plan. All operatives swung into action with intense urgency. The three suspects traveled for over an hour. The time reached 1150 p.m. All three suspects entered a village simultaneously. And this village happened to have surveillance. Everyone perked up, some even brimming with excitement. Could it be right here in this village? Liu Haiming immediately ordered all units to arm themselves and stand by for a potential raid. The three suspects parked their electric scooters at a farmhouse courtyard. Everyone assumed this was the place. But who would have thought? The three men got off their scooters and walked out. They followed a small path for a short distance, then directly climbed up the mountain. And they scattered in three different directions like startled birds. Liu Haiming's face turned ashen. Guan Shihui asked in confusion, "What's going on? Have we been exposed?" Liu Haiming frowned in silence, his composure already shattered. But Song Taizhan exchanged a glance with Luo Hu and the others. He didn't believe the operation had been compromised. Every member of Operation Domination was an elite personally selected by Song Tieshan, and he had great confidence in them. It was simply that Ant Hong's gang was far too cunning to be this cautious. No wonder they had survived so long. It was already extremely difficult to monitor them on the small paths. Once they climbed into the mountains, visual contact would be completely lost. Since they chose to cross the mountains, they would surely stick to terrain they knew well. The operatives were unfamiliar with these mountain paths. Blindly following would be dangerous and risk exposure. Tracking their figures in the vast darkness of night was near impossible. Sure enough, Liu Haiming ordered a few nearby operatives to attempt pursuit. But the suspects' traces had already vanished. Time seemed to stand still. The entire command hall fell into a deathly silence. All eyes turned to Liu Haiming. His face was ashen, yet he still put on a facade of confidence. Turning to Song Tieshan, he said, "Director Song, I have an important call from the province. He'll go take it. He'll leave things to you. Continue the pursuit. We should still be able to make some headway." With that, he strode out. Rage surged through the Yunhai City Bureau personnel. Luo Hu in particular clenched his fists so hard they cracked. If not for the last shred of reason holding him back, he would have driven his fist into Liu Haiming's face. "What kind of pathetic expert are you? You jumped at the chance to command when there was glory to be had, desperate to claim the greatest credit. But the moment things went south, you immediately shifted the blame onto a scapegoat. And you have the audacity to claim that continuing the pursuit would yield results?" Everyone looked to Song Taizhan, but he remained calm. He walked steadily to the command console. "This is Song Taizhan. All units halt the pursuit." He couldn't let his men continue tracking. Once the suspects ran a certain distance and then crouched still in place, those continuing the chase would easily shift from covert to overt. Not only would the operation fail, but his operatives might also suffer casualties. He had long anticipated taking the blame today. Since the blame was inevitable anyway, there was no need to let his brothers make unnecessary sacrifices. Luo Hu was frantic. Liu Haiming had ordered the pursuit to continue, but Song Taizhan ordered it to stop. Wasn't this playing right into the enemy's hands? If the mission failed, Liu Haiming would simply pin everything on Song Taizhan for disobeying his instructions. But Song Taizhan raised a hand to stop him, his expression tinged with dejection. A higher rank truly crushed a lower one. Today he had tasted that bitter reality firsthand. The malice and lack of control inherent in it filled him with a profound sense of powerlessness. A pall of gloom seemed to settle over the entire command hall. Everyone's spirits were weighed down. They all awaited Song Taizhan's dispiriting order. Just then the seething Luo Hu felt his phone vibrate. He pulled it out and glanced at the message. Opening it, his eyes lit up. He turned to Song Taizhan and lowered his voice. "Director Song, it's Xingjia." Song Taizhan's brow furrowed deeply. Luo Hu was going too far. In a situation like this, he was still meddling with his own good-for-nothing son's antics. What about him? Xingjia says he's tailed the suspects. What about him? Xingjia says he's tailed the suspects. Song Taizhan was stunned by those words. What did you say you've caught up with? Luo Hu whispered the suspect. He's asking us for a channel saying he can provide footage. Snapping back from his shock, Song Taizhan said, give it to him. To figure out what his son was up to, he needed to contact him as soon as possible. Luo Hu quickly sent the encrypted channel to Song Xingjie, while secretly giving him a few words of advice. Soon several requests to stream surveillance footage were received on the encrypted channel. After approval, the images instantly appeared on the large screen. It was a high-angle view seemingly from a tree branch. The footage was unclear, clearly using a night vision lens without light. Fortunately, the distance was close enough to see the suspect below clearly. In the frame, the suspect crouched in the bushes, carefully observing his surroundings. Only when his phone lit up did he stand and quickly run in a certain direction. The footage immediately followed, flying boldly alongside the suspect. Occasionally, a strange cry of awe was heard, unmistakably a crow's call. Then 2 more feeds popped up. They were views of the other 2 suspects, also from a low altitude following perspective. Boom. The entire command hall erupted in excitement. No one shouted loudly, but the whole hall seemed to come alive again. Everyone clenched their fists in exhilaration. Even Song Taizhan's heart pounded wildly. How was this possible? The suspects occasionally stopped to check their phones, clearly looking for coded messages from Ant Hong's gang. This indicated they hadn't noticed they were being followed. But how could it be done at such close range? And not just 1 but 3 suspects were being tracked simultaneously. At this distance, forget a drone. Even a silent drone would cast a huge shadow visible to the suspect if they looked up. How is this possible? What exactly is being used to track them? Judging by the calls and the flapping noise, it must be crows. Crows. Indeed, the image quality is from a light-free monitor, probably strapped to a crow. This is unbelievable. But regardless of everyone's doubts, the images before them were real. It was undeniably a bird's-eye view. The crowd was both astounded and thrilled. They were amazed that someone could train a bird to track at night in the mountains. Even though crows are highly intelligent among birds, it would still require specialized training to perform such complex tasks. Distancing from the owner and tracking a suspect involve a sophisticated set of behavioral logic. It had to maintain the right distance, pause, and move appropriately without being detected, and keep the camera aimed at the suspect without losing the target. How could this be? Yet the images clearly showed this effect, leaving no room for disbelief. And what excited them was that if this was truly crow tracking, the success rate would skyrocket. Because birds are natural creatures, especially in the deep night woods. Even if the crow cawed loudly around the suspect would never suspect it was tracking him, let alone that this crow knew how to hide. It was a born scout. For a moment, everyone's gaze subtly turned to Song Tieshan, wondering when he had deployed such a secret weapon. Especially the expert team. Several of Lu Haiming's confidants had shifting expressions, silently cursing this damn Song Taizhan was a true old fox. He had kept an ace up his sleeve. Wasn't this clearly setting up their team leader? But the most shocked of all was Song Taizhan himself. Just before the meeting started, he had received a call from his son. His son had insisted he could help, but Song Taizhan hadn't believed him. Now his worthless son had become his only reliance. Tell the operatives to ensure their safety. Struggling to contain his excitement and shock, Song Taizhan instructed Luo Hu. Luo Hu smiled, nodded, and began sending messages to Song Xingjie via phone. Clearly, Song Xingjie was not in a position to speak. Time ticked by. The 3 suspects alternately traversed mountain paths and village trails, weaving back and forth. After about an hour, they finally reached the edge of a densely populated mountain village, where they paused to regroup. Then they headed together toward an abandoned livestock farm. The old factory buildings showed no light, but as the 3 approached the gate, someone opened it from inside. Inside, it was brightly lit. Finally found it. The entire command hall was ecstatic. Just then, Lu Haiming, who had gone to answer the phone, strode back in. He asked Song Taizhan cheerfully, "Director Song, how's the situation? The Yunhai City Bureau officers wanted to kill him. How could this old dog be so shameless in front of everyone? Answering a damn phone call." He had clearly slipped away to avoid responsibility when things looked bad. Now that things had turned around, the expert team tipped him off, and he came back to claim the credit. They had never seen such a shameless person. Song Taizhan also clenched his fists in anger. But there was no choice. The law enforcement team operated under quasi-military discipline. Higher orders were paramount. The situation has improved. Our people have locked onto the target gang. I've ordered everyone to encircle this mountain village. Song Taizhan took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and said. Lu Haiming's eyes lit up. Excellent. As he spoke, he looked at the big screen and casually walked to the command podium, silently taking back control. Song Taizhan turned to tell Luo Hu to inform Song Xingjie to stop acting, as he had already done enough. Tracking the suspects to their main base was a monumental achievement. It was a feat that neither the Yunhai City Bureau nor the provincial expert team could accomplish. 3 crows had done it. But before he could speak, The 3 crows were still in action. One flew high surveying the terrain, while 2 landed on the rooftop. The windows and broken parts of the old factory were covered with black cloth, likely to prevent light from leaking out. The 2 crows used their agile beaks to peck at the cloth, creating small holes, and blocked the gaps with their bodies to prevent light from escaping. The light-free monitors were aimed inside the factory. Both feeds captured the interior scene. Inside it was brightly lit with many people eating and drinking, giving off a corporate team-building vibe. With the light, everyone's positions and faces were clearly visible. The top wanted criminal Aunt Hong was seated at the table. She sat on a man's lap, holding a wine glass, her middle-aged body twisting unhealthily. On a platform near Aunt Hong's table, dozens of firearms were neatly arranged, rifles and pistols, over 30 in total. The 3 suspects who had just entered were handing over their weapons, placing them on the platform. Then they joined the revelry. Some men and women were even making out in the corners of the factory, a scene too obscene to behold. The entire command hall erupted in noise. Initially, they had expected a fierce battle, unsure of the situation inside. They would have been satisfied to capture Aunt Hong's gang with minimal casualties. They never expected these 2 crows to provide a live broadcast. How was this any different from an open book exam for them? Lu Hyaming was overjoyed. All members of Operation Dominate, hear my command. The target's lair is clearly visible. All units accelerate the assault. But Song Taizhan's expression changed slightly. Lu Hyaming was far too reckless and greedy for glory. He lacked command experience. Song Taizhan warned team leader Lu. Aunt Hong's gang is cautious. They might have lookouts. We should first scout for lookouts while relaying the interior situation to all squad leaders to formulate a temporary assault plan. Song Taizhan spoke, urgently concerned for his men's safety and the mission's success. They had to catch everyone without exception. Because Aunt Hong's gang was vicious, any slip-up in the operation could cause them to scatter in all directions. If they escaped with dangerous weapons, the entire village would become their hostages. But to the expert team, these words sounded grating. Lu Hyaming was especially displeased. Who did you think you were to teach me? How dare you question my command? What do you know? Guan Shihui then said insidiously, Director Song, surely you understand the principle of speed in warfare. You're overestimating Aunt Hong's crew. By the time you finish scouting for lookouts, it'll be too late. This isn't caution or experience, it's indecisiveness. Before she could finish, an operator shouted loudly, Director Song. Bad news. There are lookouts. This shout immediately gripped everyone's hearts tightly. On the roof of a small house 300 meters away from the factory stood a person holding something resembling a tablet. He glanced into the distance and hurriedly pulled out his phone to make a call. This is bad, exclaimed Song Taizhan and the others in shock. This is definitely a lookout for Aunt Hong's gang. This person is hiding on the roof. It shouldn't have been difficult to spot him if the crow had just patrolled. But now he had discovered the raiding team ahead of time. Guan Zihui's face turned red in embarrassment as she was about to blame Song Taizhan. There really is a lookout. This slap in the face came a bit too quickly. Lu Hyaming was even more shocked. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The raiding team needs to speed up. But everyone felt a sinking sensation. No matter how fast they were, the raiding team could not fly over. As long as the other party alerts them, the enemy would have enough time to react and prepare their weapons and ammunition. Even if they could wipe them out, it would surely be a bloody battle. At that moment, the crow carrying the surveillance device suddenly dove down, heading straight for the lookout, who had taken out his phone. It flew extremely fast, reaching him in the blink of an eye. The scene quickly collided with the lookout's hand, and a cry of pain was heard from him. The crow had already flown back up again, focusing on the lookout. The lookout was clutching his wrist, and the phone had been knocked away. The lookout couldn't think about why a crow would attack him. He jumped directly off the roof. The small house was only about 3 meters high. The lookout did not stop upon landing and dashed towards the factory, shouting loudly, "There is a..." He didn't finish his sentence. A black figure suddenly jumped out from the bushes beside him. A stick swung towards his face. Bang! The lookout's body and scream stopped abruptly. His upper body remained still as his lower body flew forward. Then with a thud, he fell to the ground without a sound. It's Song Xingjie. Luo, who excitedly grabbed Song Taizhan. Of course, Song Taizhan recognized him. The one with the stick was his own son, Song Xingjie. Song Xingjie knocked the lookout down with a single strike and quickly crouched down. Song Taizhan was shocked. He never expected Song Xingjie to be so close at the scene. He forcefully shoved Lu Hyaming aside. I am Song Taizhan. Everyone pay attention, the lookout has been dealt with. There are our people at the 7 o'clock direction of the factory. Be careful to identify. Everyone directly storm the factory. The 11 o'clock direction behind the main entrance is a firepower concentration point. Prioritize control. Anyone resisting will be shot on the spot. Aunt Hong should try to leave some alive. At this moment, the scene in the command hall showed that the factory was still bustling. Obviously, Song Xingjie had successfully intercepted the lookout's warning. Under Song Taizhan's clear command, the members of the raid had already swiftly approached the factory. A squad leader bumped into Song Xingjie, who he recognized. But there was no time to take him away to safety, so he left a team member to protect him. The others quickly rushed forward. These people were all elites among elites. 70 to 80 individuals approached, collectively armed and full of killing intent. Strangely, they made very little noise and had already reached the factory's main door. At this moment, the people inside finally noticed someone approaching on the surveillance. But it was too late. The factory's main door was heavily blasted open, creating a large hole. Immediately after, 3 flashbangs flew in. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 loud explosions and flashes, a large number of armed enforcers broke through the door. The people inside had already been stunned by the flashbangs. A few squinted their eyes and struggled to stand up, stumbling towards where the shots were coming from, only to be shot dead on the spot by several raiding team members. The raiding team charged into the factory, smashing the butts of their guns against the back of people's heads, causing chaos. They had no handcuffs left, directly using zip ties, binding everyone like live pigs on the floor. Report to headquarters. Ant Hong's criminal gang has been completely controlled. As the exciting report sounded, the entire command hall erupted in cheers. Song Taizhan also let out a sigh of relief. Well done. At that moment, Song Xingjie's voice came through the channel. Report, sir. Special operation personnel of the raid code, named Jiebao, reporting to you. This was the voice of Song Xingjie using the radio of the team member who was protecting him. Song Taizhan immediately felt a pang in his heart. Jiebao? This nickname was Song Xingjie's childhood name, one he had given him. However, he had forgotten since when he had stopped calling him that name. Amidst his emotions, Song Taizhan also felt an immense pride. Song Xingjie was very clever. The raid was a secret operation, and if the expert team knew that an extraneous person participated without permission, both Song Xingjie and Luo, who had leaked the information, would face great trouble. But Song Xingjie, in front of everyone's eyes in the command hall, declared himself as special operation personnel. This meant he was already prearranged by Song Taizhan. This was a legitimate way to collude with himself so that he could unify the narrative. Thus, the expert team would never be able to find any evidence. Song Taizhan took a deep breath and said seriously, Jiebao? Well done. Some old subordinates who knew about Song Taizhan's family affairs showed knowing smiles. Especially Luo, who nodded heavily with his lips pressed. Yes. Well done. Too well done. The 3 crows had been exceptional throughout. With a single blow, he knocked out the lookout, self-revealing his identity to eliminate suspicion. Brave and wise. In this battle, besides the 3 crows, the credit belonged solely to Song Xingjie. Unfortunately, he was not in the enforcement system, so he could not receive any credit for his achievements, and naturally the merit would fall to his father's head instead. Special operation personnel, this was a contribution that even the expert team could not take away. And these 3 crows. Soon Song Xingjie was escorted back. By the time Song Taizhan finished dealing with all the aftermath, it was already past 3 in the morning. Inside the enforcement bureau, Song Taizhan and several trusted subordinates arrived at the director's office. Inside the office, Song Xingjie was sitting comfortably in his father's director's chair, sipping coffee. From time to time, he would touch this and that. Upon seeing his father enter with several subordinates, he immediately stood up, causing coffee to spill all over the table. However, this time Song Taizhan did not scold him, but instead looked at him deeply. Luo, who on the other hand generously praised him, laughingly giving Song Xingjie a thumbs up. Good kid. You really brought honor to the men. Song Taizhan shot him a glare. They had succeeded today, which was indeed a matter of pride. But what if things had gone wrong? Most importantly, he only had this one son. Ant Hong's gang was made up of desperate criminals. If Song Xingjie had truly been caught by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking back, Song Taizhan felt apprehensive. Why did you come back by yourself? What about the crows, eh? Song Taizhan asked Song Xingjie. Song Xingjie pointed to the north. They flew back to the zoo. Zoo? Song Taizhan asked in confusion. Yes, Dad, I discovered a remarkable person. His name is Chao Chung, the owner of the Qinggan Zoo on the North 3rd Ring Road. His parents died, and he just took over the zoo, which hasn't reopened yet. This kid is amazing. He can train animals. He can train birds to be as obedient as humans. These crows today are all his birds. As Song Xingjie spoke of Chao Chung, his eyes sparkled. Song Taizhan frowned and interrupted him. Wait. Did you just say that these birds flew back to the zoo? Are you saying that Chao Chung was at the zoo the entire time and did not come out during today's operation? Song Xingjie nodded. Indeed. Song Taizhan and Luo, who exchanged bewildered glances, their minds overwhelmed with shock beyond words. The ability to command birds to conduct near-flawless precise tracking and reconnaissance was already astonishing enough. Yet these very crows had the intelligence to peck through the black cloth. They used their bodies to block the escaping light, simultaneously broadcasting the factory's interior in real time. At critical moments, they even attacked the lookout and knocked the phone from his hand. This could no longer be described as mere wonder. It was nothing short of earth-shattering. And now Song Xingjie was telling them that this master of bird taming hadn't even left his home. A man dozens of miles away, and 3 crows had accomplished such a feat. It bordered on the realm of fairy tales. Of course, aside from the lightless surveillance camera, the crows also carried a small radio. This extraordinary individual gave instructions through verbal commands. Song Xingjie seemed to sense how utterly unbelievable it all sounded, so he added an explanation. Yet this clarification did little to temper the awe. Even with verbal commands, pulling off such a maneuver was still excessively formidable. Could it be that this person simply wants to avoid trouble? Luo, who speculated. After all, being present on site to give close-range commands would undoubtedly yield better results than directing from such a distance. But Xiao Cheng hadn't come out suggesting he might wish to steer clear of complications. Song Taizhan and the others understood this perfectly well. This was after all a human trafficking ring. If any of their accomplices remained at large and learned that a mysterious benefactor had assisted the authorities, that benefactor could very well face retaliation. Song Taizhan fixed Luo Hu and the others with a meaningful gaze. When one encounters a master, how can one let the opportunity slip by? Shouldn't we pay a visit? Luo Hu and the others naturally grasped Song Taizhan's intent. A prodigy such as this was an absolute trump card for any law enforcement agency. They had to pay close attention, or rather offer protection. Who knew when a major case might arise where they would need to seek his assistance again? A visit is indeed in order, Luo Hu declared. Song Taizhan nodded. I won't be able to leave for at least 2 days with all the wrap-up work for Operation Domination. Tomorrow you'll go in my stead. See if he's willing to accept a public commendation. If not, there should still be a monetary reward. Upon hearing the word reward, Song Xingjie's eyes lit up as he patted his own chest. And what about me? The rare thaw in Song Taizhan's cold expression appeared. He let out a good-natured scolding laugh. Don't. Look at you, so impatient. You won't be left out. He instinctively wanted to utter the phrase no ambition, but then he suddenly realized that those words no longer suited his son. If Song Xingjie had participated in this operation solely for the reward, then his actions, trekking over mountains in the dead of night following crows to ambush a spot mere hundreds of meters from the factory, and delivering the decisive blow at the critical moment, could never have been achieved without extraordinary courage, physical stamina, and a heart strong enough to withstand immense pressure. He was trying to prove to his father that he was not a worthless child. That phrase his father so often used. Should be retired for good. Thank you, sir. Song Xingjie gave a sloppy salute. The mop-up operation dragged on through the entire night. All suspects were transported back to the city for an overnight interrogation, yielding tremendous results. Key criminals, including Ant Hong, were all apprehended. Song Taizhan employed a simple tactic: only one will be spared the death penalty. First confess, first served. This caused them to betray each other, revealing over a dozen hideouts and dozens of fugitives who had previously slipped through the net. Several of those locations held over a dozen abducted children. The case was of monumental proportions. The chaos only began to settle as dawn approached. At 6:30 in the morning, Song Taizhan adjusted his uniform. A police car was already waiting downstairs. A high-ranking official from the provincial law enforcement department had summoned him for a personal briefing. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Haiming from the expert team intercepted him. Director Song. Haha, where are you off to? Lu Haiming feigned an excellent mood, patting Song Taizhan warmly on the shoulder. Briefing, Song Taizhan replied succinctly. Lu Haiming laughed heartily. Today we cracked a massive case, and we still need to contact the families of the abducted children. This is wonderful news. The Yunhai City Bureau simply cannot function without you for even a moment. Our expert team was specifically dispatched for this very matter. How could we let you handle such a task? It's my job after all. Let me handle the briefing. You stay at the bureau and enjoy today's spotlight and the gratitude of the families. He had to stop Song Taizhan. The briefing required all records of the operation, including the footage from the command center. His performance in the command center, especially his earlier attempts to shift blame, could not be seen by his superiors. And his critical mistake at the end was even worse. If his superiors found out, not even his powerful backer could protect him. So he had to take over this task, edit the command center footage, and keep only the parts that made him look good. That was the only way he could successfully claim the credit. No need. Everything at the bureau is arranged, and all records of this case have already been submitted. The leadership called me personally and asked me to report in person, Song Taizhan stated. Lu Haiming was stunned. Submitted. To whom? If Song Taizhan had handed the records to his own backer, that would be one thing. But his backer had just called him insisting he take possession of all the materials. So who had Song Taizhan given them to? Director Lu. Song Taizhan said flatly, put on his cap, and strode out with his head held high. Lu Haiming's pupils constricted, his very soul seemed to shatter. His backer and Director Lu were not of the same faction. In fact, they were rivals. If Director Lu learned of his performance in the command center, not even the Jade Emperor could save him. Lu Haiming's breathing grew ragged, his eyes turning bloodshot. He opened his mouth to curse Song Taizhan for acting presumptuously and showing no respect for him as the head of the expert team, only to find that Song Taizhan had already vanished. Meanwhile, in an old multi-story residential complex in Yunhai City, at the home of Chao Cheng's uncle Chao Delu, the already cramped living room was now packed with members of the Chao family. Chao Cheng's eldest uncle, eldest aunt, and third uncle, the three senior households, were all seated on the sofa. The rest were Chao Cheng's cousins, the younger generation of the family. Uncle, it's so early. You called us all here for a meeting before we're even awake, a younger cousin complained with a yawn. Chao Delu finished smoking a cigarette in silence before speaking. There's something I haven't told you yet. Since everyone's here today, let's all think of a solution. It's about your second uncle's son, Chao Cheng. He inherited a zoo. He's drowning in debt and plans to sell it. We kindly found a buyer for him. The price is a bit low, but once the deal goes through, the buyer plans to give us a commission of 900. But Chao Cheng refuses to sell. Chao Delu was at his wit's end. His eldest sister had gotten the news first. They had discussed it with their third brother and kept it from everyone. But after being rebuffed by Chao Cheng, they realized his stance was firm. They knew it was useless to try and persuade him, so they didn't bother. Yet after 2 days, they still couldn't devise a good plan. So they had called everyone together to brainstorm and see if the younger generation had any ideas. Upon hearing this, the younger generation erupted. What do you mean he refuses to sell? A younger cousin demanded, eyes wide. Exactly. And wasn't this zoo left by our grandfather? Don't we get a share? Yeah, why should he be the only one selling it? Legally, he inherited it alone, but it doesn't sit right morally. I don't care whatever he sells it for, I want my share. Seeing the rising agitation, the third uncle raised his hand. We can talk about that after it's sold. The problem now is that he won't sell. Do any of you have any ideas? As soon as he finished speaking, one of Chao Cheng's older cousins, Chao Hong, spoke with a veiled tone. Won't sell? Then he won't be able to sell it for a single cent. Another younger cousin chimed in with a laugh. Yes, and Sister Hong's new boyfriend from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. As she said this, Chao Hong's expression carried a hint of smugness. Really? The eldest uncle and third uncle were overjoyed, turning to look at Chao Hong. Chao Hong gave a light laugh. He's just a section chief. She reveled in the feeling of all the elders being helpless and having to rely on her. Speaking casually, she pulled out her phone. They'll make a call. This is simple. Around 7 in the morning, Chao Cheng was awakened by the aroma of food. Though he had stayed up late the night before, he now required little sleep. Cultivation rapidly restored his energy. Rising, he entered the central hall to find Tao Tao seated at the table, her little legs swinging gently back and forth. Seeing him emerge, she broke into a sweet smile. Good morning, Uncle Chao. Good morning, Tao Tao. Chao Cheng replied with a smile. 2 light dishes were already set on the table. Luo Jin emerged from the remodeled kitchen carrying a pitcher of soy milk. Despite the early hour, she wasn't in her pajamas. Instead, she wore yoga pants and a fitted short-sleeve top, perfectly accentuating her flawless figure. She smiled. Awake. I fried some bread slices and made soy milk. Just make do with this. Chao Cheng gave a wry smile. You cooked 2 dishes this early, and you call this making do? He spoke as he sat down. Luo Jin pursed her lips in a smile and went back to the kitchen for utensils. When she came out, she keenly noticed Chao Cheng's gaze following her every movement. A flush crept across Luo Jin's face. It wasn't the shy blush of a young girl, but rather a flush born of a certain inner shame. The outfit she wore was the result of a full 20 minutes of agonizing deliberation that morning. She knew she would be having breakfast with Chao Cheng. She had pondered what to wear. If she wore pajamas, whether the silk ones or the ones with strawberry dots, they would seem immodest. Might make Chao Cheng think she was too forward, not a proper woman. But if she wore her usual clothes, living on the same floor, dressing fully from the moment she woke up with no trace of morning ease, would make it seem like she was being overly guarded against him, as if he were some lecher. It would increase the distance between them. In short, she feared Chao Cheng would think too much, yet also feared he wouldn't think enough. The tangled emotions were beyond her own comprehension. After much deliberation, Luo Jin chose her current outfit. It was neither revealing nor overly cautious. She felt a pang of shame at having expended such trivial effort just for a breakfast with Chao Cheng. Luo Jin, what exactly are you hoping to achieve with all this scheming? As Chao Cheng ate, he looked at Luo Jin with a puzzled expression. Now a cultivator, he was highly sensitive to qi. He sensed that as Luo Jin sat down to eat, her qi was slightly disturbed, a little rushed. Chao Cheng stared at her with even greater curiosity. Give me your hand, he said, reaching out directly to Luo Jin. Huh? Luo Jin was startled, instinctively glancing nervously at her daughter. Let me take your pulse. Chao Cheng, of course, knew nothing of traditional Chinese medicine. But Xianling medical arts required spiritual energy to enter the body to find the source of illness. He could only disguise it as pulse diagnosis. Though puzzled, Luo Jin extended her slender, elegant hand. Chao Cheng placed his fingers on her wrist. Lower back pain, he asked. Luo Jin's eyes widened in surprise, and she nodded emphatically. Especially around your period, sore and bloated. Sometimes a sharp pain in your tailbone. Chao Cheng inquired without even looking up. Luo Jin grew even more astonished. Could Chao Cheng really know Chinese medicine? Yes. Chao Cheng nodded and withdrew his hand. Postpartum issues. You need treatment now, or it will only get worse. Once your back is completely ruined, even standing will be a problem. Luo Jin quickly asked, You know what it is? I've tried treatment before, but nothing worked. Luo Jin's ailment had indeed appeared after childbirth. With little money, she couldn't afford good doctors. But the back pain affected her ability to work and earn, so she had gritted her teeth and seen both Chinese and Western doctors. Useless. No medicine helped. Chao Cheng had never had anything to do with her before. Yet with a single touch to her pulse, he knew everything. This was no ordinary medical skill. Can't be cured. That's impossible. This isn't a difficult problem at all, Chao Cheng said, feigning confusion. Inwardly, he mused that the meridians in her lower back were severely damaged. Western medicine didn't even know what meridians were, so how could it possibly help? Chinese medicine did have the concept of qi stagnation and blood stasis, and the right herbs could indeed cure it. But in this era of declining Chinese medicine, where could one find a truly skilled practitioner? And without money, finding one was even more impossible. Luo Jin immediately said, Really, I've taken many Chinese and Western medicines, used countless patches, nothing worked. Chao Cheng smiled. Why take medicine? A few sessions of massage therapy will do the trick. If you trust me, I'll treat you tonight. Luo Jin was overjoyed. Really? Thank you so much. Of course I trust you. Tao Dao, sitting nearby, was also delighted. Uncle Chao, please help Mom. She's been in pain for so long. Chao Cheng laughed. All right. Just then the cockatiel landed on the windowsill. Guest approaching. Guest approaching. Chao Cheng told the two to continue eating. He went to the zoo entrance and saw Song Xingjie and an unfamiliar middle-aged man outside. Chao Cheng opened the gate for them. He greeted Song Xingjie with a smile. Officer Song, good morning. Song Xingjie's eye twitched violently. He realized he had forgotten a crucial detail. He hadn't told Luo Hu about pretending to be an enforcement officer, only saying he was Chao Cheng's friend. Sure enough, Luo Hu, walking behind Song Xingjie, was taken aback. Officer Song. Chao Cheng was also confused. Before the truth could come out, Song Xingjie took the initiative. Oh well. Brother Chao. Yesterday's operation was a complete success. We helped the city solve a major case. But I need to confess a mistake to you. I'm not actually an enforcement officer. I lied to you yesterday. Song Xingjie rubbed his hands awkwardly. Chao Cheng was stunned. If Song Xingjie hadn't flashed his badge yesterday, Chao Cheng would have kicked him out. That guy had used both carrot and stick. He asked Chao Cheng to assist in the investigation, then told a heart-wrenching story about a despicable human trafficker and a poor kidnapped little girl. He spoke with tears and emotion. And he also managed to swindle a dinner out of Chao Cheng. For dishes, take out braised chicken, stir-fried, kidney, pickled fish, and cabbage with tofu. It cost a total of 5 yuan, though Chao Cheng didn't hold a grudge. Deception always stings. Chao Cheng wanted to gently scold him. You mother. Song Xingjie gently covered Chao Cheng's flowery language. Brother Chao, wait. Even though I lied, the matter was real. This is Captain Luo Hu of the Yunhai City Enforcement Bureau's 1st Brigade, Uncle Luo Hu. He's my father's right-hand man. Chao Cheng was surprised. Your father's man. Your father is Moyi. But he also looked at Luo Hu. Luo Hu indeed exuded a kind of killing intent. He was not just a leader in the enforcement ranks, but had likely served in the military. Chao Cheng gave Song Xingjie a sour look. Your father is... Song Xingjie leaned in and whispered, Director of the Yunhai City Enforcement Bureau. Chao Cheng sniffed in exasperation. Can't you just spit it all out in one go next time? You've got my attitude all over the place, making me look like a snob. Please, young master, come in. Song Xingjie grinned and clasped his hands apologetically. Sorry. Won't happen again, huh? Chao Cheng had actually guessed that Song Xingjie was no ordinary person. Yesterday, he had sent Huan with over a dozen crows. He had used the borrowed sight technique to see through Haichuan's eyes. From tailing the suspect to finding the factory, even ambushing the lookouts, it was all at Chao Cheng's direction. It was indeed a human trafficker's den. Later, when a large number of armed enforcers stormed the factory, Chao Cheng witnessed the entire arrest operation. He even saw Song Xingjie being protected. Though he wasn't on the comms channel, he had personally witnessed, or rather assisted the police in rounding up a criminal gang. Song Xingjie had lied yesterday to get his help. Today there was no need for lies. Luo, who watched the two young men, finding them quite amusing. He burst into laughter and followed them in. Inside the zoo, Song Xingjie vividly recounted the real events of the previous day to Chao Cheng. Luo, who observed Chao Cheng the whole time. He felt this young man wasn't the type to fear death. He hadn't joined the mission simply because he found it troublesome. He believed he could handle it from the zoo. A man of great skill and boldness. As for accepting a public commendation, to Luo Hu's surprise, Chao Cheng flatly refused. If the commendation meant revealing the details of how he used crows to assist the police, it might help his live stream, and he could consider it. But he also had to weigh the risks. However, the police didn't plan to disclose the details of his crow control. So there was no benefit, only risk. As they chatted in the main hall on the first floor, the cockatiel flew back in. Guest approaching. Guest approaching. Chao Cheng said, "Excuse me." He quickly walked to the zoo entrance again. Luo Hu and Song Xingjie naturally followed. Seeing a car parked outside, Chao Cheng was puzzled. It was a commerce enforcement vehicle. What were they doing here? But then he spotted a private car at the edge of the parking lot. He immediately understood and sneered coldly. Wasn't that his dear uncle's beat-up old car? What are you standing there for? Open the door. A young man who had just alighted from a car shouted at Chao Cheng with extreme impatience. Behind him, two more youths got out of the vehicle. They were all wearing the uniforms of the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Seeing his uncle's car, Chao Cheng roughly guessed these people were here to cause trouble. As far as he knew, his paperwork was in order. Coming. Chao Cheng walked into the ticket hall and opened the turnstile. The three thugs immediately swaggered in. "We called for so long, and you still didn't open the door. Doing it on purpose, are you? Trying to resist law enforcement?" The leading youth had a slight whiteness at the corner of his eyes, as if he hadn't wiped away his sleep crust. He stared coldly at Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng said calmly, "And you gentlemen are? Can't you see? Industry and Commerce." A lackey behind the white-eyed man barked rudely. Chao Cheng smiled knowingly. "Also, you're public servants. What can I do for you?" The three of them were fuming with anger. Who was he implying? Every businessman they met groveled and kowtowed to them like mice seeing a cat. How dare he say something like that? Today I'll show you who the servant is. Let's talk. Is your zoo's documentation all in order? White Eye said fiercely. Chao Cheng feigned confusion. "Chief, my zoo hasn't even opened yet. Do you still need to inspect it?" White Eyes glared. "When I tell you to get it, you get it. Why all the nonsense? Whether it's open or not, you're still occupying land for business. With a place this big, you're just sitting on the pot, but not shitting. Inspecting your documents is only right and proper. Don't want to get them, or don't dare to." Chao Cheng laughed in anger and nodded. With a wave of his hand, the Xianfeng bird flew to the second floor of the administration building and quickly returned. It held a large plastic file folder in its beak. Chao Cheng opened it. Inside were all the necessary documents: business license, land use procedures, a permit for breeding second-class protected animals, everything. Chao Cheng handed the documents to White Eyes. White Eyes snatched them away roughly. Flipping through them, he frowned. "Don't you know these documents are expired? Your permits and license are all expired." Chao Cheng said, "No, they aren't. The dates are clearly written. Maybe you should take another look." Before Chao Cheng could finish, Luo, who had already strode over from the side. He grabbed the permits and examined them. The dates were, of course, perfectly clear. Luo, who could see at a glance that they had not expired and were completely legal and compliant. White Eye, startled by someone snatching his things, was intimidated by Luo, who. He recovered after a moment and shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Trying to assault a law enforcement officer?" Luo, who looked at him with a cold sneer. However, he didn't cause a scene on the spot. Instead, he handed the documents back. Nothing, just curious. White Eyes, who didn't know Luo, who snatched the documents back and said coldly, "I said they're expired, so they're expired. What do you know? You don't know jack. Confusing expired licenses, huh? Confiscated." As he spoke, he tossed the documents into the arms of a lackey. The lackey quickly caught them and looked at Chao Cheng with a triumphant air. They reveled in this feeling. What did legality matter? I am the law. Even if you have no problems at all, if I say you have a problem, then you have a problem. Want your license back? That depends on whether you understand how things work. Without at least 80 to 100,000, you'll never get it back. This wasn't their first time, they were seasoned pros. I'm giving you 3 days to pay a fine of 200,000. If you can't pay, you'll face the consequences. White Eyes finished coldly and turned to leave with his two lackeys. As they got into their car, Luo Hu stared in their direction and said to Chao Cheng, Director Chao, there are black sheep everywhere. I hope you won't lose faith in the enforcement departments because of this. Is the surveillance camera at your entrance working? Luo Hu looked up at the camera. Chao Cheng smiled, of course it is. Not just now. Yesterday when those anti-fraud activists came I had all the cameras in the park turned on. The only reason I let those three in today and cooperated was because Luo Hu and Song Xingjie were here. If they hadn't been, those three wastes would have had a taste of a flock of crows attacking their faces. Make a copy and send it to me later. I need to go deal with something first. Once I'm done, I'll make sure you get an explanation for this. With that, Luo Hu strode out. If he had confronted them on the spot, he would have interrupted their illegal act of confiscating the documents. After all, they hadn't taken the documents away yet, they were still on the zoo grounds. If they just returned them to Chao Cheng, it would be hard to nail them. But letting them take the unexpired documents back to the bureau would constitute a complete illegal act. Their downfall would be absolute. Watching Luo Hu leave, Song Xingjie put his hands in his pockets. Hey, those guys are in for it. Don't worry, before tomorrow afternoon, he'll bring your documents back intact. Chao Cheng sighed. It really helped to have connections. Thanks. After copying the surveillance footage, Chao Cheng started his live stream. Song Xingjie stayed until noon, and they had lunch together. They were of similar age and had no generation gap, finding they could talk endlessly. With a few glasses of liquor in them, they became almost completely open with each other. Drunk, Song Xingjie tearfully poured his heart out to Chao Cheng. As the son of the Yunhai City Law Enforcement Bureau director, having no business of his own had become a joke in the circle of wealthy science. Others did business, drove luxury cars, dated beautiful women, and frequented high-end clubs. He, on the other hand, faced setbacks everywhere because of his father's prejudice and had achieved nothing. He didn't aspire to such an extravagant life, but he had a basic need for vanity. It might sound a bit pretentious, perhaps not even a real worry for many people. But only those in his original family and living environment could truly understand those feelings. That's why he was immensely grateful to Chao Cheng. Because Chao Cheng had helped him get a long-awaited revenge against his father. Regardless of whether his father would continue to suppress his career, at least he could now stand tall before him and hold his head high. When it came to parents, Chao Cheng's mood was low. Song Xingjie deeply sympathized with Chao Cheng, who had lost both parents and was saddled with a bunch of heartless, terrible relatives. In this world, he had no close family left. He had inherited a dilapidated zoo along with tens of millions in debt, fighting alone with no one to help him. Compared to Chao Cheng's pressure, Song Xingjie felt his own troubles were suddenly much more manageable. At the same time, in a private room of a restaurant in Yunhai South City, the Chao family was hosting a banquet for the three white-eyed men. Xiao Song is really capable. He confiscated them just like that. That's why they say a man without power is nothing. Our Xiao Hong is so lucky to have found a boyfriend like you. Come, let me your third uncle toast you. Third Uncle Chao said cheerfully, raising his glass and showering white eyes with flattery. Even Xiao Hong shot him an annoyed glare. She thought, what the hell is wrong with you? As an elder, even if you want to flatter him, you shouldn't toast a younger person. And I'm already in a weaker position in this relationship. If you're not going to elevate my standing, fine, but don't boost him at my expense. Do you think him too comfortable? White Eyes chuckled. Third Uncle flatters me. It was a trivial matter. He raised his glass and took a small sip. Third Uncle added, I'll finish mine, you take your time, and downed his drink. White Eyes sneered inwardly, casting a contemptuous glance at him. It would be a miracle if a brainless fool like that ever amounted to anything. The eldest uncle also picked up the documents and sighed. Oh, it's really nothing for you. Now that his stuff is confiscated, let's see if he gets anxious. He can't sell it now. In a couple of days, when he's desperate, well, call Bosslin back. Forget 1 million, huh? Even at 500,000, he'll have to sell. After the eldest uncle spoke, the Chao family members each began calculating in their minds. If it sold for 500,000, how would they divide the extra 500,000? And could they find a way to squeeze some more out of the 500,000 Chao Cheng had? Come on, let's all have a toast. Hey, race to Xiao Song's career advancement, and to him and Xiao Hong getting better and better. The eldest aunt said, raising her glass with a smile. Everyone else raised their drinks as well. Laughter and cheerful voices filled the private room. Just then, bang, the door to the private room was shoved open heavily. A group of capped law enforcement officers rushed in, led by none other than Luo Hu. Hey, you lot. The Chao family was greatly alarmed. Just as they were about to question, they saw that everyone was dressed in law enforcement uniforms. The three men with the white-rimmed eyes were stunned on the spot, because they saw Luo Hu. In the morning at the zoo, Luo Hu had been wearing plain clothes. Now Luo Hu was clad in a tiger-striped uniform. You are. The man with white-rimmed eyes paled in shock. What, don't recognize me in a different set of clothes? Luo Hu sneered. Arrest them. At his command, several men immediately pressed the three with white-rimmed eyes onto the table and roughly handcuffed them. The man with white-rimmed eyes was terrified. Yet he mustered his courage and shouted, "Let me go." On. On what grounds are you arresting me? Luo, who scoffed, on what grounds? Abuse of power, extortion, and blackmail. The evidence is solid. You have the nerve to ask on what grounds. Hearing this, the man's face turned deathly pale. Indeed, Luo, who had been right there when he extorted 200 from Chao Cheng. This was the end. He instantly cowered, panting rapidly, and crying out, Sir, our leader has a good relationship with your deputy director. I beg you for the sake of those above, let's not make trouble for each other. Luo, who barked coldly, If it weren't for your leader, I wouldn't have had to come personally today. The man with white-rimmed eyes naturally didn't know who Luo was. Catching scum like this usually didn't require his presence. Luo, who had come personally today precisely because this man's leader had a decent relationship with their deputy director. But in truth, their deputy director had always relied on some connections in the provincial capital. He was somewhat at odds with Song Taizhan. Luo, who saw this as the perfect opportunity to legitimately arrest the man. After interrogation, if he could follow the trail to find leverage against the man's leader, or even the deputy director, he could deliver a severe blow, forcing him to submit completely. This would eliminate a major hidden worry for Song Taizhan. He couldn't trust anyone else with this task. Amidst cries for mercy, the three men were escorted out. Luo's gaze swept over the Chao family. The Chao family members stood frozen, trembling in place. Yet they felt more anger than fear. Especially Chao Hong, who gathered her courage to ask, Excuse me, did Chao Cheng call the police? Was it him who reported us? As she spoke, she gnashed her teeth in fury. If you Chao Cheng wouldn't comply, obediently fine. But how dare you call the police? You've gotten my boyfriend arrested. Even if he gets off, will he ever want to be with me again? Wouldn't he hate me for causing him such a huge mess? Damn you, Chao Cheng. Luo, who said coldly, Is it your place to ask questions? Take them all back. Well, see who the real briber is. At Luo's command, his men fitted each member of the Chao family with a pair of handcuffs. Sir, it's a misunderstanding. Chao Cheng is my nephew. This is our own family matter. Yes, we're relatives. This is our own business, isn't it? The Chao family was led away, each one scared out of their wits. It was the first time they had ever been arrested by law enforcement. In reality, there had been no monetary transaction between them and the man. They didn't constitute bribery, at most Chao Hong would be in trouble. But Luo, who wasn't about to let them off easy, even if it was just for a day, had detained them to teach them a lesson. In the afternoon, Chao Cheng streamed until 5 o'clock. He glanced at his reputation value. Reputation value 38 points. Chao Cheng felt somewhat disappointed. Over the past 2 days, the number of live viewers had been increasing daily. The peak had reached 16,000 viewers. Gifts were pouring in non-stop. But the reputation gain was slowing down. After some thought, Chao Cheng understood. The key issue was repetition. Although there were more people in the live room, most had already contributed their reputation. They already knew about Qinggan Zoo and no longer provided reputation points. Perhaps when the zoo opened and these people visited in person, they would have new experiences and contribute again. But for now, Qinggan Zoo meant nothing to them. Chao Cheng's account now had over 715,000 followers. And the number was still surging. But what they were following was Chao Cheng, the animal trainer, and this magical bird, not the zoo itself. So to increase reputation quickly, the focus had to be on the zoo. Of course, understanding the situation was one thing. For now, Chao Cheng still had to keep streaming. He needed to make money first to alleviate the pressing debt. Only then could he hire staff, expand the park, and introduce animals to successfully reopen the zoo. Every step required a substantial amount of money. Chao Cheng ended the stream. He opened the back end and withdrew the earnings from yesterday and today together. Yesterday, he had netted 112,000. Today, he had netted 198,000. Because starting today, several pet feed brands were competing for the top spot on the leaderboard. Chao Cheng realized these people were ruthless when it came to sending gifts. Those with money directly competed with Douyin No. 1 gifts. They wouldn't settle for second place. They had to be first, throwing gifts like they cost nothing. Brands without money would continuously send little hearts. This way they could constantly occupy a spot on the left half of the screen. A small expense for a big impact, though a bit troublesome. Of course, if you send a 1-cent little heart, someone else might send a 2-cent little beer, pushing you out. So you had to spend more. All in all, it cost at least a few thousand yuan. But overall, it was money well spent. Promotional expenses have always been the most critical and headache-inducing step for any enterprise. Good promotion and marketing can revive a company. But most of the time, promotional funds go down the drain. Massive ad investments often yield minimal results. Compared to broad-stroke advertising, sending gifts in the live room saves hundreds or thousands of times the cost. The key was that people who liked pet streams mostly owned pets. And he was selling animal feed. These were all targeted customers. Chao Cheng withdrew the money. After taxes, he received over 27,400 yuan. After withdrawing, Chao Ching scrolled through his private messages. Several brands had messaged him. Some wanted him to promote their pet feed. Others wanted him to do advertisements. Chao Ching had to think carefully about this. Although advertising and product promotion made more money than streaming, it was also easy to backfire. He didn't want to bother with the whole promotion routine. And if it did backfire, this stream was his only source of income. It was better to play it safe. So he ignored them. Putting away his phone, he stretched languidly. Looking outside, nearly 200 ravens were densely perched on the trees, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. H1 stood like a sentinel at the window, sometimes scanning the surroundings, sometimes fixing his gaze on Chao Ching. All the ravens outside revered H1 as their king. Of course, this was the result of Chao Ching sharing the enlightenment pills with them. Yesterday morning, when H1 brought the ravens back, Chao Ching had mixed the last remaining enlightenment pill and beast spirit pills into water for them to share. Although they didn't become as intelligent as H1 and Wensi, it still enhanced their intelligence, making them follow Haichuan's lead. At the same time, it made these ravens addicted to keep getting these miraculous pills. You couldn't drive them away even if you tried. Later, the system rewarded 2 more beast spirit pills. Chao Ching hadn't used them yet. He now took one out and tossed it to H1. Whether you eat it yourself or share it, it's your call. H1 caught the beast spirit pill precisely in his beak. A primal urge tempted him to swallow it whole. But looking at the dark mass of companions on the trees, he chose to fly out instead. He went to a water basin in the feeding area and dropped the beast spirit pill into the water. The pill dissolved upon contact instantly, infusing the basin with rich spiritual energy. Caught. H1 let out a loud cry. The flock of ravens on the trees cawed chaotically as they dove from the branches, a spectacular sight. This was likely the leverage H1 had to keep the flock following him. What a pity. The pills were truly wonderful, but there were never enough. They only came as system rewards, and Chao Ching didn't know how to refine pills yet. Now the enlightenment pills were gone, and only one beast spirit pill remained. Times were tight. As Chao Ching's thoughts swirled, he gazed absently at the magnificent scene of ravens filling the sky. Suddenly, Chao Ching slapped his forehead. He had been fixated on waiting for animals before opening the zoo. But upon reflection, was that really necessary? Did a zoo have to have lions, tigers, and elephants? Couldn't ravens work? The raven is a second-class protected animal. You can see lions and elephants at any zoo. But 100 or 200 ravens gathering like a dark cloud, all under the command of a single person. Could you see that at any other zoo? After all, ravens have extremely high demands on their living environment. They need long-distance flight, exploration, and foraging. For an ordinary zoo to keep ravens, they would need large, tall aviaries with vast floor space. If the space was too small, ravens were prone to stereotypical behaviors, and their physiological functions would rapidly deteriorate. And if you didn't use an enclosure, they would simply return to nature. So ravens themselves were a major attraction. Most importantly, attracting the live room viewers to the zoo to see the ravens would promote the zoo itself more directly and deeply. It would get more people offline interested in the zoo itself. This would allow him to gain reputation faster and in greater amounts. Moreover, as the viral videos of Chao Ching commanding the ravens multiplied, the popularity of these ravens had already taken off. Combined with the money he had now and the speed of livestream monetization, he could easily afford to hire 2 employees. With all these factors combined, it was time to open the zoo. Luo Jin stood on the stairs at that moment, calling softly, "Young master, dinner is ready." Seeing Luo Jin, Chao Ching remembered. He had promised to treat Luo Jin's back tonight. Coming. After dinner, little Tao Tao grew drowsy. Luo Jin coaxed her to sleep, then knocked on Chao Ching's door. Chao Ching opened the door and said, "Come in." Luo Jin hesitated. She had thought the treatment would take place in the living room on the 2nd floor. She hadn't expected to enter Chao Ching's room, his bedroom. A man and a woman alone in a bedroom late at night. After a moment of inner conflict, she stepped inside slowly. Chao Ching closed the door. Noticing Luo Jin's yoga pants and tight top, he asked, "Do you practice yoga?" "I do 4 or 5 times a week, but I've never had formal training. I just follow videos and do it casually." Luo Jin nodded. She had bought this yoga outfit specifically for her practice. Chao Ching said, "Perfect. Go get your yoga mat." Though puzzled, Luo Jin returned to her room and brought back the mat. Chao Ching spread the mat on the floor. "Do you know the cat-cow stretch?" he asked. Luo Jin nodded. It was a basic stretching exercise. She often did it to slightly ease her back pain, though it only provided temporary relief, not a real cure. "Do this pose," Chao Ching instructed as he lit an alcohol lamp. Luo Jin bit her lip, feeling a bit embarrassed. The cat-cow stretch, as the name implies, involves getting on all fours, arching the back like a cat, then dipping the chest and belly toward the floor, repeating the motion. Performing such a stretch alone with a man in a bedroom was inevitably awkward, but she quickly reasoned that hiding from her ailment was foolish. Besides, she was a divorced single mother. Why should she fear that a young, capable boss might have designs on her? With that thought, she gradually shed her reserve. She knelt on the mat and began the cat-cow stretch. Luo Jin, having practiced yoga for a long time, dipped her waist deeply. From behind, her slender waist and striking hip-to-waist ratio were evident. Two delicate dimples above her hips were visible. Chao Cheng silently cursed her as a devastatingly seductive woman. Luo Jin's face flushed to the roots of her neck. Turning to look at Chao Cheng, she saw him rubbing his hands over the alcohol lamp's flame. Under the intense heat, Chao Cheng's hands quickly became scorching. He crouched swiftly, gripping both sides of Luo Jin's lower back, pressing his thumbs firmly into her lumbar pressure points. Luo Jin cried out in pain. She felt as if a pair of red-hot iron tongs were clamping her. But soon 2 streams of warmth flowed from her lower back into her body. Her back pain eased dramatically. Chao Cheng, of course, possessed no miraculous massage techniques. Heating his hands over the lamp and having Luo Jin assume that pose were all for show. In truth, he needed physical contact to channel spiritual energy into Luo Jin's body to perform his mystic healing art. But he required some impressive-sounding methods to disguise it. Chao Cheng pressed for over 20 seconds, reheated his hands when the warmth faded, and repeated the process more than 20 times. With each bout, Luo Jin's back pain lessened. By the 20th repetition, the pain had vanished completely. All done. Chao Cheng wiped his hands with a wet wipe, then extinguished the lamp. Luo Jin felt an unprecedented lightness. She rubbed her lower back and stood up overjoyed. She was about to thank Chao Cheng when she noticed he was drenched in sweat, wiping his face with a wet wipe. The hand holding the paper was shockingly red. Luo Jin's heart clenched. He had gone through all this to treat her. Chao Cheng smiled at her. "What's wrong?" Staring at me. "Your hand," she said, her voice trembling with concern. "Oh, it's nothing. I have a special technique. It looks scary, but at most it'll ache for a night. It'll be fine by morning." Chao Cheng dropped his hand casually, clenching it slightly, as if to hide it from her. But the more nonchalant he acted, the more Luo Jin's heart ached. His casual mention of aching all night made the claim all the more believable. So Chao Cheng really was in pain. Pain that would last the whole night. Had he sacrificed so much just to heal her? "How can you say it's nothing?" Luo Jin's eyes reddened as she spoke with a hint of reproach. Chao Cheng waved dismissively. "Oh, come on. If it cures your back pain, what's a little ache? Besides, getting you better will help you work more effectively. This is the first session. 3 consecutive days should completely heal your back." Chao Cheng was putting on a full performance. His hands were not only red, but also subtly hidden behind his back, trembling slightly. The observant Luo Jin caught this immediately. Her emotions surged and she looked at him with tear-filled eyes. No one had ever treated her this way. Never. She recalled how he had made the Duck brothers apologize to her. He was so dependable. For a moment, she hated herself for having this ailment, forcing him to treat her at such a cost. I don't want to continue the treatment," Luo Jin said, her voice thick with emotion. But Chao Cheng's face hardened. "Hey, what do you mean? You need 3 sessions to be cured. If you stop halfway, didn't I burn my hands for nothing?" Luo Jin opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. It was true. If she quit, Chao Cheng's hands would have been burned in vain. But if she continued, he would have to endure the pain 2 more times. And she didn't know if his hands would truly recover by tomorrow, or if the next burn would be even worse. As Luo Jin stood frozen, Chao Cheng chuckled. "What? Still here? Planning to spend the night?" Luo Jin snapped back to reality, staring at him. Gratitude, guilt, and a sense of grievance mingled into a complex emotion. But the last vestiges of her conservative nature held her back. After all, she was a single mother. Her daughter was sleeping in the room across the hall. Just as the tension hung in the air, a faint cry came from the opposite room. The sound jolted Luo Jin back to reality. "He'll go now," she said, lowering her head as she stood and hurried out. Chao Cheng shrugged. The mood wasn't quite right tonight. He shook his hands, dissipating the spiritual energy from his palms, and the alarming redness faded instantly. Then he settled comfortably onto his bed. He began scrolling through his phone. Cultivation. He had tried, he wasn't cut out for it. Besides, the world's spiritual energy was too thin. Effort yielded little reward. He preferred to focus on boosting his reputation and let the system reward him with cultivation progress. On his phone, he naturally looked for content related to himself. And he found something interesting. During his previous livestream, an account named Ying Fairy had spammed the chat with disruptive comments. After Chao Cheng's second stream was verified by numerous influencers and clips, Ying Fairy posted a video. The video showed an overly made-up and filtered face that was still quite plump. She tearfully displayed screenshots of private messages claiming she was being cyberbullied. She insisted she had been wronged, alleging she had personally seen the Chang'an Zoo owner tinkering with a bird-shaped drone. She claimed the zoo owner used a drone for his streams and that the fact-checking influencers were in cahoots with him. She said they had deliberately orchestrated the cyberbullying, and she felt depressed. In the video, she wept bitterly. Seeing this, Chao Chung was furious. This inging fairy was clearly jealous and fabricating lies to slander him. Her intentions were despicable. But when Chao Chung opened the comments, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Some people defended her, accusing Chao Chung of inciting cyberbullying and faking his stream. However, the majority of comments were ugly photos of the fairy and insults. The video had 287 likes, but 29000 comments. At least 28000 of those comments were insulting the fairy, accusing her of breaking the law. A name kept appearing in the comments: Xiaozhong Talks Law. Chao Chung clicked the link. It led to a blue verified account called Xiaozhong Talks Law with 12000 followers. He had also posted a video. It was this video that had incited the masses to attack the fairy. The video featured a handsome young man sitting upright. He began with: "A follower submitted this matter asking me if it's illegal." He then played inging fairy's video, followed by various screenshots explaining the entire situation. Finally, he concluded that if inging fairy couldn't provide proof that the Chang'an Zoo owner's stream was fake, then she was likely guilty of defamation, provided the zoo owner chose to pursue legal action. The video had 165,000 likes. The comments section was flooded with ugly photos of the fairy and insults. What intrigued Chao Chung was that all of Xiaozhong's previous videos dealt with similar petty conflicts. Their common theme was denouncing petty malicious people. His clever approach was that he didn't directly condemn them, which might have been seen as inciting cyberbullying. Instead, he used the guise of follower submissions and legal discussion. As a blue verified account, he only cited publicly available videos and screenshots. It was all perfectly legal. By framing it as legal education, he clearly exposed the malice of these petty people, amplifying the impact. Chao Chung felt like sending the guy a bonus. He checked the account's location. It was in Yunhai, tagged at Yunhai University of Political Science and Law. Chao Chung immediately opened the chat and sent him a private message. The next morning, in dormitory 308 of the male students building at Yunhai University of Political Science and Law. Impressive way Z, your video blew up again. A roommate who had just finished washing up knocked on Zhang Wei's bedboard. Zhang Wei yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and sat up, leaning against the wall to shake off the drowsiness. Not every dormitory ranks its members as eldest, second, third, or youngest. The relationships among Zhang Wei's roommates were decent, yet they maintained a certain social distance. Those with a calmer bond used given names, while those slightly closer coined nicknames. A roommate chuckled. "I say, Zhang Wei, you've got too much time on your hands. You finally managed to get a verified Blue V account, but you should find a way to make some money. You're always struggling to pay off your Huabei bills, yet you keep picking fights with them. This kind of video might go viral, but ITLL never attract ads. It's unprofitable and just makes enemies." Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes. "You think I don't want to make money? This account's nature is like this, it's destined never to be profitable. And I'm happy to fight against morally corrupt people. So what if the videos don't make money? I enjoy it, and that's my emotional value." The guy leaning by his bed said, "You're a stubborn mule. There are all kinds of people in this world, and morally corrupt ones are everywhere. Can you really fight them all? You'll exhaust yourself." Zhang Wei, now fully awake, raised his hand solemnly. Hey. Exactly. There are all sorts of birds in a big forest. So why can't there be a bird like me who loves to take on society's foolish and malicious elements? It's the basic sense of justice of a law student. By publicly condemning one typical case, I can warn a crowd of petty villains. Consider it a contribution to social harmony, right? The roommates were speechless. The guy by the bed gave a thumbs up. Awesome, Wazy. Your ideological awareness is sky high. With such high awareness, you'd never do something like defaulting on a debt. How about paying me back half first? Zhang Wei gave an awkward smile. Brother who stopped joking. I have a job interview today. If it goes well, I'll treat you to braised beef. Instant noodles tonight. Brother who flipped him off. But he didn't press further. Everyone in the dorm knew that Zhang Wei's family was worse off than average. He came from a mountain village with parents who were poor farmers struggling just to support his education. His living expenses were sporadic. Zhang Wei was indeed commendable, ranking among the top students. Yet his position was awkward. He couldn't reach the legendary scholarships nor qualify for the poverty grants. Thus, Zhang Wei had to work part-time and often borrowed from his roommates. Now in his senior year, everyone was hunting for internships. He had sent out countless resumes, all to no avail. So Zhang Wei decided to go out and explore for opportunities. As he spoke, he dressed and habitually opened the Douyin short video app on his phone. He opened his account, Xiaozhong Talks Law. This verified Blue V account was something he had applied for by chance, and he did have some substance. Thus, he had garnered 12000 followers. His videos often went viral, with messages frequently hitting 99. Despite the flood, he regularly checked his DMs as many fans submitted bizarre legal questions. He loved delving into these messy legal issues. Today, upon opening his DMs, a pinned message caught his eye. Because the DM contained a red envelope which automatically pinned it. The sender's account name was Chingan Zhu, holy son of the beast-taming sect. Zhang Wei excitedly opened the message. Beneath the red envelope was a note. Bro, I'm Chao Ching, owner of Chingan Zhu. If you have time, would you honor me with a chat at the zoo? I need your advice. Zhang Wei opened the red envelope. 500 yuan. Holy shit. Zhang Wei's sudden shout startled his roommates. What's up? Zhang Wei held up his phone, eyes wide with excitement. My idol wants to talk to me. Your idol, eh? A roommate questioned. Brother who exaggeratedly gestured. Don't you know? He's fallen for that man. That day of the influencer expose, Wei Zi went too. He saw the sky full of black crows following that man as he walked out. Devilishly handsome. His beastly aura and kingly dominance captivated our Wei Zi's heart. Zhang Wei ignored Brother Hu's antics. He quickly changed into his cleanest, most presentable clothes. He knew Brother Hu and the others wouldn't understand. Only those who were there that day could feel that terrifying pressure, that man's aura and charisma. You're actually going. Don't get scammed. Amid his roommates' concerned queries, Zhang Wei had already dashed out the door. Inside Chingan Zhu, early in the morning, Song Xingjie arrived, returning all the zoo's paperwork to Chao Cheng. That shifty-eyed guy is the partner of your cousin Chao Hong. Your relatives didn't commit any serious crimes, so they had to be released today. Hearing this, Chao Cheng understood immediately. As for that shifty-eyed fellow, he's a complete coward. A little scare, and he wet his pants. He ratted out several people on the spot, spilling everything he knew. Uncle Luo, who followed the leads and caught some big fish this time. Song Xingjie said excitedly. Chao Cheng was taken aback. Such a small matter can topple so many people, eh? Song Xingjie waved a hand. Don't worry, it won't topple them. If we overthrow them, the newcomers might be worse. As long as it's not a major principled mistake, holding their leverage will make them do their jobs more obediently. The good news is things will be easier for us in this area from now on. Song Xingjie clasped his hands behind his back, looking slightly smug. Then he gestured with his chin toward the crows on the distant trees. So, have you registered those crows? I can make a call. All zoo animals, especially protected ones, require registration. Song Xingjie recalled asking Chao Cheng before, who said the crows weren't registered. He had thought to do Chao Cheng a favor, making him grateful. But Chao Cheng curled his lip. Registration? Why? These birds aren't mine, they belong to nature. They come here to play. I don't keep them. He shot Song Xingjie a glare. Song Xingjie paused, puzzled, then suddenly understood. He had almost caused trouble. Registering them wouldn't make the crows belong to the zoo. It would only privatize them legally. But privatization meant Chao Cheng would bear feeding responsibilities. If a group came to take the crows, or if a large-scale problem arose, it would be troublesome. So registration would only bring more issues. The crows stayed because Chao Cheng was here, and he had a knack for taming beasts. He could simply say the crows were natural visitors to the zoo and no one could object. If any trouble arose with the crows, Chao Cheng could just order them to fly away. No one could hold it against him. There was no need for registration. But I am reopening the zoo today, Chao Cheng said. I need a batch of tickets express delivery. Could you run the errand? Song Xingjie was exasperated. Damn, I'm the bureau chief's son. You're having me do such a trivial task. It's a waste of Tao. Chao Cheng raised a hand. 8,000 yuan for the errand fee. Song Xingjie pivoted smoothly. Guaranteed delivery within 2 hours. Before finishing, he scurried out. Chao Cheng smiled. He turned to go back and start a live stream announcing the zoo's opening at 10. Just then another car stopped at the main gate. Chao Cheng frowned deeply. The damn parking lot was right outside, but these people couldn't be bothered to walk a few extra steps. They had to block the gate. A well-dressed young man and woman got out of the car, waving at Chao Cheng from a distance. Mr. Chao. Chao Cheng grumpily pulled out the remote and opened the gate. The two hurried in. Hello, Mr. Chao. We're from Green Forest Zoo, the young man said with a smile, extending his hand. Chao Cheng briefly shook his hand and asked, something on your mind? The woman raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased with Chao Cheng's indifferent attitude. After all, Green Forest Zoo was the largest zoo in Yunhai City and a key contributor to the city's tourism industry, having received municipal commendations. It was a substantial establishment. What did Chao Cheng mean by this attitude? Chao Cheng knew this, but in this second-tier city of Yunhai, including his own, there were only 3 zoos total. Now there were only 2 left. This so-called largest wasn't much to boast about. The young man smiled. Hey, race the thing, Mr. Chao. Our boss wants to hire you as a zookeeper. He asked me to invite you for a discussion. Rest assured the compensation will be excellent. Upon hearing this, Chao Cheng was instantly furious. Poaching clients from the boss himself, although he was currently closed for business. If he didn't want to run the place, he would have sold it long ago. Why bother live streaming every day? Besides, during his streams, he never stopped promoting his zoo. Firstly, to accumulate more reputation points. Secondly, it was clear he intended to reopen. And yet they directly asked him to work at their zoo. Sorry, not interested. Chao Cheng refused outright. Please, Mr. Chao, at least consider it. Meet our boss. The young man quickly urged. No need. To be honest, my zoo will reopen very soon. I have no plans to work for anyone else. Chao Cheng had made himself perfectly clear and with considerable politeness. Yet the young woman frowned and said, Mr. Chao, we are politely inviting you. There's no need for such a cold attitude. Our boss has already said the pay will be generous. The least you can do is show some basic respect and meet him. Chao Cheng cast a cold glance at her. Oh, is your boss so worthy of respect? Just because he wants to see me, I must respect him. The young woman flushed with anger. How dare you speak like that? Do you have any manners? Chao Cheng narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on her. The young woman suddenly felt as if she were being stared down by a venomous snake. Watch your mouth. Get this straight. You came to invite me. I'm not begging to work for you. I have skills in animal training in my own zoo. Asking me to work for you. I know exactly what you're after. And I've already politely told you I'm not interested. Yet you're the one getting upset. What do I owe you something? Chao Cheng detested such self-righteous fools. You come to invite me, yet act like a lord. He was now earning over 100,000 yuan daily from live streams. As his cultivation advanced, he contracted more spirit beasts, making his shows increasingly entertaining. His income would only grow. Generous pay. Could it be as generous as 3 million a month? It was doubtful your zoo boss could even net 3 million a month. His live stream had over 100,000 viewers daily. His recorded streams were constantly reposted online. If their boss had ever watched his stream or paid any attention, he would have estimated Chao Cheng's earnings. Knowing he made 100,000 a day and unable to match that salary, you still ask him to work for you. In essence, you see his popularity and want to exploit him. Pure wishful thinking. This wasn't about taking a slice of Chao Cheng's cake. It was about taking the cake maker for themselves to have him bake for them. Wasn't that a sheer daydream? No matter how hard you prayed, it would never come true. With such malicious intent, the boss wouldn't even show his face, sending a fool to annoy him. You? The young woman was so angry her eyes bulged. No need to see me out. Chao Cheng uttered indifferently, turning to leave. The woman, clearly losing her temper, shouted, 100,000. A monthly salary of 100,000. You'll stream on our zoo's account with commissions, bonuses, and full benefits. Obviously, these terms were their trump card. Seeing Chao Cheng so uncooperative, they decided to throw money in his face. She yearned to see Chao Cheng's expression change to one of embarrassment. As expected, Chao Cheng stopped. The young woman immediately felt triumphant, puffing out her chest. Tempted, aren't you? Weren't you so cocky? Just wait until you change your tune, and it'll humiliate you. A monthly salary of 100,000, over 10 times the average trainer's pay, was an incredibly enticing income anywhere. And this shabby zoo, if run properly, wouldn't make money, it would only drain funds. After all, being good at training animals didn't mean you could manage a zoo. Entrepreneurship and employment were two entirely different things. Unexpectedly, Chao Cheng turned and looked at her as if she were an idiot. Are you mentally challenged? Have you seen a doctor? If you don't know how much I earn from live streaming, find out for yourself. I don't want to hear you talk anymore. I'm afraid your stupidity is contagious. Now get lost. Chao Cheng raised his hand lightly and swept it outward. But that single word, get lost, made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, the surrounding temperature dropping several degrees. They both shuddered violently. The young woman even found it hard to breathe. The man, still clear-headed, tugged her and headed out. She swallowed hard, shot Chao Cheng a hateful glare, and returned to the car. Chao Cheng watched them exit through the gate. Just outside, a young man stood somewhat nervously. Even though the gate was open, he didn't enter uninvited. Seeing Chao Cheng look at him, he waved. Chao Cheng smiled and gestured for him to come in. This handsome young man was the college student behind the Xiao Zhang Talks Law account. Zhang Wei beamed at Chao Cheng's gesture and jogged in. Boss Chao, hello. I'm Zhang Wei. I run Xiao Zhang Talks Law. I saw your private message. Chao Cheng smiled. Welcome, welcome. Come, let's talk inside. Meanwhile, the young couple got back in their car and sped off. After driving a long distance, they pulled over. The woman cursed through gritted teeth. This is infuriating. Who does he think he is? Ungrateful wretch. 100,000 isn't enough. How much does he think he's worth? He's asking for trouble. She turned bitterly to the man. She thought he had stopped to comfort her, seeing her anger. Instead, he pulled out his phone. What are you doing? She asked irritably. The man ignored her and continued searching on his phone. Curious, she leaned over to see what he was looking up. She immediately understood. He was searching for keywords: beast taming sect, Holy Sun, livestream income. She initially thought it impossible to find. After all, he was searching on Douyin, not Baidu Baike. Yet many videos popped up. There were numerous multi-hour recordings of Chao Cheng's streams online. Various videos about Chenganzu analyses of parrots and crows. Chao Cheng was currently surging in popularity. Everyone was riding the wave trying to get a piece of the action. These videos all had decent traffic. And the first video, it was a dedicated analysis of Chao Cheng's livestream income. The title was Pulling an All-Nighter, a breakdown of the beast-taming sect Holy Sun's livestream income. This fresh video calculated every gift from yesterday's entire recorded stream. It tallied all special effect gifts priced above 9 yuan, as well as the income from beer and red hearts topping the leaderboard on the left. Quite meticulous. That's the internet for you. Never underestimate any content creator's unique angle and dedication. As for gifts under 9 yuan from individual viewers, the creator estimated them around 2,000 yuan. Excluding these estimated low-value gifts, the total for all gifts with special effects amounted to 37,400 yuan. The young man was utterly stunned at the sight of the number. Nearly 4,000. After the platform takes half, that's still around 2,000. The young woman's eyes widened. Impossible. How could there be so much? How is this possible? The man smiled wryly. Just the brand sponsors vying for rankings alone spent nearly 2,000. With this income, it's only natural. At that moment, the woman felt her face burning with shame. She recalled how smugly she had declared her monthly salary of 1,000. She had even held her head high, expecting others to fawn over her. Now she realized she must have seemed like a clown in his eyes. After all, his daily streaming earnings alone surpassed 1,000, and he had only started streaming 3 or 4 days ago, right? His meteoric rise was just beginning, even if the peak of live streaming fame was short-lived. Chao Cheng, not to mention anything else, maintaining this level of buzz for just a month would earn more than 3 or 4 years of your salary. Why would he ever work for you? Meanwhile, at the zoo, in the management hall, Chao Cheng and Zhang Wei were chatting. Zhang Wei had a lively personality and was gradually opening up to Chao Cheng. He explained his current situation. He talked about his original intentions and the helplessness he felt when starting his account. Later, they talked about how he admired Chao Cheng's remarkable animal taming skills. Seriously, Brother Chao, I've never seen anyone train birds to this level. It's truly incredible. That bird training course you're selling on platform A is too expensive, otherwise I'd definitely buy one. When he said this, Chao Cheng's smiling face froze. What bird training course? Zhang Wei's smile also faded. He realized Chao Cheng wasn't joking. He genuinely seemed confused. It's the bird training course on your platform A account. 1988 yuan each. Chao Cheng sensed something was wrong. He pulled out his phone looking puzzled and said, I only registered an account on Douyin. I haven't set up anything on other platforms yet. These days, besides streaming, he spent all his time on cultivation, even though he didn't focus on improving his cultivation level. He had to study the beast-taming art, spiritual energy. The Dantian meridians spells the spiritual bond with spirit beasts and methods for mutual enhancement. After all, this wasn't the cultivation world where information on cultivation was readily available. This was a city, and he was the only one cultivating. He had to explore and figure everything out himself. He didn't even have time to edit clips of his own streams. He had no time to make videos. On Douyin, he didn't make videos, he only streamed, let alone other platforms. But as he spoke, he opened his phone, downloaded the Platform A app, and searched for his own name. And there it was. An account named Home in the Zoo Holy Sun of the Beast-Taming Sect. It already had 6,000 followers. It was verified as a notable creator. In just 4 days, it had posted over 50 videos. All of them were clips from Chao Cheng's streams. In its shop window, there was an online course called Ancestral Bird Training Method. It was priced at 1988 yuan, and it showed 191 copies had been sold. Total 379,000 yuan. Holy SHD. Chao Cheng cursed slowly. The internet was truly a damn magical place. He had worked hard to get a system bought equipment, sat in his streaming room broadcasting for entire mornings and afternoons. Sometimes when the viewership was too high, he wouldn't even have time to eat. He held in his pee until he absolutely couldn't anymore before rushing off. After all that grueling effort over these past few days, he had only made 300,000 or 400,000. And this pirated account stealing his videos making a course earned nearly 4,000. Moreover, the account had a large following and a verified notable creator badge. It gave off an extremely credible vibe. No one would ever suspect it wasn't him. This was seriously criminal. Bro, don't tell me this account isn't yours. Zhang Wei asked cautiously. Do I look like I graduated from acting school? Chao Cheng replied irritably. Zhang Wei gasped. If this account wasn't Chao Cheng's, then this was a big deal. Because, bro, let me tell you some more bad news. Besides Douyin, you have accounts and videos on Shumansho Weisher and even Mahudo. As he spoke, Zhang Wei took out his phone. Sure enough, besides Douyin, all the other major platforms had them. Two of them had also sold the same course, clearly the work of the same person from Platform A. You're a law student, is this illegal? Chao Qing asked indignantly. Zhang Wei nodded vigorously, his hair flying. Illegal. Extremely illegal. But Chao Qing also noticed some details. But this person's name is different from my Douyin name. Qinggan Zhu, he's home in the zoo. And it seems he never claimed to be me. Before Chao Qing could finish, Zhang Wei shook his head like a rattle drum. It's useless. Self-deception. If you decide to sue him, he won't have a shred left. All profits are illegal gains, and the amount is too large. As long as you find a proper lawyer, you can definitely get him sent away. Chao Qing raised an eyebrow. Why find a proper lawyer? Aren't you studying law? Can't you sue him for me? Zhang Wei gave an awkward smile. Bro, I'm still a student. Ooh, I don't have a license. Chao Qing asked doubtfully. You can't litigate without a license. That's not right. I worked at a company for a short while before. Most people in the company's legal department didn't have lawyer licenses. They still handled lawsuits, didn't they? Zhang Wei explained. It's like this, bro. Without a license, you can't represent individuals in court. You can represent a company. But you need proper labor contracts and agency agreements. If you work as in-house counsel, you can handle lawsuits for that company and only that company. Chao Qing understood, then smiled. Brother, aren't you looking for a job right now? If you don't mind, how about giving it a try here? Don't look down on this little rundown zoo of mine. I won't shortchange you on pay. Social insurance, housing fund, commissions, bonuses. We'll set it all up for you. Zhang Wei's breathing quickened with excitement. Chao Qing wanted to hire him, and he was worried Zhang Wei might look down on the zoo. Forget the zoo. Even Chao Qing's streaming account alone now had 970 followers, about to hit 1 million. Following Chao Qing would definitely lead to development even without the zoo. Not to mention Chao Qing's extraordinary, almost supernatural animal taming skills. The potential of running a zoo was absolutely immense. He hurriedly said, Bro, how could I possibly look down on it? I'm just wondering. Do you really trust me? I'm still just a student. No, I really don't have any experience. Chao Qing patted his arm. Isn't experience gained through practice? You'll practice right here. It'll give you enough room to make mistakes. That's how you grow fast. Chao Qing had high hopes for Zhang Wei. Maybe he was young and inexperienced, but he was definitely a stock with potential. If he had nothing to offer and lacked confidence, he wouldn't have started an account dedicated to legal talk. And he wouldn't have come this far. It was already validated by the market. Snatching him up now and training him well would be like finding a rough gem. Most importantly, he really needed someone to handle his legal affairs. Zhang Wei was young, knew the law, understood the internet, and could also help manage his accounts on the side. He couldn't be more perfect. And he really admired Zhang Wei's stubbornness in standing up to scumbags. Zhang Wei's face was visibly reddening. Chao Qing's words, "It'll give you room to make mistakes," made his nose sting. He knew that the difficulty of finding a job for college graduates had reached hellish levels. Even if you managed to get into a company, it was hard to get involved in core work initially. Lack of trust from superiors, pressure from colleagues. It was destined to waste a lot of your time and energy dealing with workplace politics and mental stress before you could slowly accumulate real work experience. The room Chao Qing promised meant allowing Zhang Wei to take on heavy responsibilities from the start. Allowing him to make mistakes was definitely the fastest and most solid way to grow. But the risk and cost were all borne by the boss. Most bosses wouldn't dare to do that. Zhang Wei's voice trembled. Really, bro? You'll take me, eh? Chao Qing smiled. Why not? But regarding benefits, since you're an intern, I can't give you too much right away. Zhang Wei had already mentally prepared himself. As long as Chao Qing wanted him, he could accept even no salary during the internship. After all, being able to directly handle lawsuits and grow quickly was priceless. You decide. Whatever amount is fine with me. Chao Qing nodded. All right, hey, race the deal. I need you to also handle social media management. For now, the legal work is mainly about internet issues anyway, so you can handle that on the side. This counts as 2 jobs. Let's set your salary at 8,000 for now. The base salary isn't high, mainly to motivate you to earn commissions. For any lawsuit you handle on behalf of the company, you'll get a 10 commission on all economic compensation obtained. Since you might have things at school, anytime you'll have 100 hours of personal leave per month flexible. Social insurance, housing fund, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., a weekends off. If that's okay, go draft a contract now. Hey, bro, why are you crying? Before Chao Qing could finish his sentence, Zhang Wei was already sobbing uncontrollably. Chao Qing hurriedly asked with concern, and Zhang Wei wept, Brother Chao, are you messing with me? I genuinely want to work for you, don't do this. Zhang Wei wasn't faking it. He truly believed Chao Qing was mocking him. The more Chao Qing described the benefits, the more they sounded like sarcasm. After all, the offer was far too generous, too unreal. To Zhang Wei, it felt like Chao Qing was constantly taunting him. You haven't even graduated yet, and you want to be the legal counsel for my hugely promising company. They'll give you a salary of 10,000 plus weekends off and full social insurance. And then a 10% commission on top of that. Are you dreaming? He deeply admired Chao Cheng, even idolized him. So sensing Chao Cheng's mockery and disdain, he cried from heartbreak. If Chao Cheng treated him this way, he would never be able to work under him. He simply couldn't bear to lose this opportunity. Chao Cheng, however, was both amused and exasperated. He had indeed intended to tease Zhang Wei a little, well aware that his offer far exceeded the market rate for fresh graduates and interns. He just wanted to use a light-hearted tone to make the young man feel a bit of disbelief. But his offer was genuine. He hadn't expected to take it too far. Do I seem like someone who would crack such a boring joke? A gentleman's word is his bond, I said it. Chao Cheng looked at him with firm eyes. He gave Zhang Wei a reassurance. Zhang Wei met Chao Cheng's gaze, gradually stopping his sobs, though the glimmer of hope in his eyes grew ever brighter. Bro, so you weren't joking. Then it's really too much. Not to mention anything else, just the commission from lawsuits alone. In the case of the course-selling incident on Station A, he would at least force the other party to disgorge all illegal gains, at least 4,000 yuan. 10% would be 4,000 yuan. And that's just one case. If he sued across all platforms, wouldn't he earn over 100,000 in salary? Moreover, given Chao Cheng's massive traffic, there would undoubtedly be many trying to claim a share. Those who couldn't get it legally would resort to shady means. Such incidents wouldn't be rare in the future. Chao Cheng wagged his finger. Earn more or less based on your own skill. He didn't think a 10% commission was high. The zoo didn't rely on lawsuits as its main income. This was just 10% of an additional revenue stream. And the amount of this revenue depended entirely on the legal department's capability. Reward the sovereign's golden platform favor and wield the jade dragon for the sovereign's death. The higher the income, the more motivated Zhang Wei would be. The fiercer had become. And Chao Cheng wanted fierceness. Anyone daring to target him should pay a painful price. So painful it would deter all sorts of troublesome entities. Thus, Chao Cheng's revenue from this part wouldn't decrease due to the high commission. Instead, it would increase. It was only then that Zhang Wei fully believed. He gave an awkward salute. Don't worry, brother Chao, will sue them until they don't have a stitch left. Chao Cheng nodded. Good. Go get the labor contract and the agency contract. Got it. Zhang Wei wiped his tears fiercely with his sleeve and scurried out in a flash. At that moment, the parrot Wency flew over, landing on Chao Cheng's shoulder and asked doubtfully, "Congratulations, master, on acquiring a panty snatcher." Chao Cheng was speechless. What the hell would I want panties for? Go fetch the equipment and prepare for the live stream, he ordered. Wency flew to the second floor. Chao Cheng's phone suddenly rang. Alipay received 1,000 yuan. Chao Cheng's heart jolted. He quickly took out his phone to check. What was this million yuan about? And what bank could transfer such a large amount to him at once? What kind of authorization was this? Chao Cheng checked the sender and found it was directly from Huaxia Bank. Chao Cheng guessed it was the reward for the Operation Duoka. Sure enough, a call came quickly from Song Xingjie, who had been helping him get tickets. Hey, old Chao, the reward for Operation Duoka has come through. We each got 1 million. Did you receive it? Received. Good. Don't think it's too little. Such commendations are usually honorary. I didn't expect 1 million, or I thought 50,000 would be the max. This is because it was a major case closely watched by the province, so they provided the funds to show importance. If it were a local city bureau, maybe 2 or 300,000 would be the limit. Chao Cheng nodded, understood. He knew well not to ask too many questions about such matters. And indeed, his most important gain from participating in this operation was attracting the city bureau's attention. In the future, if anything came up, he would have someone to back him up. Wasn't yesterday's incident with his business license being confiscated a real example? If he hadn't been a meritorious figure under official notice, could Luo, who have caught the culprit so quickly and retrieved all his documents? This is what they mean by having friends in high places. Hanging up the phone as Chao Cheng pondered, the system suddenly appeared. Congratulations, host, for assisting law enforcement in eradicating ruthless bandits, maintaining peace in the realm, and enhancing the prestige of our beast-taming sect as a righteous school. Reputation 20. Reward obtained Spirit Awakening Pill 3, Spirit Beast Pill 5. Reward obtained 10,000 methods Tao Scripture. Chao Cheng was overjoyed. 20 reputation points. To achieve this, through live streaming, he would need to influence at least 2 million people. Now, just by helping catch human traffickers, he gained 20 points. Sigh. Chao Cheng fell into thought. Reputation. Reputation. What is reputation? Fame and prestige. Others knowing of Qinggan Zoo's existence counted as mere fame. But it didn't count as prestige. And what is prestige? Respect and recognition. Chao Cheng felt these were the key emotions. Helping dismantle a human trafficking ring was undoubtedly a major contribution. Naturally, it garnered substantial reputation. Understanding this, Chao Cheng saw things clearly. Excitedly, he examined the 10,000 Methods Tao scripture. 10,000 Methods Tao scripture. All things in heaven and earth can enter the Tao. Learning this method allows one to discover the most suitable path of cultivation for contracted spirit beasts beyond mere training. Greatly enhances the cultivation speed of spirit beasts, thereby nourishing the host. Chao Cheng's eyes lit up. Immortal cultivation. His biggest challenge was Earth's sparse spiritual energy. The second was laziness. Chao Cheng had originally relied solely on system rewards for cultivation. But now he realized the system's rewards were completely random. It had given a pile of techniques and pills, but only rewarded cultivation once. The beast taming art should primarily focus on cultivating through beasts. However, without the appropriate techniques, other beasts could only use spiritual energy for training, which was painfully slow. It was essentially him using system-rewarded cultivation to carry them. If he could discover their paths to the Tao and properly urge them to cultivate, then they could carry him instead. Good. Chao Cheng immediately learned the 10,000 Methods Tao scripture. Just then the parrot Wency flew back, carrying a bunch of livestream equipment in its beak. Chao Cheng activated the 10,000 Methods Tao scripture, sending a mysterious perception probing toward Wency. He was stunned. Knowledge as the path to the Tao. Chao Cheng was greatly surprised sensing Wency's intense craving for knowledge. 10,000 Methods Tao scripture could be said to tap into a spirit beast's deepest desires as a path to the Tao, compensating for insufficient spiritual energy. Indeed, the nickname was fitting. Master, my head aches terribly, as if strange knowledge is drilling into my skull. 10,000 Methods Tao scripture. Oh, truly a marvelous technique. Master, quickly prepare some videos for me to watch. Wency suddenly shook its bird head and shouted to Chao Cheng through divine sense. The 10,000 Methods Tao scripture itself was a cultivation method for spirit beasts. Once Chao Cheng learned it, all his contracted beasts did too. But Chao Cheng was exasperated. This Wency was scholarly, but in such an odd way. And videos. I didn't realize you weren't just a bird, but a pervert. Words are dull. They can be replaced by moving pictures. Speak plainly. I want to watch movies, big or small. Chao Cheng was speechless. Is this the kind of knowledge you're pursuing with your path to the Tao? Chao Cheng thought when she wanted to learn genuine knowledge. Encyclopedias, classic literature, traditional Chinese literature, even math and physics. He never expected this guy just wanted to binge-watch dramas. And he didn't even care if they were good or bad. Small ones. He couldn't even find small ones himself, yet when she dreamed big. But after a moment's thought, Chao Cheng understood. What it sought was probably the kind of knowledge that helped integrate into human society. Chao Cheng shook his head. Whatever. It didn't matter. As long as it boosted its cultivation speed, he'd prepare even adult films if needed. H1. Chao Cheng called out in his mind. H1, resting on a tree outside, immediately flew into the window and landed before Chao Cheng. H1 is here. Chao Cheng activated the myriad Methods Tao art to probe. H1 sensed it at once and soon revealed its deepest desire. The path of kingship. Chao Cheng was delighted. Haichuan's path to the Tao was to enhance its ability to command subordinates. The more subordinates it had, the stronger they were, and the more loyal they became, the faster Haichuan's cultivation would grow. At the same time, it would strengthen its commanding power. In short, it wanted to be a king. No wonder when Chao Cheng gave it a precious spirit beast pill, it could have kept it for itself. Yet it chose to share it with other crows. It had already regarded these crows as its army. Even if H1 stopped recruiting more crows, the continuous improvement of its current flock would still grant it cultivation gains. Moreover, H1 never ceased its expansion. For now, it rested during the day on standby, since Chao Cheng hadn't assigned it any tasks. At night, it would venture out, fly into the mountains and forests, and bring back other crows. Initially, there were about 170 to 180 crows. Now there were 266 crows on the trees outside. Not bad. From now on, it could increase its cultivation through this path. H1, I have a task for you. H1, Master, please command. From now on, besides cultivating diligently, starting at 8 in the morning, lead the flock to circle above the zoo for 10 minutes every 2 hours. The rest of the time you can interact with visitors briefly, or go out in groups to forage. After 8 in the evening, you're free to do whatever you want. H1 obeys. Chao Cheng's intention was simple: to create an air of mystery. He planned to open the zoo today, and aside from the crows, there was really nothing worth seeing. So he had to make the crows' mysterious behavior the highlight. Something that would intrigue people, make them curious and eager to explore. Imagine passing by on the second or third ring road of the city, looking northward into the sky. A flock of black crows circling like a dark cloud, happening every 2 hours. Wouldn't that be strange? Wouldn't you want to go check it out? Chao Cheng dismissed H1. Just then Luo Jin walked downstairs holding a self-study accounting book. Chao Cheng had asked her to learn accounting, and she took it very seriously. She had borrowed books from the library and spent a lot of time each day studying and taking notes. Perfect, Sister Luo, come here. Chao Cheng waved at Luo Jin. Since Chao Cheng treated her illness last night, Luo Jin had been tossing and turning, thinking about all sorts of things. So today, seeing Chao Cheng made her heart flutter inexplicably. What is it, young master? We're opening the zoo today, you'll man the ticket booth. Oh, Luo Jin was taken aback. In her mind, to reopen the zoo, they'd at least need to introduce some animals. If not first class, then at least second class ones. But now the zoo only had snakes, insects, rats, and birds. Who would buy tickets to see that? To see the crows? Chao Cheng understood her concern and pointed at the large flock of crows on the tree outside. Oh, Luo Jin nodded. She thought it might work. Not just outsiders. Even she and Tao Dao were captivated by these mysterious crows, observing them every day. Especially the fact that Chao Cheng could tame them. It left her utterly amazed. As far as she knew, Chao Cheng's parents had no animal taming skills. Neither did his grandfather, it seemed. But despite her curiosity, she never asked Chao Cheng where he learned to tame animals. It wasn't her place to ask. Are we using the old tickets? 10 yuan each. Chao Cheng shook his head. I've already had new ones made, the prices on them, 100 each. Luo Jin nodded then. Wait, how much? Chao Cheng held up one finger, 100 yuan per ticket. Luo Jin was dumbfounded. Even the biggest zoo in the city only charges 100 per ticket. Charging 100 just to see crows will get us roasted on the trending topics, right? Chao Cheng clapped his hands. Even better. If it's irredeemably black, then blackened is meaningless. But we're not purely black. First, 100 yuan for an up-close look at a mysterious crow flock. You won't find that at any other zoo. Second, the price is clear, I'm not ripping off the poor. If you have the money, come. If you don't want to spend, you can watch the live stream. And there's even more content there. What's the problem? There was another point Chao Cheng didn't mention. He never planned to raise the price. Today you pay 100 to see crows. In the future, when he expanded the zoo to be 100 times larger than Green Forest Zoo, with rare animals everywhere and intelligent beasts performing daily, the ticket price would still be 100. The more the high price was criticized now, the more dramatic the reversal would be later. Because Chao Cheng believed a zoo should never rely on ticket sales for profit. His zoo was all about replay value. Without replay value, even if you sold tickets for 10,000, it would be a one-time deal. No one would come back. In the future, his zoo would have amusement parks, restaurants, hotels, snack streets, and more, all themed around spirit beasts. Even derivative products from his own cultivation or spirit beasts. 100 was just the entry fee. The real money would be spent inside the zoo. The core philosophy was let the visitors in and fleece them. Luo Jin understood. But she didn't have Chao Cheng's confidence. She nodded half-heartedly. As they spoke, Zhang Wei rushed in like a whirlwind. He held a contract in his hand, panting, as he stopped before Chao Cheng, only to notice Luo Jin beside him. Stunned by her beauty, he greeted, "Hello, sister-in-law." Luo Jin blushed deeply. Chao Cheng was amused and exasperated. "What sister-in-law? This is our veteran employee, Luo Jin's sister Luo." Zhang Wei was mortified. He had met Luo Jin before when Chao Cheng introduced her as an employee. But he always thought that in this secluded zoo something must be going on between them. Today he tried to curry favor, but ended up putting his foot in his mouth. "Hello, Sister Luo," he quickly added. Chao Cheng then introduced Zhang Wei to Luo Jin. "This is Zhang Wei, our new legal counsel. He'll handle all the company's legal matters from now on." Luo Jin smiled and greeted him. Finally, they had a new employee. Then Chao Cheng asked Luo Jin to prepare and head to the ticket booth. Meanwhile, Chao Cheng signed the labor contract with Zhang Wei. Qinggan Zoo was a commercial zoo, so it had a business license under the name Yunhai Qinggan Wildlife Park Co., Ltd. Chao Cheng was the legal representative with Luo Jin as the only employee. Now there was a second. As soon as the contract was signed, Chao Cheng's system notification popped up. Sect Disciple 1 Sect Prestige, 1 current Sect Prestige, 59 points. Just one more point, and he could claim a reward. Chao Cheng told Zhang Wei to focus on his legal work and not worry about the zoo operations. At 10 in the morning, Song Xingjie returned with 4 large boxes of tickets and stacked them in the ticket booth. Chao Cheng immediately started the live stream. Viewers exceeded 1,000 within 10 minutes. Chao Cheng announced that Qinggan Zoo was reopening today with no rare animals, but a flock of crows. He turned the camera to the crows circling above the zoo. The live stream erupted in cheers. Then Chao Cheng announced the ticket price, 100 yuan. The live stream filled with curses. However, many local fans enthusiastically shouted, "On my way now." For a time, many vehicles converged toward Qinggan Zoo from the second and third ring roads of the northern city. Meanwhile, in a high-rise residence in Yunhai, a stunningly beautiful woman with a perfect figure leaped up from the sofa in excitement. Finally open. With long straight black hair and a princess cut fringe, her face lightly blushed, lips bright like fire. A sweet yet chic aura blended perfectly on her. She was dressed in cool homestyle shorts and a top that was barely decent for going out, showcasing her toned waist and thighs. Those legs were the legendary wineglass shape, thick at the top and tapering down, irresistibly full. She rushed into the dressing room excitedly to pick out clothes. Her sister Tong Anchi walked out of the bedroom. She looked identical to her, wearing rimless glasses, her face icy and stern. Clearly, they were twin sisters. The icy girl held a thick book titled Behavioral Ecology and frowned as she watched her sister pick clothes in the dressing room. "Where are you off to flirt now?" The elder sister Tong Anya. The younger sister, busy folding clothes, paid no heed to her sister's words. Instead, she cheerfully held the garments against herself, comparing them. The frosty girl continued, "Tong Anchi, can't you do something productive? Stop flaunting yourself online all day with those suggestive dances. I just joined the Research Institute and everyone I meet asks me about it. I have to explain every single time. You might affect my future." Tong Anchi, however, remained unbothered. "None of your business. I call this showcasing the beauty of the body. Discovering beauty, presenting beauty, creating beauty. This is my career. I didn't tell you to stop burying your head in your boring books, so why do you meddle with me?" As she spoke, she had already picked out a pure black evening gown. The top was slightly exaggerated in design, yet it exuded an air of noble elegance. The long skirt's slit was placed just right, perfectly accentuating her slender legs. The frosty girl opened her mouth as if to speak, but stopped herself. Such arguments had occurred countless times before. Each time, they ended without resolution. Over time, the younger sister didn't even take them to heart anymore. She sighed and asked, "What are you wearing that for?" Tong Anchi finally showed some interest. She draped the evening gown over herself and posed coquettishly, comparing the look. "Live streaming. Taking photos. What do you think? Does it look good? This outfit paired with a sky full of crows will definitely make for stunning shots." Her sister was taken aback. "Crows? What crows?" Tong Anchi rolled her eyes at her. "You're always buried in your boring books. You don't even know about such a trending local hotspot. The owner of Chinganzu, a really handsome man. He's an animal trainer. He can command a huge flock of crows. He's devastatingly charming. A few days ago, he just live-streamed using a parrot for same-city delivery. Today, he suddenly announced the zoo was open, allowing people to go in and interact with the crows up close. With this outfit, it'll be a perfect match for the crows. I'm sure to get some dark aesthetic photos." Her sister, however, furrowed her brow even more. "A huge flock of crows. How many are we talking about?" Tong Anchi thought for a moment. 1 or 200, I guess. Close to 200. Anyway, they're thick as a dark cloud." Her sister let out a scoff. "Impossible. 200 crows. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to tame a crow? Crows are among the most intelligent birds. Successfully taming even a single one is an extraordinary feat, let alone taming so many." "This is pure fantasy," Tong Anchi retorted indignantly. "As everyone knows, videos can't be faked. Facts speak louder than words. So many influencers have live-streamed it. How can you still not believe it?" Her sister exclaimed in shock, "There's video footage." Tong Anchi grew impatient and pulled out her phone to search. She thrust the video in front of her sister's face. The aloof expression on her sister's face instantly gave way to astonishment. In the video, Chao Cheng emerged with a sky full of crows. He stopped, and the flock landed. Although Chao Cheng's face was blurred at one point, he clearly looked in a certain direction. All the crows fixed their gaze on the same spot. Finally, Chao Cheng gave a single command. The entire flock took off simultaneously and landed on a car, preventing 2 debunking influencers from driving away. What was most terrifying was that Chao Cheng didn't use any specific command. Instead, he angrily shouted at them, "Who do you think you are?" This wasn't an instruction to command the crows. It was as if the crows were following Chao Cheng's emotions, autonomously executing a collective action. Unbelievable. Was she sure this wasn't AI-generated footage? She scrolled down, finding countless similar meme videos and edited clips everywhere. "You said the zoo is open." Her sister fell into thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Yeah, I'm coming with you." Her sister finished speaking, shoved the phone back into Tong Anchi's hand, and turned to go to her room to change. Tong Anchi was stunned. "What are you going for?" Her sister couldn't be bothered to reply. She had just joined the Institute of Wildlife Research, specializing in behavioral ecology, studying animal foraging, reproduction, social interaction, and communication. But her sister never cared about what she did. All she did was wiggle her hips online all day, constantly preening, changing into various outfits, and taking overly revealing photos. Tong Anya, the elder sister, changed clothes very quickly. She had a figure as perfect as Tong Anchi's, but her style was more conservative. Black skinny trousers, a black turtleneck, and a gray lightweight trench coat over it. She wore rimless glasses, giving off a cool, sophisticated vibe, neat and efficient. "Can you hurry up?" Tong Anya looked impatiently at Tong Anchi, who was still trying on her black evening gown. Admittedly, the dress made her legs look even longer. Finally, she added a small silver crown headpiece. She looked like a queen, yet more like a princess. Let's go. The two went downstairs together, and walking down the street, they were a stunning sight. Tong Anya's car was an ordinary Volkswagen Polo. They drove straight to Chang'an Zoo. The area outside the zoo was already packed with cars. The parking lot was full. Fortunately, the location was already quite remote beyond the third ring road, so they could park on the empty lots without designated spaces. As soon as she got out of the car, Tong Anchi lifted her skirt and pointed excitedly at the sky above the zoo. Sis, look. Tong Anya looked up. Indeed, countless black crows were swirling in the air. Inside the place was buzzing with noise. At the entrance, they quickly paid 200 yuan for 2 tickets. Once inside, Tong Anchi dashed off and disappeared in a flash. Tong Anya paid her no mind. Her eyes were already captivated by the sky, full of black ravens. As the black ravens descended, they scattered across the zoo in a flurry. The visitors were spread out, but a rough count showed at least 200 or 300 people. Many crows perched on signs, railings, steps, and even the ground. Visitors vied to interact and take photos with the crows. What shocked Tong Anya was that many crows willingly posed for photos. Some even landed on visitors' shoulders to cooperate, drawing bursts of excited cheers from the crowd. Tong Anya felt as if she were in a dream as she arrived under a large tree near the administration building. The tree housed the most crows, but because it was so tall, there were fewer people beneath it. A few people were gathered at the entrance of the administration building. The glass door was locked from the inside. Inside, a man was live streaming with his phone on a tripod. Judging by his build and clothes, it was the owner from the earlier videos. Tong Anya walked up ready to knock on the door to call Chao Qing out. But just as she stepped onto the stairs, a large crow flew past her face with a rustle of wings. Startled, Tong Anya cried out and stepped back 2 paces. The crow landed on the windowsill just 2 steps away, tilting its head to stare at Tong Anya. A shiver ran through her heart. She could read a hint of warning in the crow's gaze. As if she dared to push the door again, it would attack her. After a moment of shock, Tong Anya stepped back a few paces and took out her phone to start recording. She first focused on the crow named Heichuan perched on the windowsill, then panned to the tree and finally walked briskly through the entire zoo, filming the crows up close. She narrated continuously. I am research intern Tong Anya, currently at a small zoo in Yunhai City. The crows here are exhibiting unprecedented abnormal behavior. They are gathering here in large numbers, interacting with visitors, and allowing close observation. These crows seem to be tamed by the owner as seen in related videos online. But all their physical characteristics are completely wild, showing no signs of artificial rearing or domestication. The video recording ended. She intended to send it directly to Professor Huang, the head of their institute. But she was only an intern and didn't have Professor Huang's contact information. So she forwarded this video along with the one her sister had sent her earlier to a research assistant's phone. With a note, Senior Brother Song, please inform Professor Huang about this matter. At the Institute of Animal Behavior and Welfare within Yunhai Agricultural University, research assistant Song Qing was on the phone with his girlfriend. After a round of sweet talk, he hung up and checked WeChat, where he saw a message from Tong Anya. 2 videos along with a request to inform Professor Huang. He opened the clips and his eyes lit up with excitement. Over 200 crows. Such a large-scale behavioral anomaly. The research value would be immense. Could such a spectacle truly exist in Yunhai City? Chao Cheng's crows had been online for 2 days. Only those specializing in animal behavior would react so strongly. Most people would merely find it astonishing, never connecting it to their research. Chao Cheng had gone viral on Douyin, but not to the point of universal recognition. The meme videos were mainly on platforms like a station, popular among the youth. Some institute members had seen them, but dismissed them as AI effects or footage from elsewhere. Unaware it was local, they paid little attention. Song Qing instinctively reached for his phone to call Professor Huang, but then remembered Huang was in a meeting. A spark flickered in his eyes. A thought arose: this flock of crows appearing en masse in a free state held tremendous research potential. This could mean a new research project with ample funding and promising results. Reporting it would at least establish a specialized research team. Professor Huang had many disciples, and Song Qing wasn't particularly favored. If he reported now, he'd likely be just a messenger, possibly excluded from the team. But if he seized the initiative while Huang was in the meeting, forming an advanced team to gather first-hand data, it would increase the cost of replacing him. By the time Huang found out, Song Qing would already be on site with original data. Even if a formal team was formed, he would secure his place. With this thought, his heart raced with excitement. Still, he dialed Professor Huang's number. Since Huang was in a meeting, he wouldn't answer. If questioned later, Song Qing could claim he called immediately, but fearing changes, went ahead to investigate. The call went through, and after 2 rings, it was hung up. A gleeful smile spread across Song Qing's lips. Time to begin. He quickly summoned 3 interns, loaded the gear, and drove straight to the North 3rd Ring Road. Arriving at Qinggan, Zui stepped out. Song Qing saw a vast flock of crows soaring across the sky, some heading toward the mountains, others returning from that direction. Overjoyed, he hurried to unload the equipment: cameras, tripods, portable power supplies, audio gear, communicators, and more. Several large boxes were carried and lifted by the assistants. Song Qing reminded them, "Don't forget the bird-catching gun." One assistant pulled a large tube from the trunk and tucked it under his arm. The group charged straight into the zoo. At the entrance, they were stopped by the turnstile. Song Qing shouted to Luo Jin in the ticket booth, "Hey, open the gate quick." Luo Jin looked puzzled at the group. "Who are you?" "Research Institute, from the Agricultural University. Here to film the crows." Song Qing, case in hand, looked anxious. Luo Jin asked doubtfully, "Did our boss send you?" With all the trouble Chao Cheng had stirred online, she couldn't keep up and wondered if this was another of his schemes. Yes, Song Qing said impatiently. Uncertain, Luo Jin pulled out her phone. "Hold on, let me confirm." "Why so troublesome?" one intern grumbled, laden with bags. Luo Jin had already dialed Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng was streaming. He muted his mic briefly and answered the call. "Boss, there are people at the gate with big cases claiming to be from the Research Institute. They say they're here to film the crows." Chao Cheng was taken aback. "Research Institute? Filming crows? Let them in," he said casually, then hung up. He figured they were just documenting animal behavior. He had anticipated this possibility, given the massive crow congregation. Experts would naturally take notice and investigate. His orchestrated mystery was meant to attract attention. The Institute's interest would only boost his fame. Meanwhile, Luo Jin opened the turnstile after hanging up. Song Qing strode in with his gear. The interns shot Luo Jin irritated glances, thinking, "Why the hassle? Letting us in earlier would have saved a scolding." In their minds, Luo Jin's call would surely earn her a reprimand from the boss for blocking the Institute's people. Inside the zoo, Tong Anya, who had been waiting, hurried over. Seeing only this group, she asked, "Assistant Song, where are Professor Huang and the others?" Song Qing was quite taken with Tong Anya's beauty. Few single men in the Institute could resist her charm. He smiled. "Professor Huang is in a meeting, so I've formed an advance team. Let's set up the equipment. He'll join us after." Tong Anya instantly caught on. "You didn't inform Professor Huang." Though new to the Institute, she wasn't naive. If Huang had known, he would have sent someone more capable than Song Qing. This was clearly a move to steal a march. Song Qing aimed to wedge himself into a specialized research group he didn't belong to. Had she not lacked other contacts and been added on WeChat by his seniority, she wouldn't have messaged him. "I called. Huang must be in a meeting." "Don't worry, just follow my lead," Song Qing reassured her. Tong Anya frowned inwardly. Song Qing had a bit too much thirst for authority. But as an intern, she had no choice. "The boss is in the management hall, probably streaming. Should we wait for him to finish before requesting permission?" she asked. Song Qing laughed. "Request what?" The interns chuckled too, as if hearing something absurd. Tong Anya was puzzled. "To film these crows." Song Qing shook his head with a smile. "Anya, you're new and haven't found your footing yet. Some things don't require rigid rules. Just start filming." He then ordered the others set up the equipment. Tong Anya hesitated, but Song Qing had already led the group toward the large tree, setting up gear. They began filming and recording. After helping set up, Tong Anya remembered she had left many items at the Institute. She wanted to be part of this project, even if not in the formal team, out of curiosity about the crows and a desire to gain experience. So she drove back to the Institute to fetch her things. Song Qing and the others filmed for over half an hour using telephoto lenses and drones for macro shots. Song Qing looked up at the crows flying toward the distant mountains and those returning. He tapped an intern's shoulder. "See those heading into the mountains?" "Yes. They're likely foraging there. These crows interact with visitors, but won't eat their food. The strange thing is, why do they come back?" The intern asked. "Didn't Anya say they're all tamed by the boss?" Song Qing scoffed. "Tame so many crows? Is that possible? And have you ever seen trained animals without food rewards? These crows find their own food, so why return? Or maybe they're not foraging in the mountains." Lost in thought, he muttered, "Let's catch a couple and fit them with GPS trackers and biologgers. I want to see what they do in the mountains." "Get the bird-catching gun." The intern hesitated slightly. This was indeed a bit against the rules. Setting up equipment without notifying Professor Huang or receiving authorization from the leadership was already overstepping boundaries. A crucial guiding principle in animal behavior research is non-interference unless necessary. "Hurry up," Song Qing urged. He was here precisely to obtain first-hand data to secure a spot in the specialized research group. Naturally, he was impatient and cared little for rules. "All right, One in turn quickly retrieved a bird-catching gun from the case. Song Qing took it. By now it was nearly noon. Many visitors were preparing to have lunch. No matter how fascinating the crows were after 2 or 3 hours of watching, fatigue had set in. Their initial curiosity had waned. Thus many left to eat. The park was now sparsely populated with visitors. Song Qing found a spot where many crows had gathered. He raised the gun aiming at a crow. The crow tilted its head glancing at him and let out a warning caw. Just then a startled cry came from behind him. "What are you doing?" The shout came from Tong Anya, who had returned after retrieving something. Seeing him aiming the gun at a crow, Tong Anya yelled. Song Qing still pulled the trigger. A muffled thud sounded. A dark projectile shot out, expanding into a fine mesh net midair. The crow had no time to escape. It was caught squarely by the net, flapping its wings violently, letting out strange caws as it plummeted to the ground. Song Qing walked over with a smirk, pulling up the net bag containing the crow as casually as if he were carrying a piece of meat just bought from the market. Tong Anya questioned angrily Song Qing. "What are you doing?" Song Qing replied with a smile. "Junior sister, go get the GP." Before he could finish, he saw Tong Anya's face fill with terror as she stared behind him. In that instant, a gust of wind rose behind him. A cacophony of flapping wings merged into a single roar. He spun around. A pitch-black swarm of crows was diving toward him in a frenzy. To ambush him, not a single one made a sound during their flight. By the time Song Qing noticed, it was too late. A crow slammed straight into his face. Had he not instinctively shut his eyes, the beak would have struck his left eye directly. Then came countless beaks and claws assaulting his face and body. The crows pecked wildly, creating a terrifying spectacle. Song Qing screamed in agony under the onslaught. With what little reason remained, he shielded his face with both hands, his body curling up like a shrimp as he thrashed desperately. Tong Anya could clearly see blood spattered all over the ground. She was horrified. She wanted to help, for despite Song Qing's wrongdoing, he was still a human life. She couldn't just watch him be clawed to death by these crows. But she had no way to intervene. Just then the other interns ran over. They took off their coats, frantically waving them and shouting to drive the crows away. Yet the crows seemed locked onto Song Qing, attacking him relentlessly, ignoring the interns' attempts to scare them off. Perhaps the initial fear and panic had subsided. Song Qing's rage took over. "Get away! Get away!" He swung the bird-catching gun wildly. It was, after all, a hefty iron rod. Several crows were struck and injured, knocked out of the encirclement. The surrounding crows scattered, giving Song Qing a moment to catch his breath. "They'll fucking kill you all." Song Qing roared in fury, reloading the bird-catching gun, ready to fire into the densest cluster of crows. Given the net size from before, one shot would catch at least 6 or 7. In his current rage, once they hit the ground, who knew what he might do? Just then a figure rushed out from the management office like the wind. Before Song Qing could raise his gun, the figure was already upon him. A size 45 boot carrying terrifying momentum slammed into Song Qing's chest and abdomen. He was sent flying 3 or 4 meters, rolling twice on the ground. He curled up on the ground like a shrimp, his face flushed, red veins bulging on his neck. The cuts and blood on his face and body were countless, impossible to count. The other interns waving their coats at the crows did not escape either. The figure kicked them all to the ground with one blow each. Speed so fast ordinary people couldn't react. Fortunately, Tong Anya had stayed far away, otherwise she might have been kicked too. Now she saw clearly the man was Chao Chung, the owner of Qinggan Zoo, who had been live streaming inside earlier. Chao Chung glared coldly at Song Qing and the others. He had just finished his live stream and was thinking of greeting the researchers from the academy who had arrived at the park. But before he could leave the management office, Heichuan had used divine sense to explain the situation. He rushed over and found Song Qing and the interns in a chaotic fight with the crows. Song Qing had injured several crows with a swing of his rod. Chao Qing's kick was naturally not gentle. Song Qing felt as if a boulder was lodged in his chest. Even breathing became excruciatingly difficult. When he managed to inhale a little air through his mouth, it was accompanied by a burning, searing pain. "Who allowed you rotten scoundrels to cause trouble here?" Chao Chung demanded coldly. Song Qing couldn't speak. One intern curled up on the ground and rubbing his chest shouted, "We're from the Agricultural University Research Institute. The one you hit is a researcher." He hoped stating their identity would make Chao Chung hesitate to continue. Revealing their status should at least give him pause. But Chao Chung grew angrier. "I let you in without charging for tickets, and you attack my crows." The intern yelled, "What do you know? We were trying to attach a tracker to it for research." Chao Chung retorted coldly, "Research? Did I permit you to conduct research?" By now Song Qing had fully recovered. He was seething with extreme rage. The crows attacking him hadn't made him this angry. After all, they were beasts unaware of his status. He had attacked their kind, so being swarmed was acceptable. But Chao Cheng's kick filled him with immense fury and humiliation. Especially after the intern revealed his identity as a researcher, Chao Cheng remained so defiant. "We are conducting academic research. Do I need your permission? What right do you have to permit me? Who do you think you are? Just a lousy crow, and you dare to hit me." Before Song Qing could finish his roar at Chao Cheng kicked him in the face again. Song Qing let out a helpless, furious roar. Tong Anya was still watching. Being beaten like this by a man pushed his humiliation to its peak. But when it came to fighting back, he knew he was no match for Chao Cheng. He roared impotently, "You're dead. You're dead. I'm calling the police right now. Assaulting a researcher. They'll make sure you rot in jail and ruin your reputation. They'll make sure you rot in jail and ruin your reputation. They'll make sure you rot in jail and ruin your reputation." Song Qing took out his phone and began to dial. The other interns had also snapped out of their stupor, crowding around him. They glared at Chao Cheng with menace. The audacity of Chao Cheng to resort to physical violence meant that even if they weren't part of the research institute, they wouldn't let this matter rest today. Moreover, Song Qing was a research assistant. Typically arrogant and dismissive, he had no concept of respect for those outside the academic circle. That was precisely why he wasn't in Professor Huang's good graces. As Song Qing made his call, one intern feigning concern called out to Tong Anya, "Anya, did he accidentally hurt you?" His tone was laced with feigned worry and tension tinged with anger towards Chao Cheng. It was as if he would spring into action the moment Tong Anya confirmed she was injured. Chao Cheng immediately looked at Tong Anya. This beautiful woman had been standing at a distance. He had assumed she was merely a spectator. He hadn't expected her to be one of them. Tong Anya, however, silently cursed the idiot for his loose tongue. "Why did you have to drag me into this? Now Chao Cheng knows we're together, and what kind of first impression will that make? How could she possibly get close to this project now? Idiot." But there was no escape. She could only offer Chao Cheng a sincere apology. "I'm truly sorry. We only wanted to study the behavior of these crows. I apologize for my colleague's actions. We shouldn't have." Before she could finish, Song Qing bellowed, "Don't apologize to him. Who does he think he is?" He had finished his call, clutching his phone tightly, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Chao Cheng with gnashing teeth. "Today I'll show you exactly who I am." In his mind, being humiliated in front of Tong Anya was already a deep disgrace. Now Tong Anya was apologizing to their assailant. This was the ultimate humiliation. It meant she deemed the man superior, too formidable to provoke, hence the apology. He, an assistant researcher who had endured 4 years at the institute, was a quintessential member of the social elite. Whether among relatives or in society, he was respected and flattered. Though his income was modest, his sense of superiority had swelled beyond measure amidst a chorus of flattery. Someone like him, beaten by a small-time zoo owner. The enforcement officers would surely not side with Chao Cheng. It was like a piece of rubble chipping a precious jade. Once the jade was chipped, the rubble would surely be ground to dust. Tong Anya cursed him inwardly. What a fool. Couldn't he see the obvious? Chao Cheng wasn't intimidated by his research status. She quickly stepped forward to clarify things to Chao Cheng. But Chao Cheng gave her a cold glance, then turned to check on the injured crows. One crow was indeed severely hurt. Chao Cheng couldn't possibly use his mystic spirit healing art right under their noses. His current cultivation level wasn't sufficient to completely conceal the spiritual energy ripples. Even when treating Luo Jin, he had to have her turn her back. He gently picked up the injured crow and quickly walked into the administration hall. To Song Qing and his group, this retreat seemed like cowardice. Running away. It's useless. Song Qing sneered through clenched teeth. The other interns helped tend to Song Qing's injuries. Tong Anya ignored them, hurrying to the equipment they had set up to copy the data they had collected. Her mind was consumed by her desire to study the crows. She cared nothing for Song Qing's fate. If Chao Cheng truly clashed with the research institute, then this data would be the closest they could ever get. It still held value for repeated analysis. Of course, that's all you'll ever get to analyze. The third ring road was never congested. Officers from the North City branch of the Enforcement Bureau arrived in just 7 or 8 minutes. An enforcement vehicle stopped at the entrance. Luo Jin couldn't stop them. A male and a female officer entered, quickly approaching Song Qing and his group. Seeing Song Qing covered in blood, the female officer exclaimed, "What happened? Who called the police?" Song Qing immediately shouted, "It was me. Officer, I made the call. We are researchers from the Agricultural University's Research Institute. Hey, race my ID." He handed over a credential. "We discovered abnormal crow behavior here. It holds significant research value. So we came to observe these birds. But the zoo owner suddenly attacked us like a mad dog. Look what he did to me." Song Qing spread his arms, displaying his disheveled clothes and bloodstains. After examining the ID, the female officer regarded them with newfound respect. It was undeniable that researchers held a certain social status. An assistant researcher typically required at least a master's or even a doctorate. These were highly educated individuals, usually refined and unlikely to cause trouble. "Where's the person who hit you?" the female officer asked, returning the ID. Song Qing pointed to the administration hall. "In there." The officers walked over, about to enter. Chao Cheng emerged after treating the crows. Seeing them, he said calmly, "Officers, you're here quite quickly." The male officer frowned. "Did you hit him, Oi?" Chao Cheng nodded unexpectedly. "Yes." The officer was taken aback. Chao Cheng's attitude was somewhat arrogant. He seemed to think he was in the right. But Chao Cheng continued, "These crows are Class 2 protected wild animals. They were enjoying themselves at my zoo. When I came out, I saw him attacking them with an iron rod. How could I stand by and ignore a crime? So I intervened. There's surveillance footage. I can show you right now." Chao Cheng spoke with conviction, showing no remorse. Both officers frowned. This man lacked the typical deference ordinary people showed law enforcement. He acted as if his righteousness absolved him of any need for courtesy. He was almost contemptuous. If he treated officers this way, it was easy to imagine who was at fault in the altercation with the researcher. The female officer said coldly, "Humph. We'll get the footage ourselves. Come with us to sort this out." The male officer turned to Song Qing's group. "Pack up your things and come with us." Chao Cheng asked, puzzled, "Shouldn't you check the footage first? Clear things up on the spot?" The female officer, irritated by his calm demeanor and questioning, grew even angrier. "I don't need you to teach me my job. You'd better cooperate now." She didn't care who was right or wrong anymore. She simply disliked Chao Cheng's attitude. Even if you were right, hitting someone is wrong. Taking you in is perfectly justified. Even if you're released later, you'll have tasted the radiator treatment. As she spoke, she reached for the handcuffs at her waist, the threat clear. Chao Cheng saw her hand go to the cuffs. He let out a scoff and extended both wrists towards her. The female officer was furious. This was a provocation. She had only touched the cuffs to intimidate him. Handcuffs were meant for serious crimes. She didn't want the hassle of using them just to teach him a lesson. But the moment she touched them, Chao Cheng offered his wrists. If she didn't cuff him, her earlier threat would seem hollow. "You think I wouldn't dare?" She whipped out the handcuffs and clicked them on, her eyes fixed coldly on Chao Cheng, waiting to see how long his bravado would last. "Moved?" Chao Cheng complied willingly. He was curious to see how the female officer would resolve this. As he passed the bloodied Song Qing, the female officer, showing some sympathy, said to Song Qing apologetically, "I'm sorry. Researchers do noble hard work. You dedicate yourselves to science only to encounter such things. I apologize on his behalf for the trouble." With that, she even gave a slight bow, signaling that Chao Cheng would not be let off easily. Song Qing felt a surge of triumph. He looked smugly at Chao Cheng, hoping to see regret and pleading. But unfortunately, Chao Cheng wasn't looking at him. Instead, he gazed towards the zoo entrance where a crowd was approaching. The leader trotting along was Song Xingjie. He shouted as he ran, "Old Chao, look who's come to personally give you an award." The crowd was immediately drawn by the shout. They turned to look. The two enforcement officers trembled, their eyes widening in disbelief. The one who had shouted seemed to be the low-profile son of the bureau chief Song Xingjie, and the man surrounded by the crowd behind him appeared to be none other than the chief himself, Song Taizhan. Further back were Luo Huqian, Weimin, Zhou Yueming, and others, every single one of them a top figure from the city's enforcement bureau. Each was a superior far above their rank. The two officers abandoned everything else. They hurried forward a couple of steps, snapped to attention, and saluted in unison, shouting, "Chief." Song Taizhan was somewhat puzzled. Why were there two enforcement officers here? He asked casually, "Who are you?" They stood at attention and replied, "Chun Jiao and Wang He, enforcement officers from the Huaibei Road Police Station, reporting to you." As Song Taizhan looked past them in confusion, his brows furrowed deeply. He saw Song Qing covered in blood and filth. What happened here? Song Qing and his group were already stunned. The chief. Was this really the city's enforcement bureau chief, Song Taizhan? Why was he here, with so many people behind him, all in plain clothes? This was the man who held the city's entire coercive apparatus in his hands, someone they would never normally even get to see. Could it be because of the alarm they had just raised? Even Song Qing found this thought absurd. How would Song Taizhan even know who he was? But the other interns didn't know that. They assumed Song Qing had incredible connections, that the chief had come personally to back him up. After all, Song Taizhan and Song Qing both had the surname Song. Could this be the chief's nephew? No wonder Song Qing was always so arrogant. He had backing. Today Chao Cheng was surely doomed. Just as the two enforcement officers were about to respond, Song Xingjie spotted the gleaming handcuffs on Chao Cheng's wrists. His eyes widened as he roared angrily, "Damn it! Who the hell cuffed him?" Song Taizhan and the others then noticed the handcuffs as well, their faces turning ashen with fury. All eyes fixed on the two enforcement officers. Their faces turned pale as paper, and the female officer's legs trembled with fear. Her hand instinctively reached for her empty waist. The city bureau bigwigs present could tell at a glance what equipment she carried. She was the only one without handcuffs at her waist. Clearly, she was the one who had cuffed him. Song Taizhan's thick brows shot up in anger. What the hell was this? Today he had personally led everyone here. Even their regular duties had to be postponed. All to show how much they valued this, to commend Chao Cheng and build a good relationship with this extraordinary man. And you come here ahead of time to undermine us. Why did you cuff him? Song Taizhan asked in a chilling voice, his aura utterly intimidating. Chen Jiao and Wang He were both terrified. Luo, who barked, speak. Wang He finally mustered the courage to say, we received a report that someone was intentionally injuring others, so we came. This researcher from the institute said they were studying the anomaly of the crow flock. As a result, they were brutally beaten by this zoo owner. Song Taizhan asked in a deep voice why. Why did he hit them? Wang He continued, the owner said he saw the researchers attacking the crows. He said crows are second-class nationally protected wild animals. He claimed he was stopping illegal activity, so he hit them. Song Taizhan pressed, so did they actually attack the crows or not? Wang He swallowed hard. I don't know. Luo, who felt like kicking him in the face. He shouted on Song Taizhan's behalf, you don't know. If you don't know, on what grounds did you arrest him? Wang He was so frightened he nearly vomited his gallbladder. He thought, I'm not taking this unjust blame. He immediately said it wasn't me who wanted to arrest him. It was her insisting on it. The owner asked us to check the surveillance first and sort things out on the spot. Chen Jiao said we'd handle it ourselves and demanded his unconditional cooperation. Then she cuffed him. Chen Jiao was now completely drained of color. She knew today was a disaster. She never dreamed that her abuse of power would be caught red-handed by all the top brass of the city bureau. Uncuff him first. Song Taizhan suppressed his rage and ordered Luo Hu took out the keys, but Song Xingjia couldn't wait. He snatched the keys and stepped forward to unlock Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng, however, looked up at the sky, then down at the ground, spinning around to dodge Song Xingjia's keys. Song Xingjia whispered, Ancestor, don't mess around. The two began a little dance in place. Song Taizhan and the others were speechless. This kid was actually playing hard to get. Still, they could understand. Imagine, you've just helped the city bureau crack a massive case. Before you've even received your commendation, your trained crows are attacked and captured. You stop them only for the city bureau to come and arrest you. What humiliation is that? Chao Cheng, not cursing them out on the spot, was already a mercy. This kid was demanding an attitude from them. Song Xingjia couldn't open the handcuffs, but he fished Chao Cheng's phone from his pocket, unlocked it with his face, and deftly opened the surveillance app. Chao Cheng had let him operate it before when copying surveillance footage. Song Xingjia quickly found the video and showed it to Song Taizhan. By now, Song Qing and his group roughly understood what was happening. Apparently, Song Taizhan wasn't here to back them up, and from the look of things, they were in for trouble, because the surveillance footage definitely showed them catching birds and being attacked by the crow flock. Sure enough, after watching the video, Song Taizhan and the others were incandescent with rage. These people had actually used bird-catching guns to shoot at crows and fought with the flock. They had injured several crows. This was utterly outrageous. These crows had just performed a monumental service. If not for Chao Cheng and the crows turning the tide, Song Taizhan's own position would have been in jeopardy. For the sake of research, you clashed so violently with the crows. If it caused the crows to develop a stress response toward humans and affected Chao Cheng's control over them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Arrest them all. Song Taizhan had no choice but to come down hard. Hunting second-class nationally protected animals was enough for detention. Even if they had a legitimate research purpose, they would be skinned alive this time, including the two enforcement officers who abused their power. They were also taken away on the spot. How else could they appease Chao Cheng's anger? Chief Song, we were doing scientific research. Song Qing shouted as he was dragged away, his heart filled with extreme resentment. Why? Why did the chief side with Chao Cheng, a shabby zoo owner, instead of with him, a researcher? Even if he had struck first, it was for scientific research. Why only arrest him and not Chao Cheng? And the chief's son was begging Chao Cheng to let him uncuff him, and Chao Cheng was actually dodging. What was all this based on? What contribution had that ordinary guy made to society? Was it greater than his? Forget him. Even the two enforcement officers didn't understand. They were part of the enforcement system. Chao Cheng was just an outsider. Why would the chief take them down for an outsider? But as they were being escorted out of the zoo gate, they all froze. Dozens of flower baskets and money trees lined both sides, inscribed with blessings like grand opening. And the two largest flower baskets bore the signature Song Taizhan. Looking further back, Luo Hu, Qian Weimin, Zhou Yu Weiming. Not a single one was missing. All were leaders from the city bureau. Song Taizhan and his group had come to celebrate the opening. Chao Cheng's little shabby zoo opening. He had only mentioned it in his livestream. When they arrived, Chao Cheng himself hadn't even held an opening ceremony. Yet Song Taizhan led the city bureau leaders to personally deliver so many flower baskets to celebrate the opening. Suddenly Wang He asked the officer escorting him in shock, could it be? Could this owner be the hero who helped the city crack the major human trafficking case? At his shout, Chen Jiao's face turned deathly pale. At their level, they only knew that the city had solved a major human trafficking case. After all, it was a golden opportunity to boost the enforcement image. So the media had extensively covered the reunions of trafficked children with their parents and the families coming to thank the city bureau. They had only heard that some extraordinary person helped solve the case. Beyond that, they knew nothing. But today was only the third day since the trafficking den was busted. The chief, abandoning a mountain of work, had brought all the leaders to attend the opening of a shabby little zoo. If they couldn't connect the dots by now, they'd be brainless. And they remembered. At the start, Song Xingjia had shouted, "Old Chow, look who's come to personally give you your award." Sure enough, the enforcement officer escorting them sneered, looking at them with a hint of pity. "You're a bit late to be smart." This statement was in fact an implicit admission of Wang He's claim. Song Qing felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his heart. A major human trafficking den case. A person of merit. The case had already trended online, so naturally they were all aware of it. It was hailed as the most significant criminal case in Yunhai City in the past 2 decades. The number of individuals involved, the extent of the harm, and the level of danger were all exceedingly rare. Yet faced with such an unprecedented challenge, the Yunhai City Law Enforcement Bureau had descended like divine soldiers, delivering an impeccable result with 0 casualties. They had also confiscated over 100 firearms and ammunition. The sheer act of seizing these weapons alone was a feat unimaginable to ordinary people. This was what propelled the overall impact of the incident to trending status. The owner of this zoo was actually a contributor to that case, deserving commendation from the director leading a group of officials. He simply could not connect this to Chao Cheng. Yet the reality stood before him. The director had indeed come. The law enforcement officers escorting them had also confirmed it. Song Qing's sense of superiority shattered completely in that moment. He had considered himself a fine piece of jade and Chao Cheng a mere stone. Looking at it now, he was not the only one whose spirit crumbled. Chen Jiao now recalled the words she had just spoken to Song Qing. She felt like an utter fool. With vacant eyes, she was escorted into the vehicle. Inside the zoo, Chao Cheng's handcuffs had already been unlocked by Song Xingjia. Song Taizhan extended his hand and said, "We came today to celebrate your opening and present you with this commendation. I never expected we would meet under such circumstances. Please accept our apologies." Chao Cheng grasped his strong hand. "The apology should be mine. Xingjia called ahead, and yet I failed to welcome you properly. I beg your forgiveness, esteemed guests." 2 minutes before Chao Cheng emerged from the management hall, he had received a call from Song Xingjia, who informed him that his father and a group of people were about to arrive. They were coming to celebrate the opening and have a chat, asking Chao Cheng to prepare himself. Knowing this was why Chao Cheng had extended his hands for Chen Jiao to cuff him. Law enforcement officers who act so rashly without distinguishing right from wrong deserve to be dealt with. Song Taizhan and the others had not expected Chao Cheng to be so agreeable. It seemed this young man was also a man of principles, keeping matters separate. Chao Cheng welcomed everyone into the management hall. The commendation was essentially a special medal crafted by the City Bureau for Chao Cheng. After all, Chao Cheng was not part of the system. The monetary reward had already been dispersed. What was missing was a symbolic token. It was a gold red plaque shaped like an embroidered ball, with the edges also in the form of an embroidered ball. The back was engraved with the date of issue and the words Yunhai City Law Enforcement Bureau. It was for his special contribution to the duo operation. Only 2 such medals existed. One for Chao Cheng and one for Song Xingjia. After presenting the commendation, Song Taizhan did not linger long. He chatted extensively with Chao Cheng about his recent situation and his skill in taming beasts. Chao Cheng, of course, spun a tale portraying his grandfather as a folk animal taming master. The main purpose of Song Taizhan's visit was to meet Chao Cheng in person, to observe his character firsthand and build a rapport. The city bureau still had a mountain of work, so they could not stay long. After about 40 minutes, Song Taizhan left with his people, leaving Song Xingjia behind. "You young people have common interests. Be sure to keep in touch." Those were Song Taizhan's parting words. After seeing him off, Song Xingjia stretched languidly. "Oh, by the way, I have good news. I'm planning to open a restaurant." Chao Cheng was puzzled. Is 100,000 enough to open a restaurant? He knew Song Xingjia had no money of his own, only the 100,000 from the duo cooperation bonus. That wouldn't be enough to open a restaurant. Opening a small eatery wouldn't suit Song Xingji's status. The old man finally agreed to let me start a business. He gave me 500,000. With my million, I'll borrow another 7 or 8 million. Chao Cheng's face darkened. Borrow 7 or 8 million. From the king of hell. Song Xingjie chuckled. From the son of the head of the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Chao Cheng understood. He guessed it was related to Wen Bai Yin, and his people came to investigate him. After Luo who caught them, he followed the trail and traced it back to the head of the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Song Xingjie had previously mentioned that the son of the bureau chief was doing very well for himself. Although he hadn't explicitly said they ran a father-son business, he had definitely found some key evidence. Borrowing some money should be a piece of cake. As long as he repaid the loans, it shouldn't cause any problems. Just don't get too deeply involved, Chao Cheng warned. Though he and Song Xingjie had a good relationship, he could only say this much. Saying more would be annoying. Song Xingjie appreciated Chao Cheng's concern. Don't worry. I absolutely won't go astray, or the old man will really break my legs. Chao Cheng asked, so it'll take a long time to prepare, right? Song Xingjie waved his hand. I bought a ready-made one. 7 floors luxurious decoration. The previous owner went inside. I got a great deal. Just a few tweaks changed the sign, and it's good to go. Chao Cheng didn't ask further. An ordinary person opening a restaurant might have to contend with fierce competition in the catering industry. But for someone like Song Xingjie, opening a restaurant wasn't just about the food. It was more like a private club, a sort of commercial broker. Brokers could be shady or legitimate. As long as Song Xingjie didn't engage in illegal activities like trading power for money. Then leveraging Song Taizhan's influence, he would have a natural advantage as an intermediary. Over time, the more people Song Xingjie connected with, the broader his path would become. Someone must have guided him down this route. They had lunch together. Chao Cheng also brought a meal for Luo Jin. Luo Jin had worked hard all day, never leaving her post at the ticket booth. Thankfully, Tao Dao was very well behaved, staying with his mother and not causing any trouble. Sitting on the ticket counter, he was like a little mascot. There was no choice, she was the only employee. You look so happy. How much did we make today? Chao Cheng handed the meal to Luo Jin. Seeing her face glowing with a smile that wouldn't fade, he asked with a laugh. Luo Jin, like a little money grubber, held up 3 fingers. 30,000. 30,000 meant over 300 people had bought tickets that morning. Chao Cheng teased, 30,000 and you're this happy. Luo Jin pursed her lips and nodded vigorously. Of course. You have no idea how long it's been since we had such good business. The little animals in the park were getting depressed from not seeing any visitors. Tao Dao said happily, they all came to see the crows. Not like me, I get to see the crows every day. His proud little expression was full of smugness and a sense of superiority. Chao Cheng burst out laughing. Then he asked Luo Jin, so how's your back? Still hurting? Luo Jin's smile turned slightly shy, but she shook her head with even greater happiness. Her illness was almost cured by Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng's daily streams were earning incredible money. The zoo was reopened and doing very well. And today, even the leaders of the Law Enforcement Bureau had sent a large number of flower baskets. Chao Cheng's arrival had made everything better and better. Sometimes Luo Jin felt this happiness was almost unreal. He'll give you a proper treatment tonight, Chao Cheng said with a smile. Luo Jin heard the words, which seemed to carry a double meaning, but she still nodded shyly. Chao Cheng returned to the management office and streamed for the entire afternoon. He ended the stream at 5:40 p.m. The zoo closed at 6:00 p.m. Chao Cheng's main goal was also to avoid the constant stream of tourists wanting photos or videos with him. At 6:00 p.m. sharp, the visitors had mostly dispersed. Chao Cheng took a stroll around the park. He was about to call Luo Jin to finish work and have dinner when he suddenly noticed under a large tree in a corner of the park. A girl in a black evening gown was luring the surrounding crows closer with food. A short distance in front of her, a phone was propped up high on a stand. She was probably trying to capture some beautiful photos. And indeed, the black evening gown and the black crows were a perfect match. Paired with her subtly visible snow-white legs, it created a striking contrast. He looked at her face. Chao Cheng was furious. Damn it was that woman. Wasn't she the one with the Research Institute people earlier today? She seemed to be a researcher too. When Song Taizhan apprehended Song Qing and his group, this woman wasn't at the scene. She must have known things were going wrong and fled quickly. She had changed her clothes and come back. Did she think he wouldn't recognize her just because she changed her outfit? You? Get out. Chao Cheng shouted angrily, startling the girl. The girl immediately put on a sweet smile, clasped her hands together, and even looked a little fawning. Boss, you're finally here. Please, can you get these crows to cooperate with me for some photos? I've been trying all day, but the results are a bit unsatisfactory. Chao Cheng said impatiently. Didn't you hear me telling you to get out? People from your research institute are banned from entering from now on. The girl immediately understood what was happening. She lifted her skirt and hurried over, waving her hands. No, boss, you've got it wrong. The one with glasses is my sister. Her name is Tong Anya and I'm Tong Anchi. We're twins. but am not on the same side as her. We haven't been close since we left the womb. Chao Cheng furrowed his brow. Drawing closer, he could also sense her aura. Indeed, she was not the same person as the one wearing glasses. They truly were twin sisters. However, this younger sister's temperament was as different from her elder sister's as heaven from earth. The elder sister was a cold, aloof scholar. The younger sister, on the other hand, was seductive and lively. Her incredibly long legs were thick at the top and slender at the bottom, perfectly straight and rounded. They were the legendary wine glass legs. With her princess-cut hairstyle and glamorous queen-like makeup, she was the epitome of a mature, sophisticated woman when silent. But the moment she opened her mouth and smiled, she transformed into a sweet runaway princess. Like sister, like younger sister. Did your sister send you to secretly film the crows? Chao Cheng crossed his arms over his chest and asked coldly. Tong Anchi shook her head repeatedly. No, I am a beauty dancer. Chao Cheng asked, puzzled. What? Tong Anchi took out her phone and showed it to Chao Cheng. It's a profession dedicated to combining all kinds of beauty with all kinds of dance. I created it myself. As she spoke, Chao Cheng had already seen what she had opened. It was the back end of the Douyin app. Her account page. 58 million followers. So she was an internet celebrity. Chao Cheng casually scrolled through her works. His summary was one word: provocative. All sorts of outfits that perfectly showcased her figure, but were scanned-on fabric. Various trendy, sexy, and fiery dances. It was clear Tong Anchi had definitely studied dance. And she indeed had talent. She perfectly twisted her incredible physique to the rhythm. Although they were all hot dances, they felt more sensual and energetic than those of ordinary female influencers. It gave one a feeling of abundant vitality, regular and heavy menstruation, and exceptionally strong pelvic floor muscles. A borderline hot dance influencer. Chao Cheng asked bluntly. Tong Anchi corrected him with equal bluntness: beauty dancer. Chao Cheng was speechless. Borderline is borderline. Why dress it up with such a lofty title? Sensing the doubt in Chao Cheng's gaze, Tong Anchi explained, seduction is also beauty. If it's beauty, I have to study it. I'm not just seductive, I can also act coy. It's just making a living, nothing to be ashamed of. As she spoke, Tong Anchi opened her photo album again, letting Chao Cheng see the videos and photos she had taken today. He had to admit, although she was provocative, she had a great sense of the camera. A black evening gown complemented the black crows perfectly, and with the filter slightly dimmed, the image of a princess from a magic castle vividly emerged. Moreover, Tong Anchi always managed to perfectly showcase her figure. Her expressions were naturally alluring. Just picking out a few dozen of these would make a rare set of fashionable portraits. Her phone was clearly one geared more towards professional photography. It was in no way inferior to a professional camera. The only flaw was that there were too few crows, and they couldn't interact with her. She could only try her best to capture some shots. She selected the most satisfactory ones from countless photos. Pictures that looked like the crows were interacting with her only appeared once in every 30 shots. Chao Cheng returned the phone to her. He saw Tong Anchi lean in very close. A faint scent of green-orange filled Chao Cheng's nostrils. If you want to take photos, come back tomorrow. We're closed now. Chao Cheng decided not to make things difficult for her anymore. It seemed her purpose was indeed different from her sister's. Besides, Tong Anchi was indeed attractive. Although she wasn't a married woman, she was provocative. Chao Cheng was not only a member of the old Chao family, but also a straight man. Straight men also have their inherent weaknesses. Don't chase me away. I finally caught the dusk sunset. I still want to take some more photos, okay? Tong Anchi bit her lip, lightly tugging at Chao Cheng's hand and swaying as she pleaded. Her voice even took on a slightly coy tone, and the coyness was just right. Her eyes were seductive as she looked up at Chao Cheng. The allure was astonishing. Chao Cheng calmed his rising temper. He'll give you one more hour. After Chao Cheng spoke, Tong Anchi still held onto his arm, a triumphant smile spreading from the corner of her mouth into a pleading expression. Boss, I know these crows all listen to you. Could you get them to cooperate with me for a few photos? Chao Cheng laughed wryly. The crows do listen to me. But why should I listen to you? Tong Anchi leaned closer to Chao Cheng, biting her red lip lightly. I could dance for you right here. Many top donators have wanted to pay to see me dance privately. I've never danced live for any man. You could be the first. Tong Anchi clearly knew what men liked, especially the last 3 words which she deliberately emphasized. Chao Cheng let out a scoff. Is that all? Tong Anchi immediately pretended to be angry, looking at Chao Cheng with acute fierceness. Then what do you want? Chao Cheng didn't answer. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back. He appraised her calmly. Tong Anchi bit her lip again, but this time not to seduce Chao Cheng, but out of slight annoyance. Chao Cheng was clearly making her raise the stakes herself. And that was indeed his intention. He wanted to see what Tong Anchi's bottom line was. Mystic spiritual medicine could be seen as a mythical version of ancient Chinese medicine. Whether she was a virgin or not, Xiao Chang could tell by carefully discerning her aura up close. Tong Anchi's yin energy was rich, unmixed with any yang energy. It was clear she had never opened her horizons for any top donor. She was still in an unopened state. This made Xiao Chang extremely curious, because someone as provocative as Tong Anchi should have had contact with men. If she hadn't been trained, how could she know what men liked? Was she born with innate talent learning without a teacher? Or was she an avid student of educational materials? Then he'll dance for you 10 times. Xiao Chang shook his head. He'll pay you 200 per shoot. No, 300. Xiao Chang still shook his head. Oh, then what do you want? Tong Anchi was at her wit's end. Xiao Chang, on the other hand, was quite amused. This Tong Anchi was unusually persistent about taking photos with the crows. But this precisely proved she hadn't lied, as she indeed had her own pursuit of beauty. Xiao Chang wanted to see just how much she was willing to sacrifice for this pursuit. He'll make a request, Xiao Chang said. Tell me. Tong Anchi immediately wore an expression that said, just state your terms, and he'll accept the challenge. I'm a bit short-staffed here now. Come work for me. Not only will you not have to spend money, but I'll also pay you a salary. Tomorrow wear your most provocative clothes and come to work. The job is simple, just like the crows. Stream, interact, attract customers, and occasionally help me manage the live stream room. After Xiao Chang finished speaking, Tong Anchi tilted her head and took 2 steps forward. Almost pressing her face against his, she asked, I am a human. You're using me like a performing animal. You'll stop at nothing to attract customers. Xiao Chang nodded seriously. Yes, that's right, he would stop at nothing. As long as it could boost the reputation of Qinggan Zoo and increase its prestige, it was worth doing. Don't like watching animals. Don't you like watching beautiful women dance? Arrange everything. There's always something for everyone. As long as you come to work, all the crows will cooperate with your photos freely. Of course, I will tame and raise more animals in the future. Cute, gorgeous, fierce. They'll all be here. As an employee benefit, you can take as many photos as you want. Before Xiao Chang had even finished speaking, Tong Anchi was already nodding vigorously. Okay. I agree. She couldn't disagree. She genuinely felt that these wild crows were a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She had been to many zoos. The number of ravens never exceeded 5. And those kept in cages were drowsy, lifeless, with terrible plumage. Wild ones wouldn't approach strangers, making it even more impossible. If it weren't for Xiao Chang, she would never have had the chance to take photos with a flock of crows in her lifetime, let alone hope for their cooperation. So this kind of beauty, dare she say, not just in the country, but at least nationwide, no one else would have discovered it. She was the only one. As for the future prospects Xiao Chang painted, she was also very much looking forward to them. Xiao Chang said he would tame more beautiful animals so she could experience more styles. For fierce ones, she would go for the sweet princess-style Beauty and the Beast. For silly cute ones, she would go for a cute style, the Cute Pet Paradise. For gorgeous ones, she would go for a direct cosplay style, creating a human-animal dual form. She had fantasized about various shooting styles countless times. And the most important thing was that Xiao Chang could make the animals cooperate with her. That was the most rare aspect. This was simply a job that could fulfill her dreams. She had to do it. Xiao Chang nodded. Start work officially tomorrow morning. Today you can shoot as long as you want. Just tell the crows what you need, they understand. Tong Anchi was stunned. They can understand. How is that possible? Xiao Chang didn't intend to explain further and turned to leave. Oh, and remember, wear your most provocative clothes to work tomorrow. Also, after you're done shooting, come upstairs to my place and dance for me. Xiao Chang returned upstairs, instructing Heichuan to keep an eye on Tong Anchi and take photos. Luo Jin, exhausted from a long day, had just returned from the ticket booth, so they could only order takeout to settle for dinner. While waiting for the takeout, Xiao Chang first went back to his room. His phone was placed on the bedside table, connected to the charger, displaying the American TV series Shameless. When she was watching with great interest from the shelf, Xiao Chang irritably walked over and snatched the phone away. It seemed he should buy this fellow a dedicated phone for binge watching. When she stared up at Xiao Chang after losing the phone. What's the matter? Xiao Chang asked. When she replied, Master, I feel like I'm about to break through. Just give me 2 more episodes I want to cultivate. Xiao Chang retorted, you're talking nonsense, you just want to binge watch. When she admitted, alright, you caught me. I'm begging you. Tomorrow I'll buy you a tablet specifically for watching shows, okay? When she exclaimed, that would be wonderful. My heart is filled with joy. Pour some wine to celebrate. Xiao Chang was speechless. Drinking. This was probably a side effect of watching Shameless. He directly grabbed when she and threw him out the window. The room instantly fell silent. Xiao Chang leaned against the bed and opened Diyin's back end to withdraw his earnings for the day. The net profit was 328,000. There was no way around it. Xiao Chang did not accept sponsorship deals from brands, which ironically led to brands in the pet food and supply sector competing even more fiercely in his livestream. Today, the top spot on the leaderboard was claimed after nearly 2,000 was spent. Chao Cheng calculated his current funds, adding the 1 million reward from the victory operation. Now Chao Cheng had 1.77 million in his bank account, enough to repay the first installment debt of 1.4 million. He let out a long sigh of relief. This at least secured a 45-day buffer period. Earning the next 1.4 million in 45 days was completely feasible. Once the debts were fully repaid, Chao Cheng could finally begin to expand the zoo boldly. And before that, there were indeed paths that could enhance the zoo's reputation while aligning with his aspirations. What if there were no large wild animals? Quality over quantity. After all, everyone has seen ordinary zoos. Who hasn't seen lions, tigers, and elephants? People now enjoy seeing bizarre and unique things. Parrots delivered within the city, flocks of crows executing commands, circling above the zoo and interacting closely with the visitors. These ideas had just passed market validation. Some people were willing to pay for them. Just as Chao Cheng was pondering this, a notification appeared: sect reputation 1, sect reputation 60, reward 1 level of cultivation. Chao Cheng was overjoyed. He had been stuck at 59 reputation for over a day. Each day was over 1,000, yet the reputation points given were dwindling. This was likely due to today's livestream clips being released, perfectly aiding in his secondary promotion and barely breaking the reputation threshold. Shortly after, a surge of powerful spiritual energy entered his body. His dancy expanded wildly. His meridians were further strengthened and widened by this influx of spiritual energy, easily breaking through the bottleneck of the initial stage of qi refinement. Chao Cheng felt that his control over spiritual energy and bodily functions had reached a new level. He was now in the mid-stage of qi refinement. This feeling was quite extraordinary. Chao Cheng now truly felt a sense of extraordinariness. He could clearly feel his strength surpassing that of ordinary people. It must be said that the sensation of mastering power was indeed captivating. Chao Cheng adapted for a moment before the takeout arrived. After finishing dinner, the sky had already begun to darken. Tao Tao had fallen asleep early. Chao Cheng called Luo Jin over to continue treating her back. Just like yesterday, as he burned his palm with the alcohol lamp, Luo Jin felt even more heartache. Feeling the warmth of his palm on her back, Luo Jin's heart trembled even more. Waves of heat flowed from her waist, alleviating the soreness she felt that day. After another half hour, Chao Cheng finally finished. All right, tomorrow you only need one last treatment, and your back will be completely healed. Tao Tao woke up again, calling out softly. Young children tend to sleep lightly before entering deep sleep, lacking a sense of security. It was likely because Luo Jin usually stayed by her side, facilitating her drifting off. Go ahead. Chao Cheng felt too lazy to tease her today. Luo Jin was a rather conservative woman, and Chao Cheng wasn't the type to always seek to amuse himself at others' expense. Luo Jin apologetically said sorry to Chao Cheng and then quickly returned to her room. After calming Tao Tao down again, she knew from experience that Tao Tao wouldn't wake up again. Luo Jin began to feel conflicted. The scene of Chao Cheng burning his palm lingered in her mind. She started to overthink, recalling what Chao Cheng jokingly said to her yesterday, to stay overnight in his room. She pondered for a long time and confirmed that Chao Cheng indeed had an interest in her. At the very least, there was a physical attraction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a joke out of nowhere. It was even less likely that he would make such a significant sacrifice, putting in this effort to treat her. But what about her? She returned for the child and never went back to Chao Cheng's room. Today was no different. And the go-ahead from Chao Cheng earlier was clearly less enthusiastic than yesterday. He must be very disappointed with her reaction. At this thought, Luo Jin bit her lip hard. Suddenly, she really wanted to go to Chao Cheng's room. She was startled by this thought and felt embarrassed about what she was considering. Luo Jin, you really have become too easy. Once that thought arose, myriad thoughts converged into one. The more she couldn't face her thoughts, the more she couldn't escape them. After struggling for a while, she took a deep breath. She pulled out a small medicine box from under the bed. From the box, she took out a tube of burn ointment. She couldn't just go to Chao Cheng's room without any reason. If Chao Cheng asked her what she was doing, she would say she came to see what he wanted. She really couldn't bring herself to say it. Bringing burn ointment was at least a legitimate reason, even though Chao Cheng had already said he had special methods and didn't need such things. Taking the ointment, Luo Jin tidied her hair in front of the mirror. She gently touched her flushed cheeks with her hand to cool them down, then gathered her courage and opened her room door. However, just as she opened the door, she saw a girl running up the stairs on the second floor. The girl was wearing a black evening gown. With long straight black hair, she had a youthful and stunningly beautiful face. She was extraordinarily beautiful, and her smile was even sweeter and more radiant. Beneath her lifted skirt were her fair, shapely, and soft legs. Young, beautiful, so perfect. Luo Jin was instantly stunned. Of course, she recognized this person. She had personally sold her the ticket, and she was a twin to the beautiful woman in glasses wearing a trench coat. Another two exceptional beauties, as she certainly remembered them well. What was this woman doing here? You are? Luo Jin instinctively asked. Hello Sister, Boss Chow sent me to find him. Which room is he in? Boss Chow sent her to his room. Luo Jin hadn't regained her composure, yet when a voice came from inside Chao Cheng's room this way. Come in. Luo Jin instinctively looked towards Chao Cheng's door. Tong Anchi quickly ran to Chao Cheng's door and even gave Luo Jin an apologetic smile. Her big adorable eyes squinted as her flushed cheeks framed an extraordinarily sweet smile. Then she gently pushed open Chao Cheng's door, first peeking her head in before fully entering. She even closed the door behind her. With a thud, it felt like a heavy hammer struck Luo Jin's chest. An indescribable pang of sorrow instantly engulfed her. Luo Jin bit her lip and looked at the burn ointment in her hand. Suddenly she felt ridiculous. Perhaps yesterday Chao Cheng's joke was genuine. She hadn't returned to his room. She hadn't cherished that opportunity. Now it seemed that there would never be another chance. Because from any perspective, that girl in the black dress was far superior to her. Luo Jin's eyes suddenly turned red, and she cursed herself fiercely. Luo Jin, you really deserve this. Then she silently retreated back into her room, closing the door. Back in her room, Luo Jin sat blankly on her bed, overwhelmed by a profound sense of grievance and self-reproach. The bitterness within her only intensified amid the waves of regret. Before long, she suddenly heard the faint sound of lively rhythmic music emanating from Chao Cheng's room, much like the trending dance tracks played by popular livestream dancers. Tears streamed down her face. So it had truly begun. Knowing the thin walls would betray any sound, they were determined to drown out what she shouldn't hear. They were simply masking it with music. Luo Jin could conceive of no other explanation. Why else would two people be blasting dance music in a room? It couldn't possibly be that they were actually dancing. 2 agonizing hours crawled by. The dance tracks changed one set after another. Then abruptly the music stopped. Luo Jin had spent the entire 2 hours lost in her tormented imagination. As the music ceased, she imagined Chao Cheng lighting a cigarette. And then the girl would be tracing circles on his chest. After a long while, Luo Jin's curiosity became unbearable. She even found herself wanting to eavesdrop on their conversation. Hesitantly, she crept to his door and gently pushed it open a crack. Suddenly, the door opposite swung open as well. Luo Jin froze instantly. If she slammed the door shut now, it would surely make a loud thud, so she instinctively remained still. At that moment, Tong Anchi stepped out. Through the gap in the door, Luo Jin could see Tong Anchi walking towards the stairs, her legs appearing weak. She descended, gripping the handrail with both hands. She was muttering under her breath. If one were closer, they would hear Tong Anchi cursing. That perverted boss of mine, he watched for 2 whole hours and never got bored. I've used up every single move I know. I even exhausted my folk dance and Latin dance foundations. And he made me change into shorts, black stockings, yoga pants, alternating styles. I might as well just call you Emperor. Unfortunately, Luo Jin couldn't hear her. She felt as if struck by lightning, her mind going completely blank. After a long moment, she glanced once more at Chao Cheng's room. She thought to herself, he must be so happy. Luo Jin, even if you threw yourself at him now, he probably wouldn't even spare you a glance. With that thought, she closed the door again. Meanwhile, in Chao Cheng's room, he rubbed his tired, sore eyes. It took him a while to quell his own irritation. At that moment, his extraordinarily acute senses caught the faint sound of sobbing from the room opposite. Was Luo Jin crying? Chao Cheng immediately sent Wensi to a branch outside her bedroom window. Using the borrowed vision technique, he peered into the room. Through the gap in the curtains, he could see Luo Jin was indeed crying. Probably afraid of disturbing Tao Tao, she was huddled on a small stool in the corner, weeping softly. Her fragile appearance was enough to stir pity. Chao Cheng sighed inwardly. The ancestor truly had impeccable taste. But Chao Cheng had no idea why she was crying. Could it be because he had cured her chronic back pain, and the method of treatment filled her with such guilt that she wept? Chao Cheng had indeed planned something along those lines. However, his intention was to make her feel indebted enough to offer herself to him, not to have her secretly crying alone like this. After her tears subsided, a change gradually came over Luo Jin's eyes. She looked at the burn ointment in her hand, then took out her phone and sent a message to her only friend. Yunshin, are you free tomorrow evening? The reply came quickly, I'm free, what's up? Can Tao Tao stay overnight with you tomorrow? Sure. The other party didn't ask why. Only then did Luo Jin, as if making a momentous decision, let out a long sigh of relief. She then changed into her pajamas and finally went to sleep. Early the next morning at the Yunhai Agricultural University Institute of Animal Behavior and Welfare, a meeting room was filled with researchers. Professor Huang sat in the center, his brow furrowed with worry. Tong Anya, as the person involved from the previous day, finished explaining the situation and stood to one side. She also conveyed that Chao Cheng was now extremely averse to the institute. These were the words Chao Cheng had asked Tong Anchi to pass on to Tong Anya. He did not wish to see anyone from the institute again. Professor Huang sighed and said, "This Song Qing is getting more and more out of line." Someone echoed, "Indeed, he should be locked up for a few more days to clear his head. Not only did he act without permission, but now he's completely offended the man. If I were the zoo owner, I would be absolutely furious. Song Qing has single-handedly ruined the institute's reputation." Everyone wore a look of despair. After Tong Anya returned yesterday, although she hadn't seen Professor Huang, many people had already learned of the incident. Quite a few present had gone to observe. Without even entering the zoo, one could see from the city's edge the flock of crows circling in the sky above the zoo. Every 2 hours they would wheel overhead like a dark cloud. This behavior was utterly incomprehensible to them. No existing literature documented such a bizarre natural phenomenon. And this spectacle was happening at the zoo. It was highly likely related to the zoo's owner. As scholars, their curiosity about this anomalous crow behavior had reached an explosive level. Then Tong Anya brought back devastating news. The institute had been blacklisted by the owner. Everyone wished they could tear Song Qing apart. "Should we ask the Animal Protection Department to talk to the owner and try to mend fences?" someone suggested. Tong Anya said, "This owner is very independent. If we do that, he might see it as pressure and the relationship would likely be ruined for good. He can indeed command these crows. Their obedience is astonishing. If the owner doesn't cooperate, he could simply make all the crows fly away, giving us no chance to study them." The room fell silent again. It seemed the only way forward was to find a solution through the owner himself. Professor Huang said, "We must try. Put aside your current tasks. Come with me to visit this owner and clarify things. Let's see if we can earn his forgiveness." Everyone sighed inwardly. This was the only option left. Professor Huang personally coming to apologize was the greatest sincerity the institute could offer. Just then an assistant hurried in. "Professor Huang, the Municipal Enforcement Bureau called. They're asking us to come over." A wounded South China tiger was found on a herdsman's property. The injuries are extremely severe. Most of the animal protection organizations and licensed wildlife vets in the city have already rushed over. They're requesting support from wildlife experts. At these words, everyone seated stood up in a rush, their chairs scraping loudly against the floor. Even Professor Huang asked incredulously, "Are you sure it's a South China tiger?" The assistant nodded. "Preliminary confirmation, yes." A wave of shock rippled through the room. The South China tiger was not just endangered, it was critically endangered. It was the rarest of all tiger subspecies. It had long been declared extinct in the wild. How could one suddenly appear in the wild today, and with such severe injuries? However, as animal research scholars, they had seen or heard of many similar incidents. Most involved poachers' illegal trade or transportation. Prepare the car, bring the equipment, and get there as fast as possible. Notify Professor Yu. Professor Huang instructed as he strode quickly out the door. In the northern part of Yunhai City, within a wildlife rescue station, a dying tiger was receiving emergency treatment. The onlookers could not help but wince at the sight. The tiger's injuries were grievous. Its right forepaw was nearly shattered, exposing fragmented bone. Its body was covered in blood and grime, with at least 7 or 8 massive lacerations across its chest, abdomen, neck, and thighs. The most severe wound was on the tiger's right eye, a gash that nearly split the skin of its face diagonally. The entire eye socket was a bloody mess, making it impossible to discern whether the eyeball remained intact. Even though the anesthetic had been administered, the rescue workers were fully armed and trembling. Some feared the tiger, but they feared the responsibility even more. This was a critically endangered South China tiger. Those with weaker nerves had already been replaced several times. "Hasn't the expert arrived yet?" someone asked anxiously. "The Animal Protection Association is here with a veterinarian. The vet from Green Forest Zoo is also on the way." Reports came in one after another. The commander on site was Luo Hu, captain of the Municipal Law Enforcement Bureau's 1st Brigade. Captain Luo, the Research Institute's expert, has also arrived. People kept gathering, many carrying professional equipment, clearly veterinary teams. It was the largest Green Forest Zoo in Yunhai City. This was the same zoo that had previously invited Chao Cheng to join them. They had also been invited to participate in this rescue. Ordinary veterinarians and wildlife veterinarians were entirely different professions. Even experts sometimes needed to rely on their equipment. Moreover, zoo veterinarians often had experience in rescuing large wild animals. Professor Huang led his team forward to take over. They began joint treatment with several professional veterinarians. These people were indeed far more skilled than those from the rescue center. Cleaning wounds, treating injuries, and attaching a ventilator quickly stabilized the tiger's vital signs. However, the tiger had lost a massive amount of blood, and its vital signs were extremely weak. Seeing that the major institutions had arrived, Luo, who loudly explained the situation to everyone. At 6:40 this morning, the Law Enforcement Bureau's dispatch center received a call. At a poultry farm in Baiha village, the farm owner discovered this injured tiger. At the time, the tiger was already barely alive, surrounded by over a dozen poultry it had killed. After reviewing the surveillance footage, we can confirm that the tiger was already severely injured before entering the farm. Everyone was shocked. That meant the tiger had come to the farm bearing all these wounds. Who had inflicted such damage upon it? At that moment, Professor Yu from the Research Institute carefully examined the tiger's wounds and began his analysis. This tiger was injured by a wild boar and a heavy trap. These wounds are clearly from a wild boar attack. The tiger's right forepaw stepped into a heavy trap. It first destroyed the trap by force, shattering its paw and causing disability. Afterward, while hunting the boar, it was viciously attacked by the startled animal. This left it nearly incapable of hunting wild prey. That's why it abnormally traveled a long distance from the deep mountains to hunt poultry on the farm. Moreover, this tiger likely does not belong here. As he spoke, Professor Yu pointed at the tiger's hind legs. Its hind legs are deformed from prolonged confinement and also bear injuries. It probably escaped from poachers and returned to the wild. Professor Yu, a true professional, succinctly analyzed the tiger's origins. But his expression was exceptionally grave. Professor Yu, what about the tiger's current condition? The speaker was the secretary of the Forestry Bureau director. He had rushed over upon receiving the notification. A critically endangered species on the brink of death. The success or failure of this rescue was of utmost importance to them. Moreover, the Forestry Bureau director had not yet reported the matter immediately. He was unaware of the severity of the tiger's injuries. If the tiger's condition stabilized, reporting it later would be a great achievement. That would be good news. But if reported immediately with various parties getting involved, it would no longer be the Forestry Bureau's sole operation. Who would willingly share the credit? Professor Yu frowned and shook his head. We'll do our best. Everyone's hearts sank. The treatment had only just begun. For Professor Yu to deliver such a pessimistic outlook so soon was hardly a good sign. And indeed, reality matched his words. The injured tiger's vital signs did stabilize, but they steadily declined. Luo, who had long completed his task, leaving 2 teams to maintain order before departing. This was a matter for wildlife experts. His presence was of no help, and the city bureau had plenty of other business to attend to. An expert from the South China Tiger Breeding Center has arrived. Someone suddenly shouted. The crowd parted noisily to make way. A middle-aged man, barely over 40, strode forward quickly. The crowd murmured. Where did this expert come from? So young. He's an expert from the South China Tiger Breeding Center in the neighboring city in Yunhai on business. Don't underestimate his youth. He might not match Professor Huang or you in other areas. But working at the South China Tiger Breeding Center makes him a true specialist. Professors Huang and Yu immediately stepped forward to greet him. Expert Su, we meet again. Professor Yu extended his hand to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shook hands with Professor Yu, smiling. Yunhai City was a second-tier city, while the neighboring Dongling City was a major first-tier metropolis. Expert Su's ranking might not match that of Professors Huang and Yu, but his value lay in working at the Dongling City South China Tiger Breeding Center. After all, there were only a handful of such centers in the country. They were regarded as the guardians of national treasures. Let's take a look first. Expert Su carried himself with considerable authority. As he assessed the tiger's injuries and various indicators, his expression grew increasingly somber. The tiger has lost too much blood. Just this alone makes it a 900 chance. Moreover, all its bodily functions have severely declined. At this point, Expert Su shook his head. We may be powerless. Professor Huang urgently asked, since it's blood loss, why not try a transfusion? As far as I know, the South China Tiger Breeding Center has 4 tigers and a blood bank. Expert Su frowned slightly. He thought to himself, what do you know? The South China Tiger Blood Bank is a precious resource. If I don't apply for it, the tiger's death won't be my problem. But if I apply for the blood bank and the tiger still dies, I'll bear the responsibility as the expert on site. He cleared his throat and said, even if the blood bank has blood, it takes time to transport it here. The entire process requires strict temperature control and time management. Plus a blood cross match is needed. With such delays, the tiger won't survive that long. Alternatively, you could negotiate with the air traffic control authorities for aerial transport. His final remark left everyone in silence. Air traffic control was firmly in the hands of the military. Who would apply for that? Unless the city leadership collectively pursued it. But so far, the city leaders hadn't shown excessive interest. They clearly intended to observe how events unfolded. Professors Huang and Yu exchanged glances, fully aware that Expert Su was simply avoiding trouble. Although blood transport had strict requirements, it wasn't as extreme as he claimed. He was merely unwilling to help. After all, if the tiger died in Yunhai City, he bore no responsibility. Remember, it had been less than an hour since the tiger was discovered. The matter hadn't yet escalated. A tiger. The situation could be big or small. Not only had the Forestry Bureau director not reported it, but the city leaders were unaware. Even if some knew, they had to feign ignorance. Most leaders had nothing to do with the tiger. This matter needed a resolution before the media took notice. To keep things within controllable risk. At this critical juncture, which unrelated leader would step up and say he'll handle it or call a meeting? Both sighed inwardly. It was a pity for the tiger, which had lost even its last shred of hope. At that moment, a well-dressed, middle-aged man standing at the back of the crowd raised an eyebrow. He was the owner of Green Forest Zoo. He pulled aside the head of the Wildlife Rescue Center, who was already drenched in cold sweat and extremely anxious. The tiger had become a hot potato for him. Once the tiger died and the news couldn't be suppressed, he would be devoured by the media. Irritated, he snapped at the zoo owner. "Old Lin, what do you want?" Lin smiled. Director Zhang, finding things tricky. "What are you getting at?" Zhang asked gruffly. Lin lowered his voice. "I have a way for you to get rid of this hot potato." Director Zhang's eyes immediately lit up. "Speak." Boss Lin said. "Do you know about the recent big internet sensation in our Yunhai city? Chinganzu, the hereditary animal tamer." Director Zhang nodded. He had indeed heard of such a thing. Since he's a hereditary tamer, he must also have healing skills. Why not send the tiger to him? Director Zhang's mind was a muddle at that moment, completely unable to grasp Boss Lin's meaning. Even so many experts couldn't save it. How could a performing tamer possibly cure it? Isn't that ridiculous? Seeing this, Boss Lin made it clear, no one dares to touch a dying tiger, but what if it were healthy? Send all the experts away and announce that the tiger has improved. It needs a quiet small zoo for recuperation. Then with the media in tow, send the tiger straight to him, acting first and reporting later. If he doesn't take it, and any subsequent problems with the tiger can be pinned on him. It was him who refused to provide a quiet place for recuperation. If he does take it, and the tiger dies in his zoo, the responsibility falls on him. And even if by some miracle the tiger recovers, it's all thanks to your coordination and wise decision. Director Zhang's eyes sparkled as he looked at Boss Lin. So Boss Lin was helping him shift the blame. This scheme was incredibly vicious. Could it be that Boss Lin held a grudge against this Chao Cheng? Otherwise, how could he have devised such a malicious plan? Though it solved his predicament regardless of the outcome, Chao Cheng would bear immense responsibility. At worst, his reputation would be ruined. At best, he could no longer use his taming skills to earn money through streaming. Still, he was tempted. Once the tiger died, who would listen to his explanation? The public would only believe what they wanted to. Faced with overwhelming public pressure, his superiors would have no choice but to remove him to appease the masses. His career and future were at stake. No matter how ruthless, he had to do it. All right. Director Zhang nodded. He hurried away. Boss Lin revealed a triumphant cold smile. So you think you're something, Chao Cheng? I offered you a job at Green Forest, a monthly salary of 100,000, and you turned me down. You cursed my people out. Now I'll make you lose everything. When you come begging to work for me, you'll have to think twice. Director Zhang still didn't dare act on his own. He went to find the secretary of the Forestry Bureau director. The Wildlife Rescue Center was a public institution under the Forestry Bureau. If the tiger died, the Forestry Bureau director would also bear significant responsibility. If he could handle this perfectly and shift the blame onto a small zoo, the negative impact would be minimized. The leadership should support him. Sure enough, after the secretary made a phone call, he nodded at Director Zhang. Director Zhang's courage swelled. This meant the Forestry Bureau leadership had given the nod. It seemed the leadership also appreciated his blame-shifting plan. Right? This was a very successful crisis management. The city leadership would also have to give him credit. At the very least, the propaganda chief, a member of the standing committee, would have to protect him. He had done him a huge favor. Perhaps he would even be generously rewarded for his quick thinking. Director Zhang immediately went before the assembled experts and veterinarians. Esteemed experts, medical staff. This place is too noisy to think. Why don't you all find a place to figure something out? And give us some time to report to our superiors to see if we can apply for blood from the bank. Make one final effort. Even without Director Zhang's words, many were eager to leave. As soon as he spoke, many veterinarians and experts immediately took their leave. Professor Huang and Professor Yu had no choice. They understood the implication. A final effort. After that, they would have done their duty, waiting only for the tiger to lose its vital signs. They'll go to the South China Tiger Breeding Center myself to visit Professor Liu. Professor Yu said with a sigh, then led his people out. As for Professor Liu, he had already left long ago. Soon the tiger's medical team had dispersed. Seeing everyone gone, Director Zhang quickly approached the rescue center staff. How many stabilizers are left? The staff replied, 3 doses. Administer all 3 to the tiger. Director Zhang gritted his teeth. The staff was shocked. The stabilizer was like adrenaline and nutrients for the tiger. It would temporarily boost bodily functions, but the side effects after the effects wore off were severe. 3 doses at once. Once the drug wore off, the tiger was almost certainly doomed. Don't just stand there, hurry up. Director Zhang barked. Ah yes. Orders were hard to defy. The man had no choice but to comply. Director Zhang then ordered the news to be leaked to the media. The media, always looking for stories, couldn't find material normally. Upon hearing about a dying South China tiger, they swarmed like sharks scenting blood. They moved swiftly. Soon the tiger's vital signs did indeed recover somewhat. At least everything looked normal on the monitors. Director Zhang had the tiger's severe wounds bandaged to stop the bleeding, making it appear as if treatment was complete. The rescue center's transport vehicle had also arrived. Director Zhang walked out of the station. Instantly, a crowd of reporters and cameras surrounded him, practically shoved in his face. Director Zhang had nerves of steel. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, putting on a relaxed expression as if he'd just finished his work. Rest assured, friends from the media, the injured South China tiger has received initial treatment. However, the tiger is very resistant to the human environment of the rescue station. It seems it cannot recuperate peacefully here. Therefore, we plan to transfer the tiger to a zoo for quiet recovery. Large zoos with the calls and scents of large wild animals are also unsuitable for quiet recuperation. So we have chosen a very small zoo on the city's edge, far from the urban clamor, without large wild animals. As he spoke, the transport vehicle pulled up in front of the station. People inside brought the tiger out on a large stretcher cage cart. The reporters surged forward, their cameras all aimed at the tiger. No one noticed anything wrong with Director Zhang's statement. Because after the Wildlife Rescue Center saves animals, they are either released into the wild, or if unable to survive, they're sent to various zoos. This was standard procedure. Under the media's lenses, the tiger lay still, but its chest rose and fell steadily, its breath calm, its eyes moving, observing its surroundings. It was, after all, the king of beasts. Even on the verge of death, its aura was still awe-inspiring. A single glance sent chills down one's spine. Under the media's watch, it was loaded onto the transport vehicle, heading straight for the northern suburbs of Yanhai City. A large number of reporters quickly followed in their cars. The time was exactly 8 in the morning. Director Zhang sat in the transport vehicle with a fleet of reporters' cars trailing behind. As soon as they hit the third ring road, they suddenly saw in the direction of Chang'an Zoo. Countless crows taking flight, circling the zoo. The scene was breathtaking. Chao Cheng had not yet started his stream. He had just finished breakfast. Luo Jin went to open the gate. Tong Anqi and Zhang Wei arrived for work. Tong Anqi was dressed in ordinary clothes, but carried a suitcase. Inside were the most alluring outfits she had prepared for her first day. Chao Cheng had Zhang Wei draft a labor contract for Tong Anqi. Her primary role was to boost the influence of Chang'an Zoo. She would attract visitors through social media, pose for photos, and engage in simple interactions on site, somewhat like a car show model. Tong Anqi was an animal model. Of course, she was a formal employee with more freedom than a car model. Additionally, she was responsible for helping Chao Cheng manage his social media. Chao Cheng's streams attracted viewers mainly through the animals. The person streaming wasn't essential, though anyone could monitor the stream. Tong Anqi was beautiful, with a great figure, sweet, yet sophisticated. Wouldn't she be better than him at hosting the stream? So Chao Cheng planned to train Tong Anqi or Zhang Wei to gradually take over his account. This would free him up over time. For now, only the Parrots act was eye-catching. As more animals arrived, there would be more acts, and eventually, he could stop doing same-city deliveries. Just as the contract was signed, Sect Disciple 1, Prestige, 1 current Sect Prestige, 61 visitors also began to trickle in. There were noticeably fewer customers today than before. The local crowd had only come to see the novelty, and there were only so many people who would spend 100 yuan every day to look at crows. So Chao Cheng felt he really needed to add some new attractions soon. He was now at the mid-stage of Qi refining and could contract a third spirit beast. What should the third spirit beast be? As he pondered, a commotion suddenly arose at the entrance. Before Luo Jin could call him, Chao Cheng's eyes rolled back as he activated his borrowed sight. Through the crows at the gate, he saw a long line of vehicles at the zoo entrance, dozens of them. Leading them was a transport vehicle that looked like an ambulance bearing the words Yanhai City Wildlife Rescue Center. Chao Cheng quickly arrived at the door, meeting with Director Zhang, who was negotiating with Luo Jin. Behind Director Zhang, a large number of reporters were holding cameras. Although Luo Jin knew that Chao Cheng had generated considerable traffic from his recent live streams, he had never seen such a scene. Chao Cheng directly asked Director Zhang, "What's going on?" Director Zhang immediately stepped forward with a smile and shook hands with Chao Cheng, saying, "Mr. Chao, hello. I am Zhang Qiuyang, the director of the Wildlife Rescue Center." Chao Cheng was taken aback. In his memories, his parents had indeed mentioned the Wildlife Rescue Center to him. These people were not easy to deal with. They all had their noses in the air, especially regarding the zoo. The Qingan Zoo had previously applied to the Rescue Center for animals. However, the Rescue Center had never given them any. Most of the wildlife that could not be released after treatment ended up at the Green Forest Zoo. What do you need? Chao Cheng asked, puzzled, shaking his hand while looking at those behind him. Director Zhang did not beat around the bush. He had no time for that. The tiger could perish at any moment. Here's the situation. This morning the city rescued an injured South China tiger. We have already stabilized its condition. Now we need to find a quiet place for the tiger to recover. After public nominations and the city's approval, it has been unanimously decided that your facility is the most suitable for its recovery. I kindly ask Mr. Chao to take in this tiger for us. As he spoke, those behind had already pushed out the stretcher cage. A fierce tiger, nearly 2 meters long, including its tail, lay sideways in the cage, its body wrapped in bandages. Chao Cheng's eyes immediately narrowed. His gaze was filled with shock and excitement, for he clearly saw that the aura around the tiger's head was green. This meant the tiger was in a contractable state. It should be noted that at present Chao Cheng in the midstage of Foundation establishment was much stronger than a wolf, but the wolf was only in a reddish-yellow state. The tiger was definitely in a red state. It was fundamentally impossible to form a contract. Could it be because this tiger was gravely injured and on the brink of death? However, Chao Cheng could also sense through his mysterious healing techniques. The tiger was barely hanging on to life. He cast a cold glance at Director Zhang. This guy was sending him a dying tiger under the guise of providing a recovery facility. He was clearly not here to deliver a tiger. Instead, he was here to pass the blame. What nonsense about public recommendation and city approval. His facility didn't even have a first-class breeding license for protected animals. This was a South China tiger, an extremely endangered species on the brink of extinction in the wild. He had no veterinarians or equipment, and they expected him to provide recovery. This was a blatant attempt to pressure him, leaving him to bear the consequences. Chao Cheng looked at the group of media cameras behind Director Zhang. There was no need to think. Countless eyes were fixed on him. If he refused to take in this tiger, not to mention that if something happened to the tiger, they would also shift the blame onto him. The reputation of Qingan Zoo would also suffer a blow. Qingan Zoo was currently attracting a lot of attention, with Chao Cheng live streaming as a hereditary beast tamer to make money. If he said he was unwilling to take in this tiger, he would face intense criticism. Aren't you a beast tamer? Why can't you take in an injured tiger? If this led to the tiger's death, he would be even more vilified. At the very least, he would no longer be able to use the title of hereditary beast tamer in the future. He would surely be scolded mercilessly. Moreover, his beast taming system primarily rewarded him by increasing his reputation. After tarnishing his reputation, gaining prestige would become extremely difficult. This absolutely wouldn't do. If he accepted this tiger, according to Director Zhang's plan, the tiger would die in his park within 2 hours. Then they would rise up, pinning the blame on him for the death of the South China tiger. This tactic was truly sinister. He wondered whose idea it was. However, the only miscalculation on their part was that he could indeed save it. For him, this tiger was not a hot potato. Instead, it was an enormous opportunity he could have only dreamed of. If things went as usual, he wouldn't have been able to form a contract with a spirit beast of this level until he reached Foundation establishment. Moreover, aside from forming a contract with such a powerful spirit beast, the massive media attention they brought, initially meant to pressure him, would instead become his traffic bonus. As long as he treated the tiger well and continued to hype it up in his live streams, Qingan Zoo's reputation would soar to new heights. His prestige would also grow rapidly. After all, a zoo that could care for and rehabilitate a South China tiger would surely hold much more weight and value. The prestige provided would also be greater. In this case, he had no choice but to keep Director Zhang from seeing through him. If he exposed the truth in front of the media, saying this was a dying tiger sent to him under the pretense of recovery, then if the tiger arrived safely at his place, wouldn't his words become meaningless? After all, he had to accept the tiger. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All right, then he would take it in first. He would settle the score with Director Zhang later. With this thought in mind, Chao Cheng quickly walked to the tiger's cage. At this moment, one of the tiger's eyes was tightly bandaged. The other eye was following Chao Cheng. Its gaze was already beginning to lose vitality. Due to his beast taming technique, Chao Cheng could even faintly sense the tiger's despair and fear of death. Director Zhang, I can indeed provide a recovery environment here. However, I currently do not have a first-class breeding license for protected wild animals. If this tiger is entrusted to me, it may be somewhat against the rules. Director Zhang immediately replied, rules are dead, but people are alive. Moreover, as far as I know, the Qingan Zoo has experience in raising large mammals before. As long as this tiger recovers well here, applying for the first-class license won't be too far off. Chao Cheng sneered inwardly. Saying such things in front of the media, this guy was really desperate. All right, helping the city relieve its burdens is the responsibility and duty of us, small business owners. However, since this is a recovery, it's best not to have too many disturbances. The media friends should stop here. My ancestors were beast tamers, and I have some good methods for caring for large animals. After Chao Cheng finished speaking, Director Zhang's face was beaming with joy. Ah, great. Not going in is a good thing. I can't wait to leave the scene. Not going in would completely eliminate any evidence against him. And since you are from a family of beast tamers, let alone the media, we can all withdraw. Chao Cheng's words effectively placed all responsibility on himself. Was this kid a professional at bearing blame? Truly amusing. Director Zhang immediately organized the people to send the tiger into the park. The remaining rescue center staff blocked the media from entering. Chang'an Zoo was so small that it didn't even have a tiger enclosure. After all, a tiger enclosure occupies almost half the area of Chang'an Zoo. Chao Cheng personally led the team to push the tiger into the snake enclosure. Let's place the tiger here for now. I'll find a proper place for it later. Director Zhang about the feeding subsidy. Director Zhang immediately smiled and said, "Oh, no problem. Just have your staff submit your company account to the rescue center. The feeding subsidy will be deposited into your account within 48 hours. Chao Cheng nodded, then I'll take care of the rest. Director Zhang was overjoyed. He hurriedly called everyone to leave as if they were escaping. Tong Anqi and Luo Jin were together at the ticket booth at the entrance. Zhang Wei looked at Director Zhang and the others leaving with a frown and asked Chao Cheng, "Boss, something seems off with these people. And are we really going to take in this tiger?" Chao Cheng sneered, "Of course. Go to the rescue center and submit the paperwork." Zhang Wei nodded and quickly ran out. Chao Cheng then closed the door and returned to the tiger, preparing to form a contract. To be frank, this tiger was grievously wounded. Without having reached the mid-cultivation realm of qi refinement, Chao Cheng would not have dared to accept it. His own Xianling medical art alone offered no guarantee of success. Fortunately, upon attaining the mid-cultivation realm, Chao Cheng could form a pact with a third spirit beast. Once bound, this wild tiger would transcend its mortal nature and become a true spirit beast. Yet such a pact required both the Xianling medical art and spirit beast pills. Standing before the tiger, Chao Cheng drew a deep, steadying breath. Tigers were creatures of sheer terror. Should one encounter a tiger barehanded in the wild, and should that tiger be hungry, the encounter would be indistinguishable from meeting death himself. Even armed with the beast-taming manual, Chao Cheng felt his pulse quicken at such proximity. And yet to forge the pact and administer the Xianling medical art, he would need to reach his hands deep into the cage. But the tiger's injuries brooked no delay. "Cooperate with me. I shall grant you a profound destiny," Chao Cheng murmured softly. He then extended his hand into the cage, slowly guiding his palm toward the tiger's brow. At that moment, a low, guttural growl rumbled from the beast's throat. Chao Cheng's hand froze, but only for an instant. With unwavering resolve, he pressed forward until his palm rested upon the tiger's head. A thread of spiritual energy flowed forth, weaving the first fragile bond between master and beast. Though the mist shimmering above the tiger's brow was emerald green, the binding ritual lasted longer than the combined pacts with Wen Shi and He Chuan, nearly a full minute before completion. In that instant, Chao Cheng felt their minds merge, hearts synchronize, an instinctive, effortless kinship that dissolved all fear. Gently, he stroked the tiger's massive head. The tiger, eyes half flitted in quiet contentment, accepted the offering, one spirit awakening pill and two spirit beast pills placed tenderly beside its muzzle. Though racked with agony and near death's door, it stirred with unmistakable fervor. It nearly lifted its heavy head, lashing out with its tongue to sweep the pills from Chao Cheng's palm. A sensation so startling that he found himself touching a tiger's tongue for the very first time. Few mortals would ever lay a hand upon such a tongue in their lifetime. Only after the pills were swallowed did Chao Cheng begin to channel the Xianling medical art. The two spirit beast pills alone were potent restoratives, as their essence diffused through the tiger's body. Life itself was wrested back from oblivion. Coupled with Chao Cheng's precise medical art, they mended external wounds with surgical grace. Soon the tiger's vitality began to return. Suddenly a voice resonated within Chao Cheng's spiritual sea, deep, resonant, and profoundly steady. "Master, do you feel better now, eh?" Chao Cheng asked. "Much better. I never imagined I would live again. From this day forth your name shall be Pajun, a name befitting a sovereign of battle. Pajun, named after the fierce star of the Northern Dipper. Unstoppable in charge, sweeping legions aside, invincible in valor. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this name. Tell me, were you aware you are an endangered species?" By now Pajun had managed to lift his great head with visible effort. His massive feline head tilted slightly. "I have seldom seen others of my kind. Yet while imprisoned, I once beheld another tiger, of the same bloodline as mine. Also a South China tiger. Chao Cheng exclaimed in surprise. So humans call us. Having formed the soul bond, Pejun now shared fragments of Chao Cheng's cognition, understanding himself as a tiger within the animal kingdom and recognizing all clothed bipeds as humans. He grasped that he belonged to the realm of beasts while beings like his master, clothed, upright, articulate, were known as humans. Where were you held captive? By human reckoning, I was imprisoned for nearly 1 year. I know not the location, only that there were forests and rivers, and the people there spoke differently from you. Different language. Chao Cheng paused, startled. Could it be foreigners? That seemed plausible. Yinhai City's mountain ranges stretched outward, bordering Laos and Vietnam. Its frontier forests and rugged terrain were vast, tangled, and notoriously lawless. That Pejun knew nothing of the precise location was hardly surprising. He had fled in blind panic after all, and he was quite simply a tiger, not some seasoned explorer equipped with a compass. Still, when my cultivation deepens, I shall surely retrace my path home. Though transmitted via divine sense, that statement carried a chilling undercurrent of murderous intent, proof that his captors had inflicted grave cruelty upon him. No wonder his grudge ran so deep. Very well, train hard. When your strength is restored, I shall take you back for vengeance. With those words, Chao Cheng imparted the myriad Dharma Dowentry manual to Pejun, simultaneously probing his innate Dowentry method with subtle spiritual insight. The moment he discerned it, Chao Cheng sighed inwardly, helpless. This one followed the path of slaughter. Each life taken fueled his cultivation, and the mightier the slain, the swifter his advancement. Chao Cheng's first thought was live chickens. Many tigers and zoos thrived on them. But that merely adjusted his daily feeding regimen. Hiring him out to a slaughterhouse would be ideal, yet no such enterprise existed. Modern abattoirs relied on mechanization. How could he possibly persuade anyone to let his tiger personally dispatch cattle or sheep? Unless he cultivated enough power to open his own slaughterhouse, and perhaps even stage public demonstrations. A sharp, uneasy breath escaped him. It did sound rather brutal. Rest well for now. Chao Cheng patted the cage. Though formidable, the Xianling medical art could not yet restore flesh to bone. Pejun's injuries were catastrophic, multiple deep wounds exposing bone, each requiring time to heal. Yet as a newly awakened spirit beast, the traits granted by the beast taming manual began to manifest enhanced physical capabilities. Tigers were nature's most perfect predators, their entire physiology honed for combat, astonishingly potent. Now as a spirit beast, that perfection underwent further refinement. Its innate attributes surged beyond natural limits, transcendent, awe-inspiring. If when she embodied the refined arts of a Taoist cultivator, and He Chuan echoed the shadowy machinations of a dark sect adept, then Pejun was the embodiment of the body cultivator, fierce, unyielding, indomitable. And the boon he bestowed upon Chao Cheng was comprehensive bodily enhancement. Strength, reflexes, explosive power, resilience against damage, and accelerated recovery, all elevated to extraordinary levels. Just then a fly buzzed lazily overhead, likely searching for carrion. Chao Cheng's arm shot forth, lightning fast, and his fingers closed precisely around the insect. His eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Such speed and precision, far surpassing ordinary human capacity, felt intoxicatingly sublime. Staring at the crushed insect smeared across his fingertip, his triumphant grin twisted into revulsion. With a grimace, he wiped the remains onto the tiger's cage, then stepped out. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than Song Xingjia's call came through. The moment Chao Cheng answered, Song Xingjia's voice boomed urgently down the line. Lao Chao, they've sent that dead tiger to you at the rescue center? Yes. Song Xingjia erupted. Damn that old dog Zhang. He's courting death. Chao Cheng asked calmly what exactly happened. He'd suspected Director Zhang had set a trap, but knew none of the details. Song Xingjia's tone remained furious. Before 7 this morning, the Enforcement Bureau received a report. A tiger spotted by a local farmer. Once retrieved, city experts, veterinarians, and even specialists from the neighboring city's South China Tiger Breeding Center arrived. They declared the tiger beyond saving, utterly hopeless. According to officers who remained on site, Director Zhang dismissed everyone else. All assumed the tiger would either be euthanized or left to die. Instead, Zhang took the media straight to your place and delivered it there. Now the stories exploded. City officials learned of it only through news reports. Even the Forestry Bureau director concealed the tiger's identity from higher authorities. An emergency meeting is imminent. I'm certain it's over this. That Wei Zhang won't escape my wrath. Chao Cheng now grasped the full sequence of events. Calm down. For now, leave the tiger to me. Just find out where each city official stands on this matter. Song Xingjia replied, that shouldn't be difficult. My father instructed me to call you. His former superior is attending the meeting now. I'll relay everything as soon as it concludes. And with that he hung up. In the grand meeting room of the municipal government building, the air was thick with smoke as a few chain smokers who had just arrived began puffing away. Joan and the director of the Forestry Bureau sat down with a teacup in hand. He cast his gaze toward the head of the propaganda department, seeking to exchange a knowing look. He wanted to gauge the other's stance. He had been the first to learn about the South China Tiger incident today. He had immediately sent his secretary to the scene. However, he had not reported the matter. He believed that if the tiger's injuries were minor, it would soon recover. Reporting it then would have been a great achievement, one he could claim solely for himself. To his dismay, the tiger's injuries were so severe that even the experts from the breeding center deemed it incurable. Just as he was about to file a report, his secretary called. Director Zhang from the rescue center had a plan for crisis management. After hearing it, Zhou Nan thought it was the best course of action. Making a small business owner the scapegoat would resolve the issue. It was beneficial for everyone involved. Thus, he allowed Director Zhang to send the tiger to Chaocheng. While Director Zhang was leading the media to the zoo, Zhou Nan finally reported the matter to his superiors. To his surprise, the superiors reacted intensely, immediately calling for an emergency meeting. Zhou Nan's confidence evaporated. He sensed a storm brewing. He urgently needed the support of the propaganda department head, who was also a member of the standing committee. His crisis management, after all, had solved a major headache for the propaganda team. Yet the other man did not even glance his way. This made Zhou Nan even more anxious. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. The city's top leaders, led by the municipal party committee secretary, strode in. Among them was Sun Dong, the head of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. His face was grim, and his fierce eyes swept the room before fixing on Zhou Nan. The look gave Zhou Nan goosebumps. "Let's start this impromptu meeting," the municipal party committee secretary declared without even sitting down. He announced loudly, "By now everyone must be aware of the critically injured South China tiger." When all experts were at a loss to save the dying tiger, the director of the rescue center, right in front of the media, handed it over to a small business owner. "Director Zhou, you need to explain this." At these words, Zhou Nan's face turned deathly pale. The municipal party committee secretary, disregarding all decorum, had publicly revealed how Director Zhang had shifted the blame to Chaocheng. It was clear that the whole affair had been completely exposed. There would be no good outcome. He quickly said, "Secretary Ling, I only just learned of this myself. My secretary told me about it. I was indeed somewhat negligent, though I found out too late." He was still trying to downplay his role. After all, he hadn't been at the scene, he had sent his secretary. If he could insist he never gave the nod, there might still be a sliver of hope. Sun Dong cut him off. "Perhaps you all don't know yet. This small business owner who was saddled with the dying tiger is the very hero who helped the province crack a major human trafficking case." This revelation made those unaware of the case's details gasp in shock. The city government shifting blame to a small business owner, and that scapegoat being a meritorious hero. Either incident alone would be scandalous. And now they had collided. Everyone's gaze, intentionally or not, fell on Zhou Nan. He began to tremble slightly all over. That business owner is the hero who helped the province solve the human trafficking case. How is this possible? What a coincidence. The municipal party committee secretary continued, "Just now, law enforcement officers have taken Director Zhang from the rescue center in for investigation. Director Zhang has confessed to his crimes. He admitted that after all the experts declared the tiger couldn't be saved, he sent them away and injected the tiger with 2 doses of a highly potent stabilizer with severe side effects. Then he told the media the tiger was cured and sent it to Qinggan Zoo. He attempted to shift the blame for the tiger's death onto the small business owner. Such behavior is utterly despicable." The propaganda department head also expressed his indignation. "This is indeed too much. The rescue center, under the leadership of the Forestry Bureau, represents the government's image. If this gets out through the media, the consequences would be catastrophic. We must investigate this thoroughly." His words were aimed directly at Zhou Nan. Other leaders with less direct involvement had no need to speak. But they silently mourned for Zhou Nan. His face was now ashen, utterly defeated. He could almost foresee that before the lunch break, he would be sitting before the Disciplinary Inspection Commission. The municipal party committee secretary continued, "The South China tiger is a national treasure and critically endangered species. Since we've found one, we must treat this as an important political task. I have already coordinated with the Air Traffic Control Department and the neighboring city's South China Tiger Breeding Center. Their medical team and the blood needed for emergency care are on their way here by air. I announced the immediate formation of a special task force. It will be personally led by Vice Mayor Yang Xinhai, who previously oversaw forestry work. Health Commission colleagues will provide medical assistance. Law Enforcement Bureau will maintain order. The propaganda department will manage public opinion and prevent the spread of misinformation. The Transportation Bureau will open green channels for all parties. Proceed to Qingganzhou immediately. We must do everything possible to save the South China Tiger's life. The leaders at the meeting sprang into action. Many suspected the outcome was already sealed. The tiger had been declared beyond saving by experts before it was even sent to the zoo. Coupled with the 2 stabilizer injections Director Zhang had given it before transfer, the effects were likely wearing off. The tiger might have already breathed its last. Such a massive effort might be in vain. Yet everyone understood that even if futile, they had to try their utmost. The South China Tiger is a national treasure and critically endangered. Saving its life symbolized the local government's commitment to nature conservation. If the city leaders had been unaware, they would have faced criticism for the tiger's death. But the act of shifting blame to a small business owner had made the situation gravely serious. Furthermore, the media had already disseminated false information. This was the most passive position imaginable. Zhou had made 3 colossal mistakes. First, he underestimated the concept of integrity. He thought everyone would applaud his scapegoating, even fantasizing about being commended. Second, he underestimated the importance of the South China Tiger. Even if it was dying, or even if it were already a corpse, the city would have to report it, investigate, thoroughly find out where it came from, how it died, and whether there was illegal poaching. Third, and most directly leading to the involvement of law enforcement and the disciplinary commission, was Chao Cheng. Director Zhang had made the fatal mistake of choosing the hero of the human trafficking case as a scapegoat. It was only restraint that kept Sun Dong from slapping Zhou Nen across the face. Song Taizhan was a veteran subordinate of Sun Dong. Sun Dong had personally recommended him for the position of Law Enforcement Bureau Director. The successful operation had brought collective honors to the entire city bureau. Sun Dong, as his former superior, shared in the glory. He had been looking forward to future cases where Chao Cheng's help would be needed to achieve more triumphs. He never expected that before the hero could even spend his reward money, a huge black pot would fall from the sky, trapping him. If Chao Cheng grew to resent the municipal government, the trouble would be immense. Refusing to help the Law Enforcement Bureau in the future would be a minor issue. If Chao Cheng harbored a grudge and decided to engage in crime to take revenge on society, you might not even find a shred of evidence. Following the municipal party committee secretary's orders, all departments mobilized instantly. A large number of personnel rushed directly to Qingganzhou. Just as Vice Mayor Fu Guoqiang drove up to the zoo gates, a military helicopter appeared overhead, beginning its slow descent. The moment it touched down, a group of experts from the South China Tiger Breeding Center jumped out, carrying various insulated boxes. One expert stumbled and fell, spraining an ankle. He was helped up and insisted on hobbling along with the group as they rushed into the zoo. Luo Jin, stationed at the ticket booth today, had been dazed since morning. From early dawn, it was the Wildlife Rescue Center, followed by a siege of media with their long lenses and microphones. This made tourists think something major had happened, and many dared not enter the zoo. These people had just left. Many journalists were still lurking around, as if waiting for something. Then suddenly a large group of law enforcement officers arrived. From inside the zoo to outside, they interrogated everyone. Regardless of whether they were journalists, all were dispersed. The scene had just been cleared. A fleet of official vehicles with City Hall license plates filled the parking lot. And now even a helicopter had arrived. Fortunately, Chao Cheng had told her to just open the turnstiles and not worry about anything else. As soon as the city's emergency meeting ended, Chao Cheng received a call from Song Xingjie. Song Xingjie told Chao Cheng to prepare, as the city's medical team was coming. Chao Cheng had long known that today would not be peaceful. That was why he hadn't started his live stream. When the law enforcement came to clear the area, Chao Cheng cooperated fully. When the city leaders brought the medical team, Chao Cheng also opened his doors wide in welcome, because Chao Cheng had already prepared a spectacle for them. If this show wasn't finished today, how could the tiger ever stay permanently in his zoo? However, as the zoo owner, unaware of the inside story, Chao Cheng, still looking quite bewildered, blocked the path of the city leaders. What is this? Song Tieshan, who was relatively familiar with Chao Cheng, stepped forward to take on the communication. Chao, let me introduce you. This is Deputy Mayor Yang. Today, Deputy Mayor Yang is leading the team personally, bringing experts and a medical group from the South China Tiger Breeding Center. Before Song Taizhan could finish the introduction, Yang Xinhai stepped forward and took Chao Cheng's hand. Mr. Chao, thank you for allowing the South China Tiger to recuperate here, helping to resolve a difficult issue for the city. However, the South China Tiger is a matter of great importance. The medical expert team must personally conduct an examination. Mr. Chao, please lead us inside quickly. In their understanding, Chao Cheng was the unsuspecting victim. Time was urgent, they had to rescue as soon as possible. But they couldn't just tell Chao Cheng directly, step aside, Director Zhang set you up, and now we're here to save your skin. Although Chao Cheng knew the full story, he was still inexplicably moved. He knew that by doing this the city was effectively taking the responsibility back onto itself. If the tiger died on the rescue table, the city would also shoulder that responsibility. Alright, the tiger is inside. Chao Cheng didn't waste time. He directly led the group into the snake house. The medical team from the South China Tiger Breeding Center strode in quickly. There, lying motionless on its side in the ambulance cage, was the tiger. The originally white bandages were all stained red. Everyone's heart sank heavily. Could it be that the tiger had already died? Even Yang Xinhai and the other leaders who were not experts sighed inwardly. At the same time, many looked at Chao Cheng thinking to themselves, "You poor little boss, you've really hit a streak of bad luck." Director Zhang had injected the tiger with a stabilizer when it was sent, so its condition was probably good. This young boss probably thought he had found a treasure. Little did he know he had been set up. However, everyone was secretly amazed. Was this young boss the great hero who helped solve the major human trafficking case? He was too young, and they heard he was also a beast-taming prodigy. This was a profession so niche they had rarely if ever seen it. Watching the large team of medical experts set up their equipment ready to rescue, Chao Cheng feigned ignorance and said, is this an examination? This is quite an entourage. Leaders, the tiger was indeed in a bad state when it was sent here. But my ancestors were a beast-taming family, and I have some folk remedies for healing wild animals. After my treatment, it should be mostly fine now. The medical experts looked at Chao Cheng as if he were a fool. The city leaders also felt a wave of awkwardness, sighing inwardly. Silly boy, what nonsense are you talking about? This medical expert team is here to save your life. Do you really think you can cure a South China tiger that even the expert medical team finds challenging? The experts from the breeding center also knew the inside story. They weren't supposed to expose the matter in front of Chao Cheng, but Chao Cheng's words were probably too irritating. One expert from the breeding center still said to Yang Xinhai, "Deputy Mayor Yang, the situation is not optimistic. We can only do our best." These words were essentially a slap in the face to Chao Cheng's statement. Chao Cheng said the tiger was fine after his treatment. The expert said the situation was not optimistic. Didn't that make Chao Cheng's words a joke? "I appreciate your efforts," Yang Xinhai said very politely. After saying this, the expert glanced coldly at Chao Cheng and began directing the rescue. Since the tiger was inside the cage, many devices couldn't be used and rescue was impossible. The tiger's current state was clearly on its last breath. So everyone let their guard down. Open the cage. Prepare the tranquilizer. Someone immediately opened the cage. The tiger was completely exposed to everyone. A dying tiger retains its majesty. Moreover, this tiger wasn't quite dead yet. The city leaders all instinctively took half a step back. One expert prepared to administer the tranquilizer. At that moment, the tiger suddenly opened its eyes, twisted its body, and sat up. The expert closest holding the tranquilizer screamed in fright and fell to the ground. The other experts holding equipment all froze, instantly turned into statues of terror. Even the city leaders in the distance dared not move. Why didn't they move? Unknown. Probably from a primal fear. Subconsciously, the dying tiger was no different from one that could instantly pounce and kill them. It felt as if running would make the tiger bite their necks. The tiger looked around at everyone. Then, slowly, it stood up. Lifting its injured right front paw, it stood on only 3 claws. Its single remaining eye scanned its surroundings. Finally, its gaze fell upon the expert who had fallen to the ground, still holding the tranquilizer. It opened its bloody maw and let out a roar. Roar! A warm, pungent smell of urine filled the entire snake house. At least 4 or 5 people had wet their pants. The expert who had said the situation was not optimistic turned pale. His eyes were filled with terror. How was this tiger on its last breath? The fact that it could stand was something they had never imagined. And this tiger had actually let out a roar. How was that possible? Just as everyone was scared out of their wits, Chao Cheng moved like the only living character in a painting. He walked through the crowd towards the tiger. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he reached out and stroked the tiger's head. "Lie down." Just 2 simple words. The tiger, which had been snarling and furious, instantly calmed down. Its rear lowered, and it slowly lay down. Its large head rested flat on the platform in front of Chao Cheng, allowing him to continue stroking it. It even closed its eyes in enjoyment. Yang Xinhai and the other city leaders snapped back from their shock. They were all panting heavily, looking at each other in disbelief. Was this for real? A tiger? And you kid are just petting it in front of a crowd. The king of beasts was now as docile as a large cat. Chao Cheng said to the experts around him, "It's fine, you can continue. They'll hold it down for you." All the city leaders, including the experts from the breeding center, were utterly dumbfounded. Why don't you just put a dog leash on it? Is that even the issue here? Yang Xinhai was slightly crouching, calling out softly to Chao Cheng, "Boss Chao. Quick, shut the cage." The group stood as if frozen in place. They dared not move until the cage was closed. Chao Cheng looked at the surrounding experts in confusion. Huh, close it. No need for an examination anymore. As he spoke, he looked at the expert who had earlier claimed the situation was dire. That expert blushed deeply and was rendered speechless. Another expert pleaded earnestly, no need please, mister. Chao closed the cage first. Chao Cheng nodded. He casually shut the cage. The moment the lock clicked, everyone's souls seemed to return to their bodies. Some sat, some collapsed, a sea of people fell to the ground. It was terrifying. This feeling could only be understood by those who had faced a tiger without any protection. Now, all the experts from the breeding center turned their gazes to the city leaders. Was there even a need for an examination? Yang Xinhai quickly composed himself and approached the cage to observe the tiger up close. The tiger was lying inside, its massive head held high with pride. One of its eyes casually swept over the people around. Yet most of its gaze lingered on Chao Cheng. Song Taizhan voiced the most reasonable question on everyone's behalf. Chao, this tiger. It's not a final burst of life before death, is it? Chao Cheng chuckled. Uncle Song, why would I lie to you? They may not know my beast taming skills, but you should have some understanding. I'm not just a bird trainer. Large mammals have higher intelligence and are actually easier for me to tame, including the art of healing large beasts. My grandfather taught me that the most. Chao Cheng and Song Xingjie were like brothers, so naturally, he called Song Taizhan uncle. At this moment, he also intended to draw closer to Song Tieshan, hoping he would vouch for him. Whether dealing with the authorities or the public online, Chao Cheng never missed an opportunity to promote his beast-taming prowess. Only by embedding this idea deeply in people's minds and making it seem unfathomable could the mysteries of his beast-controlling abilities be more easily concealed. Song Taizhan immediately nodded and looked at Yang Xinhai, signaling that he was right. Chao Cheng's beast-taming skills need no questioning. I have witnessed them myself. Truly a remarkable man of the world. Yang Xinhai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Chao Cheng's actions absolutely merited the title of a remarkable man. After all, how long had it been since the tiger was brought here? At most no more than an hour and a half. Chao Cheng had healed a dying tiger to the point where it could stand and roar. That alone was a fantasy. The tiger was as gentle as a kitten when facing him. It lay down when told to. Even if you fed it an immortal elixir, could it be any different? You flatter me, sir. Chao Cheng smiled shyly. Sir, there are too many people here. The tiger is startled and a bit agitated. It's not good for its recovery. Perhaps we should let the experts. Yang Xinhai quickly said, oh yes. He hurriedly called for everyone to pack up. Since the tiger had been successfully treated, there was no need for the crowd to remain gathered here. Yang Xinhai breathed a huge sigh of relief. He had been temporarily appointed as the head of this special task force, a role that placed him right in the line of fire. To be honest, he had come prepared to collect the tiger's corpse. He never expected such an outcome. The experts from the breeding center packed up their equipment with strange expressions. They retraced their steps and left. Whether the leadership of the South China Tiger Breeding Center was genuinely busy or deliberately avoiding the situation, not a single senior expert was present. Although they had instructed the center to cooperate fully and allow free use of the blood bank, only one expert leader had been dispatched along with a medical team to save the tiger. This expert leader was the very one who had embarrassed Chao Cheng earlier. Now he had tasted the same humiliation. His face was extremely sour. As soon as he returned to the plane, he pulled out his phone to call his superior. Meanwhile, Yang Xinhai and his group, having withdrawn from the snake house, were led by Chao Cheng to an open area near the management office. At this moment, crows perched high above, constantly observing these newcomers. Yang Xinhai looked at the crows and said, these ravens are also national second-class protected animals, you know. I heard you tamed them too. Chao Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Not really tamed, they are all purely wild. After all, our area is densely forested with plenty of wildlife. I just used some minor tricks when they passed by the zoo. I just made them treat this place as a playground. The more casually Chao Cheng described it, the more astonished Yang Xinhai and the others became. What Chao Cheng called minor tricks was the kind of research environment that research institutes would kill for. No wonder Sun Dong, the Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary, and Song Taizhan valued this remarkable man so highly. Yang Xinhai extended his hand solemnly once again. Thank you, Mr. Chao, for your great contributions to the city's natural conservation and public security. Without you, this South China tiger would not have recovered so quickly. The entire city of Yunhai is deeply grateful. Please continue to use your talents for the benefit of your hometown. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to report them to the city government. Chao Cheng quickly reached out to shake his hand. This Yang Xinhai was truly considerate. His words were not just a simple thank you. They carried multiple layers of meaning. Today he mentioned the tiger, but he also referenced contributions to public security indicating he knew the inside story of the major human trafficking case. He acknowledged Chao Chung as a hero. The phrase "without you" subtly implied they understood it was Chao Chung who healed the tiger. Hoping Chao Chung would continue to use his talents and contribute meant they hoped he wouldn't hold a grudge against the city leaders. If he had been wrong, the city would stand up for him. This was essentially an apology. It was already quite remarkable. For Yang Xinhai, who was in his 50s, to apologize to a young man like Chao Chung who was younger than his own children was truly rare. Chao Chung naturally accepted it. Please rest assured, sir. Yunhai is my home. How dare I not do my utmost? Maintaining good relations with the higher-ups was also crucial for Chao Chung. After all, he planned to expand the zoo in the future, aiming to develop into the mountains. There were still many villages in the mountains. Development, land acquisition, demolition, construction approvals all required the city's approval. Moreover, the city's involvement in such matters carried more weight and convenience than a businessman's. Yang Xinhai gave Chao Chang's hand a firm shake. He then inquired about the tiger's general condition. Upon learning that no further intervention was needed and that Chao Chung would regularly livestream the tiger's status online, he led the leaders away with peace of mind. This meant the tiger now fully belonged to Chao Chang's zoo. Sect acquires a rare spirit beast reputation. 3 demonstrates extraordinary methods of the beast taming sect before officials' reputation. 5 Chao Chung was overjoyed. Displaying his taming skills before the authorities should indeed increase his reputation. His reputation had now reached 69 points. He would soon be eligible for another reward. Just as the city leader's convoy departed, a brand new Audi pulled up not far from the entrance. Song Xingjie jumped out of the car. He looked around furtively, and only after confirming all the city leaders had left did he swagger in with his hands in his pockets. Luo Jin had long since given up trying to stop him. Old Chao. Song Xingjie quickly approached Chao Chung. Thanks. Chao Chung patted his arm and said. Needless to say, the fact that Director Zhang was caught so quickly confessed the truth and caught the city leader's attention. This was definitely Song Xingjie's doing. Director Zhang probably hadn't even returned to the rescue center after sending the tiger to Chao Chung before he was intercepted halfway. Of course, the interrogation wouldn't have been gentle. This step was crucial. Without this swift and precise operation, nothing that followed would have gone so smoothly. Don't mention it, it's nothing. Song Xingjie waved his hand with a smile. New car. Chao Chung smiled, looking at the new car outside. You got it on a loan. Spent a bit to boost my image. I'm a boss now after all. Gotta dress the part right. Chao Chung was a bit speechless. He was supposedly a boss too. But he didn't even own a car, let alone an electric scooter. Just then Zhang Wei was about to head out on Luo Jin's electric scooter. That scooter was practically the public transportation of Qinggan Zoo. Whoever had business to attend to rode it. It was indeed a bit beneath their dignity. With the debt no longer so pressing, it was time to upgrade the company's hardware and quality of life. Where are you going? Chao Ching asked. Zhang Wei stopped in front of the two. Boss, the case about someone impersonating you to sell courses has been filed. They should be making an arrest today. I'm going to check it out. Song Xingjie said. Hey, perfect timing. I'm heading to the bureau too. They'll give you a ride. Zhang Wei let out an ah and looked at Chao Chung. Seeing Chao Ching nod, he put down the scooter. Zhang Wei had only learned about Song Xingjie's identity yesterday. And today, even the city leaders had come personally to speak kindly to his boss. It wasn't surprising that the son of the law enforcement director was good friends with his boss. He had wondered why the law enforcement department was so proactive when it came to cases involving Chao Chung. Now he understood completely. Song Xingjie hadn't taken more than a few steps outside with Zhang Wei when he suddenly turned back to Chao Chung. Oh, by the way, old Chao, I forgot to tell you something. Do you know the owner of Green Forest Zoo? Chao Chung was puzzled. Why would he suddenly ask about that person? No, I don't. Song Xingjie also looked a bit puzzled. Director Zhang said the idea to send the tiger to you came from the owner of Green Forest Zoo. The boss of Green Forest. Chao Chung was instantly ablaze with fury. So it was this bastard who devised such a malicious scheme. It seemed his refusal of the man's job offer had bred a grudge. Should I find a chance to make trouble for him? Song Xingjie asked. No need. Chao Ching shook his head. The Enforcement Bureau hadn't arrested the Green Forest boss, meaning there was no leverage for now. Song Xingjie had even used the phrase make trouble, which essentially meant picking a quarrel. What would that make of them? If something went wrong, Song Xingjie might also suffer. Thus Chao Chung politely declined. Song Xingjie nodded and left with Zhang Wei, leaving Chao Chung clenching his fists slowly. Green Forest. He took out his phone and searched for information on Green Forest Zoo. Admittedly, as the largest zoo in Yunhai City, Green Forest had a long history. About 20 years. After several renovations and expansions, it had added many amusement facilities, circus performances, and the like. It was quite popular among children. On weekends and holidays, parents would bring their children to the zoo. Eating an ice cream, watching animals and shows. It was considered an interesting pastime. For outsiders, it was also a check-in spot. But a zoo was just a zoo. As long as the animals remained the same, the replay value was always limited. It was destined never to be as bustling as a shopping mall. So in recent years, its business had been mediocre. The merchants frequently held promotions. And right now, they were holding one. 3 days later marked the 20th anniversary of Green Forest Zoo, linked with a food street and featuring an all-day grand circus performance. A combo ticket at 20 off, only 288 yuan, granting unlimited access to the food street and all circus shows. Chao Cheng couldn't help but sneer. An anniversary? Then he definitely had to go and join the fun. You gave me such a big gift. I must return one as well. Having made up his mind, Chao Cheng turned and headed back to the management office. Just as he reached the crow tree, suddenly his eyes lit up. In the distance, under the crow tree, Tong Anchi was live streaming. She had already changed into the most provocative outfit she had brought today, as prescribed by Chao Cheng. It turned out to be a pure white wedding gown. Against Tong Anchi's sweet smile, the white gown appeared so sacred and beautiful. It made one want to violently desecrate it. Under the wedding dress, on her subtly visible honey thighs, a white lace garter belt pressed into the flesh, creating a shallow dividing line. One leg was clad in a white lace stocking, the other was bare. Within the sanctity lurked sensuality, evoking endless fantasies. Chao Cheng had to silently applaud. Tong Anchi truly had an innate talent. And setting aside the tantalizing feelings, one had to admit her taste was indeed unique. The pure white wedding dress paired with the swirling dark crows around created a visually striking image. The black of crows is called xian, a iridescent black. And at this moment, set against the sunlight, in the white gown, that black occasionally shimmered with a faint colorful luster. Tong Anchi was now live streaming on her own account. The content involved interacting and chatting with crows that understood human speech. Only gifts valued over 1,000 yuan could request a popular internet dance. When Tong Anchi danced, the crows swirled wildly around her, maximizing the visual impact. Of course, she didn't forget her main job. Viewers in the live stream constantly asked where she was. Tong Anchi would repeatedly mention she was at Qinggan Zoo, inviting locals to come see in person. Since Tong Anchi had never opened up to big spenders, no patron supported her. Despite having over 1 million followers, she usually only had 200 or 300 viewers when streaming. She couldn't even win a PK battle. After all, there were too many beauties online with makeup and filters blurring reality. Who knew that Tong Anchi's natural foundation surpassed most female influencers? Moreover, with hot dances, you might glance at them twice, but quickly grow bored. Regular stream viewers knew that in the beauty streaming arena, dancers couldn't outdo physical endurance streamers couldn't outdo shouters, shouters couldn't outdo talkers couldn't outdo entertainers. Selling goods was a different track altogether. Now Tong Anchi had combined dancing with entertainment. A crow flock accompanying a dance was a rarity unique across the entire internet. At that moment, Tong Anchi's live stream even had over 2,000 viewers. As he watched, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Sect reputation 1, sect reputation 70, reward obtained, soul summoning art. Soul summoning art, a beast taming technique that condenses a soul summoning insect to attach to an unfamiliar beast, allowing short-term control while enhancing its abilities. Unfamiliar beasts referred to all animals except Chao Cheng's contracted beasts. This soul summoning art was a means to temporarily control animals. This technique was quite useful. Chao Cheng glanced approvingly at the hard-working Tong Anchi before turning and entering the management office. But he didn't notice Luo Jin, who had gone to the restroom. Passing by, she also watched the young and beautiful Tong Anchi from afar, sighing softly, feeling somewhat inferior. Yet soon a stubborn flame of defiance reignited in her eyes. She bit her lip and returned to the ticket booth where a few visitors had gathered again. Luo Jin let them in, then seized a moment of leisure to take out her phone. She opened a local supermarket's online mall, one that offered delivery within the same city in an hour. After a moment of hesitation, she typed a few words into the search bar. Lace nightgown, terrible. Noon. Inside a dormitory at Yunhai University of Science and Technology. Weekend, everyone lazing around. Damn, Chowzi, your course sold 9 copies today, someone exclaimed, enviously staring at his phone. The other 2 roommates also crowded around excitedly. Awesome. Someone actually paid 2,000 for a lousy bird training course. You don't get it. Bird enthusiasts are loaded, they don't care about the money. Tisk, doing nothing all day and earning nearly 20,000 just lying around. No way. Damn, Chowzi, you're treating us to lunch today. The one called Chowzi basked in his roommate's flattery. He lounged comfortably against his bedding, scrolling through the backends of various platforms, his face full of smugness. 9 copies. That was just from platform A alone. The other platforms combined sold 4 more. He had earned 26,000 that morning. After taxes, it was nearly 24,000. For a college student, that was an astronomical sum. How incredibly satisfying. Not only were his classmates envious, but just yesterday some idiot kept messaging him, claiming to be a lawyer commissioned by Chao Chung wanting to discuss copyright infringement. He had laughed it off. Was Chao Chung some big celebrity or tycoon too busy to contact him himself? Why didn't Chao Chung reach out directly? Clearly, it was just jealousy and a desire for a cut pretending to be a lawyer. Ridiculous. He had cursed the guy out and blocked him. And that so-called bird training tutorial was a compilation head bought for 20 yuan on Taobao. These fools flocked to it. The money came too easily. Of course, it was mainly thanks to his excellent video editing. A bird delivering items citywide and even talking. Which bird keeper wouldn't yearn for that? Yearning meant paying up. Plus, with Boss Chow often featuring crows in his streams, he could edit a few crow compilations and reap another wave of profits. At that thought, his mood soared. Fine. Haven't I been treating you to big meals every day lately? Do I need you to ask? As if the big meal was your idea. Chowzi chuckled as he stood up. The one who had suggested the treat felt a bit awkward. Ever since Chowzi got rich, his words had lost all politeness. But what could they do? He had the money and was footing the bill. They swallowed their pride. It was already 1130. They threw on clothes and left the dorm. Before even exiting the campus gate, a roommate asked, "Hey, why are there so many enforcement officers on campus?" The others looked over. Sure enough, 4 law enforcement officers had entered the school gate. They headed straight for the teaching building, their sharp gazes sweeping across the surrounding students. After a few steps, they spotted Chowzi and his 3 companions. One of them tugged at the captain's sleeve and muttered something. The 4 officers turned to look, scrutinized them for a moment, then strode over briskly. The group was terrified, frozen in place, and afraid to move. "Excuse me, are you Lai Jichao?" the captain asked. Lai Jichao was taken aback at first, then nodded nervously. "Yes, I am." "You are. You're suspected of being involved in an infringement case. Come with us." As the captain finished speaking, 2 officers positioned themselves on either side of him, subtly encircling him. His 3 roommates were dumbfounded. They silently stepped back half a pace, putting some distance between themselves and Lai Jichao. Lai Jichao, meanwhile, panicked instantly. "No, officer, I didn't do anything. You can't arrest me." He was now at the peak of terror. In broad daylight and on school grounds. If he were taken away by law enforcement, had become infamous. And he had just made a fortune. He hadn't even started truly squandering it yet. He hadn't yet had the chance to fully savor a life of pleasure. As he spoke, he tried to step back, but the officers on either side grabbed his arms. They held him firmly in place. "You know very well what's going on with the courses you sold online. If you don't cooperate, I won't bother preserving your dignity any longer," the captain said coldly. He hadn't cuffed him immediately, seeing that he was still a student, wanting to give him some face. Upon hearing that it was indeed about this matter, Lai Jichao suddenly shouted excitedly, No, I know what you're talking about. I didn't infringe on anything. That Chao Cheng's account is called Chingan Zoo, while mine is Home in the Zoo. The names are different. How can that be considered infringement? I never claimed to be him. The fans mistook me for him on their own. I'm just a small blogger making a living on the internet." Lai Jichao grew more confident as he spoke, portraying himself as a disadvantaged group member who has it tough. In truth, he had anticipated this from the start. That's why he had tampered with the name. Even if Chao Chung ever came after him with different names, what could he do? Even in the worst-case scenario, if Chao Chung pursued legal action against him, he could still share the profits. So what if he was the original creator? "You might know how to train animals, but you don't have my brains. I can easily package some lousy online courses and rake in a fortune. You just stay put and train your beasts. They'll make the money and throw you a share. Won't that work?" He had imagined countless outcomes, but it never occurred to him that someone would directly arrest him. In his mind, the other party would at least send a private message to negotiate. As long as they opened a dialogue, there would always be a way to resolve things. But the other party had never contacted him. The captain, seeing him still clinging to false hope, was speechless. "I only mentioned the word infringement case. And you immediately started drawing distinctions between Chao Cheng's name and yours. That makes it clear you know exactly whose rights you've infringed upon. You're just trying to exploit a loophole. Save your arguments for the courtroom. Take him away." The captain no longer bothered to preserve his dignity. As Lai Jichao offered a slight resistance, cold handcuffs were snapped onto his wrists. In full public view, Lai Jichao was led away weeping by the officers. This sparked a flurry of chatter among the surrounding students. After Lai Jichao was shoved into the enforcement vehicle, his 3 roommates were surrounded by curious students asking questions. Meanwhile, inside the law enforcement bureau, Lai Jichao's parents were negotiating with the officers. "No, my son couldn't have committed a crime. He's always been such a good boy. Our family may not be wealthy, but we've never let him go without money. He's never been at risk of starving. How could he possibly commit a crime? You must have made a mistake." Lai Jichao's mother said urgently. The officers were growing impatient. His father, looking anxious, asked what type of crime it was. As they were fussing, Lai Jichao was escorted in by several officers. Son, let go of my son. The moment his mother saw him handcuffed, tears burst forth. She cried out and lunged forward. If not for the officers blocking her, she would have bitten the handcuffs off. Mom, Lai Jichao called out to his mother, pleading desperately. Son, don't worry, Mom's here. Mom's got you. The captain ordered. Take them to the meeting room. Lai Jichao still had the right to consult a lawyer. In the meeting room, Lai Jichao's father demanded, what exactly is going on? What have you done? He seemed furious. His mother, crying, punched her husband hard. He's already in this state, and you're still yelling at him. That's all you know how to do. Then, softening her tone, she asked, Son, tell Mom what happened. Lai Jichao tearfully recounted the incident. His father, clearly understanding the gravity, snapped, Get to the point. How much money did those courses sell for? He knew the amount involved was key. Lai Jichao hesitated for a moment before saying 870,000. The room fell silent for a beat. 870,000. Lai Jichao's father roared. You reckless fool. Did you never think about the consequences, eh? That's enough to land you in prison. Lai Jichao sobbed even harder. I did think about the consequences. That's why I made the names different. 2 characters are different. His is Chingon Zoo, mine is home in the zoo. That shouldn't constitute a crime. Lai Jichao's father fumed. But you used someone else's videos. Do you think everyone's a fool? Do you think the judge is a fool, eh? His mother shoved her husband again. Enough. All you do is yell at our son. Earning 870,000 is our son's talent. So what if he used his videos? Why couldn't that guy earn 870,000 himself? And even if it was a mistake, couldn't we just share the money with him? Or at worst apologize? Did they have to handcuff my son and drag him back? In front of the whole school? How is my son supposed to hold his head up after this? If he gets a criminal record, his whole life is ruined. He'll never be able to take the civil service exam. Lai Jichao's father, pointing a finger at her while clutching his chest, was livid. Civil service exam. Dream on. Whether you go to prison depends entirely on their attitude. He couldn't be bothered to argue with his wife, so he asked directly, Has the other party contacted you? What's their stance on this? Lai Jichao replied, They haven't contacted me. I don't know what their stance is yet. Just then an officer came in and said, All right, time's up. Find a lawyer as soon as possible. With that, he began leading Lai Jichao out, apparently to detain him temporarily. Find a lawyer. Why do we need a lawyer? Does this have to go to court? His mother asked anxiously. The other party has filed a private criminal prosecution. The officer dropped that remark and continued escorting him out. Lai's parents followed closely. As soon as they reached the corridor, they saw Zhang Wei chatting with an officer. They overheard Zhang Wei ask, Has Lai Jichao been brought in? The officer pointed in their direction, and the 2 groups locked eyes. Seeing that Zhang Wei wasn't wearing his law enforcement uniform, Lei's mother instantly realized this was the man suing her son. She rushed over to Zhang Wei in 2 quick strides. It's you. Are you the one suing my son? Zhang Wei immediately stepped back, hands spread. Who are you? I'm Lai Jichao's mother. Zhang Wei understood at once, glancing at the college student sobbing behind her. That was Lai Jichao, wasn't it? Zhang Wei's expression cooled. He raised a hand in a gesture to keep distance. Ma'am, please calm down. This is the Law Enforcement Bureau. Not your home. Lei's mother erupted in fury. What did my son do to you that you have to sue him? He just used one of your videos. Videos get shared all over the internet these days. He was even helping you gain fame. Why are you targeting him like this? This doesn't cost you anything. Zhang Wei said coldly, no loss. My boss runs a zoo. Reputation is everything. Your son used our boss name to sell junk courses online. Tuthu Sandiyu and garbage courses. Do you have any idea how much damage that's done to our boss? Who bears the reputation loss? You think just using a video makes it all go away? Lei's mother was momentarily speechless. She stammered, then we can just split some money with you. It's about money, isn't it? Can't we settle this privately? Why drag this to the authorities? Zhang Wei scoffed. Are you kidding me, lady? Split some money. You think you can keep making money off this? He impersonated my boss. You pocket the cash and my boss takes the blame. You think this can be a steady business? Did your son save the galaxy? Are we indebted to him? Lei's mother said with a hint of pride. Without my son, you wouldn't have made that money anyway, right? You just didn't have the ability to earn it yourself. Zhang Wei laughed in disbelief. That's not ability. That's stupidity. Anyone online can do what he did. Just check out those course-selling streamers. Others don't do it because they know it's illegal. My boss doesn't do it because he has a conscience. Lei's mother grew frantic. You? Who are you calling stupid? It's just a lousy sum of money. We don't even want it. If you wanted it, why didn't you contact us? We could have given you all the money. Why did you have to go straight to the authorities? Why are you suing us? How can you be so heartless? Zhang Wei looked at Lai Jiqiao in confusion. What, you didn't tell them? I did contact you. I sent you a private message hoping to talk things out. But you blocked me. Lai Jiqiao panicked. You're that lawyer. I thought that message was from a hater. I really didn't know it was you. Zhang Wei sneered. You say you didn't know? How can I be sure you weren't just scared because you knew you'd be sued? He felt no pity for the other party. Even if Lai Jiqiao was telling the truth, it didn't warrant sympathy. Lai Jiqiao had swindled over 800,000 yuan under Chao Cheng's name. Those who were cheated would only call Chao Cheng a fraud. And no one who spends 2,000 or 3,000 on a tutorial was poor. Among so many wealthy people, there were bound to be influential ones, even those with powerful connections. What a massive blow to Chao Cheng's reputation this was. But had Lai Jiqiao ever voluntarily shared a cent with Chao Cheng? No. From the moment his account name differed from Chao Cheng's by just 2 characters, he had been banking on luck. If I'm not caught, he'll enjoy the money. If I am caught, he'll negotiate. Now that he's been caught red-handed, you think crying a few tears will make me let you off? What do you take me for? You. Lei's mother was so enraged, she couldn't speak, pointing at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei couldn't be bothered with her anymore. See you in court. Find a better lawyer. This was his first case. Since Chao Cheng had given him such broad authority, he intended to make full use of this growth opportunity. Only by clashing with the strong could one become stronger faster. With that, he turned and left. Lei's mother tried to chase after him, but was stopped by the law enforcement officer. Watching her son being led away, she broke down in tears. What do we do? What do we do? Lei's father gradually calmed down. He took out his phone and searched. Chang'an Zoo. I remember, it's on North 3rd Ring Road. They'll go there right now and ask the boss for a letter of understanding. Zhang Wei had said he was handling the lawsuit for his boss. The real infringement was against that boss. Lei's mother latched onto this lifeline. Right. If they could get the boss letter of understanding, their son wouldn't have to face the lawsuit. The two drove straight to Chang'an Zoo. It was noon. Chao Cheng had just bought lunch for Luo Jin and Tong Yanqi. He was upstairs eating and scrolling through videos when Luo Jin called to say 2 people were looking for him. Chao Cheng went to the entrance. As soon as she saw Chao Cheng, Lei's mother started to speak. Lei's father shot her a stern glare, clearly having told her to keep quiet. Who are you? Chao Cheng asked. We're Lai Jiqiao's parents. The college student who infringed on your rights by selling courses. Lei's father forced a smile. Look, can we discuss settling this privately? Chao Cheng was puzzled. Privately? Didn't our company's legal department send your son a private message that got blocked? Now you want to settle privately? Lei's father looked embarrassed. Yes, this is indeed Xiao Chaos' fault. Impersonating you to sell courses, blocking your legal team. It's all our fault. He's just inexperienced. They say a son's misdeeds are the father's fault. Let me apologize to you on his behalf. I'm sorry. I hope you'll be merciful and let Xiao Chao off this time. I promise he'll never dare do this again. Lei's father bowed deeply to Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng raised his hand. Sir, I've promised not to interfere with the legal team's matters. I don't know the specifics of compensation or sentencing. If you're sincere, go talk to my legal counsel. If you can convince him, it'll be more productive than wasting time with me. It wasn't that Chao Cheng was heartless. He simply couldn't be bothered to figure out whether this was a genuinely reasonable father or one suddenly reasonable for his son's sake. So he passed it off to Zhang Wei. Had hired Zhang Wei as legal counsel precisely to handle these messes. If they could persuade that stickler Zhang Wei, then it meant these parents had truly put in the effort. But to Lei's mother, this sounded like Chao Cheng was passing the buck. She grew frantic. We've already apologized. What more do you want? It's just a few videos. Is it necessary to take it this far? And you are demanding 1 million in compensation. Where are we supposed to get that kind of money? We'll give you back everything we earned. The videos are taken down and we've apologized. Isn't that enough? My son is young. He has a bright future ahead. If he gets a criminal record, his life is over. Over, do you understand? Are you trying to drive him to his deaths? By the end, she was trembling with emotion, crying in anger, as if she were the one grievously wronged. Chao Cheng watched her outburst, as if she were an idiot. He was dumbfounded. Had thought these parents had come to seek leniency for their son, to reduce or avoid prison time. If they truly wanted a private settlement with genuine sincerity, they'd at least offer enough, or more, compensation to negotiate keeping their son out of jail. But no, these two were bold enough to come without even the money for compensation. This wasn't begging for forgiveness. This was demanding forgiveness. Chao Cheng then looked with confusion at the utterly despairing Lei's father. A son's misdeeds are the father's fault. I thought you were just being polite. Keeping such a piece of work at home. You really are at fault. He'll have the legal team tell your son. If he gets to enjoy prison life, he'll have his mother to thank. Lei's father at this moment felt an unexpected sense of relief. He let out a resigned sigh and nodded, offering no further words to Chao Cheng. He walked dejectedly toward his car. What did you say? You. Lei's mother's voice shot up an octave ready to argue with Chao Cheng. Turning her head, she found her husband had already left. She was like a pet dog that had lost its master's protection, instantly deflating. She took a few steps after him, calling out, "Husband. Husband." She was the classic bully who only acted tough at home. She hadn't worked a single day since giving birth, relying entirely on her husband's engineer salary to sustain their life. He earned about 20,000 yuan a month. The pay was high, the job stable, and the benefits good, allowing her to live quite comfortably. Stuck at home all day, she began to scheme about how to handle her husband. She took over the housework through tantrums and gave him the cold shoulder. As her husband gradually backed down, she slowly seized control of the household's voice in all matters. It must be said she had learned well. Over the past 20 years, she had made her husband more and more submissive. But deep down she knew she still depended on him. Without her husband, with her looks, where could she find such a comfortable life? Where could she find such an honest man she could push around so easily? So the moment she saw her husband leave, she lost all her nerve. But when she reached out to grab his arm, her usually gentle husband violently shook her off. "Let's get a divorce." The words from Lei's father were chillingly cold, yet utterly resolute. He wasn't truly foolish. He knew well that the strained life was tied to his wife. He had let his wife manipulate him because he thought the cost of divorce was too high, wanting to give their child a complete family. But now their son had committed a crime. This proved he was wrong. So terribly wrong. With their son in prison, what use was a complete family? No, no, no. "Husband, please don't, I beg you." She chased after Lei's father into the car, still pleading desperately. But he couldn't be bothered to say another word to her and drove off directly. Watching their car disappear, Luo Jin turned and walked back to the ticket booth. Luo Jin and Tao Tao were staring wide-eyed at Chao Cheng, wondering what this was all about. Chao Cheng asked with a smile, "Sister Luo, what kind of car do you like?" "A car. Like an automobile." Luo Jin was a bit puzzled, wondering why Chao Cheng was suddenly asking this. Chao Cheng nodded. Just now Lei's parents had said Zhang Wei's claim was for 1 million yuan. If they won the lawsuit. After deducting Zhang Wei's commission of over 100,000, there would still be 1 million left. It was time to get 2 cars for the zoo. Luo Jin didn't grasp his intention, thinking he simply wanted her opinion. I like something rugged. The tank from Great Wall Motors is really nice." Tao Tao raised her little hand, beside them Tank 400. Chao Cheng laughed heartily. "Even you know about the Tank 400. Luo Jin blushed a little and smiled. "I don't know many cars. I saw it on a flyer I brought home the other day. I think it looks much better than most cars I've seen. And it seems to be a hybrid, so it should save gas, right?" Chao Cheng slapped the window frame decisively. "All right, Tank 400 it is. Let's get 2 of them." Luo Jin was taken aback too. "What for?" Chao Cheng said, "Company cars for the zoo. Since you like it, well, go with this one. Tao Tao will start kindergarten soon, and you'll need it to pick her up. When it rains or storms, we can't always ride the electric scooter." Chao Cheng knew this card, it really did look tough. And the price wasn't steep. The hybrid version was just over 2,000 yuan. It was perfectly fine for the company to get too. Luo Jin's jaw dropped in astonishment. Just because she liked it, the company would get this car. Tao Tao, however, clapped her little hands. "Yay, yay. Uncle Chao, can I ride in the big car?" "Of course you can," Chao Cheng replied with a smile. Luo Jin smiled and gently ruffled Tao Tao's head. "Go play in the zoo for a while. I need to talk to Uncle Chao. Auntie Yunxin will come to pick you up later." Tao Tao nodded obediently and scampered back into the zoo. She had spent even more time there than Chao Cheng. To Tao Tao, this place was her home. Chao Cheng asked, "You're having someone pick up Tao Tao. Do you have plans tonight? If something's up, just tell me." Luo Jin gently shook her head, her eyes as clear as autumn water as she glanced at Chao Cheng. "Are you free tonight? If you are, I'd like to treat you to dinner." Chao Cheng chuckled. "Don't we eat together every day? Why so formal all of a sudden?" Luo Jin said solemnly, "Today is different. I want to cook a meal for you myself. To properly thank you for taking care of us." Chao Cheng looked at her a bit curiously, but nodded. "All right, I accept your invitation." Luo Jin blushed and nodded with a shy smile. "Good, it's settled then." Just then 2 cars pulled up from behind and parked at the edge of the lot. Chao Cheng thought they were visitors. Since he was at the entrance, he decided to give them a casual welcome. Lately, most visitors were netizens who had watched his live streams. Chao Cheng was quite grateful for that. They came to support him with their money. After all, whether it was worth paying 100 yuan to see crows was one thing. Whether they were willing to spend was another. 2 groups got out of the cars, 8 people in total. Men and women, all well-dressed with an air of refinement. Leading the group was a white-haired elder who looked to be around 70. Chao Cheng recognized one of the girls at a glance. Because she looked exactly like Tong Anchi. It was the female researcher Tong Anya. No need to ask. These were all people from the research institute. Chao Cheng's expression immediately cooled. He said to Luo Jin, "Lower the gate." Luo Jin glanced at the group, turned back into the ticket booth, and closed all the barriers. The message of unwelcome was unmistakable. "Mister, Ciao, hello. We're from the Institute of Animal Behavior and Welfare at the Agricultural University. This is Professor Huang. We've come specifically to offer our sincere apologies for the bird-catching incident. A scholarly researcher stepped forward and addressed Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng's expression was cold, and then what? He was indeed angry. He didn't know the inside story of Song Qing's solo actions, so he held no good impression of anyone from the Institute. He also despised this scene before him. Bringing an old man here, what for? To guilt-trip him with respect for the elderly. Professor Huang spoke up at that moment. Mr. Chao, I know you're very angry, but Song Qing's actions do not represent the overall integrity of our institute. I apologize to you for this black sheep. I don't ask for your complete forgiveness, but I hope you can give us a chance for a fair exchange. We are willing to pay for the right to study these crows. Please give us this opportunity. With Professor Huang personally apologizing and offering paid research, the sincerity was at its peak. But Chao Cheng shook his head. Old sir, you are battling cancer, putting life and death aside, yet still so passionate about your work. You even came to apologize to me for studying crows. I admire that. Your dedication to academia is top-notch. Chao Cheng gave a thumbs up. Then his tone shifted. But as a person, you're just average. You only have a month left to live. You're willing to give your life for research, but if you die here, what am I supposed to do? You didn't consider that for me. Chao Cheng's words were hardly polite. But no one paid attention to that. Instead, they all stared at Professor Huang in utter shock. What shocked them even more was that Professor Huang's eyes were also wide with astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. After saying this, Chao Cheng couldn't be bothered to deal with them any further and turned back into the zoo, leaving behind a group of stunned researchers. Several students looked terrified. Cancer. When had that happened? But the most bewildered was Professor Huang himself. He had no idea either. Impossible. My last checkup showed nothing. As Professor Huang spoke these words, everyone around breathed a collective sigh of relief. This boss Chao is really something. If he won't accept an apology, fine. But even if he's angry, he shouldn't curse Professor Huang like that. Hearing a student say this, everyone suddenly understood. Recalling Chao Cheng's attitude toward them earlier, it was clear he hadn't liked them from the start. He was probably just venting his anger, but this was too malicious. Cursing an elderly man showed a complete lack of decency and morals. Regardless, it was a relief that Professor Huang was fine. A false alarm. What a remarkably eccentric person. Let's leave first and think of another way. Professor Huang sighed and shook his head. In truth, they had arrived much earlier. After returning from the rescue center, Professor, you had immediately boarded a vehicle for the Dongling City South China Tiger Breeding Center. They used their own influence to make a final effort, hoping to do something for the tiger. Professor Huang and his team also went back for a meeting. But soon they learned from the media that Director Zhang, that bastard, had sent the tiger to Chao Cheng. They knew best the tiger's condition. It was clearly a setup to frame Chao Cheng. Professor Huang realized this was a golden opportunity to mend their relationship with Chao Cheng. If they could help Chao Cheng out of this predicament, or even take the blame for the tiger's potential death upon themselves, it would be worth it. They were academics, unafraid of criticism. Building a good rapport with a prodigy animal tamer like Chao Cheng was invaluable, not just for the crows, but for future animal studies that would rely on his expertise. It was definitely a wise move. So they rushed over immediately, but unfortunately they were too late. Their car had just reached the third ring road when they saw a military helicopter landing. A convoy of municipal leaders' cars stretched out grandly, with law enforcement and special task force vehicles clearing the way with sirens blaring. They dared not approach rashly and had to wait by the roadside. After all the city leaders had left, no news of the tiger's death emerged. On the contrary, they soon received word from the city that the tiger had indeed recovered. This baffled them, sparking even greater curiosity. Just then the clock struck 10. The crows in the zoo rose in unison like a dark cloud circling above the grounds. The scene was breathtaking and magnificent. Professor Huang and his team were stirred with excitement, their research fervor ignited. But with Chao Cheng not at the entrance, they likely wouldn't meet him. They had been waiting for this chance to catch Chao Cheng as he left. Little did they expect his prejudice against them ran so deep that he wouldn't bother with any pretense of courtesy. Now lost in thought watching the crows, the researchers silently cursed Song Qing with every fiber of their being. If not for him, they might already be studying these crows, possibly having gathered valuable data. The group turned back and boarded their vehicle. Tong Anya gently pushed up her glasses and glanced up at the sky above the zoo. She had seen her sister's live stream and knew Tong Anchi was broadcasting inside at that very moment. As a scholar, she felt as if she were one step away from the truth, yet that step spanned an insurmountable chasm. Deep down, she harbored a sense of guilt. Because it all started when she contacted Song Qing first. If she hadn't been so impatient and had gone back to personally find another research assistant, none of this might have happened. As long as the birds weren't harmed, someone as clear-cut in his loyalties as Chao Cheng, who even allowed Tong Anchi to take photos with the crows and permitted visitors to interact up close, would surely have no objection to them setting up observation equipment. If they had handled it themselves, they would never have captured the birds without permission. Chao Cheng returned to the zoo and called over Luo Jin and Tong Anchi, who had just finished her live stream. Let's have a quick meeting. Our zoo may be small, only 140 mu, but most of it is empty right now. It's time to tidy things up properly. Once the tiger recovers, we'll have a true flagship attraction. Then we can introduce other animals, and the zoo will finally be on the right track. Luo Jin and Tong Anchi perked up. Though the zoo had technically opened these days, most visitors came only for the crows. As for the rest, in Chao Cheng's words, it's not worth a sale, just small-time stuff. It wasn't a real zoo. A genuine zoo should have animal diversity where people can spend at least an hour or even half a day with a variety of animals plus some unique species not found elsewhere. That would be true progress. So I'm planning a big cleanup. Both were taken aback. Comrade capitalist, you had me sore all over yesterday. And today a cleanup? Is this your daily trick to exhaust me? Tong Anchi's eyes widened in disbelief. 140 mu. The three of them cleaning that. Were they supposed to do it with their lives? Luo Jin awkwardly turned her face away. Her heart ached with jealousy and anger. Damn girl showing off. Her guilt toward Tong Anchi diminished a little. Don't rush, I never said you'd be cleaning. Chao Cheng said irritably. Luo Jie, you'll man the ticket booth this afternoon. Hang on a few more days, while hire another ticket seller and free you up to focus on accounting. Tong Anchi, use my account to stream this afternoon. Keep the camera on Wensi. Mainly broadcast the zoo's cleanup. Occasionally you can point the camera at the tiger to play for sympathy. Tong Anchi's face darkened. So the tiger was just a sympathy tool. Will anyone even watch a cleanup? If the viewership doesn't match yours, don't blame me. Tong Anchi wanted to set expectations first. Don't worry. Chao Cheng chuckled. Luo Jin caught the implication in his words. Are you going out this afternoon? Yeah, I need to buy a chain for the tiger. They'll chain it up once it's better. Chao Cheng said casually. Luo Jin and Tong Anchi were dumbfounded. A chain? Chain it up. After a full 4 or 5 seconds, Luo Jin questioned. You're not joking, are you? That's a tiger, not a dog. Chao Cheng nodded. I know. He'll get a thicker one. Tong Anchi pressed her lips tight to stifle a laugh. Luo Jin was speechless. Is it about thickness? That's a tiger. You have confidence in your taming skills, but visitors don't know that. What visitor would dare enter seeing a tiger on a chain? Besides, it doesn't comply with regulations. Chao Cheng rubbed his chin in realization. Got it. He had indeed overlooked this. Pajuan was his spirit beast, so subconsciously he saw it as harmless. The chain was mainly for a livestream stunt. He had ignored the issues with visitors and rules. He'll commission a construction company to build a tiger enclosure instead. Luo Jin nodded in relief. All right, let's eat. After lunch, rest a bit, then we start. Chao Cheng clapped, and they dispersed. After the meal, Chao Cheng went alone to the monkey enclosure. There were 5 adult macaques in the enclosure. Though not his spirit beasts, they sensed the aura of his beast-taming art and became much more docile in his presence. Shingan Zoo doesn't keep idle monkeys. It's time you earned your keep. As he spoke, Chao Cheng activated the soul-summoning art, and 5 glowing spirit bugs materialized in his palm. He brought them to his lips and blew. Whoosh. The 5 bugs shot toward the monkeys with such speed they couldn't dodge, and the bugs vanished into their foreheads. Chao Cheng immediately opened the cage door. Time to work. After the meal, just before 2 o'clock, Tong Anchi could no longer find Chao Cheng. She assumed he had gone outside to hire someone for a thorough cleaning. She was about to wait for the people he had summoned before starting the live stream. Unexpectedly, Chao Cheng's parrot, named Wensi, flew over from somewhere, carrying the equipment in its beak. It dropped the equipment directly into Tong Anchi's arms. Then it shouted, work, work. Tong Anchi glared at Wensi and said, you stupid bird. If I work, you have to work too. Don't you ever slack off. Wensi flapped its wings. How dare you? Deduct 50 from your salary. Tong Anchi wished she could stew it right away. Do you even have the right to deduct my salary, you stupid bird? Go on then, work yourself to death, you dumb bird. Tong Anchi irritably hung the equipment on the parrot. She was about to open the live stream using Chao Cheng's account when she suddenly saw 5 monkeys running over from a distance. Tong Anchi was startled. She thought the cage hadn't been secured and they had escaped. Frightened, she scurried to a corner ready to call Chao Cheng. But then she saw that the monkeys were holding tools. Large brooms, sacks, rags, and even a basin of water. The one with the basin and the one with the rag moved together towards the ticket booth at the entrance. Luo Jin, who was reading a picture book with Tao Dao, was startled. She shouted at the monkeys, how did you get out? Get back inside. As she spoke, she prepared to go out and shoo them back. Before Chao Cheng arrived, she had been the one to feed and care for these animals. She was relatively familiar with them. But then she saw the monkeys with the basin and rag. The monkey with the rag washed it clean, then nimbly climbed to the top of the ticket booth in a few swift moves. It wiped furiously. Although macaques aren't tall, they are incredibly agile. For higher spots, it could even hook its tail and hang upside down to clean. There was hardly a spot it couldn't reach. When the rag got dirty, it knew to rinse it in the water and wipe again. Luo Jin was stunned. The thorough cleaning Chao Cheng mentioned was being done by them. Had these monkeys become spirits? How on earth did they learn these things? The two monkeys responsible for wiping clearly targeted all public facilities. The ticket booth, turnstiles, entrance, arch signs. There was a mountain of work just at the entrance. For places like the overhead signboard, a human would need a ladder or lift. But the monkeys could just leap right up. Meanwhile, the monkey holding the broom inside was also working vigorously, sweeping the paths spotlessly clean. They say monkey business implies haste, but these monkeys were meticulous and thorough. And the monkey with the sack was dragging it through the green areas, picking up fallen leaves. It would occasionally bite into an unknown fruit, grimace at the bitterness, and spit it out into the sack with a puff. Tong Anchi was also dumbfounded. Wency beside her grew anxious. Don't just stand there. Start the stream. It then took off with full vigor, as if it could rocket into the air with a spiral jet. Tong Anchi could somehow sense a strange fighting spirit in the bird's voice. She thought to herself, what are you, a bird, getting so hyped up about? Still, she quickly took out her phone and turned it on. No wonder Chao Cheng said they'd live stream the cleaning. People cleaning is indeed boring. But monkeys cleaning, that's something else. Tong Anchi immediately opened the live stream on Chao Cheng's account. She changed the stream title to No Delivery Today Monkey Cleaning. As soon as the stream started, the viewer count jumped several times, in an instant surpassing 10,000. As the barrage comments exploded, gifts started flying in one after another. Finally online. Been waiting for you, brother Chao. Hurry up and start the giveaway, I've got my stuff ready. Hey, race a pair of shades. No delivery today. Monkey cleaning. What does that mean? Some people noticed the stream title. At that moment, Wency hovered the camera in front of Tong Anchi. Dressed in a pristine white wedding gown, she appeared on screen with a crow perched on her shoulder. Hey viewers, the boss isn't home, so we're going to cause some mischief. As she spoke, Tong Anchi jumped up, energetically exuding a sweet and playful aura. Meanwhile, Wency flew up, turning the camera towards the cleaning monkeys. The barrage went wild. Whoa, what a beauty. Did I miss some huge drama? Who's the stunner in the wedding dress? Chao boss girlfriend. Damn, I admit I'm jealous. Tong Anchi, the borderline streamer. The one with 1 million followers. Chao boss got her. She's wearing a wedding dress. Are they really married? Or is it just for show? Hey beauty, don't throw away the foot washing water, give it to me. But the barrage quickly shifted from jokes to shock. Wait, are those monkeys? Holy crap, am I seeing things? Monkeys are cleaning. The monkeys are working, and even the crow isn't idle. There's definitely something shady going on at this zoo. As Wency's camera panned over, the crows had also joined the cleaning crew. Hundreds of crows swooped low around the trees, clearing fallen leaves and twigs from the ground. All sorts of small trash, plastic bags, scraps of paper, fruit pits, were picked up by the crows and dropped into the nearest trash can. The scene was incredibly spectacular. That monkey sweeps better than I do. Am I even awake, folks? Is that monkey carrying a basin? Is that monkey wiping the sign with a rag? This stream absolutely cannot be seen by my mom, or she'll have something to yell at me about. This live stream is so surreal it might as well be AI. In 15 minutes, the viewer count exceeded 1,000. Gifts were creating a frenzy of special effects across the screen. The main contributors were still those selling pet supplies and food. Since Chao Cheng refused endorsements, they could only come to his stream to compete for the top donor spot. Because being the top donor wasn't for nothing. All previous top donors saw their brand's live stream sales multiply many times over. Viewers mistakenly assumed these brands were official partners of Chao Cheng. And Chao Cheng couldn't exactly go out of his way to explain, I don't know these brands, don't buy from them. If he did, who would ever donate again? The internet isn't as transparent as one might think. Not all netizens are savvy. The vast majority are easily confused. And the number of pet owners in Chao Cheng's live stream was enormous, consuming an unimaginable amount of pet food. Where else would they buy it? Countless people are willing to spend on their pets. One top donor brand, which only sold various beef hide chews, netted over 3,000 in a single day. The immense profit margin was obvious. The spectacular scene of monkeys and crows cleaning together was so entertaining that Tong Anchi barely needed to interact. The barrage was having a field day on its own. But soon someone started a trend demanding to see the tiger. Honestly, nothing that happens in this zoo surprises me anymore. It's mainly because the boss is so weird. By the way, didn't the news this morning say a severely injured tiger was sent here? Yeah, I heard it's a critically injured South China tiger. Can we see it? Soon the demand to see the tiger grew. Wency's camera flew straight towards the snake enclosure. The livestream screen then showed a massive steel tiger cage. A tiger wrapped in bandages was lying on its side in the cage bed, fast asleep. Wency landed directly on the edge of the bed. The ultra-close camera was practically shoved in Pojin's face. The livestream erupted. The South China tiger is the subspecies closest to the ancient tiger, and its raw wildness was palpable even through the screen. But Wency tapped the cage with its beak, making a dong sound. It shouted, "Brother tiger, time to work." Whoosh. The tiger inside was woken up, immediately turning its head and half rising. Seeing it was Wency, it let out a dissatisfied low growl. That single roar captured up close echoed through the livestream. The barrage went absolutely berserk. "Dude, is this annoying bird sick? Why did you call it? Holy crap, you scared me so bad I clenched so hard I almost broke my tailbone. Get that thing away. Don't bite me." Wency then flew up and circled around the tiger. The South China tiger cursed at it with a series of roars. Wency then flew out again. Once the viewers got bored of watching the monkeys clean outside, and just as the South China tiger fell asleep again, the bird flew right back in. This kept the live stream filled with laughter and mockery. Compared to before when Wency only had the delivery job, today's Chang'an Zoo live stream was a bustling spectacle. The parrot flew around with the camera, giving an aerial view of the entire zoo. A stunningly beautiful female, streamer monkeys cleaning, crows picking up trash, and the parrot occasionally harassing the resting injured South China tiger. What else could you scroll to after leaving this live stream? Singing, dancing, shouting over beats, PK battles, gaming, shopping, physical challenges. Or even people just swaying to music or making incomprehensible sounds into the camera. Those mind-numbing, meaningless streams still had hundreds or thousands of viewers. It showed just how bored people had become. Compared to those streams, the sheer entertainment of Chang'an Zoo was a devastating blow, a complete obliteration of competition. However, right during Chang'an Zoo's live stream, a new generation young actress posted a statement on her personal social media. Can you imagine how many beatings and how much abuse a single monkey or a single crow must endure to become so obedient? I don't know. And a whole group of them. Unimaginable. Chang'an Zoo, this might be the Myanmar of the bird world for crows. Human evil truly surpasses that of beasts. Sigh. There are so many heartbreaking things in this world. We are powerless, yet we cannot let them go. This post was tagged with topics like Chang'an Zoo animal cleaning and animal protector. The grand cleaning session lasted an entire afternoon. These monkeys worked for a while, played for a while, and rested for a while. They provided the live stream audience with a wealth of entertainment. Luo Jin also noticed that the number of visitors had significantly increased in the afternoon. He was forced to explain to every single person that the monkeys were conducting a grand cleaning inside, which might affect their viewing experience. To his surprise, most people responded with the same phrase, "We came here precisely for the monkeys." They immediately paid 100 yuan to go inside and eat dust. Chao Cheng spent the entire afternoon outside. After ordering a tiger enclosure from the construction company, he went to the electronics market. He replaced 2 sets of live stream equipment with more advanced higher-definition gear. He also purchased a new phone and a tablet. The tablet was intended for Wency to watch videos. Additionally, he bought 3 brand new desktop computers. One computer was for his personal use, while the other 2 were for the company, serving as an update to their electronic devices. Afterwards, he visited a long-distance car dealership to inspect available vehicles. Once the compensation money from Zhang Wei's lawsuit arrived, he could immediately take delivery of the car. By the time Chao Cheng returned, the sky was already darkening. The visitors had mostly departed as well. The monkeys had long since returned to the monkey enclosure to sleep. They were utterly exhausted from the day's activities. Tong Anchi had just managed to end her live stream. Chao Cheng checked the back-end data. He had spent 7,000 yuan that afternoon. Tong Anchi had broadcasted for the entire afternoon, netting a profit of 36,000 yuan. The number of followers had skyrocketed to 1.98 million. Most crucially, Chao Cheng's reputation score had increased by 2 points that afternoon. The current sect reputation score was 72 points. This filled Chao Cheng with immense joy. After seeing off the last wave of visitors, Chao Cheng gathered the 2 of them to tally the income. In addition to the livestream revenue, Luo Jin had also sold a considerable number of tickets over the past few days. The peak periods were the first day the crow tickets went on sale, and this afternoon. Over the past few days, ticket sales alone had totaled 118,000 yuan. This meant nearly 1,200 people had visited the zoo. The zoo had been open for nearly a week, and over 1,000 people had visited. This visitor flow might be insignificant for some medium or large zoos, even pitifully low. But at the very least, it was a start. At this moment, after deducting the 1.4 million yuan loan repayment that was already set to be deducted from his card, Chao Cheng had a total of 5,900 yuan in his pocket. Adding the 1,200 yuan in operating revenue, the zoo could barely keep running. Chao Cheng was considering whether to hire more people to first raise the reputation score to 80. He only needed to hire 8 more people. Tong Yanqi left work and went home. Once the zoo gates were closed, only Chao Cheng and Luo Jin remained. Returning to the second floor, Chao Cheng asked in confusion, "Hey, where's Tao Tao?" Luo Jin, walking into the kitchen and tying on an apron, replied with a smile, "A friend of mine picked her up to play. She really adores Tao Tao. Shall bring her back tomorrow." Chao Cheng, without suspicion, nodded in understanding. Then he noticed the ingredients Luo Jin had purchased. Wow, such a feast. And alcohol. Chao Cheng picked up a bottle of baijiu in surprise. Since it's a gratitude banquet, how could it be without alcohol? They'll have a drink with you. Luo Jin emerged from the kitchen and directly pushed Chao Cheng into his room. "You're not allowed to watch me cook. I want to give you a surprise, so go rest for a while. They'll call you when dinner's ready. Don't come out until I do." Chao Cheng, utterly bewildered, was pushed into his room by Luo Jin. A surprise. The more she said that, the more curious Chao Cheng became. However, this time, he managed to curb his curiosity. Since it was meant to be a surprise, he shouldn't ruin it. He didn't send Wenxi to fly outside as a spy. Instead, he began to meditate on the myriad methods Dao art. Among his 3 contracted beasts, Huan was the one improving the fastest. Its cultivation speed was at least 100 times faster than Chao Cheng's own cultivation. Of course, this multiple sounded terrifying, all because Chao Cheng's baseline was too low. At this moment, Haichuan's cultivation had reached the latter half of the qi refining mid-stage. If it could break through to the qi refining latest stage, it would be a massive boost for Chao Cheng. This was mainly because Huan was currently relatively free. Moreover, it had numerous subordinates traveling back and forth through the mountain forest multiple times daily. The number and strength of its underlings were steadily increasing. Wenxi was slightly inferior because it had to work every day. Its strength was still at the qi refining mid-stage. However, its cultivation speed was still several dozen times that of Chao Cheng. As for Pujuan, it was in a state of stagnation, having made no progress yet. But even though it appeared to be sleeping constantly, its body was continuously being influenced by the 2 beast spirit pills. Its flesh and blood were growing wildly, rapidly restoring its strength. Cultivation was easy to get lost in. Unknowingly, more than 2 hours had passed. A knock on the door came from outside. Chao Cheng opened his eyes and stood up. He pulled open the door. His eyes were immediately dazzled. He saw Luo Jin had shed her usual clothes and apron. She had changed into a black silk nightgown. Beneath the lace hem were legs as white and smooth as jade. The aroma of food wafted from the dining table. "Time to eat." Luo Jin, her face flushed, glanced at Chao Cheng before quickly walking to the table and sitting down. She looked like a young wife who had done a good deed and was waiting for praise from her husband. Chao Cheng approached the table. He was immediately stunned by the meal. Turtle soup, yam stewed lamb, stir-fried pork, kidneys, garlic vermicelli, with oysters, cashew, and walnut kernels, goji berry, and yam porridge, chive, and egg flatbread. Chao Cheng took another look at Luo Jin's attire. She had cooked the meal and even changed into a nightgown. What a suicidal menu. Someone was bound to suffer greatly tonight. They both sat down. Luo Jin first picked up a piece of lamb for Chao Cheng. Then she proactively filled 2 small cups with alcohol. After raising her cup, her eyes were already slightly reddened. Looking at Chao Cheng, she said, "Young master, thank you for not driving my daughter and me away. I toast to you." With these words, Luo Jin drained the cup in one gulp. Chao Cheng didn't stop her, but accompanied her in finishing the drink. He could see that Luo Jin was an extremely sensitive person at heart. If he didn't accept it, she would probably start overthinking things again. After that 1 cup of wine, Luo Jin bit her lip tightly. From her neck downwards, her skin rapidly turned red, visible to the naked eye like a blazing furnace. Chao Cheng thought to himself, "This must be scorching hot. How's your accounting studies going? Is it difficult?" Chao Cheng asked. "It's okay. Getting started is relatively easy. I didn't find it very hard. But mastering it will take time." Chao Cheng nodded, then inquired about Tao Tao's situation. The 2 of them gradually opened up. Luo Jin also lightly spoke of the hardships of raising a child alone. However, she remained completely silent about her past relationship. Chao Cheng didn't pry either. After several rounds of drinks and ample food, Chao Cheng was still holding up fine. But Luo Jin was already fiercely red all over. If Chao Cheng hadn't stopped her, she would have kept drinking. Of course, the food wasn't wasted. Chao Cheng had a robust physique and naturally had a huge appetite. After contracting Pujuan, his physical functions had multiplied several times over. His energy consumption was enormous. This amount of food was nothing. "All right, I'm full and well-wined. Thank you for the hospitality. Now it's my turn to help you. 1 more treatment for your back, and it will be completely healed." Chao Cheng put down his chopsticks, slid his chair back, and stood up from the table. He glanced at Luo Jin's nightgown. Performing the cat stretch pose in that outfit would be quite dangerous. Go change your clothes. But Luo Jin kept her head down, her breathing gradually becoming rapid, betraying her intense nervousness. After a long while she stood up, but instead of going to her room, she walked directly into Chao Cheng's embrace. She slowly wrapped her arms around his powerful waist. Chao Cheng could even feel her body trembling slightly. Luo Jin's voice also trembled a little. That day you asked me if I wanted to spend the night in your room. I'm giving you my answer now. Yes. Chao Cheng felt a fire surge straight to his head. Who could withstand this? He had known from the very first moment he saw Luo Jin that she was a gentle, shy, and even somewhat conservative woman. And it was precisely such a woman who had prepared this entire table of dishes, who had even bought this particular nightgown and accompanied him in drinking. Her ultimate goal was to offer herself to him. This stark contrast nearly drove Chao Cheng to lose his mind. After Luo Jin finished speaking, she suddenly felt a powerful force lift her horizontally. Chao Cheng's scorching hot voice burned in her ear. You wanna? Then how dare you prepare a table of dishes like this? You are the most ruthless woman I have ever met towards yourself, bar none. After speaking, Chao Cheng strode towards his own room. Thunder rumbled outside the window. A heavy downpour arrived in a sudden torrent. The temperature dropped several degrees. Kirikawa and Wensi took shelter with the crow flock in the snake house. Watching the rain outside, Wensi complained to Kirikawa through divine sense. There's no internet here. I can't even catch up on my dramas. I want to go to the first floor of the management hall. Kirikawa was very serious. Tonight no one is allowed near the management hall. Wensi was speechless. Then what about my drama? Huan is about to be forced into a blood kinship test. Kirikawa, is the child yours? Wensi, damn, what's it got to do with me? Kirikawa, then it's irrelevant. Wensi, screw this. The rain and passion intertwined several times. A sleepless night. The torrential rain masked everything. It wasn't until around 6 the next morning that Luo Jin slowly awoke. Her body ached as if it had been dismantled and reassembled. Enduring the discomfort, she stealthily sat up to find her clothes. Damn, they were torn. Awake. Chao Cheng's voice came. Luo Jin turned back to find Chao Cheng looking at her. She immediately relaxed and fell back into his arms, pulling up your pants and denying it. In such a hurry to leave. Chao Cheng teased. Luo Jin gently punched him. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at him and said, Actually, I know you have a girlfriend. That Tong Anchi. Chao Cheng chuckled. Who told you she's my girlfriend? Luo Jin was momentarily stunned. Yesterday, she went into your room. Dancing? Ooh, I was checking her professional skills. Didn't you hear the music? Luo Jin's face lit up with joy. But she quickly composed herself and said with a hint of jealousy, If not now, it will happen sooner or later. I can see you like her. Chao Cheng smiled. Wait, that's not the point. The point is you knew I had a girlfriend and still went for this. Were you trying to steal someone else's man? Luo Jin pursed her lips and smiled. I'm telling you, you don't have to take responsibility for having me. I've long decided I'll never remarry for Cao Tao's sake. You're taking care of us now, and this humble woman has no way to repay you. So, Luo Jin had actually made peace with it long ago. She truly would never remarry. Because of Cao Tao, she didn't want to get hurt again, nor did she want Cao Tao to suffer. She no longer trusted her own judgment of men. But Chao Cheng's appearance gave her a sense of reliance. Chao Cheng was young, handsome, fit, and capable. And strong. Where else could she find a better man than him? It wasn't just that she had no way to repay him. On a practical level, deep down, she wanted to depend on him. Chao Cheng silently acknowledged her maturity. In truth, what he admired most about Luo Jin was this very quality of seasoned grace. She was a true adult. She knew what she wanted, was thoughtful and worldly wise, yet innocent. Chao Cheng felt a big sisterly warmth from her. He felt at ease whenever he was with her. It seemed Cao Tao's words had really sunk in for Luo Jin. I always said Cao Tao was a good kid. Chao Cheng teased her, gently patting her. Thanks, but I don't eat people. Go on. Luo Jin nodded obediently. Having been so open with Chao Cheng, she was now completely at ease and far less shy. Before leaving, she cast him a bewitching glance. By the way, we need to keep this from Cao Tao. She mustn't know. Otherwise, if you find another woman in the future, I'm afraid she might. Chao Cheng nodded slowly. He imagined if Cao Tao knew her mother and Uncle Chao were dating, and then one day Uncle Chao found a girlfriend, Cao Tao would surely throw a fit. That would complicate their relationship. Luo Jin smiled sweetly and was about to leave. Suddenly, she stopped, turned back to Chao Cheng, and a light flashed in her eyes. A stark contrast to her usual gentle shyness. Forget it, let's hide it from everyone. Chao Cheng chuckled inwardly. Luo Jin had truly let herself go. She had even touched upon that particular thrill. After dressing, she began to prepare breakfast for Chao Cheng. The bad feelings from earlier regarding Chao Cheng and Tong Anchi had vanished completely. She even hummed a tune cheerfully. Before, she was cooking for her young boss. Now she was cooking for the man she loved. The mindset was entirely different. By then Chao Cheng had also gotten up and dressed. His phone rang. Chao Cheng picked it up and saw it was Song Xingjie. It was way too early. Hey, old Chao, you're trending. Song Xingjie dropped a bombshell right away. Trending? Yeah, weren't you live streaming the monkeys and crows cleaning yesterday? Lin Xinxi tagged you with the topic. She's accusing you of animal abuse. Chao Cheng was puzzled. Lin Xinxi? Who's that? Song Xingjie said, a female celebrity, a popular young star famous for period dramas. You don't know her? Chao Cheng retorted, there are so many of those trendy young stars now, they all look the same. How would I know? And I don't watch modern trash TV. Song Xingjie advised, let's set that aside. This is trending now. That woman has a lot of fans, you're probably about to get cyberbullied. Be prepared. As Song Xingjie spoke, Chao Cheng suddenly sensed Kurika's divine sense. He immediately activated his borrowed vision. His perspective shifted to Kurika. Kurika was standing on the large signboard at the entrance of Qinggan Zoo. Dawn was just breaking. The area outside Qinggan Zoo was already surrounded by a large crowd. At a glance, there were at least 100 to 200 people. More people kept arriving in cars parking in the distance, along with motorcycles, scooters, and bicycles. Upon closer inspection, they were all young people. The youngest were still in school uniforms, and none seemed over 30. Over 80% were female. The occasional males were either dragged there by their girlfriends or hoping to find one. Some had even brought banners. Cruel boss abuses animals. Punish him. My heart is with Xinxi. Animal abuse is intolerable. Kind-hearted Xinxi, disgusting boss. However, the crowd hadn't started causing trouble yet. They were clearly waiting for daylight and the media. Chao Cheng immediately said to Song Xingjie on the phone, no need to prepare. They're already here. The fans are blocking the entrance. At least 200 people. Song Xingjie exclaimed, damn. Isn't this a public disturbance? They'll call Uncle Luo and have him bring people over to handle it. Chao Cheng shook his head. You can bring people, but only to maintain order. Under no circumstances should there be any conflict with the crowd. This couldn't exactly be called a public disturbance. Moreover, with many students in a public incident like this mishandling, it could plunge the Yunhai City Law Enforcement Bureau into an abyss. If someone got hurt during the process, public opinion would utterly consume the bureau, and even the city's leaders wouldn't be able to protect them. Song Xingjie was taken aback. What's the matter? Chao Cheng didn't explain, just do as I say. As long as they don't storm the zoo, let them block the entrance. They'll stay on the trending list for now. Let me think of a way. Song Xingjie said, what a troublesome day. The old man was called to a meeting early this morning. Seems there's an issue with upstream flooding. Trash has blocked the Plum River. Think that's enough to drown out your news? Chao Cheng's eyes lit up. Is that so? Keep me updated on the latest developments. Plum Blossom River was situated to the southeast of Yunhai City. For years, the city had aspired to develop the river into a scenic waterway. Yet limited funds made this aspiration a difficult endeavor. At a certain bend in the middle section of the Plum Blossom River, garbage stretching for several kilometers floated on the water's surface like scattered duckweed. The dense mass extended beyond the horizon. The media had already reported the incident, and the city convened an emergency meeting. During the meeting by Hutong, the city's top official addressed Song Tieshan, Director Song, please brief everyone. Song Tieshan cleared his throat and said, upon receiving the city's orders, we immediately traced the river upstream. We determined the source originates from Qingsha Village in Dongling City. There is a large illegal landfill in Qingsha Village. Yesterday's heavy rain caused flooding there. The flood exposed the landfill, washing a massive amount of lightweight trash downstream, which eventually accumulated in the middle bend of our Plum Blossom River. Long Chomping, the head of the Water Resources Department, spoke indignantly, this is outrageous. I sent people early this morning. Based on aerial footage, the garbage stretches at least 5 kilometers. The scale is alarming. What if another downpour hits? If the debris surges downstream and clogs the water infrastructure, the consequences would be even more disastrous. We must demand an explanation from Dongling City. Bai Hutong frowned. Was this the time to assign blame? Yet he understood Long Champing's frustration. He tapped the table. Let's solve the problem first. How should we proceed with the dredging? Any ideas? Long Champing appeared deeply troubled, casting a helpless glance at the Environmental Protection Department head. The latter said the location of the blockage is extremely unfavorable for us. The banks are surrounded by forested wetlands, making it impossible for heavy machinery to approach. Large dredging boats cannot be transported, so we can only use small ones. Additionally, we must construct a 3-kilometer temporary road from the riverbank to the main garbage truck route. We currently have only 8 small dredging boats. Even if we deploy all of them, we still need to purchase substantial equipment and install barriers to prevent further downstream leakage. Considering labor, equipment, procurement, fuel costs, and more, I estimate we need at least 4 million yuan. And that's the minimum. A collective gasp filled the room. Could clearing river garbage really cost so much? How long will it take to clean up? Bai Hedong asked. Spending money was secondary, a swift action to avert greater hazards was paramount. Road construction plus dredging will take 20 days or longer, came the reply. Yang Xinhai interjected, no, absolutely not. If another storm like yesterday's hits, the garbage could spread further. I've checked with the Weather Bureau, who due to a typhoon heavy rain is likely again in 2 days. The room fell into a heavy silence. The situation was at an impasse. Even such a costly method would yield results too slowly. This is primarily Dongling City's responsibility. We should request their support. Perhaps they have a better solution, someone suggested. But the proposal did not gain consensus. Everyone understood the underlying motive to report the issue upward, sharing the blame if things worsened. It was a last resort. Though Dongling bore primary responsibility, Yunhai City was also culpable for poor river management. If chaos erupts, Yunhai will suffer the most. Mayor Sun left for the provincial capital early this morning. For now, we must act swiftly. Let's proceed with the current plan. Vice Mayor Yang, please take the lead on this. Coordinate interdepartmental cooperation and start immediately. Yang Xinhai nodded. Understood. The morning news had also covered the incident. Chao Cheng's story was mere entertainment news, captivating only the entertainment-focused audience. But the river blockage was a matter of public concern for Yunhai City. The morning broadcast ensured nearly everyone knew about it, especially due to the aerial footage. The images were shocking. A river channel 50 to 60 meters wide, choked with garbage stretching at least 5 kilometers, conveyed an immense sense of danger. People tend to amplify issues that affect them, fearing that mishandling could contaminate their drinking water or even flood their homes. The publicity department would expend great effort to mitigate the negative impact, but ultimately it would struggle against the viral videos and photos online. The inherent tension between the public and authorities needed only a little fuel to generate massive traffic. A swarm of influencers and online personalities latched onto the incident for clout. This put enormous pressure on the relevant departments, complicating matters further. Many influencers, media outlets, and NGOs rushed to the scene to join the fray. Law enforcement was overwhelmed. The incident had a severely negative impact. Around 7:30 a.m. the wind picked up, clouds gathered, and another downpour seemed imminent. On the main road leading to the garbage-choked section of Plum Blossom River, heavy vehicles rumbled past. Excavators, loaders, and dump trucks streamed toward the site. Small environmental vehicles formed a long convoy. Yang Xinhai and his team stood on a high vantage point, gazing at the river. The sight made their scalps tingle. The situation was indeed dire. An endless expanse of household waste, mostly non-degradable plastic bottles, bags, packaging, foam, and discarded clothing, stretched before them. The banks were densely packed, and debris swirled in the midstream. Downstream barriers had been set up to intercept the garbage, but this could not last long without harming the river's aquatic life. Most concerning of all was the intense public scrutiny. The speed of the response was no longer just about mitigating consequences. It had become a matter of the city's image. Just then, the Environmental Protection Department had approached to report. Vice Mayor Yang, the excavators have arrived. We need to clear a path to bring in the dredging boats. Yang Xinhai sighed. Begin. With this command. It meant destroying large swaths of forest, which would undoubtedly provoke public outrage and even curses. Even if the river was eventually cleaned, this would never be counted as an achievement. Instead, the blame would fall on the city's leadership, primarily on himself. But urgent matters took precedence. Yang Xinhai could no longer dwell on such concerns. The Environmental Protection Department head was about to issue orders via walkie-talkie. Suddenly someone shouted, "What's that over there?" Everyone followed his gaze. In the sky, a dark cloud was rolling toward them. Yang Xinhai's eyes lit up. It's crows. The crows from Qinggan Zoo. Yang Xinhai naturally recognized these crows. He had personally seen them at the Qinggan Zoo. And the reason he was certain they were from the Qinggan Zoo was, aside from Chao Cheng, he couldn't think of anyone else with such capabilities. The murder of crows seemed even larger than when Yang Xinhai had last seen them. There were roughly 400 of them. The sight was truly breathtaking. What are these crows here for? A city official wondered. He was clearly unaware of the crows' extraordinary abilities. The flock of crows headed straight for the garbage floating on the river. Each crow precisely picked up or snatched a piece of trash from the water, swiftly took flight, and soared over the trees and wetlands. They flew towards the garbage trucks on the main road, dropping the trash into the trucks with a whoosh like aerial bombardiers. For a moment, everyone who witnessed this, including the many media personnel on site, was utterly stunned. This flock of crows was actually cleaning the river. If it were just 1 or 2 crows picking up trash and dropping it into the trucks with such precision, that would be one thing. But hundreds of crows, all capable of accurately grabbing trash. For lighter items like plastic bags or food wrappers, they could even deftly snatch 2 or 3 pieces at a time. They shuttled back and forth between the river and the garbage trucks, forming a black conveyor belt. It was a spectacle. Quickly, merge all the garbage trucks into one line. Make it easier for the crows to drop the trash. Trash that falls to the ground must be promptly cleared into the trucks. Dispatch more vehicles immediately. Yang Xinhai shouted excitedly, snapping all the city officials back to their senses. They even noticed Yang Xinhai's uncharacteristic excitement, for they themselves were too stunned to find words. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Even if Chao Cheng's crows were incredibly intelligent, how could they possibly know to drop the trash into the trucks? This level of intelligence was almost like a reminder to humans, prompting them to cooperate. Some people even noticed a detail. Many of the trash bags on the river were filled with water. For instance, a cup noodle container, if grabbed by the opening, would be a pouch of water. Flying with that would certainly slow them down. But none of the crows made such a foolish mistake. They seemed to know to grab the sealed end of the bag, the unopened side. Lifting it caused the water to gush out with a splash. These details were captured extensively by the media. The head of the Environmental Protection Department immediately went to execute the orders. Their initial plan was to use dredging boats to collect the trash and then transport it to the main road. Just clearing a path for that would take many days. These garbage trucks were meant to haul away the trash from the path clearing, not for the dredging itself. So not all trucks had been deployed. But if the crows were helping, there would be no need to clear that path. They just needed to position the garbage trucks properly. After issuing his orders, Yang Xinhai's face was beaming with excitement. He looked up at the sky, filled with crows in admiration, and urgently asked the group, "By the way, check if the Chang'an Zoo owner is streaming." A few young officials and secretaries immediately pulled out their phones. "No, Boss Chow is not streaming." Yang Xinhai shouted, "Song Taizhan. Where is Song Taizhan? Director Song is at that intersection. Get him over here." "Yes." Someone ran off, but before they could take a few steps, Song Taizhan was already striding towards them. Before Yang Xinhai could speak, Song Taizhan said excitedly, "Deputy Mayor Yang, I just called Chao Cheng. He did send the crows to help. He saw the news about this on the morning broadcast. He thought he should contribute to the city, so he dispatched the crows." The city officials couldn't help but silently praise him. He truly was a remarkable person. After all, he wasn't foolish. When the dying South China tiger was sent to him, he didn't hold a grudge against the city. Instead, he saved the tiger, resolving a major crisis for them. Now, seeing the city in trouble, he didn't hesitate to lend a hand. This should make many people feel ashamed. Yang Xinhai asked, "Why isn't he here? And why isn't he streaming?" He desperately wanted to see Chao Cheng in person and praise him face to face. Song Taizhan's expression turned serious. "I asked him that too. He's currently trapped in the zoo by a large group of fans and afraid to come out." Yang Xinhai was puzzled. "Fans? What's going on?" Song Taizhan cleared his throat. "It started yesterday during Chao Cheng's stream when the crows and monkeys were cleaning the zoo. A female celebrity accused Chao Cheng of animal abuse online. She claimed his animals were likely trained through long-term abuse. This became a trending topic on the entertainment news. This morning, that celebrity's fans blocked the entrance to Chang'an Zoo. Chao Cheng didn't dare to stream the crows' dredging work for fear of further online attacks. After all, the crows are working. He's worried about being accused of animal abuse." This was the first time the officials had heard Song Taizhan report in such an accusatory tone. Song Taizhan's words clearly pointed the finger at the female celebrity. The surrounding city officials were indignant. What was this all about? How could she claim animal abuse without seeing how he trained the crows? Outrageous. This is a deliberate incitement of online violence. Yang Xinhai was furious. He bellowed with his thick eyebrows raised. "I must report this to Secretary Bai. This is not just an entertainment issue. This is someone stirring up trouble with ulterior motives. It's an attack on our Yunhai city government." After his outburst, Yang Xinhai asked, "What else did Chao Cheng say?" Song Taizhan said, "He only asked us to treat these crows well, at least give them a meal." The city officials felt a sharp pang in their hearts. If that female celebrity were here, they would want to kick her into the river. What a fine young man. Facing online abuse. Trapped in the zoo by a bunch of brainless fans. Bearing such an injustice. And yet he still sent the crows to help the city solve its problems. It would be inexcusable if the city didn't step in. Yang Xinhai immediately took out his phone and called Bai Hetong. After listening to Yang Xinhai's report, a loud bang was heard through the phone, clearly Bai Hetong, slamming the table in anger. "This is utterly despicable. Is this the people's world or a celebrity's world? Yang Xinhai, you must oversee the dredging work and reassure Chao Cheng. I will immediately report this to the provincial authorities. I will personally oversee this matter from start to finish." After hanging up, Bai Hetong was indeed furious. He promptly reported the matter to the second-in-command of the province. He then summoned the propaganda minister Jolita and informed him of the situation. Jolita was equally livid. The impact of this incident was simply too damaging, and Xiao Cheng's identity was far too sensitive. After all, this was the extraordinary man who helped the city solve a major case, save the tiger, and was now dredging the river. Xiao Cheng's value far exceeded everyone's imagination. He was a person with incredible abilities and great value to the city. Bai Hetong said, Jolita, I am ordering you now. Sharpen your pen and strike back hard. If you can't reverse the online abuse against Xiao Cheng, it'll have you removed from your post. Jolita naturally dared not be negligent. Guiding public opinion was his duty. Since Bai Hetong had spoken thus, he had to see it through. Jolita had his own influence. A female celebrity was merely a tool for capital to earn money. Did she truly believe she amounted to something? Meanwhile, at the entrance of Qinggan Zoo at 8:30 in the morning, thunderous slogans had already erupted. Abuse animals, punish the villains. Abuse animals, punish the villains. The cries were remarkably synchronized with someone leading the chants. Many influencers and entertainment journalists raised their lenses high. Some were interviewing the crowd. A gossip reporter approached a girl dressed in a white JK uniform. May I ask where you're from? How did you learn about this incident? The girl tidied her hair. I came from Dongling City. I'm a fan of Lin Xinqi. I found out about this from Zinki's social media. It's absolutely appalling. I heard Xinqi was moved to tears by this. She's truly a kind and sensitive soul. People who abuse animals deserve to die. The girl grew more agitated as she spoke. On the other side, someone interviewed a female volunteer wearing a caring person vest. May I ask where you're from and that vest you're wearing? Before the question was finished, the volunteer snatched the microphone and addressed the camera directly. I'm from the Yunhai City Animal Protection Association. I sincerely hope the owner of Qinggan Zoo faces punishment. I hope to leverage Miss Lin Xinqi's influence to help rescue these poor animals. I truly wish more people would pay attention to these matters. Save them. Without our attention, how desperate and painful must their existence be? As she spoke, the girl burst into tears. Her sobbing cries were incredibly infectious. The reporter interviewing her was from a platform with considerable influence. The footage was sent back and quickly turned into a video news piece for release. The cyberbullying truly began at this stage. Riding on Lin Xinqi's trending topic about animal protection, these videos were rapidly searched and consumed in droves. Simply clicking on the trending topic would bring up these videos almost instantly. These on-site interviews accounted for 70 to 80% of the content. The rest were posted by influencers, animal rights activists, and fans themselves. Of course, some also interviewed men at the scene. A reporter cornered a man and asked, "Are you a fan of Lin Xinqi or an animal rights activist?" The man declared loudly, "I'm a fan of Lin Xinqi. I think she's a sensitive, kind person. I'm also an animal rights activist. I hope the owner gets punished. I feel misunderstood and want to find like-minded female fans or female animal rights activists to comfort and support each other. Goddesses and sweet girls are both welcome. I'm too fragile. My contact info is..." Before he could finish, the reporter shoved him aside. That was clearly a desperate, starving shooting. He was here to pick up gullible fans. Throughout the morning, the videos spread rapidly online. The power of the internet was terrifying. Zoo owner abuses animals. Lin Xinqi calls for punishment. Animals forced to work. The cruel truth. Who will protect Lin Xinqi's kindness? Fans block zoo entrance and anger. Authorities yet to respond. Several trending topics instantly dominated half of the entertainment charts. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Shangrao City, Lin Xinqi was getting her makeup done in the studio. She had an endorsement shoot later. Her agent chuckled while scrolling through her phone. It's hilarious. This Qinggan Zoo is almost being torn apart by fans. With fans and activists combined, there must be 600 or 700 people. If that owner dares to show his face, he'd probably be eaten alive on the spot. Lin Xinqi, while cooperating with the makeup artist, was watching a short drama on her phone. Thanks to 2 costume dramas, she was quite popular now with increasing exposure. Her company had signed her up for a variety show and told her to craft a persona. After much thought, she decided the kind, sensitive, and fragile persona suited her best. The day before, she happened to stumble upon Xiao Cheng's livestream. Seeing how popular his stream was, she realized it was a golden opportunity to establish her persona. She immediately posted that statement. Late last night, she also posted a photo of herself with red-rimmed eyes, looking slightly haggard, captioned, "Too sad to sleep." Coupled with her earlier post about feeling helpless and unable to let go regarding animal protection, the connection was quickly exposed by her clever fans who linked everything together. What could she do? Many celebrities employ such subtle tricks. There are always some brain-dead fans who, believing themselves incredibly astute, dig up these obvious connections. They treat it as some monumental secret they've discovered blabbing about it to show off their sensitivity, intelligence, and uniqueness. In reality, they're just fools. Then even more fans inferior to those fools follow along screaming and wailing, proving with their very existence that evolution has its failures. The more the merrier. How many trending topics are we on now? Lin Xinqi asked with a smile. The agent replied, 5. Lin Xinqi curled her lips in satisfaction. She felt like a trendsetter of the era. The feeling of controlling public opinion was utterly intoxicating. She even harbored the illusion of wielding power over life and death. Just then she glanced at her makeup and frowned. She asked coldly, what color is this blush and eyeshadow? Rose red, the makeup artist replied, slightly puzzled. Lin Xinqi glared at her. Didn't I say I wanted light pink? The makeup artist was taken aback. She was certain Lin Xinqi had requested rose red earlier. But you said rose red. I even specifically asked if it was okay, and you insisted on rose. The makeup artist felt wronged. Lin Xinqi hadn't been famous long, and she was new as her makeup artist. Unaware of her temper, the makeup artist talked back. Lin Xinqi suddenly erupted in rage. She stood up, grabbed the makeup box in front of her, and smashed it directly into the makeup artist's face. "Ah!" The makeup artist screamed. The eyebrow razor inside the box cut a large gash near her eye and temple. Blood instantly streamed down her face, and she collapsed to the floor in terror. After striking, Lin Xinqi was still fuming, glaring venomously at the makeup artist. You like talking back to me, huh? If your memory's that bad, go take some brain pills. Can't even tell rose red from light pink. What the hell are you doing as a makeup artist? Bitch, get lost. The fallen makeup artist, clutching her face, trembled all over, too afraid to look up or fight back. Although she was new to the industry, she had heard that Lin Xinqi was backed by a coal baron with connections both above and below ground, rumored to have the power to make people disappear. So she dared not say a word. She picked up her things from the floor and prepared to leave. Get out. Lin Xinqi, like a mad dog, viciously stomped on the makeup artist's hand, as if she couldn't bear to have her there a second longer. The makeup artist cried out in pain and fled. Lin Xinqi sat back down, fuming. Staring at the mirror, she screamed, "Damn it, this looks terrible. How am I supposed to go out like this?" The agent standing nearby was also a bit shaken, but she had grown accustomed to such scenes. She had witnessed Lin Xinqi's transformation from an innocent girl into what she was now. Some people simply cannot handle fame and fortune. She had been present when Lin Xinqi spoke to the makeup artist. The artist was not at fault. Lin Xinqi had indeed said rose red, never mentioning light pink. 2 other makeup artists stepped in to help. The agent sighed and looked back at her phone. She immediately noticed that the number of comments on Lin Xinqi's account had exploded. What is this all about? The agent opened the comments in bewilderment. A torrent of abuse came pouring in. Countless mentions, all pointing to a trending topic: these crows have become sentient after being abused. The agent clicked on the title. Immediately, videos and live streams of the river dredging in Yunhai City popped up. Aerial shots, ground shots, and close-ups from every angle. It was utterly breathtaking. A large flock of crows was grabbing garbage from the river and methodically shuttling back and forth to the garbage trucks on the main road. They dropped all the trash into the trucks. A large team of municipal workers assisted on the sidelines, picking up any fallen debris and tossing it back into the vehicles. Some live streams even had clear titles. Incredible. Crows from Qingan Zoo are helping the municipal government clean up the river garbage. These crows were previously reported to have been abused by the zoo owner. Who exactly could abuse such a group of intelligent and adorable creatures? Opening the comment sections and livestream bullet chats, countless people were acting as commentators. The most popular video had already garnered 2.95 million likes. The top comment had an astonishing 1.12 million likes. And it was a long comment, the kind people usually don't have the patience to read. The comment read, "For newcomers, these crows are from Qingan Zoo. Yesterday they were picking up trash during the zoo's cleanup and were called abused by the celebrity Lin Xinqi. Today her brainless fans blocked Qingan Zoo. Yesterday's heavy rain caused a massive overflow of river garbage. The owner didn't dare go out, but sent the crows to help the authorities clean up. I don't see any contribution from the celebrity. I only see this abusive animal owner doing real work. I only see the animals he abused. So intelligent, adorable, and strong. Note these crows are stronger and larger than ordinary crows." And the second comment seemed to pair perfectly with the first. It also had an astonishing 1.01 million likes. Most people in the comments don't understand what this means. Let's put it this way: the riverbanks are wetlands and woodlands, and heavy equipment can't get through. If we use small boats to clean this up, the project would take at least a month and cost at least 5 to 6 million. It would also destroy large areas of woodland and put workers in dangerous conditions. If another heavy rain hit during the project, the garbage would clog the water infrastructure and even block the city's drainage network. That would be a disaster. These crows worked all morning, and according to statistics, they've already cleared over 15 of the garbage. If they can finish clearing this garbage within 3 days, they'll save millions in municipal funds, protect the woodlands, and eliminate a city hazard. A tremendous merit. These 2 comments guided the thinking of most netizens. Because this was indeed the truth, they turned most readers into clear-headed people, and also into defenders of Chang'an Zoo. Thus a flood of people stormed Lin Xingqi's social media with abuse. The owner of Chang'an Zoo was already making a huge contribution to society, and this actress who had contributed nothing at all was engaging in such pointless hype. Suddenly the keyword image building flooded Lin Xingqi's comment sections. What's wrong? Lin Xingqi was in a foul mood and frowned at her agent's alarm. Something big has happened. The agent handed her phone to Lin Xingqi. Lin Xingqi scrolled through it. These are the crows from Chang'an Zoo. The agent nodded. It was too obvious. They were both in Yunhai City, and these crows had been picking up trash just yesterday. Today they were doing it again. How could it be anyone else? Then why are you panicking? Lin Xingqi asked with a smile. The agent stared at her blankly. How could she not be panicking? Didn't she understand what this meant? First, he hasn't even proven these are his crows. Second, this level of intense labor from these crows is itself a form of abuse. Did I say anything wrong about him being abusive? He's practically confirming the accusation himself. The agent couldn't be bothered to argue. She grabbed her phone and searched for Chao Cheng's live stream. He was live. The viewer count had already exceeded 100,000. Lin Xingqi had never had more than 300 viewers, even at her peak. There were far too many young actresses who rose to fame through period dramas, all with exquisitely beautiful faces. Lin Xingqi's recent popularity was solely due to her drama currently airing. Otherwise, she would struggle to land even her current attention and endorsements. Unfortunately, the agent was well aware of this, but Lin Xingqi was not. She believed she was already a megastar. At that moment, Chao Cheng's live stream showed a high-altitude aerial view. The perspective was provided by his famous parrot Wenxi. Ahead of Wenxi hovered a large raven, the biggest one. It was flapping its wings to stay suspended in midair. Occasionally, it swooped down and let out a few strange caws at the crow flock below. Something incredible happened. Half of the crows, which had all been working, landed on the trees in the woods below. They began to rest. The other half kept working. This scene proved that all the crows were under the command of this one raven, and this raven was hovering right in front of Chao Cheng's parrot. This left no doubt that the raven also belonged to Chao Cheng. It was almost beyond question. The livestream chat exploded with holy shit. Holy shit. They even know how to take shifts to rest. That's absolutely insane. Insane. I feel like this is just Chao's standard operating procedure. Chao's SOP. Holy shit, I Chao. Nice poem upstairs. Thousands of bullet chats scrolled by the crazy viewers saying whatever came to mind. Because the shock before them was enough to make anyone speechless. Streamer, can you abuse me? I want to get into college. Streamer, help me abuse my wife, but she's not very obedient. These bullet chats were just memes, making fun of Chao Cheng's animal abuse meme. Chao Cheng took the opportunity to say in the stream, guys, stop joking around. I'm already in a huge mess. There are 700 or 800 fans blocking the zoo entrance right now. If you keep this up, I'm afraid they'll storm in and kill me. The live stream exploded instantly. This is happening. Idiots are everywhere, but celebrity fans are the worst. Damn, I'm local. They'll drive over to support the streamer. These crows' behavior clearly isn't from mechanical training, they're just naturally smart. Brainless fans are terrifying, but an ignorant female celebrity is even worse. Seeing all this, Lin Xingqi was instantly furious. The word ignorant deeply stung her. Lies go unnoticed, the truth is the sharpest blade. Lin Xingqi slammed her phone hard onto the dressing table in front of her. She roared, bastard, why is he live streaming? Why did he have to send the crows to clean the river? In her view, Chao Cheng ought not to have resisted. He should have swallowed his pride and become her stepping stone. She had been bathed in the limelight for far too long. Subconsciously, celebrities already stood on a pedestal. That an ordinary person dared to defy a star was beyond her comprehension. In truth, countless others shared her belief that celebrities were superior. Chao Cheng once recalled a short, unattractive male celebrity on a variety show who, upon visiting an ordinary household for a task, was shocked when the resident claimed not to recognize him. He exclaimed to the camera, "She doesn't even know me. She doesn't know me." Such people are classic examples of those unable to see themselves clearly. Lin Xingqi was exactly like that. She had risen to fame too quickly to the point of losing touch with reality. That was why she resented Chao Cheng. His live stream had turned her into a laughingstock, hadn't it? Within just one morning, the situation had drastically reversed. Chao Cheng had gone from being accused of abusing animals to becoming a hero who resolved the municipal crisis leveraging the traffic generated by the incident. Instead, Lin Xinqi and her company were thrust into the storm. The trending topic had shifted from protect the animals to the abused animals became heroes. Suppress the trending topic. After her initial fury, Lin Xinqi realized the most critical point now was to quickly quell the fallout. She immediately pulled out her phone to call the boss who kept her. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Qingganzu, people were gradually noticing Chao Cheng's live stream. They had been shouting here all morning, using media pressure to force Chao Cheng into making a statement. The animal rights activists, on the other hand, were determined to force him to release all the animals. But then Chao Cheng started his live stream. This is utterly outrageous. Damn it, he's streaming again. And he's making the crows work. Isn't that blatantly defying us? Bastard. This itself is animal abuse. What infuriates me is that every time he streams, so many people watch. What are they even looking at? Do they have no compassion at all? Many animal rights activists cursed in fury. Their focus differed from that of the female star's fans. They were concerned about whether the animals were being abused. Their compassion had swelled to an uncontrollable, overflowing degree. At home, they would demand money from their parents, throw tantrums, and shout at them after just a few words. Yet they would weep bitterly while rummaging through trash bins for stray cats. This perfectly exemplified what it meant to have an underdeveloped brain and a completely undeveloped cerebellum. The fans, meanwhile, paid more attention to the entertainment sector. That scumbag. He actually called out our Xinqi in his stream. What's wrong with him? They were referring to Chao Cheng, subtly hinting that he was being cyberbullied in his stream. If Xinqi hadn't accused him of animal abuse, he wouldn't have started streaming to help with the dredging. He's clearly using the dredging to whitewash his image. If he keeps this up, what about Xinqi? This could turn the tables on her. This is obviously targeting Xinqi. We can't let him keep streaming. Some deluded fans were already getting worked up. Just as the crowd was stirring from the outermost edge, the deafening wail of police sirens rang out. Enforcement vehicles led the way, flanking over a dozen black cars as they approached. Amidst swirling dust, red and blue lights flashed wildly. The dozen black cars advanced steadily, exuding an air of calm authority. For a moment, everyone in the blockade was awestruck. The oppressive presence was overwhelming. Someone suddenly shouted, "Those look like the city leader's cars." The crowd erupted in chaos. Sure enough, the vehicles came to a stop. As the dust settled, the doors of the black cars opened, and a group of staff members stepped out, first opening the rear doors. Out stepped a group of middle-aged men in administrative jackets. Their faces were stern, their demeanor impressive. The pressure of those in power was palpable. All the deluded fans and animal rights activists were stunned. It was indeed the city leadership team. At the forefront was a man with salt and pepper cropped hair in his late 40s, yet his eyes sparkled with sharp, piercing light. He strode forward with large steps. Someone handed him an electric megaphone. The middle-aged man switched it on and called out loudly, "Hello, everyone. I am Bai Hetong, the head of Yunhai City's party committee. Parallel world, don't dwell on titles, just know the identity." His opening introduction silenced the rioting crowd instantly. Most were so terrified they felt a chill run through them. Who? The highest leader of Yunhai City was standing right before them. What was this about? Qingganzu is a beneficial enterprise for Yunhai City, and right now it is solving problems for the city. Whatever grievances or demands you have against Qingganzu, you can bring them to me by Hetong or to the Yunhai City Hall. Speak now. I am here to listen and resolve them for you. Bai Hetong's words were resounding, amplified by the megaphone echoing over the crowd. All the deluded fans and animal rights activists were utterly dumbfounded. What? Complain about Qingganzu. Present demands to Bai Hetong on the spot. Who would go? Me. Why not you? From Bai Hetong's words, it was clear that the entire Yunhai City Hall was united with Chao Cheng. To challenge Qingganzu was to challenge the Yunhai City Hall. For ordinary people, especially those facing someone of Bai Hetong's caliber, even a casual conversation could be daunting, let alone openly confronting him. How many could handle it calmly? Even more so for this crowd consisting of underdeveloped animal rights activists and young star-chasing girls. What would they say to Bai Hetong? The female celebrity I like says Chao Cheng abused animals. Would they say that? Even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare. They were all scared out of their wits. The deluded fans on the outskirts had already started sneaking away. Some didn't even dare to drive, fleeing on foot, leaving their cars in the parking lot. Once one ran, the others couldn't hold back. Seeing that those who fled faced no consequences and that no enforcement officers stopped them, more and more people began to escape. Some even put on masks on the spot and fled in disgrace. It was a rout just like that. In 3 to 5 minutes, the crowd of 600 to 700 had scattered. Bai Hetong watched the crowd disperse and let out a cold snort, handing the megaphone to his secretary. His personal appearance to resolve this for Chao Cheng was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. After all, these troublemakers were just a bunch of kids, not a major issue. But he had to come. This demonstrated the city's level of attention and stance. He needed to make it clear to everyone that those who contributed to Yunhai City would not be treated this way. He also had to make Chao Cheng understand that the support from Yunhai City's leaders was not just lip service. At that moment, the zoo gates swung open. Chao Cheng strode out quickly. Esteemed leaders, honor us with your presence. I apologize for not greeting you from afar. Chao Cheng clasped his fists as he walked, then extended his hand to Bai Hetong. Secretary Bai, thank you so much. The secretary silently praised him for being astute. Bai Hetong had come to solve Chao Cheng's problem. If he had left after solving the issue, it would have been somewhat embarrassing, like forcing himself on someone. But Chao Cheng came out to greet him immediately. This avoided that awkwardness. It was Bai Hetong's first time meeting Chao Cheng. He smiled, shook his hand, and looked him over. Haha, I didn't expect Boss Chao to be so young. Truly a remarkable young man. Formidable indeed. Chao Cheng smiled. You flatter me, sir. I dare not call myself a boss in your presence. Oh, just call me Xiao Chao. I have nothing worthy to offer, but I've prepared some hot tea inside. This little zoo since my grandfather's time has never had a figure of your stature visit. Would you do me the honor of coming in for tea so I can bask in the glory? As a cultivator, Chao Cheng felt no pressure facing Bai Hetong. Yet he still maintained the utmost respect. Once his cultivation level was higher, these people might feel pressure when meeting him. Even if you hadn't asked, I was planning to come in for a cup of tea. A rare moment of leisure, ha. Bai Hetong gladly agreed. Everyone around joined in the laughter, the sound just right to enliven the atmosphere without losing decorum. Please. Chao Cheng led the way, walking shoulder to shoulder with Bai Hetong into the zoo. At that moment, Tong Anchi was managing the live stream as there was little to do but interact with viewers. Zhang Wei and Luo Jin were inside waiting to receive them. Both were already stunned. The zoo's threshold was getting higher and higher. Just a couple of days ago, the deputy mayor's visit had left them amazed. Now the top leader of Yunhai City had come in person, chatting and laughing with Chao Cheng. What an honor. In the admin office, Luo Jin busied herself boiling water and pouring tea, while Zhang Wei scrambled to find stools for everyone. 8 immortal chairs, small round stools, even tiny stools were brought out. The hospitality was indeed shabby, but clearly no one minded. I just spoke with Deputy Mayor Yang on the phone. In one morning, the dredging work has been 15 completed. Your crows have really solved a major problem for the city. As soon as they sat down, Bai Hetong didn't hold back his praise. I do what I can to the best of my ability. It's my duty. Chao Cheng nodded modestly. Bai Hetong nodded in satisfaction, but added, though I don't understand how you get these lovely little workers to cooperate. But be sure to balance work and rest. According to the weather forecast, if we finish within 3 days, we should be on schedule. I've already had Deputy Mayor Yang arrange meals and a detailed plan for them. Chao Cheng's brow twitched. He seemed about to speak, but hesitated. Bai Hetong noticed and paused, looking at Chao Cheng with curiosity. Chao Cheng said, Secretary Bai, I don't know much about weather forecasts. But I learned from my grandfather how to read the weather. From my observations, there will be a torrential rainstorm tomorrow afternoon. That's why I had the crows work nonstop this morning. They'll naturally arrange their rest, but I suggest setting up large lighting equipment for overnight dredging as soon as possible. I will naturally arrange their rest, but I still suggest setting up some large lighting equipment as soon as possible for overnight dredging. Dredging overnight. Bai Hetong was somewhat surprised. The other city leaders were even more taken aback. The head of the Meteorological Bureau, named Pei Yundong, happened to be present at the moment. Upon hearing Chao Cheng claim that the weather forecast was off, he grew somewhat anxious. Wasn't this undermining him in front of the leadership? Well, we now have an integrated airspace ground meteorological observation system. I still think we should trust professional observational data. Old methods can sometimes be unreliable. Several nearby leaders subtly signaled him with their eyes. You really lack discernment. You lost your head the moment you were questioned. Truly, one is blinded by personal involvement. But you overlooked one thing. Whether it's true or false, tomorrow will reveal itself. If it doesn't rain, why must you prove yourself? But if it does rain, you'll be in serious trouble. Boss Chow himself had the foresight to suggest dredging overnight. Yet you dare to jump out and disrupt the plan. Your mind must have gone blank. Bai Hetong pondered for a moment, completely ignoring Pei Yundong. Is this true? Working through the night would be a considerable burden for those crows. Bai Hetong had to be constantly mindful of those crows. After all, except for Chao Cheng, no one understood the depth of their loyalty to him. What if they fled due to the heavy workload? He also feared Chao Cheng might be overzealous and end up making things worse. Don't worry about the crows. I will reward them handsomely. After finishing work this afternoon, I'll let them rest for 6 hours, enough to regain their strength. Bai Hetong nodded. All right, I'll follow your arrangement. They'll have Yang Xinhai set up lighting immediately and prepare for the overnight dredging. In such matters it's better to believe than to risk it. As long as Chao Cheng's crows were fine, and he had voluntarily proposed it, they had no reason not to cooperate. Besides, hadn't they witnessed enough of Chao Cheng's wonders? Seeing himself ignored, Pei Yundong had no choice but to fall silent. Since Bai Hetong had already agreed, there was no room for him to interject. By the way, what about that South China tiger sent over a couple of days ago? Bai Hetong suddenly inquired about the tiger. When he called the provincial authorities today, even the provincial leaders knew about the tiger. They even asked about it. Clearly many people were already paying attention. After all, it was a critically endangered national treasure, full of vigor and vitality. Chao Cheng replied with a smile, "Shall I take you to see it?" "Let's go." The group immediately headed towards the snake house. The dredging work continued through another afternoon. They worked until around 6 o'clock when the crows flew back to the zoo. Chao Cheng informed Yang Xinhai that the crows would return in 6 hours for the overnight dredging. Back at the zoo, Chao Cheng directly melted 2 beast spirit pills, allowing all the crows to revel. Although these crows were not his spirit beasts, there was strength in numbers. In the early stages, his cultivation was low and he had few tamed beasts. The crows had single-handedly sustained the zoo's popularity and reputation. Rewarding them was only right. Moreover, they would continue to play an even greater role. And as they grew stronger, Haichuan's cultivation would also advance by leaps and bounds, which in turn would benefit Chao Cheng himself. The dredging work continued throughout the entire night. Chao Cheng live-streamed the entire time. It was the least he could do to maintain the mystique of his beast-taming prowess. After all, he couldn't let everyone know that he could sleep soundly while the crows worked tirelessly on their own. In the middle of the night, after Tao Dao had fallen asleep, Luo Jin cooked some century egg and lean meat congee for Chao Cheng. She sat beside him, accompanying his live stream until the early hours before sleeping. By 8 o'clock in the morning, over 85% of the garbage in Meihua River had been cleared. The river's surface, which had stretched for kilometers clogged with debris, was finally much cleaner, revealing its shimmering waters. When the morning news reported it, the citizens who heard the news were utterly astonished. Early in the morning, a large number of residents flocked to the blocked section of Meihua River, just to witness with their own eyes the stunning sight of these miraculous crows clearing the garbage. Inside a tent near the blocked section, researchers from the Institute of Animal Behavior and Welfare had already started their work early. They had been stationed there for a full day and night. Chao Cheng had forbidden them from entering the zoo to observe the crows. They could only seize the opportunity when the crows came out. So they had arrived when the crows first came yesterday. They had been setting up equipment, observing, recording, and analyzing the entire time. Eventually, they discovered these crows were both natural and unnatural. Their behavior was clearly not something that could be trained through mechanical repetition. Yet they were indeed under the control of the tamer Chao Cheng. Therefore, to unravel the truth about these crows, the key lay with Chao Cheng himself. Observation and research detached from Chao Cheng would be of greatly diminished value. Inside the observation tent, Professor Huang sighed. He unscrewed his cup and took a sip of hot tea, only to feel a sharp pang of pain in his stomach. He hissed in pain. A nearby student asked with concern, "Professor Huang, is your stomach acting up again?" Professor Huang waved his hand. "It's a chronic problem." Just then his assistant hurried in from outside. "Professor Huang, the results from your checkup yesterday are out. The hospital wants you to come in again." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. In his youth, Professor Huang had often skipped meals for academic research, leading to a severe stomach condition. Later, when his career flourished and his circumstances improved, his stomach ailment was cured. Unexpectedly, as he aged, the condition began to recur. Having suffered from it in his youth, Professor Huang had never taken it seriously. Several checkups had only indicated gastritis, so he had been treating it as such. Until the day before yesterday, when Chao Cheng said he had cancer. At the time, everyone thought it was just a curse uttered in anger. But after returning, Professor Huang's stomach pains indeed worsened. Haunted by Chao Cheng's words, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. So he went to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. If everything were fine, the hospital would have simply sent the results. They wouldn't ask him to come in. A heavy silence fell. "Professor Huang, you're 70 now. You might just have some age-related conditions. The hospital asking you to come might just be a sign of their concern to give you personal advice." The assistant comforted him. The other students chimed in with agreement. Professor Huang raised his hand. It wasn't death he feared. He was afraid of not having enough time to accomplish what he wanted. "Let's go. I'm mentally prepared." Around 9 o'clock, the group accompanied Professor Huang to the hospital. The hospital's vice president personally received him. The two were acquainted. The vice president was considered a junior of Professor Huang. Ordinarily, he would greet Professor Huang with smiles and laughter. But today his expression was somewhat strained. "Professor Huang, may I have a word in private?" He led Professor Huang into his office, leaving the students and other unrelated personnel waiting outside. Once inside, the vice president said with slight agitation, Professor Huang, the pathology results for the polyp in your stomach are out. We have confirmed it has undergone cancerous transformation. But please don't be alarmed. The good news is that it was discovered very early. With surgical removal, the cure rate is over 90. The only issue is your age, which makes the surgery relatively higher risk. The decision is entirely yours. If you decide to proceed, I will personally perform the surgery. But you must decide as soon as possible. Because I'm not sure how fast the cancerous transformation will progress. After hearing this, Professor Huang seemed to lose focus for a moment. He murmured to himself, so this is what he was referring to. The vice president was taken aback. Who are you referring to? What do you mean? Professor Huang replied, there is a small zoo on Beihuan Road. It's called Qinggan Zoo. Have you heard of it? The vice president nodded. I saw it on the morning news. Those ravens. Professor Huang nodded. Yes, the owner of that zoo. I went to see him the day before yesterday, and he told me he has cancer and does not have long to live. At that time I thought he was just talking nonsense. Now it seems this kid is indeed extraordinary. The vice president was greatly shocked. How could this be possible? At their research institute, regular health checks never revealed anything. If it weren't for Professor Huang taking the initiative to undergo a thorough check, no one would have guessed that Professor Huang could actually have cancer. Chao Cheng had no instruments for testing. Moreover, from Professor Huang's words, he hadn't even taken his pulse like a traditional Chinese doctor. Merely by observation, he could detect Professor Huang's cancer. Isn't this a fairy tale? Even a national physician couldn't achieve that. But how could Professor Huang lie? This was what truly shocked him. Are you saying he determined you had cancer just by looking? Professor Huang nodded. That's why I came back to get a thorough checkup. At this moment, Professor Huang was secretly grateful. Thank goodness he had been a bit suspicious. The vice president swallowed hard. Good heavens. If we had taken this kid to the hospital and strapped him to a wall, wouldn't that be equivalent to a top-notch photon-counting CT machine? Let's do it. Professor Huang decisively nodded. Since Chao Cheng had already detected his cancer and mentioned he did not have long, then it proved that the spread would be extremely fast, since it had already been discovered early. This is a blessing from heaven. This opportunity must be seized. All right, then let's arrange for hospitalization now. The vice president nodded. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the Yuhai City Hall held a press conference. The Minister of Publicity, Zhou Lida, spoke on site. Dear citizens and media friends, hello. I am Zhou Lida, the spokesperson for the Municipal Committee. Next, I will inform you about the specifics of our city's river cleaning work. Recently, due to the impact of heavy rain, a large amount of floating garbage has swept down from a village upstream of Meihua River. It has clogged the middle section of our city's Meihua River. The quantity of debris is enormous and covers a vast area. This has posed a great safety hazard to the downstream rivers of our city. If we were to use traditional cleaning methods, it would not only require the destruction of a large amount of woodland and wetlands, but also consume huge amounts of funds and manpower. And the cleaning cycle would be lengthy. Just as the city hall was urgently discussing countermeasures, a miraculous event occurred. Hundreds of strong ravens flew over the river. With their incredible intelligence and strength, they began to systematically and purposefully clean up the garbage. Under the efficient operation guided by the vice mayor and the high cooperation of various departments. After a day and night of continuous efforts. Finally, just half an hour ago, this urgent and arduous task has been successfully completed. Zhou Lida finished speaking, and the venue erupted into thunderous applause. A reporter from a daily newspaper timely asked, Minister Zhou, may I ask where these ravens came from? And how were they properly accommodated? Zhou Lida smiled and raised his hand. This was a question he had arranged in advance. All these ravens came from a small zoo in our Yuhai city. Qinggan Zoo. They roost here and became friends with the owner of Qinggan Zoo. As the saying goes, experts are found among the people. The owner of Qinggan Zoo inherited the valuable experience of taming animals from his ancestors. He has become an outstanding tamer, and these ravens were all coordinated, guided, and comforted by him throughout the process. After the dredging work was completed, the ravens have returned to the zoo and are currently all in good condition. At this time, another reporter stood up to ask, Minister Zhou, recently there has been a hot topic online. A popular female star accused the owner of Qinggan Zoo of animal abuse. She believes that these ravens being trained to this extent must be the result of long-term abusive training. And it seems a large number of fans surrounded Qinggan Zoo. May I ask, what is the city's attitude towards this matter? Zhou Lida's smile immediately faded. An imposing aura burst forth from him. I can responsibly answer you. This accusation is completely absurd. Firstly, these ravens suddenly arrived at Qinggan Zoo a week ago. They had never appeared in any corner of Yuhai City in such large numbers before. Moreover, according to relevant animal experts' evaluations, these ravens exhibit clear wild animal characteristics and habits. They could not possibly have been domesticated or tamed, so how could there be talk of long-term abusive training? Secondly, the garbage blockage in Meihua River is an incidental event. Even if we wanted to conduct mechanical training on these ravens for this operation, there would have been no time. If it weren't for the ravens' extraordinary intelligence combined with the unique affinity methods of the owner of Qinggan Zoo, how could their behavior be explained? Such a city hero was scared and reported to the police by a large number of fans surrounding him in the zoo. I can't help but ask, who is manipulating public opinion and what exactly is their purpose? The last sentence resonated powerfully in the venue. Meanwhile, in Shangrao City in Lin Xingqi's mansion, she was wearing a bathrobe, holding a fruit platter and red wine, walking out of the kitchen. The door was suddenly knocked on. Lin Xingqi put down her things and impatiently walked to the door to look outside, finding it was her agent. She frowned and opened the door. The agent hurriedly walked in. What are you doing rushing around? Since yesterday, there had been signs of a reversal regarding the trending topic. She had called the coal boss who was supporting her. The boss told her to stay at home and not show her face for now while he handled it. So Lin Xingqi postponed an endorsement and enjoyed some personal time at home today. The agent was sweating profusely. Xingqi, something really happened. Our taxes are being investigated. Lin Xingqi was taken aback. What? How could this be possible? We haven't offended anyone. Who is targeting us? The boss who supported her had a very strong background. She had done the tax thing quite discreetly under someone's guidance. As long as she didn't offend major figures, it was impossible for it to leak out. The agent took out her phone. I suspect it has something to do with them. While speaking, she opened the video of the Yuhai City press conference. In the video, Zhou Lida's emphatic words clearly indicated he was backing Chao Cheng. You must know that it is extremely rare for City Hall leaders to openly support a certain enterprise or person. They could express support indirectly. But through the Raven dredging incident, Zhou Lida actually made a clear statement, which instead benefited the image of Yuhai City as he followed the will of the people. Zhou Lida's words were the voice of the citizens. Ordinary people already had some resistance towards stars who earn money too easily. Moreover, since she was targeting a city hero, Zhou Lida's actions increased people's goodwill towards him, thus completely directing the criticism towards Lin Xingqi. Lin Xingqi was immediately furious. This is outrageous. Isn't this targeting me? Damn it, what benefits did this scoundrel give them? And this old dog too, what the hell is he doing holding a press conference, saying such nonsense? Lin Xingqi angrily threw her phone to the ground. Since there was already official backing for Chao Cheng, then her taxes being investigated was very likely related to these city leaders in Yuhai. The agent had long been wary of this scoundrel. She reached out to block Lin Xingqi's hand and snatched her phone back. She wanted to curse, don't you have your own phone? After saving her phone, the agent continued, the matter is not over yet. The makeup artist you called yesterday has gone for an injury assessment. She has already filed a lawsuit with the court and submitted surveillance evidence, and it has been officially registered. Lin Xingqi's eyes widened. What? She's talking nonsense. She knew very well that the makeup artist from yesterday wouldn't have any serious injuries. But the serious point of this matter was that she was facing a lawsuit. The other party was not after compensation, but merely to blow the matter up. To let people know that Lin Xingqi had slammed the makeup box onto the makeup artist's face. Her persona would collapse, and she could absolutely no longer survive in the entertainment circle. Her dream of being a star would come to an end here. The agent looked at the furious Lin Xingqi and swallowed hard, saying, and there's more. Lin Xingqi was completely broken down. And more? Lin Xingqi was nearly going mad. What the hell is going on? What crime have I committed? The agent said, the legal department of Qinggan Zoo has also filed a lawsuit against us. The accusation is defamation, causing serious damage to their reputation. I asked lawyer Zhou, and indeed the comments you made on social media qualify as defamation given the number of shares and views. Moreover, it has indeed led to online harassment against him. Lin Xingqi's eyes turned red with anger. Nonsense. Nonsense. My post didn't get as much traffic as his livestream did. Was the news conference in Yunhai City more popular than mine? Even if there was some damage to his reputation, he has already turned it around. Besides, he is just an ordinary citizen. What reputation does he even have? The agent shook his head. I told lawyer Zhou the same thing. But the legal department on the other side is very tricky. They said we can't prove that your post affected the same group of people as their live stream or news conference. So we can't prove that the negative impact you caused has been completely eliminated. Lin Xingqi was completely baffled. This legal department from Qinggan Zoo must be crazy. Who knows how many people watched the news conference in Yunhai City? How do you even track that? Who knows who watched Chao Cheng's live stream? How can you prove it? Are they expecting me to find every single person who read my post through the internet? Go ask each one if they watched the news conference in Yunhai City. My fans are just a bunch of clueless diehard fans. They probably don't even know where Yunhai City is. Damn it. Damn it. Lin Xinqi screamed, pulling at her hair in a frenzy. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant and filled with fear. Her persona was collapsing. She was under investigation for tax evasion, and now she faced a lawsuit. The phrase disgraced and infamous was a true reflection of her current situation. All the glory, wealth, and fame were slipping away from her. If she had known this would be the outcome, she would never have posted that ridiculous post about animal abuse. But sadly, there are no pills for regret in this world. Meanwhile, at Qinggan Zoo, employees were having a meal together. Chao Cheng was tallying his system rewards after the meal. Subduing the beasts and benefiting the people, shocking the authorities. The reputation of beast control sect, sword reputation, 25. Current sect reputation value, 97. Chao Cheng silently exclaimed, awesome. Sure enough, the work was worth it. Projects like this that benefit the people yield results easily. Reward obtained Taihan nurturing domain. Reward obtained storage ring. Chao Cheng's eyes lit up. A formation and a magical treasure. Both of these were appearing for the first time. Taihan nurturing domain contains the harmonizing energy of heaven and earth within the formation, allowing all living beings to thrive and grow, especially beneficial for beast kind. Storage ring stores items like a miniature world, expanding space as the host's cultivation increases. Chao Cheng put on the ring and felt the space within. It was roughly around 16 to 17 cubic meters, equivalent to half the size of a shipping container. While it might not be enough as a storage space, as a personal space, it was astonishingly large. And this Taihan nurturing domain was also very suitable for his current situation. However, the conditions were slightly more demanding. Although he could easily comprehend the formation from the system's rewards, to actually deploy, it would require spiritual energy to arrange. With Chao Cheng's current cultivation level, the larger the area of the formation, the weaker the effect would be. The strength of the effect was entirely linked to his cultivation level. Of course, there was one crucial point: the formation eye. A formation with a focal point is entirely different from one without. The formation eye directly determines the operation rules and strength of the formation. There are many types of formation eyes: stones, plants, birds, beasts, flowers, fish, and insects can all serve as formation eyes. However, the formation eye must possess a certain level of spirituality. It's not as simple as picking up any random stone to serve as one. At least with his current strength, he couldn't manage that. So finding the formation eye would require Chao Cheng's effort. Now was not the time for detailed research, so he decided to set that thought aside. The meal was finished. After clearing the table, the tea party at Qinggan Zoo began. In the management hall, fruits and seeds were laid out on the table. All employees gathered around the table. Chao Cheng announced, the tea party at Qinggan Zoo is now starting. First, I have some good news to announce. Comrade Zhang Wei from the legal department. After 4 rounds of fierce debate, he has won 4 lawsuits for our company with a total compensation of 18 million yuan. He also helped recover losses for those deceived. This month, everyone's bonus will increase by 2,000 yuan. Let's give a round of applause to encourage him. Luo Jin, Tong Anqi, and Tao Tao all clapped vigorously. Zhang Wei stood up, looking smug, waving to the non-existent fans in the audience. The compensation for Lai Jichao's case had already been executed, around 70. However, there were still 3 infringement cases that Zhang Wei had filed. Although their total wasn't more than Lai Jichao's case, they shouldn't just get away without consequences, right? Sit down. Chao Cheng motioned with his hand. The cleaning of Meihua River has brought us great fame. Local citizens will definitely come to our zoo to experience it. This will bring a massive influx of visitors. But with the current number of animals in our zoo, we won't be able to accommodate them well. So I plan to pause the park operations and quickly expand our animal collection. We aim to fill our zoo to the brim in the shortest time possible, then reopen to welcome this wave of traffic. Everyone feel free to share which animals you think would be most suitable for our current situation. Chao Cheng said, pulling out a notebook ready to take notes. Luo Jin hesitated and said, shouldn't we be considering what we want? Rather, we need to consider what we can get. If we're buying animals from a breeding center, even if we have the money, we still need time to find them. As for rescue and introduction, that limits our options. Chao Cheng nodded. I know, but besides these methods of acquiring animals, isn't there also the option of wild introduction? You don't need to consider anything else right now. Just tell me which animals you want to see, making sure they are appropriately sized and visually appealing. Of course, it's best if they are found in the mountains and forests behind us. The others immediately looked astonished. Tong Anqi's jaw dropped in shock as she lowered her voice and said, boss, capturing wild animals to expand the zoo is against the law. Chao Cheng immediately slammed the table. Hey, what are you talking about? Mark this guy down for a major demerit. Zhang Wei. If you dare say such things again, I'll sue you for defamation. Zhang Wei immediately pointed at Tong Anqi. His expression was one of warning. He almost slapped a lawyer's letter on her face. Tong Anqi immediately pressed her lips tightly together, her hands clasped in prayer, begging for mercy. As a city hero, how can I engage in such illegal activities? Chao Cheng tapped the table with his fingers. Is it possible that our place is kind, offers food, and has great feng shui? These crows could go into the mountains to do some outreach work. Some wild animals might not be able to resist the temptation. They might come running to our zoo and then refuse to leave. We must take them in, or if we don't, they might just die here. Is that possible? Is it a? Chao Cheng asked the crowd. It wasn't that Chao Cheng couldn't procure them. The main issue was that there were no giant pandas in the mountains behind. The others burst into laughter. Still, they began discussing the animals they knew. Chao Cheng jotted them all down. These were all common basic animals found in most zoos. Since the zoo would be closed for the next few days anyway, they treated it as if their shift had ended, free to roam the premises. By now it was around 1:30 in the afternoon. At the city hall, Pei Yundong, head of the Meteorological Bureau, stood by his office window, gazing outside. A cloudless, brilliant sunny day. Where was the rain Chao Cheng had mentioned? A wave of relief washed over him. He had to admit, yesterday at the zoo, Chao Cheng's words had been satisfying to hear. Yet they had also put him in a tight spot, leaving him restless with worry. As the saying goes, when it concerns oneself, panic sets in. From what he could tell, Bai Hetong hadn't even glanced his way. He must have been displeased. So Pei Yundong had spent a sleepless night. Back at the bureau, he ordered another round of surveys. Still nothing was amiss. So today he had been mulling over the issue. Now it was afternoon, and there was no sign of rain. After a moment's thought, he left his office and went upstairs to Bai Hetong's door. Bai Hetong's secretary went in first, then came out to usher Pei Yundong inside. Bai Hetong was reviewing documents, his pen scratching away for over 3 minutes before he set it down. He looked up at Pei Yundong, who had been standing all the while. Director Pei, is there something? Pei Yundong chuckled. Secretary Bai, it's about the equipment we applied for. Director's son has been stalling, citing financial difficulties. Mayor Li is at the provincial level and won't be back for a while. So I had to come to you with our practical difficulties. Bai Hetong frowned. Such trivial matters shouldn't have been brought to his attention. Even if Mayor Li was away, he should have gone to Yangxinhai. Why come to him with this inexplicable request? Bai Hetong glanced at the weather outside and suddenly understood. He thought to himself, this Pei Yundong was all show and no substance. He wasn't here to report on work at all. He just wanted to make an appearance to remind Bai Hetong. There's no rain this afternoon, see. My work hasn't been flawed. If you were displeased with me because of Chao Cheng's words yesterday, you must let it go. At that thought, Bai Hetong's anger flared. Did he seem like such an unreasonable person? He had long forgotten yesterday's matter and had never blamed Pei Yundong. Who could predict the heavens' whims? Besides, that wasn't the point of yesterday. The point was Chao Cheng's sincere devotion to Yunhai City. Whether Chao Cheng's prediction of rain this afternoon was right or wrong, he had volunteered to work through the night to clear the silt, braving hardship. His intent in any case was for the city's greater good and the people's livelihood. His spirit was commendable, and the city had to support him. But who would have thought that you, Pei Yundong, would spend your days obsessing over such petty matters, stooping to petty tricks to remind me? What a waste of time. Bai Hetong was about to reprimand him when a sudden clap of thunder exploded. The northwestern sky darkened and a mass of dark clouds rolled in. Raindrops the size of beans pelted against the window panes. In just 20 or 30 seconds, a torrential downpour raged down. The world turned gray. Bai Hetong and Pei Yundong rushed to the window, almost simultaneously, staring outside wide-eyed. Pei Yundong craned his neck to look up. He even suspected someone was conducting artificial rain. This was utterly baffling. He had come to remind Bai Hetong that there was no rain. And then this downpour arrives. It was as if the rain was orchestrated just for him. He stood frozen for a full minute. Bai Hetong glared at Pei Yundong. What do you have to say for yourself now? He snorted coldly and dismissed Pei Yundong with a few words. Pei Yundong left with trembling legs. A grave miscalculation. Today's events made it clear that Chao Cheng hadn't targeted him, and Bai Hetong hadn't blamed him either. He had been his own worst enemy, reaping what he sowed. 3 full hours passed. The rain intensified, showing no signs of being a passing shower. The precipitation grew increasingly alarming. Bai Hetong, Yangxinhai, and other city leaders felt a surge of relief. What a blessing! What a blessing! If not for Chao Cheng's demand to clear the silt overnight, how passive would the city be now? This was incredible. A torrential rainstorm that even the Meteorological Bureau's monitoring systems couldn't detect. And he had foreseen it a day in advance. Had this kid called the Dragon King. The rainstorm continued until nightfall. It then turned into heavy rain, but still persisted. That night, Chao Cheng called Courier into his room and took out the notebook filled with animals from the day. Tomorrow morning, once the rain stops. Take a beast spirit pill and go into the mountains for a few days. For every animal recorded in this notebook. Don't bring any of them. Only bring back animals not listed here. Use the beast spirit pill to lure them back. The ability to detect this rain wasn't due to Chao Cheng's cultivation, but to Courier. Many creatures in nature can predict weather changes because they can sense subtle environmental shifts. Courier, already firmly in the mid-stage of qi refining and nearing the late stage, had no trouble with such biological perception. Courier accepts the mission. Chao Cheng thought for a moment and took out another spirit awakening pill. All right, take one more spirit awakening pill. If some animals are predator and prey, give a portion to the dim-witted ones to avoid bloodshed on the way back. The beast spirit pill and spirit awakening pill held in primal allure for animals. Just emitting a trace of their scent would drive them to chase relentlessly. Luring them all the way back to the zoo would be no problem. During the day, Chao Cheng had held a tea party asking everyone to list the animals they knew. His aim was to use elimination. If other zoos had them all, what was the point? Shingan Zoo needed to raise animals rarely seen, hard to keep, or impossible to sustain elsewhere. Of course, it wasn't that no other zoo had them at all. As long as they were uncommon, you might find one or two in other zoos. But when a zoo is filled entirely with rare animals, that's something special. Courier accepted the order, asking Chao Cheng for a small pouch to store the pills. Wensi, standing by, drooled at the sight of the 2 pills. Wensi, master, are you sure you trust him? Aren't you afraid he'll eat the pills on the way? Then come back and tell you a 50-year-old widow sucked them away. Chao Cheng asked, puzzled. A widow? Wensi, indeed. At 30 like a wolf, at 40 like a tiger, at 50 sitting on the ground can. Hey, master, why are you grabbing my neck? Chao Cheng grabbed it by the neck and tossed it out the window. Gazing at the rain outside the window. This rain would last until dawn. He hoped the precipitation wouldn't be too severe. It mustn't affect the Green Forest anniversary celebration. Tomorrow he had to deliver a grand gift to Green Forest. Under the cover of night, Chao Cheng stealthily arrived at the park holding an umbrella as he began to arrange the formation of Taiha Nourishing Origin Array around the entire premises. Spiritual energy flowed from Chao Cheng's feet into the earth as he measured the boundaries of the formation with his steps, then proceeded to draw the array diagram within. From above, it appeared as though Chao Cheng was walking back and forth along some invisible path. Wensi and Courier watched intently from under the eaves. Wensi said, Courier is the master developing stereotypical behavior. Hey, Courier, why are you locking my neck? Chao Cheng spent a full 5 hours setting up the formation. He returned upstairs to take a shower before standing by the window. He clapped his hands gently. With a low hum, the space within the entire Shingan Zoo trembled slightly, as if a gentle breeze had swept through. The air seemed to grow a bit sweeter, though the effect was minimal, equivalent to planting over 100 additional trees in the park. There was no helping it, the range was simply too vast, and Chao Cheng's cultivation was still shallow. He could only achieve this much. Those within would merely feel the air was fresher, as if standing in a botanical garden. The next morning, outside the Green Forest Zoo in Yunhai City, the sky was clear and the air humid. The terrain here was elevated, leaving the roads not only free of puddles, but also washed clean by the heavy rain. 2 rows of vendors had already gathered outside the Green Forest Zoo, all with uniform food trucks. Many shopkeepers had begun preparing various delicious snacks. The aroma wafted far and wide while the surrounding tourists jostled shoulder to shoulder, lingering in the food street. Above the zoo's main gate, a giant balloon arch bore the event slogan, Green Forest 20th Anniversary Celebration. A loudspeaker at the entrance blared, attention all visitors attending the anniversary celebration. Those who purchase tickets online can start scanning them at the easternmost passage. Those who need to buy tickets on site, please come to the western passage. Please hurry and get your tickets verified. The circus will begin in half an hour, and the opening performance is the most spectacular, not to be missed. With the loudspeaker blaring repeatedly, the crowd split into 2 groups, entering the east and west passages respectively. A general admission ticket cost 288 yuan, with half price for children under 13. The price was not exactly cheap, but the circus was quite a draw. In this age of the internet, anything could be accessed with a tap on a phone. With more and more forms of entertainment available, the circus, a profession requiring high training costs, expertise, and inherent danger, had been in decline. Yet humans are amusing creatures. As circuses grew rarer, people began to see them as a novelty, so they would seize any opportunity to watch one. Some circuses had even gained considerable fame. Thus, Green Forest's large-scale circus performance had captured significant attention. From an aerial view, the entrance to Green Forest Zoo was thronged with a sea of people. At that moment, on the top floor of the Green Forest office building, Lin Looming, the owner of Green Forest, stood by the window, gazing down at the main gate, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. by 9 in the morning. Total sales from online redemptions and on-site ticket purchases had already reached an astonishing 7.9 million yuan, and the figure was still climbing. The event would run all day with a lantern exhibition and fireworks show at night. Though not as busy as the morning peak, it was estimated that total sales for the day would easily exceed 15 million yuan. This left Lin Luming grinning from ear to ear. "Boss Lin, the event is going well, isn't it?" At that moment, the office door opened. A pot-bellied boss entered, led by his secretary. Lin Luming quickly stepped forward with a smile. "Ah, Boss Qin, I've been looking forward to your arrival." Lin Luming shook hands with Boss Qin, then instructed his secretary, "Go. Bring my finest Shifeng Longjing tea." Boss Qin is a true connoisseur. After exchanging pleasantries, Boss Qin also came to the window to look down. "I never expected a celebration event to draw such a crowd," Lin Luming said with a smile. "Boss Qin, this is despite Green Forest Zoo being an older establishment. Nowadays, people advocate getting out and about. Rather than letting their kids play games or watch TV at home, parents are willing to spend money to bring them to experience nature. Trust me, if we cooperate and open the ocean world, we're sure to make a fortune." Lin Luming had long planned to open an ocean world, but he wanted someone to share the risk, so he had convinced Boss Qin, who was in the building materials business. Boss Qin was no fool. He had been on the fence, wanting to determine whether zoos were still profitable. If Lin Luming was eyeing the ocean world because the zoo wasn't making money, then he would never agree to cooperate. Today's celebration had indeed impressed him. He had done his research. A zoo of similar scale in a first-tier city would see visitor numbers between 500 and 100 during celebrations or holidays. Although Yunhai City was considered a second-tier city, it was often jokingly called second-tier and a half because it lagged significantly behind typical second-tier cities. It consistently ranked at the bottom among second-tier cities. A morning crowd of 2,000 to 3,000 visitors was already quite remarkable. In fact, this was precisely what had piqued Lin Luming's interest. The key to today's large turnout was the circus. Lin Luming had organized events before and knew the zoo's situation well. The circus was the decisive factor. But Boss Qin couldn't possibly imagine that a circus could have such a powerful effect. Lin Luming intended to exploit this subtle information asymmetry to strengthen his bargaining position and build Boss Qin's trust. "It seems Boss Lin has a keen grasp of the market. My son spends all day glued to his phone playing games. We're worried he'll develop health problems. His mother keeps urging him to go outside." Boss Qin offered a word of affirmation. Lin Luming's eyes lit up. This was promising. The cooperation he wanted was for Boss Qin to provide most of the capital while he contributed the effort. Although Boss Qin would take the larger share, Lin Luming's own risk would be almost negligible. "So shall we have a proper talk?" Lin Luming said with a smile. "Let's talk, huh? I didn't come to your place just for tea, old friend Lin." As they spoke, they prepared to sit down. But at that moment, a commotion erupted below, followed by a series of terrified screams that echoed across the entire zoo. At first, Lin Luming thought the circus had started, and the crowd was cheering and screaming with joy. But he soon realized something was wrong. The people were not only screaming, but also fleeing in all directions. He quickly looked down. The park was too large for him to see what was happening immediately. He could only tell that the chaos was originating from inside the zoo. Just then his phone rang. It was the person in charge of the tiger enclosure. Lin Luming answered angrily, "What's going on?" The tiger enclosure manager replied in panic, "It's terrible. A tiger has jumped out of the enclosure." Lin Luming was instantly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Although the tiger enclosure was open air, there was a small artificial river acting as a barrier. Most importantly, this tiger hadn't shown any aggressive behavior for years. How could it suddenly break out? However, Boss Qin, who was nearby, heard everything clearly. His eyes widened in shock. A tiger had escaped. This was a disaster. Meanwhile, the Green Forest Zoo had descended into utter chaos. A Siberian tiger, nearly 3 meters in length, was roaring and charging wildly in all directions. The surrounding visitors had no chance of outrunning it. Some were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. Scared out of their wits, they wailed uncontrollably. Some cried out, "Don't eat me, don't eat me." The most primal instinct for survival was laid bare. But the tiger seemed uninterested in humans. It just ran frantically. When it encountered iron cages, it would charge at them, violently roaring and shaking the bars with ferocity. Many foolish onlookers far away thought the tiger wouldn't notice them. They hid in the shadows, still filming with their phones. Once spotted, the tiger would charge at them, roaring in their terrified screams until they wet themselves in fear. Then it would rush toward the denser crowds. It seemed nearly insane. However, the Green Forest Zoo was packed with people today. Someone inevitably captured the tiger charging at people on their phones. Until the tiger reached the circus area. Its roars triggered a cacophony of frantic cries from the animals locked in the circus cages. Chaos reigned. Finally, someone arrived with a tranquilizer gun and shot the tiger. The beast took 6 darts before it finally collapsed weakly. The crowd immediately surged forward, snapping photos with their phones. In this day and age, whether you were an influencer or not, traffic meant money. Anyone could cash in online if they seized the opportunity. A swarm of security guards dispersed the crowd and transported the tiger back to its enclosure. The sirens of law enforcement vehicles outside blared through the air. A team of officers arrived at top speed and began to maintain order at the scene. Stop filming. Stop filming. Hurry, get the tiger back. Stop filming, damn it. Lin Luming had rushed down personally and started directing the scene. He still didn't know if the tiger had injured anyone. Naturally, he didn't want videos of this to spread online. This could be a catastrophic blow to Green Forest. After all, who would dare visit a zoo that couldn't even keep its tigers contained, allowing one to charge at the crowd? The scene was quickly brought under control. Someone returned the tiger to its enclosure while the officers began an on-site investigation to check for casualties. After over an hour of turmoil, Lin Luming finally let out a long sigh. Thank goodness. What a relief. Only a dozen or so customers had been knocked over by the tiger in their panic. There were no injuries or deaths. But the bad news was that countless videos had flooded the internet, impossible to suppress. The incident of the tiger escaping its cage and charging at the crowd had instantly dominated all local news channels. Cries for refunds echoed at the entrance of Green Forest Zoo. Lin Luming strongly suspected that the number of people demanding refunds exceeded the number who had actually bought tickets. The relevant authorities responded swiftly. Under immense pressure, Lin Luming had no choice but to accept defeat. He opened a dedicated refund channel to process the returns. Moreover, he had to prepare for an impending shutdown for rectification and a hefty fine. Lin Luming was on the verge of tears. He couldn't understand why the tiger had suddenly gone berserk and broken out to charge at the crowd. Just then, Lin Luming suddenly spotted a raven perched on a distant tree. His scalp tingled with dread. It's him, Lin Luming shouted wildly. But all around him were people frantically demanding refunds and cursing loudly. No one paid him any attention. The raven seemed to notice him, tilted its head, fluttered its wings twice, and then took off. Lin Luming was even more certain. It was Chao Cheng. The raven had practically become Chao Cheng's symbol. Moreover, he possessed miraculous animal taming skills. Most crucially, he had a grudge against Lin Luming. Earlier, he had suggested to Director Zhang to send the dying tiger to Chao Cheng. But after the tiger was sent, Director Zhang was arrested on the way back. Then he confessed everything, and Lin Luming ended up being called in for questioning. He only managed to get off the hook through powerful connections. Later, he found out that Chao Cheng had ties with the law enforcement. Not only had the tiger been healed by Chao Cheng, but Director Zhang had also suffered. Chao Cheng must have known it was Lin Luming's idea. How could he not harbor hatred? As the saying goes, a guilty conscience needs no accuser. Having schemed against Chao Cheng, Lin Luming naturally believed Chao Cheng would seek revenge. This accident today was undoubtedly Chao Cheng's doing. Animal taming, a grudge, a raven. Each alone proved nothing. But combined, he was 100% certain it was Chao Cheng. He must have used some special powder or substance carried by the raven onto the tiger, driving it mad. Lin Luming found a quiet spot, took out his phone, and entered Chao Cheng's livestream. He gritted his teeth in fury. Chao Cheng had been live streaming the whole time. This should have been proof of his innocence, yet it only reinforced Lin Luming's conviction. This was clearly a deliberate alibi crafted by Chao Cheng. It had to be said Lin Luming's mind was dirty, but also shrewd. Because he guessed everything correctly. Chao Cheng had indeed sent a raven carrying a soul-responding insect to manipulate the tiger into charging the crowd. Of course, he made sure the tiger wouldn't harm anyone or the tiger's life would be at risk. Chao Cheng's goal was to damage Green Forest Zoo's reputation and make Lin Luming burn. Originally, Chao Cheng had planned to come to the scene himself, step in to stop the tiger when it went berserk. That would not only strike at Green Forest Zoo, but also boost his own fame, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But that was too risky. Precisely when this miraculous animal tamer was present, the tiger rioted, and he happened to control it. This could easily lead to accusations of staging the whole thing. Once labeled that way, it could never be washed clean. So Chao Cheng had to avoid suspicion. When the tiger rioted, he was live streaming. Only Lin Luming might have discovered this. But what use was it? Could he go around shouting that Chao Cheng had done this, based on just a raven? That was too far-fetched. Even if he wanted to shout, he'd have to explain the reason, which meant admitting his grudge with Chao Cheng. Tracing back, would he have to confess that he suggested sending the dying tiger to Chao Cheng? Lin Luming wished he could punch Chao Cheng through the screen. All because of that one idea he had, which hadn't even caused Chao Cheng real harm. And yet Chao Cheng had to retaliate like this. Now, not only had today's tens of millions in sales evaporated, but he also faced huge fines and rectification. Most importantly, even after the rectification, when Green Forest reopened, would anyone dare to come again? Chao Chung. Lin Looming roared and slammed his fist into the wall. Chao Chung only streamed for the morning. In the afternoon, he sent Tong Anchi and Wen Shi the bird to stream alone. The construction company for the tiger enclosure arrived in the afternoon. The moment Chao Chung finished overseeing the installation of the tiger enclosure, the system popped up. Sex Beast Cage 1. Though crude, it provides a place to rest. Prestige 1 Sect Prestige 98. Chao Chung was brimming with motivation. Streaming was now just a means to make money. But when it came to boosting prestige, working on the zoo itself was faster. H1 would soon bring back many animals. He would need to hire people quickly. All of this represented prestige. After installing the tiger enclosure, Chao Chung took Zhang Wei to pick up 2 new cars. 2 black beasts, the tank, 400 hybrid SUVs, slowly drove back into the zoo. Luo Jin and Tong Anchi, who had been waiting in the park, were all smiles. Tao Tao jumped up and down with excitement. Big car. Big car. As the 2 cars stopped, Luo Jin clapped her hands lightly before her, feeling somewhat nervous. Tong Anchi raced Tao Tao into the new car to feel it out. Zhang Wei was snapping photos like crazy to show off to his dorm mates. Chao Chung walked over to Luo Jin and handed her the keys. How about it? Want to give it a feel? Though it wasn't a luxury car, buying a new car was always a joyful thing. Luo Jin shook her head. I don't know how to drive. Chao Chung chuckled. If you can't drive, can't you at least sit? Aren't you pretty good at sitting? Luo Jin's face flushed crimson. She lightly stepped on Chao Cheng's toe, then walked over and climbed into the car to feel it. Her face lit up with joy. After all, Chao Chung had bought the car because she said she liked it. She planned to get her driver's license while studying for the accounting exam because she believed Chao Chung would keep growing. As the zoo expanded, there would be more to handle. In the future, going out for errands without a skill would be an extra hassle. She couldn't always find someone to drive her. Chao Chung stood with his hands on his hips, watching them bounce around. He felt a sense of relief. The next step was recruitment. Where to recruit? To handle a large number of animals, few hands wouldn't do. Applying for the first-class wildlife breeding permit also required a certain staff configuration, especially a veterinarian. The next day, Chao Chung had Zhang Wei draft some labor contracts, preparing to recruit through a live stream. Before starting the stream, he casually scrolled through Douyin and suddenly came across a video. The video was filmed in a chaotic crowd. At the entrance of Green Forest Zoo, about 20 or so people were holding up banners. Rubbish zoo wages owed, malicious layoffs, pay back our hard-earned money. The video's narrator was explaining, look, yesterday a tiger escaped from Green Forest Zoo. The boss has started laying people off. Seems the wages haven't been paid in full, they're making a fuss here. Chao Cheng's eyes lit up. He called Song Xingjie. Hey old Song, can you ask me if the enforcers will intervene with these people causing trouble at Green Forest's entrance? Alright, hold on. Song Xingjie on the other end seemed to have just woken up. Without hanging up, he used another phone to start making calls. He came back to say to Chao Chung they will. The Green Forest boss reported it, and someone's already there handling it. Chao Chung hurriedly said, do me a favor, mediate first, don't forcefully disperse them. I'm coming over to talk to them about something. Song Xingjie said, oh alright, but hurry up. Chao Chung hung up and went downstairs. He saw Zhang Wei just running in from outside. Chao Chung grabbed him, come on, come with me. He then dragged Zhang Wei into the car. He stepped on the gas and headed straight for Green Forest Zoo. When Chao Chung arrived at the entrance, a few enforcers were trying to persuade the crowd. This kind of task was the hardest. They were legitimately demanding their wages, so you couldn't just treat it as a riot and drive them away. Too many people were watching. Legally it was acceptable, but emotionally it wasn't. Chao Chung and Zhang Wei got out of the car and walked over. The 20 or so people holding the banners were a mix of men and women. Most were between 30 and 40 years old. The most respected leader was a man in his 40s with thinning hair. They were all in casual clothes, so their previous jobs were unclear. Hello everyone. My name is Chao Chung, the owner of Qinggan Zoo. Chao Chung got straight to the point. By now Qinggan Zoo had gained some recognition. The group looked puzzled. You? What do you want? Chao Chung asked. Weren't you unfairly laid off by Green Forest? We're all adults, so we'll be direct. I still need some people over there. Since you've left your jobs, I'm not poaching. Would any of you be interested in working for me? They were taken aback at first, then exchanged glances without showing any joy. One person said, I know your zoo has a crow, but not much else. And your zoo is so small. I worked here for 5 or 6 years, earning over 6,000 a month. The man's words seemed disjointed. But the implication was clear. Your small zoo only has a crow, so revenue must be a problem. I made 6,000 a month at Green Forest. You probably can't match that wage. Honestly, before coming to the zoo, he was a factory worker with no education or skills. Earning 6,000 at the zoo was quite a lot, and the work was easier than in the factory. Chao Ching thought to himself, is 5 or 6 years of seniority worth only 6,000? He frowned slightly and looked directly at the others. Don't worry, if your skills are up to par, it'll definitely pay more than Green Forest. They exchanged glances again. Most began to purse their lips and shake their heads. If Chao Cheng had said he'd pay less than Green Forest, they might have considered it. Because Chao Cheng was telling the truth. But before even joining, they felt he was feeding them empty promises. This Chao Cheng was quite dishonest. Skills up to par meant paying more than Green Forest. What counted as up to par? Who would judge? It was all up to the boss word. Pass and get paid, fail and wages halved. They had already suffered enough from Lin Luming's tricks. All crows are black. Chao Cheng wouldn't be any better than Lin Luming. One person directly said, Boss Chao, you might have some talent for taming animals, but running a zoo is a business. Yes, I'd actually prefer a job with more growth potential. Your zoo. I'm not too optimistic about your zoo's development either, sorry. I don't want to go either. One by one, everyone began to reject Chao Cheng. Clearly, they neither trusted his promised wages nor believed his zoo could grow. If Chao Cheng could tame animals, he should have gotten a good gig at a circus. Which circus performer couldn't tame animals? Whoever succeeded by running a zoo? Chao Cheng and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance. Well, a warm face met a cold backside. Chao Cheng had thought they'd be grateful he was willing to take them in. Who knew Chao Cheng would make the mistake of taking himself too seriously today? What goes around comes around. He had come to recruit them for 2 reasons. First, they were veteran zoo employees familiar with the work environment. They could start working immediately after hiring. Second, because he had retaliated against Lin Luming, these innocent employees were laid off and lost their jobs. Hiring them would be a way to make amends. Who knew they all looked down on his small, shabby zoo? That was interesting. Chao Cheng chuckled, nodded, and said, sorry for the intrusion. Carry on, everyone. With that, he quickly left with Zhang Wei. Back in the car, Zhang Wei cautiously asked, Bro, let's just recruit via live stream. We can get some younger people. Chao Cheng raised his hand. I gave them a chance, and they didn't take it. Then I won't bother. Does your school have many people looking for jobs? Zhang Wei nodded. Hey, raise a task for you, go back to school. Find me some of your classmates. I only have 2 requirements. They must come from poor families and have good character. Find me 20 people based on these standards. Starting salary of 100,000. Bonuses extra. Zhang Wei naturally understood Chao Cheng's meaning. After a moment of surprise, he nodded and accepted the order. Just as Chao Cheng was about to start the car and leave, a woman trotted up to his vehicle and waved at him through the window. Chao Cheng rolled down the window. This woman seemed to be one of the employees from the group demanding back wages earlier. Catching sight of her face, Chao Cheng felt a fleeting sense of daze. Hey sis, are you Tang Wei? She was a classic example of a subtly beautiful girl with features that bore a striking resemblance to that woman, yet she appeared even younger. She exuded an elegant and ethereal aura. Her eyes were exceptionally bright, and when she smiled, her charming eyes narrowed together, radiating a unique allure. Hello, Boss Chao. May I ask about the hiring you mentioned earlier? Are there any other requirements? I hesitated a moment because I wanted to first recover the wages Green Forest owes me. After all, if I start work, I can't join them in demanding pay, and in the end, mine might be the only one I can't get back. But I'm also afraid of letting this job opportunity slip away. The girl's words were utterly sincere, leaving no room for doubt. Chao Cheng asked, what was your job at Green Forest? Veterinarian. Chao Cheng's eyes lit up. Do you have a license? Yes. How much does Green Forest owe you in wages? 18,000. Get in the car. If you can't get that money back in the end, it'll make up the difference. Right now, Chao Cheng lacked nothing more than a veterinarian. The other employees, security guards, breeders, equipment maintenance staff, cleaners, logistics, none required certification. However, the most crucial factor for applying for a Level 1 Wildlife Protection Animal Breeding Permit was having a resident veterinarian. Okay. The girl thought for only a second before nodding and pulling open the rear door to get in. Zhang Wei, having his own matters to attend to, simply said, he'll take a cab back to school first, and got out to leave. Chao Cheng then stepped on the gas and headed toward the zoo. What should I call you? Chao Cheng asked proactively. Wen Main. What was your monthly salary before? 9,000. I can show you my pay records. No need. All right. Wen Main pursed her lips and nodded, putting away the phone she had taken out. Though their interaction had been brief, Chao Cheng noticed a particular trait in Wen Main. She rarely smiled, and when she did, it was purely out of politeness during their conversation. A smile meant to appear more amiable. Moreover, she spoke concisely, clearly conveying her meaning without adding extra words. High emotional intelligence, she exuded a natural languor, calmness, and intellect. Low emotional intelligence, she had a world-weary demeanor. Yet she was still forced to hustle for a living, demanding back wages, finding a job. This very contradiction made her all the more intriguing to Chao Cheng. After a moment of thought, Chao Cheng asked, Can you accept a monthly salary of 15,000? When Mayne was taken aback and asked uncertainly how much. 15,000. Work from 8 to 6, 2 days off per week. You can choose any days except weekends. 5 times pay on legal holidays and full social insurance and housing fund. Chao Cheng loved throwing out these overwhelming offers. Even Luo Jin couldn't resist, let alone ordinary people. When Mayne was no exception, her mouth hung open for a long time. You don't need to test my skills first. Chao Cheng smiled without a word. He was hiring Wen Mayne solely for her veterinary license. A wildlife veterinarian license was nothing like a pet clinic certification. It was far harder to obtain and much rarer. For illnesses she couldn't treat, Chao Cheng could handle them all. Why bother testing her skills? Back at the zoo, he parked the car and led Wen Mayne inside, simultaneously communicating with He Chuan through his divine sense. Hey Chuan, how's it going? Master, I've found 7 so far. Bring them back once you've gathered 30. They'll finish the task by noon tomorrow. Chao Cheng silently praised him. Without He Chuan, this zoo would fall apart. It excelled at luring things into the zoo. Entering the park, Luo Jin came out to greet them while Tong Anshi was live streaming. Chao Cheng introduced, let me introduce you. This is our new veterinarian, Wen Mayne. She used to work at Green Forest Zoo, but was maliciously laid off by the boss. This is Luo Jin, our finance manager, and the one streaming inside is Tong Anshi, our dance artist. The guy in the car earlier was Zhang Wei, head of the legal department. Luo Jin extended her hand proactively. Welcome. Wen Mayne smiled and shook hands. Seeing 2 attractive female colleagues, she inexplicably felt much more at ease. If the zoo were all men, it would be far too inconvenient. We'll sign the contract once the legal head returns, Chao Cheng said. Wen Mayne nodded. Luo Jin, being warm-hearted and fearing Wen Mayne might feel awkward, said, come on, let me show you around. Okay, thanks. Wen Mayne gladly agreed, and the 2 chatted cheerfully as they walked deeper into the park. Inside, Tong Anshi was live streaming. With no major cleaning today, she continued broadcasting when she delivering items via same city courier, playing along with the stream's rhythm. When viewers clamored to see the bandaged tiger, she switched to a phone view of the tiger. Some also wanted to see Wen Zai's flight stunts, and he could perform. Of course, many periodically wanted to see her legs, and Tong Anshi could oblige a little. At that moment, the stream's rhythm demanded she show the tiger. Tong Anshi immediately took her phone to the new tiger enclosure. The newly built enclosure was enclosed by 1010 laminated bulletproof glass. There was also an inner layer of wire mesh, maximizing safety. When Tong Anshi arrived at the tiger enclosure, she found Chao Cheng there too. The livestream audience spotted Chao Cheng as well, sparking a small surge in the comments. Caught Boss Chow red-handed. He's slacking off again. Anshi, you can stream Boss Chow for a bit. He's got some appeal too. Chao Cheng waved at the stream's camera. Folks, the tiger is almost healed. Follow my camera as I remove its bandages. After speaking, Chao Cheng took the phone from Tong Anshi's hand. He approached the double safety doors of the tiger enclosure. Tong Anshi wanted to say something, but held back, though she had witnessed Chao Cheng's many miracles, including when he led the tiger straight out of the transport cage into the enclosure, causing her and Luo Jin to scream and flee to the second floor of the administration building to watch. The tiger had been weak and sick then. Now it roamed freely inside, no longer limping, looking strong and powerful. As Chao Cheng opened the door and stepped into the enclosure, the livestream comments exploded, splitting into 2 factions. Holy crap. Is Boss Chow for real? You're just going in there like that. True zero-distance contact. This is thrilling. None of you came for nothing, folks. The tiger's about to give a live show of eating Boss Chow. Whoa, that's dark. Boss Chow hasn't done anything to you. Relax. Would Boss Chow go in without being sure? He must have fed the tiger well. The other faction was the timid ones. No way. I didn't ask to go in. Let me out. I'm freaking out and peeing myself. Boss Chow, at least wear a bulletproof vest. Help, this tiger is wild and Boss Chow has only known it for a few days. Seriously, don't go in. Boss Chow, get out. Don't go in there. It could be deadly. As the livestream chat exploded, Chao Cheng had already entered the tiger enclosure. Brothers, remember this tiger's name? It's called Pajun. As he spoke, Pajun trotted over to Chao Cheng. The audience was terrified in their eyes. It seemed the tiger would pounce and lock its jaws on him in the next second. But to everyone's astonishment, the tiger approached Chao Cheng and nuzzled his leg affectionately with its massive head. Under the camera, the tiger's head was 3 times larger than a human's. With one bite, it could tear off half a person's head. The South China tiger is a primitive species, slightly smaller than ordinary tigers. When it was first brought in, it measured only about 2.5 meters, including its tail. But after consuming 2 beast spirit pills, it now stretched to nearly 3 meters in length, its physique significantly stronger, and its savage wildness even more terrifying. Wu Song fought this thing back then. I'm not buying it. Bro, the novel's description might actually be possible. In an instant, the chat reignited an argument over whether Wu Song could truly defeat a tiger. Chao Cheng patted Pajun's massive head, then crouched down, signaling the tiger to lie on its side. Pajun obediently flopped over, exposing its belly. Chao Cheng unwrapped the bandages from its claws. The wounds had mostly healed with fresh flesh already regrown. One by one, Chao Cheng removed all the bandages, leaving only those on the head. Under the live camera, he slowly unraveled the bandages from its head, revealing a terrifying scar at the corner of its eye. And a white eye? Whoa, is this tiger blind in that eye? With that scar, it must be. At least the eyeball's still there, poor tiger. But somehow it looks kinda cool. Chao Cheng was also pleasantly surprised. The eye had indeed suffered severe damage, but Chao Cheng knew it wasn't blind. Pajun himself said the eye could still see. Chao Cheng had used the technique of borrowed sight and confirmed that aside from a faint haze, its vision was nearly unimpaired. Yet he never expected the eye to turn white after recovery. This white eye moved as freely as a healthy one. Looking at both eyes from the front, it was indeed striking. But if you covered the other eye and stared only at this white one, it felt like being watched by a corpse, or as if you were the corpse yourself. A primal dread crept in, truly unnerving. Get up and run a couple of laps. After confirming no external injuries remained, Chao Cheng slapped the tiger's rump. Pajun immediately stood up, shook its head, and began pacing around the modest enclosure. Its harmless demeanor made the audience clamor to see it up close. Siberian tigers are common, but South China tigers are rare. In China, apart from breeding centers, no zoo is qualified to keep South China tigers. Chao Cheng gathered the bandages and left the enclosure, handing his phone back to the stunned Tong Anshi, whose heart had been in her throat moments ago. Isn't a tiger's rear untouchable? What's up with Boss Chow? Untouchable, but not unslappable. Boss Chow seems way too calm, like this tiger was raised by him. Once Chao Cheng left, Tong Anshi checked the viewer count. It had nearly doubled. There were all sorts of streams online, including close-ups of tigers. But even regular zookeepers wouldn't dare pet an adult tiger like that. At the very least, a cage would separate them. Chao Cheng's zero-distance interaction with such a large wild adult tiger was a rarity. By noon, it was time for lunch. Tong Anshi ended the stream and headed to the management office for lunch, just as Zhang Wei walked in with a large group. Chao Cheng, accompanied by Luo Jin and Wen Main, stepped out to greet them. The newcomers were all college, both male and female. Some looked around curiously, while others grew excited upon seeing Chao Cheng. Zhang Wei approached and reported quietly, "Boss, I've found them. 20 in total." "Are they poor?" Chao Cheng asked in a low voice. Zhang Wei nodded firmly, "Dead broke. I did my research with a pack of Bionic cigarettes. These people all have solid reputations and decent grades. Most work part-time, and some have even received financial aid." Chao Cheng's task was a breeze for Zhang Wei. On the way, he bought 3 cartons of cigarettes and 3 large boxes of bottled tea, which his roommates helped carry. He had them help with the investigation. With cigarettes and tea in hand, he could walk through the male dorm like a king, almost uncovering who started World War II. Poverty is impossible to hide. Many of these students had been working part-time since their freshman or sophomore years, and some had even received financial aid. You see, aid is a mysterious thing. It exists in name only. Those who know. If it actually reaches these people, it means they're genuinely poor. Chao Cheng nodded, "Good work." Zhang Wei quickly added, "Bro, I also brought my 3 roommates. They helped me investigate. When they heard it was for a job at your place, they insisted on trying out. They're not extremely poor, but they're not well off either. Average families. But they're good people, so." Zhang Wei swallowed nervously, afraid Chao Cheng might be upset. Chao Cheng chuckled, "Of course. I'd take even strangers, so why not the connections of my great legal advisor? Otherwise, where would your face go?" He tapped Zhang Wei's chest with the back of his hand and stepped forward. He understood Zhang Wei, young and loyal. Now, with a little influence, if he could pull strings for his roommates, how glorious would that be? If he failed, he wouldn't just lose face in the dorm, he'd lose his confidence. Chao Cheng had to grant him this favor. Zhang Wei's nose tingled with emotion. This was one reason he was so devoted to Chao Cheng. "Hello everyone, I'm Chao Cheng, the owner of this zoo. I'm sure Zhang Wei has already explained why I invited you all here today. So, it'll be straightforward. I need security guards, cleaners, ticket sellers, keepers, logistics, everything. But what I don't lack is compensation. All positions, all, start with a base salary of 1,000, adjusted upward based on job difficulty. 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, triple pay on legal holidays, 1 day off per week on your choice, 8 to 6 with overtime pay. Bonuses are separate. Those who want to apply stay put. Those not interested, I won't send you away empty-handed. 200 yuan for travel expenses, you can leave now." After Chao Cheng's announcement, the silence was as deep as a tomb. These students were stunned. A security guard starting at 1000. 5 insurances overtime pay triple pay. Was this script right? It was nothing like what they usually heard. No unpaid probation, no free overtime, no company provides a platform, be grateful nonsense. Such treatment falling on these impoverished students was the perfect way to cultivate loyalty. I am willing to stay. A student excitedly raised his hand first. Standing there could no longer express their stance, they had to declare it loudly. I am willing to. I am willing to. In an instant, all the students raised their hands with fervor. No one left. Chao Cheng nodded. Zhang Wei, get the contracts. Sign on the spot. With that, Chao Cheng led the crowd toward the management hall. These students were flushed with excitement, their faces red. This kind of interview process was beyond their wildest dreams. Chao Cheng was simply too generous. No work experience required, no interview process. Straight to signing contracts. Only here in the country could this happen. And Chao Cheng was an internet blogger and a city hero. If this were Myanmar, they would have already fled. Even walls couldn't stop them. They'd leave only human-shaped holes. The crowd entered the hall. Luo Jin tugged slightly at Chao Cheng from behind and whispered in his ear. We don't need so many people right now. Chao Cheng smiled. We will soon. Luo Jin could only nod obediently and step aside. Chao Cheng pointed to the side. Let's start with you. Tell me your major, any special skills, and which position you'd like to try. It was a boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, tall and sturdy with a simple, honest face. Chao Cheng noticed his hands, young but covered in calluses. Hello, Boss Chao. My name is Lin Chuan. I studied public security management, and I love fitness. I have a year of experience as a mall security guard. I'd like to apply for a security position. The boy was still a bit nervous. He feared that Chao Cheng might change his mind during the reverse selection and not want them. So he chose the safest job. Even a 50 or 60-year-old man could be a security guard, let alone a young, strong man with work experience. Go sign the contract. Chao Cheng waved his hand grandly. Zhang Wei had already prepared the contracts. Thank you. Thank you, Boss Chao. The boy was overwhelmed with gratitude and hurried over to Zhang Wei to sign. Next was a girl, slim and tall, wearing glasses. Hello, Boss Chao. I'm Yu Siwen. I majored in human resources management and know English and Korean. I'd like to apply for a position in the HR department. Chao Cheng nodded. HR specialist, go ahead. Although Zhang Wei had briefly checked them out, Chao Cheng couldn't trust them like he trusted Zhang Wei to immediately make them department heads. He still needed to observe their abilities and whether they could handle the corresponding jobs. As long as these students had strong adaptability and above-average work capability, they would become core leaders in the future. Because compared to ability, Chao Cheng valued character and loyalty more. Thank you, Boss Chao. Next, Boss Chao, I'm Zhou Qingnan. I studied business administration. I like animals and want to apply for a zookeeper position. Boss Chao, I'm Sun Xing. I studied economic law. I'd like to apply for a position in the legal department. Boss Chao, I'm Zhang Qiu. I studied online new media. I know a bit of programming and can also repair air conditioners, refrigerators, TVs, and washing machines. My family runs a business in this. All the students showed immense eagerness to work here. How hard it is to find a job out there now. Most students only realized this in their senior year, but they had known it 3 years ago. And the difficulty wasn't about whether you could handle the job. It was that many bosses treated college students as free labor to be exploited. To put it mildly, all Chao Cheng had promised was this salary of 10,000. If they worked just 1 month, it would equal half a year's income from hustling outside, not to mention the other benefits. It's no exaggeration to say, even if it weren't a formal job here, they would be willing to dress up as animals and perform. Soon, including Zhang Wei's 3 roommates, 23 new employees officially joined. Outside, they wouldn't even dream of finding a job matching their major. But at Chao Cheng's place, half of them landed jobs in their field. The other half, whose majors didn't match, took on high-demand roles like cleaners and zookeepers. Today, 24 people were onboarded. 6 zookeepers, 2 security guards, 2 logistics staff. For cleaners, 2 ticket sellers, 2 HR staff, 1 accountant, also a girl with glasses under Luo Jin's leadership who would also teach Luo Jin some professional knowledge, 1 network operator, 1 equipment maintenance person, 2 legal department staff, 1 veterinarian. After the last person, when Mei Ying signed the contract, Chao Cheng's system finally popped up. Sect Disciples 24. Sect Prestige 24. Reward obtained 1 year of cultivation. Reward obtained Yen Dan 3. Reward obtained Huan Kai Dan 3. Chao Cheng's eyes lit up. These 2 types of pills were new to him. Yen Dan greatly enhances the reproductive ability of male animals when consumed, making impregnation highly likely. Huan Kai Dan permanently enhances the animal's appearance and vitality. Chao Cheng was overjoyed. The Yen Dan was nothing short of a miracle pill for the zoo. His first thought was of the giant pandas. But Chao Cheng soon laughed at himself. Why dream of pandas? He had South China tigers. The giant panda's endangered status was nowhere near that of the South China tiger. Of course, he would prioritize his own contracted spirit beast. Of course, he wouldn't let the pandas off either. He would get them sooner or later. Adults don't make choices. As for the Huan Kai Dan, it was given in the same quantity as the Yi Yin Dan, and for good reason. First, the Yi Yin Dan was a one-time use, but the Huan Kai Dan was permanent. Enhancing an animal's appearance depended on the target. Using it on the wrong animal would be a waste. Used on the right one, its effect could be even greater than the Yi Yin Dan. Chao Cheng's cultivation was still at the Qi refining midstage. The realms of cultivation were Qi refining foundation, establishment, core formation, nascent, soul, spirit transformation, tribulation, transcendence, and great ascension. 7 straightforward realms. Beyond great ascension lay the immortal that cultivation sought, and each realm was divided into early, mid, late, and great perfection, 4 minor stages. Chao Cheng's talent was average. Although he gained another year of cultivation, he remained at Qi refining midstage. But his cultivation was much more condensed. In this modern society, there wasn't much fighting to test his abilities. Chao Cheng felt he should find a place to stretch his limbs. He often felt a surge of raw strength with no outlet. Luo Jin had already begged for mercy many times. He couldn't keep wearing her out alone. This group was brought in by Zhang Wei. After signing the contract, Zhang Wei took the initiative to lead everyone on a tour of the park. The crowd swarmed out. Luo Jin was also eager to learn new things from the new accountant, so she called Wen Meiying and left. As the crowd departed, Tong Anqi tilted her head and confronted Chao Cheng. With a look ready for a showdown, her beautiful big eyes glaring. Why do the newbies get 10,000 while I only get 8,000? She had wanted to argue with Chao Cheng since earlier. As a veteran employee, this salary inversion was unfair. Chao Cheng laughed heartily and patted the back of her head like petting a cat. All right, I'll give you a raise. Tong Anqi was so furious she wanted to bite Chao Cheng. She always felt like he treated her like a pet. She nimbly dodged his second pat. Chao Cheng chuckled, "Oh Pan Zhoudan." But his hand followed like a shadow, reaching for the back of her head again. Tong Anqi was stunned. Huh, didn't dodge that. He'll dodge again. But Chao Cheng's hand clung like a persistent shadow, no matter how she jumped, twisted, or dodged. Chao Cheng's hand stayed on the back of her head, ruffling it wildly. When she flew in from outside at that moment, seeing the two acting strangely, he exclaimed happily, "Oh, waltz." Just then Chao Cheng's phone rang. Tong Anqi leaped away like an angry lioness, glaring at Chao Cheng. The hair on the back of her head was already a mess from static electricity. Chao Cheng raised an eyebrow triumphantly and answered the phone. It was Song Xingjie calling. "Hey old Chao, got a minute? Spit it out, don't beat around the bush." Song Xingjie didn't notice anything wrong. You know that former Forestry Bureau chief was placed under investigation, right? A new Forestry Bureau chief has taken office and he wants to visit you. Afraid of being turned away, he asked me to pave the way. Chao Cheng smiled. This new forestry official was overly cautious. You're new in office, oh why take the fall for your predecessor's mistakes? Just come directly. He even used Song Xingjie as an intermediary. Such a cautious, tiptoeing person likely has no strong background, otherwise he wouldn't need to be so careful. But maintaining good relations with the forestry department was indeed important. After all, the zoo was under their jurisdiction. I'm free now? Bring him over. I haven't had lunch yet. He'll prepare some hot pot. On the other end, Song Xingjie chuckled. Great. They'll bring him over and grab a couple of good bottles of liquor. After hanging up, Chao Cheng called Luo Jin downstairs. The head of the Forestry Bureau is coming. Go to the market and buy some hot pot ingredients. Anqi, take Sister Luo with you in the car. Luo Jin nodded and dragged Tong Anqi out the door. The two moved swiftly. In less than 20 minutes, they returned with 3 large bags brimming with hot pot ingredients. Meanwhile, a large group of new employees had just finished touring their upcoming workspace. Each of them was visibly thrilled. A zoo, compared to most jobs, was a fresh and novel experience. The work environment involved being surrounded by animals. In reality, it offered a great deal of freedom. Moreover, the zoo was lush with trees and flowers, making the atmosphere exceptionally refreshing. The new employees' faces beamed with joy. Chao Cheng addressed the group. Official work starts tomorrow morning. For today, get to know each other and discuss how to carry out your respective tasks. Zhang Wei, take the 24 new recruits out for lunch. Eat your fill and come back to me for reimbursement. Zhang Wei was overjoyed. Great. Brothers, follow me. He waved excitedly and led the crowd out. The new employees shouted their thanks to the boss and filed out with excited cheers, exuding the vibrant energy of youth. Zhang Wei felt incredibly proud. These people were all chosen by him. For landing such a great job, their first thanks went to Chao Cheng and their second to Zhang Wei. Now with Chao Cheng sending them all out for a feast, Zhang Wei was basking in glory. His status among his peers had skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. As the group stepped out the main gate, they saw a black Audi approaching. Zhang Wei and the others instinctively stopped and watched. Song Xingjie stepped out dressed in casual wear accompanied by a short-haired man. This man had a sharp demeanor and appeared to be around 35 or 36. He wore an administrative jacket and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes shrewd and piercing. His bearing was refined. Behind them followed a secretary-like figure younger around 25 or 26. The group walked toward the zoo gate. Spotting Zhang Wei and the others, Song Xingjie asked, "Wei, what's with the crowd? All your classmates?" Song Xingjie had previously driven Zhang Wei to the enforcement bureau, so they were fairly familiar. Zhang Wei chuckled, "Yeah, Brother Song. These are today's new hires. Brother Chow asked me to take them out for a meal." Song Xingjie smiled. "Oh, perfect timing. Come to my place. Just say you're from Qinggan Zoo here for a gathering. They'll set you up with the best private room. It's on me today, go wild." Zhang Wei was ecstatic. "Got it, thanks, Brother Song." He knew Song Xingjie and Chao Cheng were tight. This was nothing for Song Xingjie. Besides, Song Xingjie was a generous man. Refusing would have been an insult. "Go on then." He then said to the short-haired middle-aged man, "Director, Zhou, let's head in." "All right." The short-haired man nodded. The three entered. Zhang Wei and the entire crowd were dumbfounded. Director Zhou, given the attire, the aura, the title. Could he be a bureau director? Whatever bureau it was, he was a leader at that level. For these college students, such a figure was usually beyond their reach. Yet today this leader came lightly dressed and unaccompanied. Clearly he wasn't here on official business. He was here to see their boss. For someone of his stature to visit their boss rather than summoning him to the office. What kind of treatment was this? Zhang Wei watched the stunned reactions with satisfaction. "Let's go, don't just stand there." The crowd snapped back to reality. Zhang Wei's roommate brother who knew him best pressed, "Wei, who were those two?" But Zhang Wei said, "Brothers, let me warn you first. At this job, don't ask what you shouldn't. Especially about the boss connections or background. Never spread it around." "Got it. Our boss style is low-key. Stay low-key." Everyone was utterly bewildered. Boss Chow low-key. The Plum River dredging had only just happened a day ago, and the video of the crows clearing it was still going viral. But then it suddenly struck them. Hey, come to think of it, whether it was the live stream receiving the tiger or the Plum River dredging, it was always Qinggan Zoo that got famous, not Boss Chow himself. Online, any footage of Boss Chow was always blurred out. He truly kept a very low profile. Brother who slapped his own mouth. Actually, did they even need to ask about those people's identities? After the Plum River dredging, city leaders had personally endorsed Qinggan Zoo on TV. And word had it that the city party secretary Bai Hetong personally handled the fan blockade incident. Need more proof than that. Zhang Wei led the group to the intersection. He started hailing taxis. With so many people, they needed at least 6 cars. No need to all go together. As cabs arrived, Zhang Wei first helped Wen Meiying and a few girls in. "Ladies first. Head on ahead, oh well, catch up. Meet at Qingfeng Dong's entrance." Everyone was stunned again. Qingfeng Donga. The man who just went and said to eat at his place, and he meant Qingfeng Donga. That was the newly opened luxury hotel. Its predecessor was the renowned Haiyan Jinj. It had suddenly gone bankrupt for unknown reasons and changed hands. It had just quietly reopened. Renamed Qingfeng Donga. A hotel of that magnitude belonged to that young man. Everyone looked at Zhang Wei with renewed respect. Zhang Wei had never felt so exhilarated. Now they knew what kind of place they'd joined, leaving Zhang Wei to strut his stuff. Inside the zoo, Song Xingjie walked in with the bespectacled man. Chao Cheng, accompanied by Luo Jin and Tong Anqi, hurried out to greet them. Since the guest had come in person, courtesy demanded a welcome. Song Xingjie introduced, "Old Chow, let me introduce you. This is the new Forestry Bureau Director Zhou Yishan." "Director Zhou, this is Chao Cheng, Boss Chow." Zhou Yishan was exceptionally warm, extending his hand first, and then clasping it with his other hand as they shook. "Director Zhou, your honored presence is a surprise. Forgive me for not welcoming you from afar." Reciprocating the courtesy, Chao Cheng was equally enthusiastic. "Boss Chow, a man of merit, what crime have you committed?" "Secretary Bai came last time, but I was away on business and couldn't join. I missed the chance to see the city's hero in person. Today I came specially to visit." Chao Cheng laughed. "Hi, easy enough. The city's heroes are all up in the trees. Please, Director Zhou, come in." Zhou Yishan immediately sensed Chao Cheng's tact. For a bureau director to visit a junior, even with the excuse of the city hero, was somewhat awkward. But Chao Cheng defused it with a joke, attributing the hero title to the crows. A clever move from a truly astute person. They all laughed, and Chao Cheng led them inside. Zhou Yishan marveled at the crows filling the trees and sky, clicking his tongue in admiration. Working in forestry, he knew about wildlife. Ravens were fierce, intelligent, and extremely hard to tame. It was hard to imagine how Chao Cheng had made them obey his every command. "Hey, Old Chow, what about the hot pot? Director Zhou brought the drinks. We're all still hungry. Song Xingjie steered the conversation to the meal, pointing at the 2 bottles of Feimao liquor the secretary carried. Zhou Yishan had bought them himself to avoid any impropriety. If the liquor had come from Chao Cheng or Song Xingjie during their treat, it would have been different. But since Zhou Yishan paid for it privately at an informal dinner, there was no need for concern. Chao Cheng smiled and led them into the administration hall. The hot pot was already heating on the large table. Chao Cheng invited everyone to sit, taking a seat next to Zhou Yishan. As the liquor was brought out, he exclaimed over the expense. Each bottle cost over 1,000 yuan. Luo Jin stood to pour the drinks, but Zhou Yishan's secretary quickly took over the duty. They exchanged pleasantries at first. Chao Cheng thought Zhou Yishan had a specific purpose for coming, but after several rounds of drinks, he couldn't discern any agenda. It seemed to be purely about building a good relationship. So the conversation grew more relaxed. At just 35, Zhou Yishan was young for his position. He and Chao Cheng found plenty of common topics. As they opened up, Chao Cheng casually asked, Director Zhou, I actually have something I'd like to consult you about. I'm looking to apply for a first-class national wildlife breeding permit. Is it easy to apply for now? Zhou Yishan pondered for a moment. He said cautiously, for level 1 it's a bit more complex. It requires consideration of hardware facilities, technical strength, financial resources, management levels, and breeding purposes. Moreover, only provincial forestry departments can issue it. Boss Chow's strong advantage in animal taming allows me to relax the preliminary review a bit, and I can fully reflect the factual situation upwards. However, the zoo's credentials must still be acceptable, though otherwise I would be powerless to help. If Boss Chow is interested, I can help you draft a detailed reference standard. Zhou Yishan's words were meticulous, and he truly did not have the authority to do so. But Chao Cheng knew that Zhou Yishan had already shown his utmost sincerity. Helping him draft a reference standard was essentially equivalent to cheating. There's a difference between an examiner teaching you for an exam and a teacher teaching you. Then it troubles you, Director Zhou, I indeed need this certificate. Right now I am completely in the dark. If there were an implementation standard, that would be ideal. I raise my glass to you. As he spoke, Chao Cheng downed his drink, and Zhou Yishan naturally followed suit. Chao Cheng then asked, Director Zhou, hypothetically, if there are level 1 protected wild animals in the mountains like these crows, if they actively come to my zoo and refuse to leave, how should this situation be handled? Zhou Yishan was slightly taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and smiled. If the situation is verified, we will handle it as a special case. Chao Cheng understood his meaning after those 8 words. At this time, Zhou Yishan also said, Brother Chao, you are indeed the most formidable animal taming expert I have ever heard of. I actually have a question I want to consult you about. Chao Cheng put down his chopsticks. Please go ahead, Brother Zhou. Zhou Yishan's address changed from Boss Chao to Brother Chao. This brought them slightly closer. Is there any miraculous method to prevent and control wild boars? To be honest, I took on this position in a hurry. Because the rampant wild boars are destroying farmlands, the people in several towns in the mountains are already suffering greatly. I also feel it is quite tricky. In the eyes of you tamers, what role do wild boars play? Chao Cheng raised an eyebrow. I don't know if you've heard. The South China tiger in our tiger house almost got killed by a crazed wild boar. These creatures can be quite stubborn. Generally, animals under pressure will make a choice: fight or flee. Wild boars, however, will only flee when avoiding unknown dangers. With even a slight provocation, their brains can short-circuit, leading to frenzied fighting. Moreover, they are extremely energetic and cannot be kept in captivity. We don't have the skills of our ancestors, so killing them directly is the way to go. Zhou Yishan smiled wryly. Of course, killing them is possible, but it's easier said than done. These creatures only come out at night, destroy farmlands, and have a very strong attack power. With our current means, it's extremely difficult to prevent and control them. Chao Cheng asked with confusion, Isn't there a farmer protection team? Zhou Yishan shook his head. The hunting dog protection team charges 3,000 to 5,000 for a single request, and they only handle wild boars in the area of the person who hired them. If the area needing protection is large, the fees will multiply significantly. Some even charge based on the number and weight of the wild boars killed, making it even more expensive. Aside from large landholders with contracted land, ordinary farmers simply cannot afford it. If the village collectively hires, the fees are still too high. We don't have a proper farmer protection team locally. Sometimes those from outside might even charge extra. And the most crucial point is that there are just too many wild boars. The hunting dogs and people of the protection team are limited by their physical strength, leading to low efficiency. As he spoke about this, Zhou Yishan wore a troubled expression. It seemed genuinely complicated. Chao Cheng immediately thought of the solution: using brute force. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for reasonable hunting? How many live chickens would be needed to match the training effect of killing a wild boar? How about I give it a try? Chao Cheng rubbed his chin and said. Zhou Yishan was pleasantly surprised. Do you have a solution? Chao Cheng smiled. It's a rather clumsy method, but I want to form a farmer protection team. After all, I want to do live streaming. Legally hunting wild boars, I can treat it as part of the live stream. Idle hands are the devil's workshop. I want charge for it since I rely on live streaming income. Just say it's the official farmer protection team arranged by you, brother Zhou. It will help build your image. Song Xingjie clapped his hands. Hey, this idea is great. I can also join in. Oh, just thinking about it is exciting. I've never hunted a wild boar before. I'll be your sidekick. Zhou Yishan was immediately touched. Oh, having Brother Chao's support is truly a timely help. Brother Chao can tame even crows and tigers. Training hunting dogs is even more of a piece of cake. Your farmer protection team will definitely be of top-notch quality. Zhou Yishan understood this well. Adding a farmer protection team, no matter how skilled, probably wouldn't solve the current wild boar problem. However, this was Chao Cheng's sincere intention. Establishing an official farmer protection team without charging is a tremendous favor. It's a gesture of goodwill that one cannot refuse. Unexpectedly, Chao Cheng said, hunting dogs. Well, dogs can definitely hunt wild boars. But as you just mentioned, their physical strength and abilities are limited. Actually, I was thinking of letting this South China tiger in the park give it a try. Chao Cheng finished speaking, and everyone at the table was dumbfounded. Old Chao, have you had too much to drink? Song Xingjie widened his eyes. What? Don't you trust it? Everyone fell silent, and Song Xingjie rubbed his forehead. Boss, have you ever heard the phrase, let the tiger return to the mountain? If you release the tiger, it might not hunt wild boars, but rather attack me, the sidekick. Can you really let it go? Chao Cheng raised his hand. Don't worry, that tiger is more obedient than you. I know you don't believe me, but isn't it worth a try? Tigers are naturally suited for the mountains. If we don't let it out to unleash its wild nature, it might develop issues. If you're worried it might run away, we could put a tracker on it, or even an electric collar. Zhou Yishan was sweating profusely listening to this. What are you talking about? That's an endangered species, the South China tiger. You treat it like a hunting dog, and now you want to put an electric collar on it. Why not arrange a tiger guillotine instead? Just put my head in there. One step to the end. This isn't right. Zhou Yishan wiped his sweat. Whether it's right or not, you need to go back and apply for it. Moreover, you should respect its personal. It's tigers, well, shouldn't you? This South China tiger almost got killed by a wild boar. Do you think it wants revenge? Zhou Yishan was speechless. How could I guess? Chao Cheng said earnestly, it definitely wants to. If you don't believe me, let's go ask it. Zhou Yishan laughed heartily because Chao Cheng was joking. Haha, brother Chao is really funny. He raised his glass and prepared to toast. But he found Chao Cheng looking at him very seriously. Zhou Yishan's smile froze on his face, and he blinked and asked, really? Are we really asking? Let's go. Chao Cheng stood up, waved to the others, and then walked straight outside. Zhou Yishan felt it was a bit absurd. If Chao Cheng was serious, it was even more ridiculous than a joke. But since he had already gone out, the others had no choice but to follow. Luo Jin casually turned off the hot pot's electricity. Chao Cheng led everyone to the tiger enclosure. The South China tiger was strolling inside and slowly approached when it saw them. It yawned at them. Chao Cheng knocked on the glass. Tiger, the wild boars are rampant on the mountain, destroying farmlands. Do you want to go out and kill them? Zhou Yishan felt that Chao Cheng might truly be drunk. He just asked like that. Why not get a translation software or something? What a joke. This tiger could understand. The next second it actually did something unbelievable. The tiger's eyes widened, and it roared, running back and forth, quickly nodding its big head. In fact, Chao Cheng had already communicated with the tiger using his spiritual sense. The tiger's reaction was completely genuine. It wasn't as interested in killing other animals. Kill wild boars. Activate. Zhou Yishan was dumbfounded. What? Brother Chao, what's going on? Excited it wants to kill pigs, Chao Cheng explained. Zhou Yishan took a deep breath, frowning. But it's a South China tiger, we only have this one in Yunhai City. This matter has even attracted provincial attention. If something goes wrong after releasing it, Chao Cheng said, Brother Zhou, trust me. This creature has a bad temper. If you don't let it go, it will cause trouble right now. Do you believe it can lie down and foam at the mouth with rage? The scene was frozen for 3 seconds, and no one spoke. Don't believe it. Tiger. He won't let you go kill pigs. Chao Cheng knocked on the glass, pointing at Zhou Yishan. Suddenly, the tiger flipped over, thrashing on the ground, limbs twitching and foaming at the mouth. What the hell? Song Xingjie was terrified, and Luo Jin and Tong Anqi both screamed, startled and at a loss. Zhou Yishan and his secretary were even more terrified. What on earth was happening? Was this a coincidence, or was it due to Chao Cheng's earlier words? Brother Chao, what is this? Think of a way. I told you it has a bad temper. If you don't let it go, what can I do? Chao Cheng crossed his arms. Let it go. Let it go. I will apply. Zhou Yishan doubted whether he was dreaming from drinking too much. But the events were happening right in front of him. Letting the South China tiger hunt wild boars would likely draw heavy criticism from higher-ups. However, if they didn't let it go, the tiger was actually having a seizure. If it died now, it would be a huge disaster for him. Chao Cheng knocked on the glass. Let it go, let it go. The tiger immediately stopped twitching, shook off the foam from its mouth, and stood up. Zhou Yishan and the secretary were both utterly dumbfounded. He just stood up, just like that. Was it really that simple? Could it be that if you don't let it kill pigs, it foams at the mouth? You couldn't even dream of such a thing. Brother Chao, rest assured I will do my utmost to report this matter to the higher-ups. But I hope you understand this really isn't something I can decide on my own. If it were a Siberian tiger, it wouldn't be this difficult. Not only is its life precious, but once released it also concerns the safety of the citizens of Yunhai City. Only after the higher-ups approve can I issue you a hunting permit. Wild boars are also protected by the wildlife protection law. A hunting permit from the relevant authorities is required. Some people had reported this issue before, and the local government directly legalized wild boar hunting, encouraging it. At that point, there might not be enough wild boars to hunt. However, under the strict ban on shotguns, hunting methods would be extremely dangerous. Once a life is lost, the person who issued that order would surely be in deep trouble. Chao Cheng raised his hand. I understand. You just need to report the actual situation to the higher-ups. Whoever disagrees, you can invite them to come here. Let them see if they have any brilliant ideas to stop the tiger from foaming at the mouth. Anyway, I can at most calm it down for another 3 days. After 3 days, I can't guarantee there won't be trouble. Zhou Yishan left with a heavy heart. He had come to build a good relationship with Chao Cheng and asked for his advice on dealing with the wild boars. But instead of solving the problem, he had picked up a huge trouble. He had no choice but to take this trouble to Bai Hetong. Inside the municipal government building, the secretary led Zhou Yishan into Bai Hetong's office. Bai Hetong smiled slightly and pointed to the sofa beside him. Director Zhou is here. Take a seat. The secretary brought Zhou Yishan a cup of hot water and then withdrew. Zhou Yishan sat on the edge of the sofa and said to Bai Hetong's secretary, I went to Qinggan Zoo this afternoon. Bai Hetong nodded, waiting for him to continue. Although he hadn't interacted with Zhou Yishan before, he felt this young man was very composed and capable, so he had high hopes for him. He could also understand why Zhou Yishan went to Qinggan Zoo. The problem of wild boars plaguing the farmers in the 4 towns along the Lishi River in the mountains is an urgent issue that needs to be resolved in my current work. Boss Chow is an expert in animal training. I went there seeking a method to control the wild boars. Unexpectedly, Boss Chow wants to personally go hunt the wild boars with that South China tiger. After Zhou Yishan finished speaking, Bai Hetong, who had been listening attentively, raised an eyebrow. He thought his ears were playing tricks on him, or that Zhou Yishan had misspoken. What did you say? Zhou Yishan confirmed. I expressed strong opposition at the time. But Boss Chow said the South China tiger needs to release its wild nature, otherwise it's easy to develop problems from captivity. I think it makes a lot of sense. After all, this South China tiger used to live in the wild. Being suddenly confined can easily cause emotional problems. This kind of problem often occurs in wildlife rescue efforts. And it has indeed caused a severe physiological reaction in the South China tiger. Only then did Bai Hetong confirm he hadn't misheard. Chao Cheng wanted to take a tiger to kill wild boars. He shot up from his seat. What's wrong with the South China tiger? Zhou Yishan, startled, also stood up. At that time, Boss Chow told the tiger that it wasn't allowed to go out and hunt wild boars. The tiger actually seemed to understand human speech, rolled over on the ground, foaming at the mouth, with its limbs twitching. Bai Hetong felt his temples throbbing. If it weren't for the fact that Zhou Yishan's physical exam showed no issues, Bai Hetong would have suspected the guy was a lunatic. Talking nonsense. And then what happened? Boss Chow said he was allowed to go hunt wild boars, and it stood up again, as if nothing had happened. Bai Hetong's face was covered in black lines. It was like listening to a fairy tale. Zhou Yishan seized the opportunity. If this tiger can really cooperate with Chao Cheng's act, then I think there's no need to doubt Chao Cheng's animal training skills at all. His arrangements for the tiger must be the best. And if the tiger wasn't acting but having a real physiological reaction, then it means it really has developed problems from captivity, and we should take Chao Cheng's opinion even more seriously. So whether the tiger's reaction was real or fake, we can only agree to this matter. Chao Cheng gave us 3 days, saying he can keep the tiger calm during that time. I don't think we can take that risk. Bai Hetong packaged Chao Cheng's request, framing it as the tiger having been in the wild before and unable to be suddenly confined. This greatly increased the reasonableness of Chao Cheng's request, because there are numerous precedents at animals rescued by wildlife rescue centers. A large portion of them are impossible for humans to keep. Their living conditions are extremely harsh. If you dare to keep them, they dare to die. They must be released back into the wild. The most representative of this is the pangolin. Even though it's endangered to this degree, it still cannot be kept in captivity. In the wild, it has a keen sense of smell to find different types of termites and ants. To adjust its own dietary structure. Humans cannot replicate a nutritionally complete ant colony to provide its dietary environment. Moreover, pangolins have no teeth. When eating naturally, they also ingest small stones to help grind their food. Humans also cannot provide this kind of assistance, leading to digestive problems and over time severe illness. Most critically, pangolin reproduction and mating require extreme concealment. One litter, one cub, which must follow its mother for a long time to learn survival skills. Once the mother realizes she is in captivity, she will abandon or harm her young. So the critical condition of the South China tiger is even more severe than the pangolins. Using this argument is flawless. Furthermore, at the level of the South China tiger, policies and regulations must to a certain extent give way to it. The individual tiger's wishes must be fully respected, or whatever it wants to do, the government must do its utmost to create the corresponding conditions. Bai Hetong drew in a sharp breath. That tiger in Chao Cheng's hands does indeed obey every command. I've seen it. But this matter is indeed of great importance. Having said this, Bai Hetong stopped abruptly. What else was there to say? What if the tiger gets hurt when released? What if it runs away? Those are concerns for later. First, you have to deal with the foaming at the mouth. The tiger really had a seizure. Bai Hetong asked again in disbelief. Zhou Yishan nodded solemnly, a severe one. Bai Hetong immediately returned to his desk and started making phone calls. The next day, 7 in the morning, all the employees of Chang'an Zoo had arrived. Yesterday, when they went out to eat, the manager of Qingfeng Donga Grand Hotel had received this group of poor students with the highest standards, arranging a luxurious private room with fine wine and good food. All of this was because of Boss Chow's prestige. This made them cherish this job even more. After all, if Boss Chow had such connections, what reason would he have to scheme against a bunch of poor students like them? They were supposed to start work at 8, but they wished they could come at 6. The zoo had few animals and no work. They would make work. They all temporarily became cleaners, finding tasks everywhere to compete for tidying up their work environment. Otherwise, they would consult Luo Jin about some precautions and discuss how to carry out their future work. Young people, after all, have flexible minds and strong adaptability. Even without experience, they could quickly develop their own methods. Around 7:30, Chao Cheng suddenly received a telepathic message from Huan Master. The count is enough, 32 animals. Should we return now? Chao Cheng was overjoyed. Return. Start heading back slowly, but don't enter the city. Wait for my news. Huan, yes. Chao Cheng immediately took out his phone and called Song Xingjia. Hey, old Song, help me leak a story to the media. A mysterious magnetic field has appeared at Chang'an Zoo, causing crows to riot abnormally. Under the witness of the media, all animals automatically entered the zoo. This was Chao Cheng's plan. However, if Chao Cheng were to release this information himself, it would seem a bit too deliberate. By having Song Xingjia assist, it guaranteed that all media would receive the news simultaneously, while also allowing him to feign detachment, creating an allure of reluctance. In a mere 20 minutes, a fleet of vehicles was already rushing along the North 3rd Ring Road. There were several media outlets from online platforms, as well as official media like Yunhai Daily and Sannong Online. They received news that a mysterious magnetic field had appeared at Chang'an Zoo, causing a riot among the crows. They immediately rushed here at the fastest speed. Strike while the iron is hot. For the past 2 weeks, the crow flock at Chang'an Zoo has been the center of attention. Regardless of external influences, at least in Yunhai City, this is the trending topic. At this moment, many cars were still on the road and the sunroofs had already been opened. Quite a few people were sticking their cameras out of the sunroofs, directly filming towards the direction of Chang'an Zoo. Because the crow flock at Chang'an Zoo had been circling for a solid 20 minutes. A media host faced the wind and reported immediately, "Hello audience friends. I am a reporter from Penguin Vision. We are currently heading to Chang'an Zoo. Look, that is the area above Chang'an Zoo. The current time is 7:40 a.m. and the crow flock has been circling for over 15 minutes. This is the first time in so many days. The crow flock is circling above at a non-peak time exceeding 10 minutes. This breaks the mysterious pattern that has been followed for several days. Moreover, we can see that these crows have clearly become agitated. Is it the chaos of the magnetic field, or is there a mysterious creature appearing? Please follow our lens to investigate." Other media outlets were reporting similar phrases. They tried to portray the abnormal behavior of the crows as increasingly mysterious. And indeed, the situation was mysterious. Even these media outlets were curious. This was undoubtedly some kind of mysterious magnetic field at play. The place of Chang'an Zoo was becoming increasingly enigmatic. After these media vehicles arrived at the scene, they found the zoo's main gate tightly closed. Above, the crow flock continued to frantically circle and screech, creating an extraordinarily shocking scene, as if brewing a catastrophic storm. What the heck is going on? Why are there so many people? What are you all doing? Why are you blocking my entrance every few days? At this moment inside the zoo's ticket booth, Chow Chung shouted loudly outside. The reporters rushed over as if in a 100-meter sprint, fearing they would fall behind. Boss Chow? What's going on with these crows? Boss Chow? Is there anything unusual happening in the zoo? Boss Chow? What is the situation with the other animals in the zoo? Can we go in and take a look? In an instant, everyone was clamoring, shoving their microphones forward. If it weren't for Chow Cheng's quick retreat, he would have been interrupted today. I am also very confused right now. These crows have been acting strangely since the morning. It's indeed possible that it's a magnetic field disturbance. But I am not sure of the specifics. I beg everyone not to block the entrance. Please disperse. Chow Cheng shouted loudly. But who would be willing to disperse? If you move aside, someone else will take your place. Having finally squeezed this far forward, no one was willing to take a step back. Chow Cheng wore a helpless expression. He turned and left the ticket booth, showing that he didn't care to deal with them anymore. However, none of the media left, because the crows in the sky were still circling, their cameras focused on these crows. Just filming this mysterious spectacle was already excellent material. Why would they leave? An hour passed. Not only had these media outlets not left, but many internet celebrities and citizens also rushed over upon hearing the news to witness this rare spectacle. At this time, the crows had been circling continuously for about an hour. And just then, what is that? Someone shouted. The crowd turned to look in the direction of the sound. They saw a dusty area in the direction of the mountains where it seemed some beasts were running. And they were getting closer. Upon approaching, it wasn't just seeming, it was indeed a large group of beasts. Some were large, some small, a variety of species. Wow. That looks like the legendary Chilan, the Huaxia antelope. Is that a mila deer? Is that a mila deer? What a beautiful big cat. What kind of cat is this? Or is it a leopard? Why have I never seen it before? These two monkeys are also very peculiar. Are they monkeys or apes? How did such a large group of animals end up here? Which zoo did these animals escape from? In an instant, everyone was discussing among themselves. Those who could recognize 2 or 3 of the animals were already considered well-informed. Most people couldn't even name these animals, because they had basically never seen them. To them, these animals were beautiful and unusual. Cameras were constantly snapping shots of these strange animals. They are coming this way. The crowd was astonished to find that these animals were actually heading towards Chingon Zoo. Even if they couldn't recognize them, everyone could guess that the vast majority were first-class protected animals. Frightened, they hurriedly cleared a path, fearing that 1 or 2 of the animals might lie at their feet. Quick, call the Forestry Bureau. Hurry and contact the experts at the Research Institute. In an instant, many people took out their phones to make calls, some to the Forestry Department, some to rescue centers, and others to the Research Institute. All parties began to rush here at the first opportunity. As these animals arrived in front of the zoo's main gate, they all began to roar. Various animals simultaneously roared and cried, creating an astonishing scene. Combined with the circling crows overhead, it gave a very eerie feeling. Could it really be a mysterious magnetic field? Crows circling, animals knocking at the door. This could only be explained by the magnetic field. At this moment, Chow Chung came out again. Seeing a large group of animals in front of the gate, he furrowed his brows and shouted, "What's going on? Why are there so many animals? Is it not enough for people to block the entrance? Now animals are blocking me too." Someone shouted, "Boss Chow, where did these animals come from? It seems they are not from a zoo, but from the mountains." Chow Chung looked troubled. From the mountains? What are they doing here? As he was speaking, several vehicles from the Research Institute arrived. They didn't need anyone to call. They had learned about the crow riot half an hour ago and rushed over. At this moment, as they had just arrived, the crowd immediately allowed the researchers to come forward. All the researchers looked extremely astonished. Clouded leopard, Huaxia antelope, bear raccoon, the Hainan gibbon. My God, how did these animals come here on their own? The shock on the researchers' faces made the surrounding media feel that this material was even more precious. Someone asked, "Assistant 2, are these animals protected species?" Not just protected. The Hainan gibbon is also an extremely endangered species, highly reliant on the canopy of primary forests. It's nearly unheard of for them to actively leave the forest. In the wild, seeing even one is quite difficult. And here they seem to be a pair. The researcher was staring at 2 monkeys that were nervously huddled together. The multitude of people surrounding them seemed to frighten them greatly. Upon noticing that a large crowd was looking at them, these 2 monkeys quickly darted into the protective railings of Chingon Zoo. Some smaller or more agile animals like civets and bear raccoons, upon seeing the monkeys go in, also quickly squeezed into the railings. A bear raccoon, unsure if it was too scared or just clumsy, was actually at the bottom of the railings trying to squeeze in while lying flat on the ground. Its big behind got stuck outside, and it twisted and turned for a long while before finally getting inside. Chao Cheng shouted loudly, "Hey, who let you in? Stay right there." Strangely, when Chao Cheng yelled for them to stop, those small animals that had squeezed and really did stop in their tracks, not daring to run further inside. They stood inside, separated from the crowd outside, appearing slightly more secure and less scared. One reporter, unable to watch any longer, reminded, "Boss Chow, don't scare these animals. We have already contacted the forestry department. Please let them in." Chao Cheng shouted impatiently, "Are you kidding me? These are all first-class protected animals, and I don't even have a first-class certificate here. If anything happens to them here, are you going to take the fall for me? Then you come in? Go on, say you were the one who let them in." Chao Cheng pointed at the reporter and shouted. The reporter immediately shrank back, taking a few steps back. At this moment, someone shouted, "The leaders from the Forestry Bureau have arrived." Several black vehicles drove over. The one who stepped down first was the head of the Forestry Bureau, Zhou Yishan. Zhou Yishan strode to the front with his men, startled by the massive pile of animals before him. The clouded leopards, gibbons, and binturongs were small in stature, not as visually overwhelming. Yet there were also larger artiodactyls, a tufted deer, a Chinese serow, and the largest of all, a golden takin. The animals all seemed terrified. They stamped their hooves restlessly while round-nosed lizards frantically dodged for their lives beneath the hooves. "Everyone quiet down. Step back a little. These animals are easily frightened." A researcher kept loudly warning the crowd. Zhou Yishan also called out, "What's going on here? Can someone explain?" The journalist who had shouted earlier said, "Director Zhou, you've arrived just in time. This morning the ravens over Qingan Zoo were acting abnormally, circling endlessly. After we arrived for about an hour, these animals came running from the direction of the mountains. They're probably attracted by the mysterious magnetic field here." The journalist's description instantly anchored everyone's attention on the mysterious magnetic field, inadvertently steering many people's perceptions. Another researcher immediately added, "Director Zhou, all these are rare animals. That clouded leopard. Humans can barely spot it in the wild. Its surviving population likely doesn't exceed 300. Those two Skywalker gibbons, one male and one female, are critically endangered and extremely rare. And this binturong tufted deer water monitor, all are seldom seen. They almost all share one trait: extremely demanding survival conditions. They can't be captive bred and are highly prone to human disturbance. Some may even ram themselves to death under stress." The researcher spoke as if explaining a pile of bombs. Zhou Yishan then loudly addressed Chao Cheng. "They clearly want to enter the zoo. Boss Chow, can you let them in first, to avoid them getting spooked outside?" Chao Cheng shook his head with difficulty. "Director Zhou, are you putting me on the spot? My little zoo, how can it accommodate such grand guests? Every single one here is a first-class protected wild animal. I don't even have a license. Even if I could keep them, what if someone comes after me?" Zhou Yishan pretended to be troubled as well. "True. Perfect timing, the rescue center is here." As he spoke, the rescue center personnel and vehicles arrived. Everything was so coincidental. No one could see through the double act played by Zhou Yishan and Chao Cheng. Zhou Yishan directed, "Quick, take these rare animals to the rescue center." Chao Cheng waved his hand. Right, get them out of here." The rescue center staff had no clue what they were dealing with. Someone stepped forward to grab a tufted deer. They didn't even know what kind of deer it was. The tufted deer immediately resisted, twisting its body wildly and charging at the worker. Although the worker dodged, the deer was clearly terrified, bleeding and crashing about. "No, you're scaring it." The research institute staff quickly intervened. The panicked deer eventually returned to the zoo's iron gate, constantly trying to squeeze through gaps. Even a fool could see it now. They didn't want to go anywhere but Qingan Zoo. "How bizarre." The research institute staff said to Zhou Yishan, "No good, Director Zhou. Transporting these animals is too risky. I guarantee it'll cause major problems. They all ran here from the mountains without scattering into the city, which means they only recognize this place." Zhou Yishan finally said, "Boss Chow, please open the gate. If you don't, these animals will only have more trouble here. Don't worry, with so many of us as witnesses and the media present, if anything goes wrong, it's on me." Zhou Yishan. Some journalists also pleaded, "Yes, Boss Chow, we can testify for you. These animals are so delicate. If you don't take them in, will you leave them out here?" "Exactly, since they came here, there must be something special about your place. Boss Chow, you have a gift for taming beasts. We believe only you can care for them. You took in the South China tiger. Please help them, we beg you, Boss Chow." Many female journalists were soft-hearted, watching the frightened deer bumping against the railing in panic, their compassion overflowing. They truly feared the animals would hurt themselves. As they spoke, the artiodactyls were already banging against the fence with a loud clang. How could they not? Inside, H1 had already crushed the remaining half of the beast spirit pill. The scent was utterly irresistible to these animals. As for nimble beasts like the clouded leopard, they had long been subdued by Chao Cheng's soul-summoning insects, otherwise they would have gone mad trying to rush in. Chao Cheng let out a long sigh. Fine. They'll take them in for now. But Director Zhou, please arrange for the relevant departments to pick them up as soon as possible. These animals are more demanding than the last. The cost of feeding and housing them is too high for me to bear. And I don't have a first-class license. I absolutely won't do anything illegal. Zhou Yishan nodded. All right. They'll report the situation upward. Chao Cheng immediately opened the gate and a flood of animals surged in, each one visibly joyful. The new Qinggan staff already gathered inside were all dumbfounded. Is this how we acquire animals at our zoo? Does this even make sense? Zhou Yishan and a few official media personnel followed in. Then Chao Cheng stopped the rest. Stay back. Too many people will still scare the animals. Follow the official media reports. With that, he turned away a throng of media and influencers. Zhou Yishan sighed inwardly. Among the city leaders who knew the inside story of the South China Tiger rescue, most were aware of Chao Cheng's extraordinary skills. Today's incident, they suspected, was entirely Chao Cheng's doing. But even if they knew, how could they explain such behavior? To say it wasn't a coincidence or related to some mysterious magnetic field, but Chao Cheng's orchestration. Then explain it. They knew Chao Cheng was using this method to bypass licenses and legal procedures, likely also angling for some leverage. Yet the city couldn't delve too deeply, as the outcome ultimately benefited the city as well. A win-win for all, why not? Thus it was Chao Cheng's open scheme, one with no solution. Find places for each of them. Chao Cheng instructed his staff. The official media then witnessed a bizarre scene. The tufted deer that had gone wild when the rescue center worker grabbed it now strolled calmly behind a female keeper, looking around and occasionally nibbling on the greenery. The clouded leopard darted up a tree as soon as it entered, startling the surrounding ravens into a flapping flight. The two Skywalker gibbons also found a large tree to perch on. With that, Qinggan Zoo became a hive of activity. Yet Chao Cheng was still waiting for a system prompt which hadn't come. Probably because these animals hadn't officially become part of the park yet. Zhou Yishan gave a signal, and his secretary diverted the official media to film the animals. Chao Cheng then spoke quietly. Sorry, brother Zhou, I didn't give you a heads up. Zhou Yishan smiled faintly. Even if you had, without seeing it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Chao Cheng apologized because Zhou Yishan had been used as a pawn. But Zhou Yishan knew Chao Cheng hadn't meant to. It was just an essential step in his open scheme official endorsement. He just happened to be in that position. Looking ahead, this risk wouldn't be borne in vain. Many of these animals weren't even present in provincial research departments or breeding centers. Take the clouded leopard and Skywalker gibbons, for example. The entire province seemed to have no institution raising or breeding them, not even any records. If Chao Cheng managed to raise them all, even breed them, the biggest beneficiary in the entire Yunhai city government would be Zhou Yishan. Because he was the one who made the call to settle these animals here. A meritorious decision made under the media's gaze, a credit no one could steal. Because he was the one who made the call to settle these animals here. A meritorious decision made under the media's gaze, a credit no one could steal. Because he was the one who made the call to settle these animals here. A meritorious decision made under the media's gaze, a credit no one could steal. Because he was the one who made the call to settle these animals here. A meritorious decision made under the media's gaze, a credit no one could steal. Because he was the one who made the call to settle these animals here. A meritorious decision made under the media's gaze, a credit no one could steal. Chao Cheng and Zhou Yishan tacitly understood this matter. For most of the rest of the day, the newly arrived animals familiarized themselves with the environment and settled in completely. Zhou Yishan immediately reported this matter to Bai Hutong, who then submitted it to the provincial forestry department. The leaders of the provincial forestry department were stunned. They asked twice over the phone before confirming the report was correct. The province immediately dispatched an expert team. It was 11:30 in the morning. Tong Anchi was live streaming the massive array of rare animals. The viewers were dazzled and couldn't keep up. Chao Cheng strolled through the park using the beast taming art to sense the animals' conditions. There was a reason ordinary zoos didn't have these animals. Rarity was only one factor. The biggest factor was how difficult they were to care for. With the allure of beast spirit pills, the soothing effect of the Taiha nourishing domain, and the intimidation of Chao Cheng's beast taming art, the animals gradually calmed down. They were less afraid of strangers, but they weren't very active either. Ordinary zoos couldn't achieve this. These animals had extremely strict requirements for diet, shelter, activity range, and hunting. Any change could lead to eating difficulties, weakness, depression, or even self-destructive behavior. Most zoos aimed for profit, so why not keep animals that were visually appealing and less troublesome? As Chao Cheng strolled, he noticed Wen Mei observing a clouded leopard in a tree. The clouded leopard was indeed beautiful. This one was likely just an adult about 90 centimeters in body length. Its most prominent feature was its thick long tail, around 80 centimeters, nearly equal to its body length. Its body was marked with black spots and stripes. Its two long, sharp upper canine teeth resembled a small saber-toothed cat. The clouded leopard had the widest jaw-opening angle among all existing felines. Its bite force was astonishing. So do you feel like you've been tricked? Chao Cheng asked with a smile. Yesterday you saw almost no animals, and now after signing the contract the workload has doubled. Wen Mei was lost in thought and startled by Chao Cheng's sudden words. She smiled and nodded. More than doubled. Experience is crucial in wildlife rescue. But I've never encountered these animals before. If they got sick, I'd be helpless. The shock Wen Mei experienced today was immense. As a woman and a veterinarian who had long worked with wild animals, she noticed many details. When the animals gathered at the gate, some agile ones had already entered. When Chao Cheng shouted, "Stop," right there, the animals actually stood still as if following an order. These animals were called wild because they rarely interacted with humans and retained their wild nature. How could they understand Chao Cheng's words so well? Chao Cheng's secret to taming beasts was a mystery to her. Moreover, these rare animals, each usually hard to spot, had gathered simultaneously in front of their zoo. It happened exactly on their first day of work, as if the animals knew the zoo had opened without any creatures and had come specifically to fill it. Of course, according to the media, these animals were attracted by the mysterious magnetic field. But everything was too coincidental beyond normal understanding. Chao Cheng was satisfied. Wen Mei's awareness of her limits was excellent. If she were reckless and dared to treat any animal without knowing its condition, that would be troublesome. If these animals get sick, he'll treat them and you assist. So don't worry. Wen Mei was astonished. Chao Cheng was so confident he could treat all these animals. But then she thought, compared to his miraculous beast-taming skills, this seemed minor. Just then, Haichuan's spiritual sense transmitted, "Master, someone's coming." Chao Cheng quickly walked out. Zhou Yishan, Yang Xinhai, and several city officials were waiting at the gate with a few experts. The media influencers and onlookers outside hadn't left all morning. They were constantly looking for material to film. The Qinggan Zoo was full of content. Chao Cheng welcomed them in. Chao, let me introduce you. This is Professor Ning from the province, the head of the expert team. And these are... Yang Xinhai introduced the team members. Professor Ning was in his 60s with graying hair and glasses. Upon seeing Chao Cheng, he smiled and shook his hand. Hello. I didn't expect Boss Chao to be so young. We've heard about your deeds. Truly a remarkable person. As animal researchers, they couldn't be unaware of the recent sensational news about the crows and the South China tiger. They had also been following today's magnetic anomaly and the animals' arrival through the media before Yunhai City contacted them. When Yunhai City reached out, Professor Ning volunteered to come. I don't deserve such praise. Let's see the animals first. We'll talk as we walk. Chao Cheng smiled slightly and led the way. All right. Entering the park, they saw rare animals, some not even in their enclosures, running around, while zookeepers carefully chased after them. Professor Ning's face was filled with wonder and delight. Chao Cheng took the initiative. Professor Ning, where's your team? When will you take these animals away? But Professor Ning was deeply absorbed, staring intently at the clouded leopard in the tree. Don't move. Stay right here. Look at their condition. It's excellent. This place is wonderful. Look at their emotions. Very stable. In such a simple ecological park, this is extremely rare. Don't move them. Leave them here. Very good. Professor Ning was oblivious to others, alternating between looking at the clouded leopard and the Skywalker Hollock gibbon, lost in a state of ecstasy, repeating himself. Yang Xinhai and Zhou Yishan exchanged puzzled glances. But the experts who came with Professor Ning understood his state. They had seen how these animals behaved in research institutions and rescue centers. Anorexia, fear, weakness, irritability. These occurred even when humans provided the best possible shelter and food. But here the animals were content and calm. Zhou Yishan interrupted Professor Ning's trance. Professor Ning, do you mean these animals absolutely cannot be moved? He had to steer the conversation back and pin down the answer firmly. Professor Ning snapped back to reality and nodded excitedly. Yes, stay right here. Since they collectively chose this place due to the magnetic field. No matter the reason, we must not go against this situation. Let them roam in this area. Chao Cheng smiled wryly. Professor Ning, I agree with you. With the beast-taming skills my grandfather taught me, I'm fully confident I can keep these animals healthy and lively. But their enclosures and diet cost much more than ordinary animals. And I'm still in debt. I have to run this zoo to make money. Professor Ning seemed even more surprised that Chao Cheng was confident in caring for these animals. He was overjoyed. That's even more reassuring. Go ahead. Look, they're not afraid of people. If these animals can settle here, it would be extremely valuable for research. Moderate human contact would greatly facilitate research. As for money, the province has special funding for wildlife rescue and shelter. You write the application and he'll personally submit it for you. You write the application and he'll personally submit it for you. You write the application and he'll personally submit it for you. Chao Cheng was secretly pleased. The fact that the province had sent him here was enough to show the weight of Professor Ning. If he personally delivered the application, how could it fail? Then thank you, Professor Ning. Chao Cheng said sincerely. Professor Ning immediately turned serious. No, I should be the one thanking you. If you can raise these animals well, it will be an invaluable experience. Something that no amount of wealth can buy. It's worth a try, but I have only one request. We need to regularly track the living conditions of these animals. Rest assured, we will only observe, not interfere. As long as they don't fall ill, we won't even conduct examinations. We won't disturb them. Chao Cheng nodded. All right, this was unavoidable. He couldn't let Zhou Yishan fail to report to his superiors. Professor Ning seemed genuinely obsessed with these animals. Seeing Chao Cheng nod, he laughed heartily and immediately left Chao Cheng to continue observing the other creatures. When Professor Ning observed the South China tiger, he was astonished at how quickly it had recovered. How could he pass up such a golden opportunity? Chao Cheng seized the moment to bring up the matter of releasing the tiger to hunt wild boars. Professor Ning naturally objected vehemently, but just as he finished speaking, the tiger immediately rolled onto its ground, foaming at the mouth. The entire expert team was terrified. Zhou Yishan was thrilled. A bunch of inexperienced fools. Let's see who dares say I exaggerate. After Professor Ning also promised to help plead the case, the tiger stood up again. Professor Ning and the others exclaimed in alarm. They felt that their worldview had been completely upended after visiting Qingan Zoo today. However, Professor Ning instead gained more confidence in Chao Cheng's ability to raise these rare animals. At least Chao Cheng could clearly discern their needs. After touring for over an hour without even having lunch, Professor Ning summoned the expert team and immediately returned to the province to report. Zhou Yishan personally helped Chao Cheng prepare the application materials. Chao Cheng thought to himself, if the province had experts and leaders like Professor Ning, things would be much easier. The expenses for these animals mainly came from 4 areas: food, housing, medical care, and miscellaneous costs, referencing subsidies for similar animals in other regions. Combined with the substantial one-time cost of building enclosures, Zhou Yishan ultimately set the special funding compensation at an initial 2 million yuan, followed by 500 yuan per month. That averaged about 1600 yuan per animal per month. Unexpectedly, as soon as the application was submitted, Professor Ning sent it back, instructing him to change the amount to 1 million yuan per month, double the original. Zhou Yishan was humbled. It seemed he had underestimated the influence of experts. The next day, early in the morning, Zhou Yishan personally came to Qingan Zoo to deliver good news to Chao Cheng. Brother Chao, the special compensation fund has been approved. The initial payment and first month's installment total 3 million yuan. Zhou Yishan beamed with joy upon meeting him. This meant these animals could legally settle here. At the same time, a system notification popped up. 32 rare beasts housed sect reputation, 20 current sect reputation, 142 reward obtained soul-shaking roar. Reward obtained golden court black tortoise egg. It seemed that reputation gain was tied to the size and rarity of the animals, not just 1 point per creature. If even these rare animals didn't yield 1 point each, then ordinary animals would contribute even less reputation. Chao Cheng examined the 2 rewards. Soul-shaking roar, a unique technique for beasts with white tiger bloodline. Upon mastery, the roar can shake the soul. Golden court black tortoise egg, a pet egg. With careful incubation, you can obtain a magical golden court black tortoise. Chao Cheng struggled to suppress a laugh. The system had actually rewarded him with a turtle egg. But now wasn't the time to study it. He smiled and said to Zhou Yishan, "Thank you for your immense help, Brother Zhou." Zhou Yishan waved his hand repeatedly. "I can't take the credit. Professor Ning put in a lot of effort." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Yishan said, "I came today for 2 more matters. First, about the South China tiger hunting wild boars. The higher-ups have approved it, but there are 3 conditions that must be followed. 1. The tiger must wear a locator and strong magnetic locking devices on its front paws. These locks are harmless to the tiger and can generate a strong magnetic field in critical moments to briefly restrain it and prevent injury. 2. You must personally supervise the entire hunting process and cannot delegate it to others. 3. The hunting area must be pre-deployed with special law enforcement personnel to prevent accidents." Chao Cheng nodded. These conditions were reasonable. Hunting wild boars was part of the Forestry Bureau's effort to solve problems for the people. Deploying law enforcement resources was normal. This plan had come to fruition because Zhou Yishan and Bai Hutong had reframed the approach. They had packaged using the South China tiger as a hunting dog for boars as an action to satisfy the hunting needs of a critically endangered national treasure and provide psychological relief. The main goal was to make the tiger happy, so it wouldn't keep foaming at the mouth. Eradicating wild boars was a side benefit. And the third matter? Chao Cheng continued asking. The third matter is your first-class wild animal breeding permit. It needs observation for a while. If these rare animals thrive here, then the provincial forestry department will consider issuing it. But you must meet a hard requirement. The park must have a research institution with adequate scientific resources. Other conditions can be relaxed, but this one cannot. Historically, no first-class permit has ever been issued nationwide without scientific research capability. This precedent cannot be set. Chao Cheng understood the stakes after some thought. He knew that a first-class breeding permit involved breeding, genetic management, gene research, sperm storage, and more. All of these required professional equipment and researchers. Even equipment like ultrasound machines, anesthesia devices, and X-ray machines had to be operated by a research institution. Even if Chao Cheng raised these rare animals, well, it didn't prove he could raise all rare animals. This wasn't just a matter of official trust. It was to silence future critics and doubters. The officials couldn't just explain to every skeptic he can tame beasts, he's skilled, he deserves the first-class permit. The zoo's research institution served as a guarantee for this proof. Aside from this, all other aspects, funding, facilities, breeding purposes, safety management, had already been maximally relaxed. This was already the utmost goodwill. Thank you, Brother Zhou. We'll find a way as soon as possible. Now that the tiger can hunt wild boars. The hunting permit. Zhou Yishan smiled and pulled a document pouch from his bag. Chao Cheng took it joyfully. To be honest, hunting wild boars wasn't just about training the tiger. Chao Cheng himself wanted to stretch his limbs. Where else in this modern city could he legitimately use his cultivation skills? Now was his chance. Wild boars have been appearing quite frequently lately, almost daily. If you're ready, you'll issue the announcement. You'll essentially be an officially registered farmer protection team. Zhou Yishan reminded him. Chao Cheng thought for a moment. It'll officially open tomorrow. If there's one tonight, we can start. He'll live-stream the tiger hunting boars to attract some traffic for the reopening. Zhou Yishan quickly interjected. Oh right. One more thing, you can't live-stream it. If you stream the tiger hunting boars, I really can't justify it to the higher-ups. Public pressure would be enormous, and it would easily give people ammunition. You understand what I mean. Chao Cheng realized his mistake. Thinking about it, the tiger had only just recovered a few days ago. Even if it was foolproof, the slightest problem under public scrutiny would be blown out of proportion. You couldn't explain it away. Moreover, coordinating with the tiger would be too restrictive, and it would reveal things too extraordinary. All right, you've thought it through, Brother Zhou. Zhou Yishan nodded and asked, what about the fee structure? Chao Cheng raised his hand. Since it's official, why charge? It'll do you proud, free of charge on call. But the only condition is that the wild boars are mine. I need to prepare some food and drinks for the opening. Oh, by the way, can I have an outdoor barbecue here? Zhou Yishan felt a warm surge in his heart. Of course, no problem at all. According to regulations, open-air barbecues are permitted beyond the second ring road. You just need to manage the smoke and grease appropriately. However, I appreciate your goodwill in offering to hunt wild boars, but we cannot set a precedent for free services. A grain of rice breeds gratitude, a peck breeds resentment. Once we open the door to gratis assistance, the complications multiply endlessly. Moreover, you won't be able to live stream, meaning you'll forfeit that entire stream of income. Here's my proposal. I'll research the prevailing market rate and charge 1/3 of it. As he spoke these words, Zhou Yishan felt deeply grateful toward Chao Cheng. The forestry department was a classic high-risk, high-pressure agency, charged with preventing forest fires and poaching, managing pest outbreaks and natural disasters, overseeing farmland-forest integration, and maintaining urban greenery. A misstep in any single domain would draw immediate censure. With so many vulnerable points, achieving measurable administrative accomplishments proved exceedingly difficult. To launch prestige-driven projects demanded both substantial time and capital. Yet beyond a handful of forestry-related licensing fees, where would the funding come from? Yanhai City didn't even have a metro system. Would you expect him to divert funds toward tree planting? He had only just assumed office, and his footing remained precarious. The public knew nothing of him, let alone held him in esteem. Under such circumstances, that Chao Cheng still sought to elevate his reputation, even at no cost, was nothing short of extraordinary. I truly struck fortune in befriending this younger brother, Zhou Yishan mused inwardly. Chao Cheng too found Zhou Yishan's reasoning sound, and withdrew his insistence, leaving the fee structure entirely to Zhou's discretion. After Zhou departed, Chao Cheng instructed Tong Anchi to revise the headline to Cheng'an Zoo officially opens on September 6 tomorrow. He then sought out Luo Jin. How much is currently in the company's account? Chao Cheng's livestream earnings, roughly 3 million yuan, remained in his personal pocket earmarked solely for repaying bank debt. Even if he possessed the means, he had no intention of settling the debt all at once, preferring instead to repay it incrementally. He discovered that carrying debt served a strategic purpose. It lent authenticity to his struggling entrepreneur persona and spared him countless unnecessary entanglements. After all, as long as payments remained current, banks wouldn't pressure him for full settlement. Luo Jin reported. The Special Compensation Fund for Rare Animals has been disbursed, 3 million yuan. Additionally, Zhang Wei has just secured victory in the actress's lawsuit. Our current total balance stands at 6,510,000 yuan. Chao Cheng couldn't help but exclaim. Well now, our zoo's primary revenue stream appears to be litigation. Luo Jin smiled faintly. Indeed. He was even apprehensive about the actress's legal team, so he enlisted his mentor's aid. The mentor personally argued the case and clinched the win. Chao Cheng raised an eyebrow. Oh, his mentor stepped in. Did they receive compensation? Luo Jin shook her head. No, the matter wasn't mentioned by Zhang Wei. I suspect he plans to cover it himself. Alternatively, perhaps the mentor offered pro bono assistance. He did mention classmates who'd faced similar situations where the mentor refused payment. Chao Cheng fell silent, stunned. Then we'll have to wait until his next salary. By then, won't the mentor realize Zhang Wei is splitting his own money? How undignified that would look. And if he truly intends not to compensate him, the optics become even worse. Will people blame Zhang Wei for his naivety, or our zoo for its lack of decorum? Call Zhang Wei back immediately, and deliver 100,000 yuan to his mentor. Luo Jin nodded. Understood. She had long grown accustomed to Chao Cheng's magnanimity. Toward outsiders, he could be exacting, even petty. But toward friends or those who treated him well, he never haggled over trifles and upheld his integrity without exception. Also, tomorrow marks our zoo's grand opening. Allocate funds to procure ceremonial supplies. Produce a batch of permanent 30-off membership cards and issue an official announcement. All patrons who purchased tickets prior to today may claim one such card, simply by presenting their payment records. Holders of this card will enjoy a 30% discount on the vast majority of future expenditures within Chang'an Zoo. Furthermore, residents of Yunhai City shall henceforth qualify for a 10% discount on select services at Chang'an Zoo. Previously, when the zoo housed nothing but crows, many netizens and locals willingly paid 100 yuan to show support. Now that the zoo was gaining modest traction, it was imperative to reward their loyalty with exclusive privileges. At present, this 30% discount may seem inconsequential, but in time these cards would become priceless heirlooms, irreplaceable tokens of early patronage. Likewise, the 10% local resident discount appeared trivial now, but as years passed, this policy would inevitably cultivate profound goodwill and enduring public esteem. For Chao Cheng, money was merely a tool, reputation the ultimate objective. True to form, he announced this initiative during his afternoon livestream. Coordinated with Luo Jin's official notice, efforts were made to reach every prior ticket buyer and all Yunhai residents. By afternoon, his reputation had surged twice. Reputation value 1. Reputation value 1. Reputation value 144. Around 6 p.m. Baiyang Village, Lihua East Town, Beishan District, Yunhai City. Village Committee Office. Smoke hung thick in the air as a dozen middle-aged men gathered around a long conference table. Village Party Secretary Zhao Taiju sat at the head of the table, his ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. Village Head Li Hua sipped tea calmly. Seated along the sides were village representatives, the largest land lessees in Baiyang. The door swung open. A burly man in his 30s strode in, flanked by several others. Instantly, everyone rose to their feet. Village Head Party Secretary. I've brought the Agricultural Protection Team. This is Captain Lu, newly arrived from Dongling City. He commands over 300,000 followers online, operates his own kennel, and specializes in canine training. He spent 5 or 6 years in agricultural protection work. His expertise is exceptional. The portly man gestured proudly toward a man in his 40s standing behind him. He then introduced Captain Lu to the two village leaders. Zhao Taiju smiled warmly and invited the captain to take a seat. Captain Lu, we've asked you here today to reconfirm the pricing. The area requiring protection is extensive. Might you consider lowering your quote slightly? Captain Lu cleared his throat. Secretary Zhao, you may not be fully acquainted with our industry. The larger the territory, the greater the hunting difficulty, and thus the higher the operational risk. So frankly, holding the price steady is already generous. Mr. Wu here informed me that your jurisdiction covers 2 massive zones, South Mountain and North Mountain. Combined, they span over 4,000 mu, a truly immense expanse. Let me give you an honest, all-inclusive quote. We'll station ourselves here and conduct operations for 3 consecutive days, for a flat fee of 50,000 yuan. 50,000. A wave of alarm swept the room. That's outrageously expensive. 50,000, not a few thousand. The portly man who'd escorted Captain Lu in was Wu Cheng, nicknamed Dai Chengzi, village head Li Hua's brother-in-law, and also one of the village's largest land lessees. Raising a calming hand, he interjected. Everyone please settle down. I brought him in, so allow me to clarify. A few thousand yuan covers a small private plot, just one isolated parcel. Our scale is vastly different. We must adjust our thinking accordingly. He resumed his seat. Zhao Taizhu drew a deep breath. Captain Lu, your fee remains prohibitively high. What we cultivate isn't gold or silver, merely sweet potatoes and corn. These crops yield meager annual returns, hardly enough to sustain a family. If a single wild boar incursion wipes out an entire season's harvest, haven't the villagers labored in vain? And this is a mountainous region, where no wealthy village. Zhao Taizhu poured out his grievances, hoping for further concession, truthfully reflecting reality. Baiyang village possessed no distinctive industries, only subsistence farming, land leasing, and dependence on seasonal rains. The villagers had little money, the village treasury even less. 50,000 yuan was no trivial sum. Captain Lu remained unmoved, brushing dust from his coat. Secretary Zhao, I acknowledge your difficulties. Yet our equipment, manpower, and even our dogs incur wear and tear. Losses are routine. These are real costs. Just traversing your terrain, from one end to the other, would exhaust engine oil and my arms. We face hardships too. 50,000 yuan is our absolute floor. Drop it by a single yuan and we walk away. Zhao Taizhu was no fool. He understood perfectly well. The crop protection team consisted of the same men and the same dogs. The area he could effectively manage had its limits. Assuming the maximum hunting range was 400 mu of land. Beyond that, their efficiency would not increase much. After all, the stamina of men and dogs had its limits. Thus, the price of 50,000 was undoubtedly a severe overcharge. Captain Lu, can you guarantee to eliminate all the wild boars within 3 days? We need after-sales service. If the wild boars aren't cleared after you leave, won't they still destroy the fields? Zhao Taizhu inquired. Captain Lu shook his head with a dismissive pout. Can't guarantee that. Who dares to guarantee such a thing? Sometimes these boars come in herds. Even if we clear one herd, there's no guarantee other herds won't appear. Some villagers grew restless. 50,000, and you can't even guarantee a clean sweep. Wouldn't that be 50,000 down the drain? Exactly. And there are plenty of boars. By our estimate, at least 40 or 50 scattered across South Mountain and North Mountain. Too expensive. 50,000 is absolutely unacceptable. 20,000 would be more reasonable. Hearing this figure, Captain Lu let out a scornful chuckle. He shook his head with a pout. Secretary Zhao, don't bother bargaining. If you want our service, pay the full 50,000 today. If not, we'll move on to our next client. We have plenty of work. We won't waste any more time here. Captain Lu usually charged a few thousand for jobs. But weren't these special circumstances? This was land covering half the village. How could they be short of money? Couldn't each household chip in? After all, the boar infestation was severe. Those with more land were more anxious. However, his blunt words left Zhao Taizhu utterly humiliated before the villagers. Especially losing face in front of Li Hua, the village chief. He was, after all, a village cadre. This crop protection team was profiteering from the crisis, and on top of that, they were so arrogant, refusing to lower the price even a cent. Where was he supposed to save face? Captain Lu, that's no way to conduct business. There's an official crop protection team in our city. Their fees are much lower. De Kingsley approached you first, and we trusted your abilities, which is why we considered hiring you. Captain Lu let out a light laugh. Well, thank you for the trust, Secretary Zhao. Since the official team is cheaper, why don't you go to them? We'll be on our way to the next client then. See you around. With that, Captain Lu stood up and walked out, leaving the entire room of people dumbfounded. Zhao Taizhu's face turned ashen. The other party hadn't even left him a single step to retreat gracefully. De Kingsley shot up from his seat. His expression was equally grim. Secretary Zhao, what do you mean by this? I went through great trouble to invite them here, and you offended them with just a few words. What about our land now? Zhao Taizhu grew even more furious. He glanced at the silent Li Hua. His anger flared. This De Kingsley, relying on his brother-in-law being the village chief, had never shown him any respect. Now he dared to glare at him in public. So what if you invited them? Does that mean they can ask for an exorbitant price? Do I have to pay whatever they demand? 50,000. Is that a small sum? I'd rather hire the official team. De Kingsley kicked a stool aside. Official team? Haven't we tried those local good-for-nothings before? Did they work? This official team was just set up today. How good can they be? Even if the price is low, you're just throwing money away. What's the use? You don't have much land, so you're not worried. I am. His land was mainly on South Mountain. He alone had 600 mu. It's just 50,000. Every household can chip in a bit. What matters is efficiency. Getting rid of all the boars as soon as possible. I don't care about the rest of you. I'm going with him. Anyone on South Mountain willing to pool money, let's do it together. I don't care about North Mountain, to do whatever you want. After speaking, de Kingsley turned and ran out chasing after Captain Liu. Zhao Taizhu huffed angrily. Fine. Go ahead. Secretary's son, find out the price of the official crop protection team. Get the specifics. They had all seen the announcement from the Forestry Bureau earlier that afternoon. They were uncertain about the newly formed official team, mainly because there hadn't been any good local crop protection teams before. Their skill level was questionable. No one could guarantee this sudden official team would be effective. Plus, the announcement didn't mention the price, only that it was far below the market rate. Also, de Kingsley had already contacted this Captain Liu. Word had it that Captain Liu's team was quite competent, even if it cost a bit more. If Captain Liu's team could solve the problem in one go, there was no need to pay twice. After all, judging by the previous director of the Forestry Bureau, the official team wouldn't be much cheaper. Now that the old director was gone, no one knew what the new one was like. The secretary immediately stepped aside to make a phone call. Li Hua then spoke. Secretary Zhao, don't be so angry. What we need now is to find a solution together. 50,000 is expensive, but compared to our current situation, we have no choice but to spend it. If we drive this team away too, and we have no one to turn to, we'll just have to watch our fields be destroyed helpless. His words carried a pointed meaning. They were directed at the large landowners of the North Mountain area. You should remember this team was driven away by Zhao Taizhu. If the wild boars destroy the fields in the North Mountain area, it will be Zhao Taizhu's responsibility. Zhao Taizhu retorted coldly. Village Chief Li, do you have no regard for the official crop protection team at all? Is this extortionate team the only one in the world that can deal with wild boars? Is our entire village just supposed to sit back and be exploited? It seems you have a major issue with the new director of the Forestry Bureau. Li Hua's face turned ugly. Who said he had an issue with the Forestry Bureau? He let out a cold snort and turned his face away. Fine. Let's see what you plan to do. For a moment, the other farmers were shrouded in gloom. The land of Bionic village was mostly concentrated at the foot of a single mountain. This mountain was split in two by a central ridge, divided into a southern and northern zone. The distance between them was considerable. Climbing over the ridge was very difficult. One had to take a massive U-shaped detour. Thus, the boars troubling the two zones were likely from different herds. The South Mountain area where de Kingsley's land was located covered about 180 mu. The North Mountain area was even larger, around 230 mu. Amidst the silence, de Kingsley returned. He entered the room and snorted coldly at Zhao Taizhu. Then he shouted to the villagers, people of South Mountain, I've negotiated the price. Half price, 25,000. Anyone who wants to join, step forward. If you don't want to pay, don't complain when our team ignores your boar-ravaged land. There were 3 major landowners in the South Mountain area. They were left with no choice. The situation had clearly split into 2 factions, north and south. Even if the North Mountain area got a team, they couldn't cross the ridge to help them. They were forced by de Kingsley to jointly hire Captain Liu's team. Joining now meant they could share the cost. Not joining meant either waiting for their land to be destroyed or hiring a team themselves later. They had no other option. They'll join. Iman too. The 3 major landowners of South Mountain stood up and spoke. They were truly uninterested in the power struggle between the village chief and the party secretary. They simply wanted to protect their own land. Then follow me. Let's go talk to Captain Liu. De Kingsley waved his hand and quickly left with the 3 major landowners. These 3 were just representatives. There were over 20 other households in the South Mountain area. They had to go around explaining the situation and collecting money. The moment de Kingsley left, the secretary returned beaming and approached Zhao Taizhu. Secretary Zhao, I've got the details. Zhao Taizhu let out a long, weary sigh. Go on. The secretary said the official team's fee for all the village's land is 10,000. If divided into the north and south zones, each zone costs 5,000. Everyone understood the need for a fee. The team had its costs. If it were free, urgent and non-urgent cases would all be reported indiscriminately. Eventually, any team would be overwhelmed. Countless examples proved that charging a fee was the only way to ensure longevity. 5,000 per zone. One-time payment. Zhao Taizhu's brow furrowed instead. 5,000 sounded cheap, but if it was 5,000 per day, it would be even more ridiculously expensive. The secretary said no. It's 5,000 to guarantee the clearance of wild boars within the zone. And if more boars appear later, they'll handle it for free. As the secretary finished speaking, the farmers in the room all shot up from their stools. 5,000 yuan to clear it all out. An after-sales service included. That sounded far too tempting. Zhao Dezhu also stood up in excitement. Really? Really? Fine. Damn it, I still don't believe it. Well, hire the official farm protection team to clear the North Mountain area first. 5,000 yuan was not much at all. Regardless of the clearing efficiency, it at least showed the city was genuinely trying to help the folks solve their problems. Even if the results weren't great, the city wouldn't just leave them without an explanation. All right, I agree. Me too. In an instant, several major landowners raised their hands in agreement. Li Hua let out a cold snort. Go ahead and spend it. Once you pay, just wait for the city to drag their feet. Hunting wild boars wasn't just about skill level. There was also the issue of attitude. If you lacked experience, could you track down a wild boar quickly enough? And once you did, were your hunting dogs strong enough to catch up? If the dogs caught up, were they trained well enough to hold the boar down? And after that, could the handler navigate the rough terrain to finish it off? If any link was weak or the attitude was lackluster, the efficiency of boar hunting would drop drastically. Take Captain Liu's team. With over 300,000 followers and years of experience plus live streaming obligations, they'd go all out under public scrutiny. But the official team, they probably couldn't do well even if they wanted to, let alone if they had no intention. They'd definitely slack off. Around 9 in the evening, Village Chief Li Hua and Dekengzi had already headed to the South Mountain area with Captain Liu's farm protection team to begin operations. Zhao Tieju, along with representative farmers from the North Mountain area and their curious family members, gathered at the village entrance to welcome the city's farm protection team. A crowd of 30 or 40 people milled about. Since there was nothing else to do in the village at night, they all wanted to see what the official team looked like. Before long, headlights flashed in the distance, at least a dozen vehicles. A long convoy rolled slowly forward, led by law enforcement cars. Oh, why are there police cars? So many. Are they here to arrest someone? Did someone in the village commit a crime? The farmers grew uneasy. Zhao Taiju was equally baffled. As they stood bewildered, the convoy arrived before them. The police cars fanned out on both sides. With a clatter, over a dozen armed officers jumped out, led by Song Tieshan, followed by Song Xingjia. The Forestry Bureau Chief, Zhou Yishan, stepped out of a black car. A South China tiger hunting wild boars was no small matter. Song Taizhan had to personally oversee operations and handle emergencies. Zhou Yishan was ordered by Bai Hutong to supervise the event. This demonstrated the city's emphasis on the South China tiger. Even without these reasons, both men were deeply curious. Many in the city who knew about it wanted to come, but couldn't. A South China tiger hunting wild boars was a rare spectacle. Since live streaming wasn't allowed, if they didn't show up, they'd miss it entirely. Zhao Tai's eyes widened in shock. He stumbled forward, nearly tripping over a stone, staggered a couple of steps, and scurried up to them. Director Song. Director Zhou. Hello, I'm Zhao Tieju, Party Branch Secretary of Baiyang Village. Why would you two directors be here so late? He instinctively started to ask why they had come. Mid-sentence, he realized it was wrong. Did they need to report to him? Zhou Yishan smiled warmly and shook his hand. I know you. The official farm protection team was just established. Thank you for your trust, Secretary Zhao. You're the first to hire the official team. The wild boar infestation is severe and I can't rest easy. Director Song also bears the responsibility of protecting the people, so he came along today. Zhao Taiju was overwhelmed. Oh, you two leaders truly care for the people. I am a bit. Have you eaten, directors? The villagers behind him were all speechless. The village secretary was so scared he was babbling. What time was it? Hadn't they eaten by now? Zhou Yishan patted his back warmly, signaling him not to be nervous. Changing the subject, he said, Secretary Zhao, I have a question. Your village's land is divided into north and south areas quite large. Why not clear them together? Is there a financial difficulty? If so, just say it. We can adjust as needed. Zhao Taiju waved his hands frantically. Oh, no. Actually, before the official team's notice was posted, one farmer had already hired a team. But their fee was too high for us to accept. When I saw the official announcement, I wanted to hire your team. But the South Mountain farmers thought the other team was more reliable. Zhao Taiju trailed off, feeling he shouldn't have said that. After all, it was a village conflict that didn't sound good. One quick-tongued farmer, seeing Zhao stuck, added, the man is the village chief's brother-in-law. Chief Li is now overseeing things in the South Mountain area. We all said to hire the official team, but they insisted on trusting outsiders. Exactly, we trust Director Zhou. The villagers didn't care about diplomacy. Their words flattered Zhou Yishan while subtly pressuring him. They also took a sharp jab at Chief Li Hua and Dekengzi. The masses had sharp eyes. No one in the village liked Dekengzi and Li Hua. Everyone knew the dirty deeds they'd done, though they couldn't speak openly. Zhou Yishan took it lightly. He hadn't announced his arrival, so who came to greet him, or didn't bother him. It doesn't matter whether it's our team or an outside one. As long as the wild boars are cleared, that's good. Zhou Yishan smiled. As they spoke, a large rescue center cage truck arrived late. The villagers' eyes lit up and they buzzed with chatter. Oh, what a huge truck. I didn't expect our own farm protection team to be so impressive. What do you know? The team's truck has to be big. The bigger it is, the more dogs it holds. Hunting dogs have roles. There's the lead dog Fast that chases the boar and barks. Then there's the blocker that corners the boar and stops it from running. And heavy dogs, big ones that bite the boar. It's dangerous. How can you do without enough dogs? With a truck that big, there must be plenty. Right. The cage truck came to a slow stop. The door opened and Chao Ching jumped out. Luo Jin and Tong Anshi followed along. They were naturally very curious and insisted on coming. Chao Ching walked over and asked, "What are we doing here?" "Entering the fields from here." Zhou Yishan gave a brief explanation to Chao Cheng, then said to Zhao Tieju's secretary, "Zhao, take us to the foot of the mountain." All right. Zhao Taiju led the way, the convoy slowly following until they reached the nearest main road to the North Mountain area. They parked by a wide roadside, and everyone got out again. Zhao Taiju pointed at the uneven path ahead. "Director Zhou, it's right here. Past this is the farmland. Only tractors can get through." Zhou Yishan looked inquiringly at Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng nodded. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's start." He walked toward the back of the cage truck. The driver, who had planned to step out for some air and a smoke, slammed the door shut with a clang the moment Chao Cheng said to begin. Song Taizhan said, "Secretary Zhao, have the villagers get into the patrol cars for a while." Immediately, all the officers exited their vehicles, leaving them free. A dozen cars could easily seat the 30 or 40 villagers. Zhao Taiju and the others were puzzled. "Get in the cars." "Why? Just get in." Song Taizhan couldn't be bothered to explain. Zhao Taiju and the others reluctantly obeyed, still wondering. They had come to watch the excitement, to see the dogs. Why weren't they allowed to watch? Once all the villagers were inside the cars, Chao Cheng yanked open the cage truck's rear door. Zhao Taiju and the others craned their necks to look out from the vehicles. As the rear door swung open from the dimly lit interior of the truck, a magnificent striped tiger slowly paced out. The tiger emerged without any protection whatsoever. 2 iron rings were attached to its hind paws, but they didn't seem heavy enough to hinder its movement. The person who opened the vehicle door stood right there directly in front of the tiger. Zhao Taiju and the others, though still inside the car, dared not even breathe. Some had already begun to tremble. Yet the one who opened the door actually spoke to the tiger. "Get down." The tiger leaped nimbly from the cage truck. It shook its massive head and body, pacing around to stretch its limbs. Now excluding its tail, the tiger measured a staggering 2 meters and 78 centimeters. Standing taller than a man, it might have been slightly smaller than a Siberian tiger, but among South China tigers, it was a giant. The car was given to the villagers. But Zhou Yishan, Song Tieshan, and the contingent of enforcement officers were still outside. Every muscle in Song Taizhan's body tensed up. This was his first time facing a tiger without any defense. Simultaneously, a quiet doubt arose in his mind. The tiger seemed much larger than when it was first delivered to Chao Cheng. And that was just about a week ago. Even if you fed it fertilizer, it shouldn't have grown this fast. But aside from Chao Cheng, no one could explain this phenomenon. The tiger looked around. Zhou Yishan held his breath, suppressing his fear as much as possible. The tiger's blind eye made it appear even more terrifying than an ordinary one. Zhou Yishan had no doubt that if ghosts truly existed in this world, even they would fear this beast. The surrounding enforcement officers were equally tense, their muscles as rigid as stone. They clutched their riot guns tightly. These were large-caliber rubber bullets, low in lethality but high in impact force. This was their only reliance. Chao Cheng had no intention of frightening anyone. He let the tiger run farther to exercise, then put on a head-mounted camera with a headlamp. At that moment, 2 birds flew down from the sky, Wenxi and Heichuan. They landed on the cage truck, allowing Chao Cheng to attach cameras to them. These 2 were responsible for aerial surveillance in this operation. One wore a thermal imaging lens, the other a night vision high-definition camera. Test the feed. Only after the tiger ran farther did Song Xingjie dare to descend, carrying a black case. He opened it on the hood of the car. Inside was a simple control console. On a screen larger than an average laptop, 3 sets of images appeared. One was from Chao Cheng's head-mounted HD camera. One was Wenxi's night vision camera, and the other was Haichuan's thermal imaging lens. All 3 feeds along with Chao Cheng's radio were tested and found to be flawless. There was also a real-time positioning radar with transmitters on both Chao Cheng and Heichuan. This set of equipment was top-tier police gear, highly functional. Chao Cheng pulled a long-handled hunting knife from the vehicle. He had to act as the oiler himself. Wild boars were thick-skinned and tough, and they had no neck. Though Pujuan could easily overpower a boar, delivering a fatal blow with one strike was difficult. In the wild, a tiger battling a boar of equal size would exhaust itself half to death. If it had to kill the boar entirely on its own, it would expend immense energy and time. With Chao Cheng's intervention, efficiency would greatly increase. H1, find the boar, Chao Cheng shouted. H1 cawed once, soared into the sky, and flew toward the distant fields. Chao Cheng shouldered the hunting knife and strode in the same direction. Pejuan let out an excited low growl, trotting beside Chao Cheng. The image of man and tiger was remarkably harmonious. Song Taizhan and Zhou Yishan exchanged a glance. They saw profound shock in each other's eyes. This scene was perhaps the most vivid symbol of Chao Cheng's identity as a beast tamer. The enforcement officers were equally astounded. That was a tiger. Yet it obediently followed Chao Cheng so docile, it was almost unbelievable. Luo Jin and Tong Anshi felt an inexplicable pride. They were even filled with admiration for Chao Cheng, a man before whom even a tiger would bow, possessed an indescribable charisma. As for Zhao Taizhu and the villagers, they were utterly dumbfounded. So the vehicle didn't carry a dog, but a cat. That seems to be a tiger, right? It's a tiger. If it weren't, I wouldn't have peed myself. Get out. No wonder it smells so rank. No, please, brother, I'm scared the tiger might still be outside the car. Isn't the farm protection team all about dogs? Some of the braver villagers slowly opened the doors and got out. The large group of enforcement officers standing outside still offered a sense of security. Yet many villagers still dared not leave the car, fearing the tiger might charge out from the darkness. Only 3 to 5 minutes passed. Song Xingjie shouted into the radio, "Old Chao, found the boar. Let me check the positioning. It's at your 2 o'clock. He couldn't know which direction Chao Cheng was facing, so he observed Chao Cheng's position on the radar. The direction straight ahead from that point was Chao Cheng's 12 o'clock. This was agreed upon beforehand. Roger. Roar. The radio crackled with Pojan's excited roar. Even through the radio, Zhou Yishan and the others felt an inexplicable numbness run through them. As if stunned for a moment, Song Xingjie yelled, "Damn it, old Chao, don't let it roar. The boar will be scared off." That tiger's roar sent the boar fleeing wildly in the thermal image. "Report the position first," Chao Cheng shouted to Song Xingjie as he ran. In truth, he and H1 shared a psychic link, and he already knew the boar's location. Having Song Xingjie provide radar data was merely for appearances. By now, Zhao Taizhu and the others had gathered around, nervously watching the images on the screen. They listened to Song Xingjie's constant position updates while observing Wenxi's perspective tracking Chao Cheng. Too fast. This man ran no slower than the tiger. This hilly terrain wasn't quite terraced fields, but close. It was uneven and disorderly, making running inconvenient. The sloping paths carved out for tractors and harvesters added to the complexity. The tiger, with its terrifying leaping ability, could easily traverse it. But Chao Cheng, carrying a hunting knife, also bounded over heights and lows as if on flat ground. In the footage, Chao Cheng showed almost no hesitation. On the radar, he shot toward Haichuan's location like a meteor. In just over 40 seconds, he had rendezvoused with H1. Before Song Xingjie could warn him, Chao Cheng's low voice came through the radio. "I see the boar." It was a wild boar weighing over 300 jin, now charging madly through the fields. It rampaged, tearing up a swath of sweet potato vines in its path. The boar ran fast, but the tiger was faster. From Wenxi's footage, the crowd saw a dark shadow streak past Chao Cheng, leaving a trail of beastly breath like an engine's roar. In an instant, it reached the boar's side. Leaping up, it slammed a paw onto the boar's head. The tiger's claws, like steel hooks, pierced through flesh and skin, latching onto the boar. Boom. The boar was instantly thrown to the ground, letting out frantic squeals. It thrashed wildly. Pejuan bit into the boar's nape, tearing sharply and flipping it over. By then, Chao Cheng had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove the knife straight into the boar's chest. Thud. A muffled sound. The long-handled hunting knife pierced through. It had actually impaled the boar on the spot. Song Taizhan felt a sharp twitch at the corner of his eye. If he wasn't mistaken, Chao Cheng had done it with one hand. Could a single-handed thrust pierce a wild boar clean through? Having led law enforcement teams for years, he knew precisely how extraordinary such brute strength was, steady, precise, and ruthless. Chao Cheng was not only unerringly skilled in beast taming, his raw physical power was equally uncanny. The wild boar let out a frenzied, guttural shriek. Chao Cheng wrenched the blade free with savage force. Blood erupted in a violent gush. The beast still thrashed wildly, but Pejuan had already brought down a thunderous palm strike straight onto its snout. Thud. A muffled, bone-deep impact, and the boar's scream cut off instantly. Its entire body stiffened, then convulsed rigidly. Folklore has long whispered of the tiger's palm strike, how heavy, how devastating it truly is. In ordinary combat, a tiger rarely achieves optimal biomechanical leverage. During a hunt, a single palm strike may not be quite as legendary as tales claim. Yet even so, it remains far beyond what any ordinary creature could endure, especially when the tiger strikes from perfect stillness, channeling every ounce of power into a motionless target. Waist and stance fused, muscles fully engaged. The force behind that strike might well surpass even the wildest rumors. And Pejun, currently at the mid-stage of chi refinement, had fortified himself with 2 beast spirit pills. The blow shattered the boar's skull outright. Zhou Yishan and the others stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. It happened too fast, lightning swift, blinding in its ferocity. From Pejun's charge and takedown to Chao Cheng's finishing stab to Pejun's coiled decisive strike, it all unfolded in under 3 seconds. By standard agricultural protection team procedure, they would first deploy hounds, summon rapid response units, then wait for heavy tractors and oilfield specialists. To subdue a boar this massive would normally take several minutes, or even 10 or more. Yet Chao Cheng and Pejun accomplished it, alone together, in near instantaneous annihilation. Old Chao, more wild boars. This time a whole group. Song Xingjia's gaze locked on a H1's thermal imager. On its screen, a cluster of boars gathered in a field, feeding quietly. Clearly a family unit. 12 boars. Song Xingjia counted aloud and relayed the number to Chao Cheng. Understood. Chao Cheng immediately sprinted toward H1's position, Pejun at his side. Song Xingjia blinked, stunned. Brother, I told you the count. Not to rush headlong into danger. Why do you seem exhilarated instead? Chao Cheng moved with astonishing speed, arriving at the site within 2 or 3 minutes. Pejun suppressed his roar lest the sound scatter the herd. From Wenxi's vantage point, man and tiger closed swiftly upon the boar pack. Song Tieshan's voice tightened with urgency. There are too many boars. Chao Cheng, don't overreach. Zhou Yishan added gravely, safety first, never force it. Wild boars possess surprising intelligence, especially when foraging. Their sense of smell is acute. They coordinate tasks instinctively. Sows stand guard while boars wreak havoc, capable of cooperative hunting and therefore cooperative defense. If struck lethally, the entire herd may surge forward as one. A dozen boars charging in unison would overwhelm even a tiger. Chao Cheng seemed utterly deaf to their warnings. He shouted exultantly to Pejun, too many boars. Take the left flank, I'll take the right. Encircle them. With a blur of motion, the tiger shot leftward. Chao Cheng veered right, simultaneously activating the Yinghun art. 6 Yinghun insects darted from his fingertips, streaking towards 6 boars on the right. Given their size, 6 was the maximum he could control at once. Zhou Yishan and the others felt a chill crawl up their spines. Zhao Taizhu and the rest wondered if they'd misheard. Man and tiger, encircling 12 wild boars. Such a declaration sounded less like strategy and more like madness. Even with full coordination, the best outcome before the herd scattered would be capturing 3 or 4. And yet, to split forces, the next instant left them speechless. The South China tiger revealed speed and power unlike anything ever witnessed. Its explosive acceleration defied biology, pure kinetic fury. In a flash, it loomed before a 400-gen boar, rearing upright, jaws bared, face twisted in terrifying ferocity. A single claw strike slammed into the boar's muzzle. Thom. Even its thick-skinned, muscular face shattered instantly beneath the stormy star cloud sundering technique. The sheer concussive force drove its skull downward with brutal momentum. Its snout slammed into the earth, its body flipping violently backward, crashing down hard. Pejun didn't spare it a glance. Already he surged toward the next boar, leaving the first writhing and shrieking, helplessly unable even to rise. Blood pulsed steadily from its ruined half-face. In an instant, Pejun overtook another boar and delivered another crushing claw strike. Another half-face obliterated. Zhou Yishan and the others stared, pupils dilated, hearts hammering. One strike, shattering a boar's skull. What monstrous strength was required? And this speed, this razor-sharp reflex, was leagues beyond what they'd seen moments before. Had he held back entirely during that first kill, merely warming up, playing? This was his true power. And Chao Cheng's feat was even more uncanny. He raced forward on foot, effortlessly matching the boar's pace. Yet no mere mortal should move so swiftly. His long-handled hunting blade pierced flesh and bone without resistance. Any boar he overtook fell with a single fatal thrust, thrashing wildly, limbs flailing, yet the blade remained unshaken in his grip. Chao Cheng clenched the haft with iron certainty. With a sharp twist, he wrenched the blade sideways, ripping open hide and muscle, then pulled it free. By the time he finished this kill, the others had already fled some distance. Chao Cheng raised a hand to his mouth and whistled, a piercing, resonant call. It served as cover for the Yinghun art's subtle influence. Instantly, the boars ahead stiffened mid-stride, legs locking, bodies tumbling forward with inertia. Chao Cheng advanced, stabbing each fallen boar with swift, brutal efficiency. Thud, thud, thud. To Zhou Yishan and the others the scene shimmered with eerie, inexplicable mystique. One whistle, and a group of boars collapsed as one. The image of Chao Cheng's grandfather crystallized vividly, a reclusive mountain hunter heir to a lineage of beast whisperers. Now their curiosity about the elder hunter eclipsed even their fascination with Chao Cheng. They could almost see it. The deep woods, an old hunter guiding his grandson up the mountain trail. A boar charges. Suddenly the old man whistles. Its body locks rigid, collapsing with momentum, sliding straight to his feet. Calmly the hunter steps forward, plants a boot on its chest, and drives his blade home. Beside him the boy leaps and claps. Grandpa, what's this move called? The old man chuckles warmly, stroking his grandson's tousled hair. This move. It's called one whistle, stiff as stone. A tender, timeless moment. Chao Cheng had just slain his sixth boar. Pejun felled the last one moments later. Man and tiger, 6 apiece. Pejun lagged by mere seconds. Luo Jin trembled uncontrollably, biting her lower lip until it bled. This was her man. The world knew only that he tamed tigers, but who could imagine he surpassed them in sheer ferocity? Song Taizhan and the others were past shock. They were numb. Habituated. There they are again. For this time, Song Xingjie performed his duty flawlessly. Whenever the thermal imager detected boars, his eyes caught them instantly. Though truth be told, it was mostly Huan's optics doing the work. For the next 2 hours, the scene resembled nothing so much as a Menandager boar slaying contest. Wherever radar locked on Chao Cheng and Pejun arrived in record time. Whoever reached the target first, strike, and it was over. In over 2 hours, they slaughtered 35 wild boars. That was merely a Tuthazanmu stretch of land. 30-plus boars in such proximity constituted a severe infestation. Left unchecked, they might invade villages, rifle through trash, attack humans. By midnight, Huan had swept the area twice more. No boars remained visible on thermal scan. Zhou Yishan said, "Brother Chao, let's call it a night. I suspect you've wiped out every boar in this vicinity." Over the radio came Chao Cheng's reply, agreed. Pejun, let out one final roar to close the hunt. No sooner had Chao Cheng spoken than Pejun unleashed a triumphant, shattering tiger's roar, laced with the soul-shaking roar technique. Zhou Yishan and the others heard it clearly, even without radios, sending chills racing up their spines. The roar detonated like a muffled thunderclap, reverberating across mountains, forests, and rural hamlets. 10,000 birds burst skyward in panic. 100 beasts fled in terror. That night no creature, not even a boar, would dare set paw upon that land again. At that moment, Chao Cheng's system interface emerged, assisting the mortal realm in eliminating low-level demonic beasts to maintain peace in the market. Reputation 3, current sect reputation value 147. Upon learning that Chao Cheng and the tiger were about to return, Zhao Taizhu and the other villagers grew slightly restless. Zhou Yishan said, "Secretary Zhao, are you satisfied with the results from today's farm protection team?" Zhao Taizhu nodded repeatedly, satisfied. Very satisfied. I never imagined there could be such extraordinary individuals. I reckon even if wild boars show up here again, they'd be scared to death. Zhou Yishan chuckled. In that case, we won't need to come to this area tomorrow. After all, there are other places that require our attention. A few scattered wild boars won't harm the farmland. They might even bring some benefit. Keep a close watch on the extent of crop damage and contact us anytime if there's another issue. Zhao Taizhu quickly agreed, then waved at the villagers. Go on, disperse now. The villagers hurried off home at a trot. After all, the tiger would be back soon. As for Zhou Yishan and the others, this incident elevated their trust in Chao Cheng to a new level. Their fear of the tiger diminished significantly. Setting aside the primal instinct to fear the creature, this tiger was actually more obedient than the average dog. Before long, the man and the tiger came trotting back. Chao Cheng's long hunting knife was drenched in blood, and even his clothes were spattered with pig's blood. The tiger's mouth and face were covered in pig's blood, making it appear even more ferocious. Song Taizhan stared at the tiger for a moment, then said to Chao Cheng, "Xiao Chao, can I pet it?" Chao Cheng silently applauded. Song Taizhan was the first to propose petting the tiger, a bold move. Yet he could roughly guess Song Taizhan's intentions. As a leader wielding the power of law enforcement, one must possess an unyielding toughness to command respect. A weakling could never lead a disciplined team. Touching a tiger that had unleashed its wild nature was fundamentally different from petting a tame one under the watch of zookeepers. It was at the very least a testament to immense psychological fortitude and courage. If Song Taizhan dared to do it, by tomorrow his reputation, bolstered by the tigers, would spread throughout the bureau and even higher. "You may." Chao Cheng nodded. Song Taizhan took a deep breath and approached Pejun. The law enforcement officers behind him tensed their fingers, already on the triggers. This was a tiger that had fully unleashed its wild instincts, with blood still on its muzzle. It was nothing like when it had just stepped out of the vehicle. Could the director really dare to touch it? Song Taizhan's hand was steady without a tremor. He gently touched Pojin's head. Suddenly Pujuan opened its massive jaws in a yawn, a wave of bloody breath washing over him. Song Taizhan's legs tensed, but he remained still. Pujuan had opened its mouth to tease him, seeing his commendable courage it rubbed its enormous head against his thigh. Then it returned to Chao Cheng's side. By now Chao Cheng had handed over all the equipment to Song Xingjie and tossed the hunting knife into the vehicle. Anyone else want to pet it? Everyone shook their heads. Chao Cheng chuckled, had Pujuan jump into the cage truck and locked the door. Only then did everyone fully relax. Let's head back. Remember to visit our zoo when it opens tomorrow. Since the cage truck would still be needed in the coming days, it was left at the zoo. So the driver followed the law enforcement vehicle back. After speaking, Chao Cheng got into his car, taking Luo Jin and Tong Yanqi with him. Zhou Yishan and his secretary followed in their own vehicle. He needed to arrange for the environmental department to collect the wild boars and find a cold storage to keep them. This was his payment for hunting the boars. Chao Cheng needed them by tomorrow. Song Taizhan directed the officers to wrap up. Finally, he got into Song Xingjie's car. Before entering, he casually took off his jacket. As he turned to get in, Song Xingjie understood why his father had removed his coat. Song Taizhan's back was drenched in sweat. Song Xingjie pretended not to notice. He started the car and drove steadily. Song Taizhan let out a long breath and asked Song Xingjie casually, "How's your restaurant doing?" Song Xingjie licked his lips, "Just so-so. I wouldn't dare do anything illegal. I'm earning money to pay off debts, hoping to clear them first." The guy was oozing with self-preservation, fearing his father might scold him for exploiting the business bureau chief's son. After a long pause, Song Taizhan said, "Don't squander the money you earn. Save it." Song Taizhan said no more, like a cliched paternal admonition. Song Xingjie mumbled an okay. Ever since he had made a contribution, Song Taizhan had relented and allowed him to do business. The father-son relationship had thawed, becoming much more harmonious. Song Xingjie was also prudent, quietly opening the restaurant without even a grand opening ceremony. He started his business without a fuss. Song Taizhan kept a close watch on all this and felt much more at ease with his son. Admittedly, Song Taizhan was a good leader and a dedicated public servant, but not a good father. He was almost snobbish toward his son. Before his son's achievement, he saw no merit in him constantly pressuring and suppressing him. Only after his son's contribution did he see that the boy wasn't entirely useless, and then he trusted him enough to let him do business. At least that's how outsiders saw it. But Song Taizhan knew that wasn't the real reason. It was because Song Xingjie had nearly died during the human trafficker arrest operation. In that moment, Song Taizhan realized it was the immense pressure he had imposed that drove his son to risk life and limb just to prove something to him. As a typical Chinese father, he was grateful he had awakened early. Countless other Chinese fathers, even more extreme than him, remained oblivious. Chao Cheng drove back to the zoo. Tong Yanqi bid them farewell, hopped on her scooter, and went home. Pujuan sensed the vehicle stop. Expecting the door to open immediately, it had already gotten up and approached the exit. But then it felt the car violently shaking. Oh no, could it be an earthquake? The frightened tiger communicated with its owner telepathically and got a scolding. Fortunately, the earthquake didn't last long, just about an hour or so. Then Chao Cheng opened the door and let it out, returning to the zoo. Afterward, Chao Cheng drove Luo Jin to her friend's place to pick up Tao Tao. Mother and daughter went asleep. Chao Cheng went alone into the zoo grounds. Huan and Wenxi followed closely, landing on Chao Cheng's shoulders. Chao Cheng tossed 2 Huankai pills in his hand and headed to a large enclosure that had once housed peacocks. But there were no peacocks now. In the enclosure, 2 beautiful golden pheasants strolled out. Sensing the miraculous pills in Chao Cheng's hand, they suddenly flapped their wings and flew over. One was a red golden pheasant, and the other a Lady Amherst pheasant. The red golden pheasant is considered the prototype of the mythical phoenix, with resplendent feathers that shimmer gold in sunlight, especially its long, elegant tail feathers. When it flew, its tail feathers swayed, truly mimicking a phoenix in flight. Absolutely stunning. The Lady Amherst pheasant, even more endangered than the red golden, was equally gorgeous. It was no exaggeration to say these 2 birds were the most beautiful creatures in the entire zoo. Tomorrow you'll be our opening act. Chao Cheng flicked his fingers, tossing out the 2 Huankai pills. The pheasants each caught one and quickly swallowed them. The pill's effects would take some time. After ingesting them, the 2 pheasants grew drowsy and flew into a sheltered corner of the enclosure. Having tasted fragments of Qi Ling pills that partially awakened their intelligence and savored the benefits of Shou Ling pills, these animals wouldn't leave even if chased away. There was no worry about them escaping. Chao Cheng strolled around a bit, then found a spot to sit cross-legged. With a thought, the golden quart black tortoise egg from the system appeared in his palm. The egg was palm-sized with a dark golden sheen. Chao Cheng placed it on the ground. H1 and Wincy stared at it wide-eyed. Wincy, Master, you don't know how to hatch this thing, do you? If you ask me, a turtle egg needs a turtle to hatch it. Chao Cheng shook his head lightly. You're useless. Wincy. Chao Cheng continued, this golden court black tortoise must be nurtured and sweet, due to break out and grow. It's different from you spirit beasts I've contracted later. This is a natural spirit beast not of this world. It's a type of guardian beast. The Holy Sun's beast-taming art granted not only cultivation, but also a growing wealth of beast-taming knowledge. With the system's reward of the golden court black tortoise egg, the beast-taming art provided Chao Cheng with relevant knowledge. A guardian beast is a spirit beast that provides powerful environmental effects. It can also serve as the eye of a grand formation. If this tortoise were hatched and used as the formation eye for the Taihan nourishing domain, it wouldn't be depleted. Instead, the guardian beast and the formation would nourish each other. It was the perfect choice for a formation eye, but it was extremely delicate. Without sweet dew infused with spiritual energy, it wouldn't hatch in this world with thin chi. If he smashed it now, had need a pot, some minced garlic and tomatoes to make a sauce. H1 Master, what is sweet dew? Chao Cheng, heaven-blessed water. Wincy, rain. Chao Cheng, that counts, but the effect is poor. Morning dew is best. H1 This task falls to you. You'll find some water bottles with handles later. Take the crow flock to the mountains and collect morning dew. We'll build a pool and fill it with pure sweet dew. H1 obeys. Wincy, such good treatment. There's a brand of mineral water called sweet dew. Can we trick it? Please just cut it with some fake stuff. Chao Cheng and H1. We'll build a pool and fill it with pure sweet dew. H1 obeys. Wincy, such good treatment. There's a brand of mineral water called sweet dew. Can we trick it? Please just cut it with some fake stuff. Chao Cheng and H1. He acted on the thought immediately. Chao Cheng contacted an engineering team offering extra pay for an excavator, a concrete mixer, and additional workers to work through the night. They dug a circular pit around a large tree at the center of the zoo. The pit was 2 meters deep and about 6 meters in diameter. It wasn't excessively large, but it still damaged quite a few roots. This was of little concern. With the golden court black tortoise guarding it, the tree would not only survive, but flourish with extreme vitality. The pit was lined with concrete and sealed with 3 layers of waterproofing. It was transformed into a ring-shaped pool. This way H1 could lead the crows to gather nectar there first. Tomorrow some decorative structures and railings would be added to ensure operations weren't disrupted. The next day before dawn, activity bustled in front of Qinggan Zoo. Colorful balloons and banners fluttered in the wind, and a massive archway bore the words, warmly celebrating the grand opening of Qinggan Zoo. As the first light of dawn broke, the cars of various city hall leaders arrived one after another. However, it wasn't the city leaders themselves who stepped out, but the trusted secretary of Bai Hetong leading the way. They carried a huge wreath and a money tree. Behind him were the secretaries or deputies of other city leaders. Chao Cheng's grand opening was a notable event in Yunhai City, drawing immense attention. Imagine if all the city leaders abandoned their municipal duties to celebrate a zoo's opening. Would that truly be a good thing for the zoo? Absolutely not, and it would likely cause trouble for the city hall as well. So they sent their secretaries instead. This showed their support without sparking public controversy. Since Bai Hetong set this precedent, everyone else followed suit without daring to overstep. Even so, the spectacle was already at its peak. The wreaths from these city leaders alone lined both sides of the walkway for 20 or 30 meters. The new employees' hands trembled as they arranged them. Chao Cheng personally greeted and saw off the guests. After seeing off the batch of secretaries, the sky was fully bright. It was almost 7 o'clock. Citizens began arriving by car, gathering with remarkable speed. Within just 5 or 6 minutes, there were already over 100 people. Young couples, college students, office workers, groups of girlfriends, and happy families of 3 or 4. Of course, there were plenty of influencers eager to join in the excitement. Chao Cheng welcomed them all. Rarely seen in person, some young girls screamed and rushed over to take photos with him, even asking for autographs. Others cheerfully greeted Chao Cheng. Good morning, Boss Chao. Can we go in and see the animals now? Of course. Chao Cheng then shouted. Qinggan Zoo promises that locals of Yunhai City will enjoy a 10% discount on all future purchases at the zoo. For those who don't want to bring their ID, every time you can apply for a real name 10% discount card on non-weekend days with your local ID. The crowd erupted in cheers and surged toward the ticket booth. Although aside from the entrance fee, there was currently nothing to spend on inside the zoo. Yet Chao Cheng's sincerity was evident. This greatly boosted the sense of superiority among Yunhai City's locals. We locals have privileges too. Never mind how useful it was now. At least outsiders didn't have it. The employees excitedly entered the park to welcome visitors. Several zookeepers called out to the crowd. Many of our animals are extremely rare and absent from other zoos. If you have any questions about them, feel free to ask me. I'll explain. Since these rare animals arrived at the zoo, these keepers had spent nearly all night studying, researching information on these rare creatures, even flipping through relevant academic papers. They were fully confident in handling visitors' questions. Within an hour, the parking lot and even the main road were jammed with cars. The crowd nearly filled over half of Chang'an Zoo. Traffic control temporarily dispatched extra personnel to maintain order at the intersections. 2 temporary shuttle buses were deployed to ferry people back and forth. Meanwhile, the official account released a video urging citizens heading to Chang'an Zoo to use green transportation. It was an unprecedented spectacle. Inside the park, a short-haired girl named Zhang Jingjing was on the phone. A camera hung around her neck and her expression was helpless. How can you still be sleeping? Didn't we agree to meet at the zoo entrance? A girl's voice punctuated by yawns came from the phone. Oh, I woke up late. Can't be bothered to go. Zhang Jingjing tried to stay patient. You can still come now. There are so many rare animals here. I'm practically working for your account for free. The other side grew impatient. Oh, stop nagging. Who knows better, you or me? I told you filming animals is useless. If filming zoo animals could make you famous, nobody would go outdoors. I don't need you to work for me. Don't send your stuff to my account. It'll ruin my personal style. With that, the other party hung up. Zhang Jingjing puffed out her cheeks in anger. What a jerk. She had met the girl on the phone at a photography exhibition. Both were photography enthusiasts, and they had become acquainted over time. The girl on the phone had a Douyin account with 68,000 followers. Each of her posts garnered a few hundred to a few thousand views, sometimes even tens of thousands. Zhang Jingjing had also posted a couple of her own works, but they gained no traction. She was somewhat thin-skinned, and the lack of positive feedback hit her hard. Yet she desperately craved recognition. So she offered to work for free for the girl on the phone, planning to send her good footage for the girl to post. For no other reason than to have more people see her work and get some positive reinforcement. The girl agreed. It coincided with Zhang Jingjing's love for Chao Cheng's live streams, and knowing today was the opening. They had agreed yesterday to come together. She never expected the girl to be so moody. Someone like that was hardly fit to be a friend, almost as if she had issues. Zhang Jingjing grumpily put away her phone. Fine, she'd have fun on her own. She took a deep breath and moved with the crowd, instantly captivated by these rarely seen animals. She raised her camera and snapped away at a clouded leopard and a tufted deer. As she moved forward, she saw a large crowd gathered in front of an enclosure. The crowd was unusually noisy, buzzing with discussion. Oh, it's beautiful. A fleeting glimpse. Maybe it's scared by the crowd and won't come out. I heard this kind of animal is very timid. Many zoos can't keep them alive at all. Red ones are rare enough, but white ones are even rarer. Hey, it's peeking out. It's coming. The chatter drew Zhang Jingjing's attention. Being short, she jumped a couple of times, but still couldn't see. Driven by intense curiosity, she stepped back and climbed onto a flower bed. From there, she finally got a clear view into the enclosure. Inside the wooden shelter, a golden pheasant slowly strutted out. The crowd erupted in excitement. Everyone raised their phones in delight. Zhang Jingjing was stunned, speechless. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Ordinary golden pheasants usually have low crests or none at all. But this one had a brilliant golden crest atop, its head soft and flowing, elegant and mysterious. Its back and feathers shimmered in a gradient of gold and red. The crimson belly feathers were like red brocade, vivid and lustrous. Its long tail feathers were a dazzling array of 7 colors. With a scream from the crowd, the golden pheasant lightly flew up to a large wooden stump. As it took off, its tail feathers fanned out, glowing like a rainbow in the sunlight, magnificently stunning. Zhang Jingjing's mouth hung open, unable to snap out of it for a long time. She had never seen such a beautiful creature. Regaining her senses, she quickly raised her camera. First, she snapped a few photos, then started recording video. Just then, a silver pheasant flew out from the side. It drew another wave of gasps. The silver pheasant's chest was as white as jade, its crest a vivid crimson. Its back shimmered with a sapphire-like blue-green sheen. Its tail feathers, a mix of blue and white, were long and full, exuding an aura of purity. The silver pheasant also flew directly onto the large wooden stump. Behind the enclosure stood a tree, providing a backlight. But brilliant sunlight streamed through a hole in the tree, casting a beam exactly in the middle of the stump. The golden pheasant first strutted proudly into the light. Under the sunlight, the gold on its head and back blazed with dazzling radiance. The silver pheasant then nudged it aside. It took its place in the light. Illuminated, the silver pheasant glowed with a pure white fluorescence, appearing divine. The golden pheasant seemed displeased at having the sunlight stolen. It flapped its wings and bumped into the silver pheasant. The silver pheasant retaliated. The two birds began a sudden fight over that single beam of sunlight, as if competing for the light. Of course, it wasn't a real fight that would make feathers fly. Imagine a dance in the rain. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Stop, stop. Please stop fighting." The red and white golden pheasants ignored the shouts from outside, continuing their fierce struggle without shedding a single feather. It resembled a kind of restrained competition of beauty as one red and one green figure danced under the sunlight, casting specks of dazzling brilliance. This moment was perfectly captured by Zhang Jingjing, who had turned on her camera. Her breathing quickened with excitement. It was the most beautiful scene she had ever photographed, with her position, angle, and timing all impeccable until a cloud obscured the bright light. The two pheasants finally ceased their battle, each grooming their feathers much to the delight of the surrounding tourists. Zhang Jingjing eagerly uploaded the captured moment to her phone. Incredible! This video is so stunning that it could captivate anyone who sees it. With this thought, Zhang Jingjing felt a surge of inspiration. Why not share it online? She immediately began editing the video, adding a layer of beautiful filters and swapping in a trending upbeat background music. After slowing down the most exciting frame of the pheasant's dance, she spent about 20 minutes before finally uploading the video to her account. Her small account had only 19 friends and family followers. First, she added hashtags Chang'an Zoo rare animals, red belly golden pheasant, white belly golden pheasant, followed by a brief description. What a magical zoo is this? The two golden pheasants were unbelievably beautiful, along with the clouded leopard and the mythical beast. She was utterly captivated. Finally, the title read Fire Phoenix and Azure Luan dancing in divine light, dreaming back to the primordial era. Publish. Zhang Jingjing could hardly contain her excitement. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to invest 500 yuan in boosting her post. Their family was fairly well off, a middle-class household. As an only child, photography was her greatest passion. However, her personality was somewhat fragile. If she continued to post her work without any feedback, it would greatly undermine her confidence. So she often thought about giving away her work for free, posting it on others' accounts, yet they still looked down on her creations. There was no choice but to post it herself. Successful works have many secrets. Some rely on technique, some on aesthetics, and some on depth. Others rely on storytelling. Regardless of which type it is, all require material. Rare and serendipitous material. The footage she captured today was more than enough to compensate for her lack of professionalism. At that moment, a large group of people got off a bus outside the zoo. It was the researchers from the institute, all dressed in casual clothes, some even wearing masks. Tong Anya also got off the bus wearing a mask and was about to head inside when the crowd stopped her. "Hey Anya, where are you going? You can't go in. We're all strangers here, boss. Chow hasn't seen us. It would be hard to be recognized." "Boss Chow has seen you if he recognizes you. What if he kicks us all out?" Right, you wait outside. We'll just record more videos." Tong Anya was at a loss for words, but had no other choice. The researchers were eager to observe the rare protected animals, which was tantalizing to them. Even without any equipment, just being able to look and take videos would suffice. Ordinary tourists could take photos freely, yet the researchers could not, which was driving them crazy. Someone suggested, why not try it? After all, Boss Chow might not recognize them. Professor Huang hadn't been discharged from the hospital yet. Professors a bit older were hesitant to come because being recognized by Chow and being thrown out on the spot would be too embarrassing. But the younger ones didn't care. The worst that could happen was being kicked out. So someone went to scout ahead. They found Boss Chow personally greeting visitors at the entrance. The group felt a bit anxious, although Boss Chow likely wouldn't recognize them. They waited until he entered the zoo before contacting the larger group to come over. The crowd stopped Tong Anya, and then they entered in pairs, their movements a bit sneaky. If anyone found out, it would probably seem very strange. A group of researchers from the institute forced to disguise themselves as tourists to see rare animals was likely a first. In a typical zoo, such a situation would probably lead to the animals being personally delivered to the research institute. Boss Chow didn't know these people, let alone the new security guards and ticket sellers. The group successfully entered the park and finally saw the rare animals they had longed for. They were almost moved to tears. Such beautiful pheasants. This is so much more beautiful than a regular red-bellied golden pheasant. Is this really a living creature? I saw them yesterday, and they didn't look this vibrant. Don't just stand there, hurry, and take pictures. If we get caught, there won't be another chance. The group quickly took out their phones and started snapping photos alongside the tourists. Honestly, they were really enjoying the fruits of Song Qing's labor. Most researchers are very principled and would not harm animals. Many of them would never need to use a bird-catching gun or such aggressive research equipment in their lifetime. It was just that Boss Chow had a bad temper and their expressions of apology had never been adequate. By noon, Zhang Jingjing had captured countless rare materials. Although there were only about 30 rare species, the opportunity for such close-up high-definition shots was incredibly rare. Moreover, every 2 hours flocks of crows would circle above for 10 minutes. This was also a spectacle. She simply couldn't get enough shots. However, her stomach had begun to growl. It was time to go out for a meal. Since the ticket was valid all day, she could return by showing her ticket and purchase records. Throughout the morning, people came and went, and by 12 it was still crowded. Just as Zhang Jingjing was about to head outside, she suddenly caught a whiff of rich barbecued meat. The aroma was utterly irresistible to someone who was hungry. Following the smell, she saw many people coming out with large skewers of grilled meat. These enormous skewers looked like they could fill her up. People were eating messily. Some were shouting fresh wild boar meat just caught yesterday. Juicy wild boar meat, 10 yuan per skewer. Line up please everyone. Zhang Jingjing circled around to take a look. In front were 2 grilling stations, behind them were 2 open-air food trucks. On the food truck, large characters read Qingfeng, Donga Mobile Food Truck. Hanging from the awning of the truck were 3 wild boars. One chef was continuously cutting meat from the wild boar on site, while another was skillfully preparing the pork on the countertop, with someone else assembling skewers. 2 people grilled meat at the station. The large exhaust fan on the food truck filtered the smoke from the barbecue, dispersing it into wisps of light smoke. This was a food truck and chef lent to Chao Cheng by Song Xingjia. Chao Cheng provided the wild boar, while Song Xingjia offered the labor, splitting the profits evenly. Song Xingjia wasn't sure how much they would earn, he was just covering their losses. The main intention was to add some flair to Chao Cheng's opening today. Unexpectedly, the number of people lining up far exceeded expectations. How many modern people have ever tried wild boar meat? Wild boar meat is low in fat, has a firm texture, and is very elastic. Due to its low fat content, it is easy to dry out when grilled. Also, because of the short processing time, it has a slight gamey taste. However, they happened to have a chef brought by Song Xingjia who had a family recipe for special scallion oil rich in fragrance and capable of removing the gamey taste. Thus, these 2 shortcomings were perfectly resolved. The firm wild boar meat was brushed with scallion oil before becoming dry, instantly turning into a golden brown. Taking a bite, it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a hint of nutty and herbal flavors spreading, filled with a wild essence. Overall, it isn't a type of cuisine suitable for all ages, but it is definitely a rare flavor worth tasting once. The key is that the portions are generous. When it was her turn in line, Zhang Jingjing only ordered 1 skewer. She felt she might not even finish it. Though it cost 10 yuan per skewer, lamb skewers outside were already 4 to 5 yuan each. This wild boar meat was worth at least 6 lamb skewers. She walked over to a flower bed to eat, while taking out her phone to check the video she had posted earlier. She was taken aback when she saw the video. Then suddenly, leaning close to her phone, her eyes widened. The video of the Fire Phoenix and Azure Luan had already received 410,000 likes. Upon seeing this number, Zhang Jingjing thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. She refreshed the page vigorously. It was indeed not 410,000. It was 420,000. Opening the back end, 3 lines of bright red 99 notifications blinded Zhang Jingjing's dog-like eyes. When she scrolled back to the video, the like count had already reached 430,000. The growth rate was too fast. It changed almost every second. She opened the comments section. The Azure Luan and Vermilion Phoenix are breathtakingly beautiful. Are these golden pheasants and silver pheasants? I don't recall them looking like this. The golden pheasant is the prototype of the phoenix. The ancients did not deceive us. The moment they danced in the light was filled with divinity. The blogger captured it perfectly. Reading this comment, Zhang Jingjing felt an unparalleled sense of pride. Finally, someone had noticed the brilliance of the photographer amidst such beautiful material. Within the 10-odd minutes it took Zhang Jingjing to finish her skewers, the video's like count surpassed 1 million, and the rate of increase seemed to accelerate. True viral spread was terrifying beyond imagination. This feeling of data doubling was intoxicating. Zhang Jingjing had no idea what she was doing all afternoon. She wandered aimlessly around the park like a zombie, simply not wanting to go home. Her phone was glued to her hand as she monitored the data in real time, endlessly scrolling through comments, occasionally interacting. She kept this up until around 4 in the afternoon. Her video's view count had reached a terrifying 75 million. The like count had climbed to 475 million. Zhang Jingjing felt her head spin. Usually the most liked videos she saw barely exceeded 2 or 3 million. Videos with tens of millions of likes were extremely rare. But judging by the current trend, her video was heading straight for the tens of millions. And her follower count had also reached 220,000. This was despite her having only posted this one video. Followers usually only subscribe after understanding an account style and anticipating future content. Gaining followers was extremely difficult for accounts with few such videos and unclear stylistic attributes. It was practically forced growth. Yet under these circumstances, she had still gained 2,000 followers. Just as Zhang Jingjing was in a daze, her phone rang. She answered blankly. Hello. A voice suppressing anger came through. Hey. Jingjing, didn't you promise to send me the footage? Why did you post that video yourself? It was the girl Zhang Jingjing had called that morning. Zhang Jingjing was speechless. Weren't you the one who said not to upload the footage to your account, saying it would ruin your personal style? The voice on the other end didn't let her finish. No, you don't understand. This video has massive traffic now. You can't handle it, you know. I've been doing this. I know how to monetize this traffic. Hey Race, what you do, give me the original footage and delete your video immediately. I can definitely make a fortune. When I do, we'll give you 20%. Zhang Jingjing laughed bitterly. Do you take me for a fool? The other side frantic, cursed, why are you so dense? Why would I harm you? Don't be fooled by millions of likes. It's useless if you can't cash in. Don't feel bad about deleting a video with millions of likes. What matters is making money. You have to be able to monetize it. It was clear from her tone that if she didn't need Zhang Jingjing's cooperation, she would have said the worst things. Zhang Jingjing said coldly, I don't need to make money. The other side instantly screamed hysterically, are you out of your f***ing mind? She was clearly frantic at missing out on this cake. Before she could finish, Zhang Jingjing hung up with a snap. Her face was livid. How dare you curse me? You're the one with a problem. Huh? You're not just mentally ill, you have an eye problem too, a green-eyed monster. The phone rang again immediately after she hung up. Zhang Jingjing blocked her on all platforms. A friend like that was not worth keeping. Asking her to send the original footage and delete her video. What method of monetization required deleting the video and having the original? It was simply so she could repost it herself, gain followers from the video, and land ads. If she had a better strategy, she wouldn't have only 68000 followers. Zhang Jingjing fumed for a while. Then on a whim, she opened the girl's account. She was utterly amused. The girl had posted an identical video. She had simply downloaded the video of the Vermilion Phoenix and Azure Wand dancing and re-uploaded it. What was most infuriating was her caption in the real creator of this video. I sent it to a friend. She posted it without my permission and now it has 5 million likes. Now she's blocked me. Where does the original creator go to seek justice? You must see people's true character when making friends. The video's title even tagged Zhang Jingjing's account, and this video had successfully ridden a wave of significant attention. It already had 19000 likes, and the comment count had reached 12000. Many were indeed misled, feeling sorry for the account owner. Many others remained neutral, waiting for the drama to unfold. Zhang Jingjing was furious. She wasn't good at handling conflicts with others. When such things happened, she usually couldn't sleep from anger, but most of the time she felt powerless. Just then she noticed a red envelope message in her DMs. DMs with red envelopes were automatically pinned to the top, so she saw it immediately. Opening it, hello blogger, this is the online operations department of Chingon Zoo. Your video is very professionally shot. We would like to invite you to visit Chingon Zoo again to film a series of special features on other animals. This will help grow your account and maintain its popularity while promoting our zoo, achieving mutual benefit. If you are interested, please DM me for details. Zhang Jingjing was instantly thrilled. The zoo's online operations department. She immediately replied, hello, I'm at the zoo right now. I'm very interested. Where are you? They'll come over now. The other party quickly replied, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the administration building. Zhang Jingjing excitedly trotted towards the administration building. From a distance, she saw a tall, thin boy wearing glasses standing at the entrance. Zhang Jingjing hurried over. Hello, did you send me the DM? I'm the one who posted the Vermilion Phoenix and Azure Wand video. The bespectacled boy smiled warmly. Ah yes, that's me. Hello, I'm Zhang Xiao from the zoo's online operations department. Zhang Xiao eagerly introduced himself. This was also his first day officially on the job. His responsibility was the zoo's online media operations. All day, he had been constantly monitoring traffic changes related to Chingon Zoo. Suddenly, he came across Zhang Jingjing's Vermilion Phoenix and Azure Wand video. Given its growth rate, he predicted it would be a massive traffic event. Traffic like this was a rare opportunity. He keenly spotted the opportunity and contacted Zhang Jingjing. Instead of letting Zhang Jingjing waste this wave of traffic by not knowing what to film next, it was better to create a special series on other rare animals. This would fully capitalize on the traffic boom and deeply promote Chingon Zoo. Unexpectedly, she happened to be in the park. My name is Zhang Jingjing. Hello, please come in and have a seat. Zhang Xiao gestured for her to enter. At that moment, there were quite a few tourists consulting and resting in the hall. Zhang Xiao and Zhang Jingjing sat on a sofa in the corner. Zhang Xiao smiled. Miss, would you mind showing me your video backend? It's not that I don't trust you, I just want to see the views and specific data. Zhang Jingjing quickly opened her phone and handed it over. Zhang Xiao glanced at it, and his eyes lit up. The view count was about to break 100 million with 12 million likes, and still rising. He returned the phone to Zhang Jingjing. I see you're wearing a camera. Did you use it to shoot this? Are you a professional photographer? Zhang Jingjing shook her head. No, just a hobby. Well, you're quite talented, miss. Would like to invite you to film special videos on other animals. Are you interested? You'll have our full cooperation in filming conditions, and we can even have some animals cooperate with you. I believe you can produce even better work. However, you would need to prominently promote us on your homepage and in the videos. I think this is a very worthwhile collaboration. Subtly, Zhang Qiu had switched from you formal to you informal, subtly emphasizing the roles of both parties. From the zoo needs you to the zoo is giving you an opportunity. Zhang Jingjing said a bit sheepishly, I'm certainly willing to shoot, but I have a bit of a dispute right now. It's about this video. She showed Zhang Qiu the envious girl's video and explained the entire situation. Zhang Qiu frowned. This seems like a copyright infringement, doesn't it? Wait a moment. He'll get a professional for you. He took out his phone and called Zhang Wei. Hey, Brother Wei. Are you free? Come to the administration building. Zhang Wei was also in the park area. He hurried over quickly. What's wrong? Zhang Qiu then pulled Zhang Wei to sit down and introduced Zhang Jingjing to him. He also recounted the incident. Zhang Wei looked at the video on the phone. This is clearly someone maddened by not being able to get a piece of your traffic pie. It is indeed copyright infringement, but it's not strong enough. I have a little trap, and there's an 80% chance she'll fall for it. If she takes the bait, this lawsuit will be a breeze. Zhang Jingjing was overjoyed. I can sue her. That's wonderful. She's driving me crazy. Zhang Wei exchanged a glance with Zhang Qiu. He cleared his throat, leaned back, and said, you can sue, but beautiful lady in the legal counsel for our company. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't have the authority to litigate for others. You're not an employee of our company. Zhang Jingjing blurted out. Is your company hiring? Zhang Wei pursed his lips and thought. Wait a moment, let me ask our boss. With that, he trotted off to find Chao Cheng. For Chao Cheng, Qinggan Zoo was perpetually in need of people as expansion was inevitable. But for now the staff was sufficient and they weren't taking just anyone. Zhang Jingjing had value, namely her account, or more precisely the popularity of this one video. Leveraged well, it could generate substantial profit. As soon as Chao Cheng received Zhang Wei's report, he muttered to himself, damn it. No wonder my reputation score increased by 8 points today. And it was given in increments. 8 separate ones. Chao Cheng was puzzled at first. Today, when the growth rate of offline visitors seemed slower, the system would add 1 reputation point every so often. Now he understood it was from both offline and online sources. The points added when visitor growth was slow were all contributed by Zhang Jingjing's video. Zhang Jingjing's video had massive traffic. Chao Cheng estimated it provided about 56 points. His current reputation score was 155. The reward was 5 beast spirit pills. It must be said this reward was incredibly timely. Chao Cheng now had only 1 spirit awakening pill left. As for the beast spirit pills, they had been used to attract the animals and were now depleted. The practicality of these 2 pill types far surpassed others. Thus the demand was naturally high. Chao Cheng had to ration them due to the shortage. The beast spirit pill was even more practical than the spirit awakening pill. So Chao Cheng definitely wanted Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Wei quickly brought Yu Siwen from HR back to the management office lobby. Yu Siwen was carrying an employment contract. An on-site interview and on-site hire. Zhang Jingjing didn't hesitate. She had recently graduated and was indeed unemployed. Her family wasn't short on money, so she had planned to enjoy photography for a while. Now this rare opportunity presented itself. The work environment at Qinggan Zoo perfectly aligned with her hobby. She could even build her online presence. She was naturally very willing. What surprised her even more was the zoo's unexpectedly high compensation. 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, a base salary of 10,000 with other benefits calculated separately. She couldn't have found a job like this even if she tried. Zhang Jingjing's position was also in media operations. However, she wasn't under Zhang Qiu's management, but Tong Anqi's. This was Chao Cheng's decision, as Tong Anqi had repeatedly requested a photographer for her role as a dance artist. Chao Cheng needed to satisfy his veteran employee. After signing the contract, Zhang Jingjing was officially part of Qinggan Zoo. Zhang Wei immediately instructed her on the next steps. He first had Zhang Jingjing send a private message to the jealous woman attaching a screenshot. It was a screenshot of the original creation time of Zhang Jingjing's video. The private message read, I have the original creation screenshot. Your attempt to ride on my coattails is useless. Delete your video immediately, or I will make my screenshot public. As friends, I don't want to embarrass you. Zhang Jingjing initially thought the other party wouldn't be as bold as Zhang Wei predicted and would back down. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei's prediction was spot on. The jealous woman actually photoshopped the original creation screenshot Zhang Jingjing had sent her. She altered the timestamp to be 10 minutes earlier than Zhang Jingjing's original. Then she posted this forged screenshot on her own video account first. This served as strong evidence that Zhang Jingjing had copied her. In the public's perception, if someone dares to post an original creation screenshot, they must be in the right. Zhang Jingjing grew a bit worried. If she's muddying the waters like this, won't we seem guilty if we don't release our original screenshot? Zhang Wei smiled. Relax. Not even 1,000th of the traffic from your video will flow to hers. Most people will just swipe to the next video after watching yours. The attention on this matter isn't as high as you think. But even that fraction of attention is enough for me to teach her a lesson. Posting such a screenshot on your account would just funnel massive traffic to her. Ignore her. Just focus on your job. They'll make sure she pays the price. You're a part of Chang'an Zoo now, and Chang'an people don't take such losses lying down. After speaking, Zhang Wei asked for some information and went to prepare. Time quickly passed to 6 in the evening. Reluctant visitors began to leave in batches. It was nearly 7 when the last group took photos with Chao Cheng and finally left the park. Chao Cheng gathered everyone in front of the management office lobby for a meeting. Today was a great start for our zoo. The atmosphere was wonderful. Everyone worked hard. The team, despite a busy day, showed no signs of fatigue and shouted excitedly, not hard at all. Indeed, it was their first official day of work, and seeing so many visitors filled them with a strong sense of accomplishment. The harder they worked, the more they felt their wages were deserved. Let me introduce a new colleague. Zhang Jingjing, the one who filmed the viral video of the Fire Phoenix, and Azure Luan. Let's welcome her. Zhang Jingjing stepped forward shyly. The crowd erupted in excitement, followed by thunderous applause. The video had been shared in the company group chat, and everyone had watched it. As of now, the video had garnered around 6.2 million likes. Everyone felt immense pride knowing the two birds that had taken the internet by storm were right here in their zoo. Zhang Jingjing will be responsible for filming and promotion, working in collaboration with Tong Yanqi. I hope you all cooperate well. I won't waste time on idle talk. You've all had a long day. Go home and rest early. Dismissed. At Chao Cheng's command, the staff cheered and went to pack up their things. Tong Yanqi excitedly approached Zhang Jingjing. She warmly grabbed her hand and said playfully, "Finally a photographer. I have a partner now. Will hug me." Zhang Jingjing, seeing Tong Yanqi up close, was utterly captivated. Tong Yanqi was stunningly beautiful, and she even gave Zhang Jingjing a hug. Zhang Jingjing's face flushed crimson. Gazing at Tong Yanqi in disbelief, she said, "Sister, you are so beautiful." Tong Yanqi smiled sweetly, glanced at Zhang Jingjing's chest, and said, "You're not bad either." What a pair of bombshells. As she spoke, she turned into a playful bully. Chao Cheng's eye twitched. Was this woman a lesbian? How could she have such a hobby? Right in front of him. This was just too bold. Zhang Jingjing was indeed attractive. She was shorter than Tong Yanqi, with a petite, charming figure. Her short hair made her round, delicate face even more endearing, dotted with a few harmless freckles above her nose. But considering her physique, her chest was truly magnificent. Coupled with her slender waist, she gave off a precarious, top-heavy impression. Her full, shapely legs resembled those of a timid, supporting female character in an anime. One felt that a single scare would make her press against the wall, close her eyes, cross her legs, and cover her skirt while yelling, "Don't bully me." Who knew that when Tong Yanqi teased her? Zhang Jingjing's face grew even redder. Tong Yanqi thought she was just shy and nervous, so she patted her chest and said, "I'm the dance artist. From now on, we're partners. Besides the animals, you'll be filming me. Don't worry, I studied dance. I can handle any pose." Zhang Jingjing's eyes sparkled. She murmured, "Any pose. Good." As she watched, she even bit her lip. Chao Cheng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. "Oh no, this one seems like the real deal." As she watched, she even bit her lip. Chao Cheng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. "Oh no, this one seems like the real deal."